A couple of years back, YouTube stopped doing rewinds. Pretty much because they were always cringe and they didn't want to listen to feedback. So this year, I figured I could do something similar, looking back at all the drama we've had this year. So I decided to go through all the videos I've made in 2023 and compile them into one long form video where you can see all the big drama that happened this year. I've gone through and added chapters too, so if there's one drama you're really interested in, you can jump to it. I won't be upset with you. Please enjoy. This took a while to do, so I'd appreciate it if you liked and subscribed if you like my videos. Thanks. Let's get started. So we're back with another massive L for Twitch. I've been thinking that they might have some kind of internal money issue for a while, given how much they've been pushing ads onto the streamers recently. And this week, they announced another massive change that makes me a little more concerned about what's going on over at Twitch. They're completely pulling out of South Korea. Like, bam, dunzo. No more South Korean Twitch, which is a massive hit to streamers in South Korea. Streamers who've built their followings on Twitch will now have to move their entire business to a different local Korean streaming site, most likely one without the worldwide reach that Twitch offers, significantly impacting the streamers and viewers in South Korea. Now, it's not like this is because of anything that any South Korean streamer did. This is a purely financial decision from Twitch. Don't take that from me, take it from the Twitch CEO, who posted a letter on the Twitch blog explaining exactly what is happening. The blog post starts off by saying they've decided to shut down Korean Twitch, and why? This morning, I shared with our community in Korea that we've made the difficult decision to shut down the Twitch business in Korea on February 27th, 2024, KST. We understand this is extremely disappointing news, and we want to explain why we made this decision and how we are planning to support those impacted. Ultimately, the cost to operate Twitch in Korea is prohibitively expensive, and we have spent significant effort working to reduce these costs so that we could find a way for the Twitch business to remain in Korea. First, we experimented with a peer-to-peer model for source quality. Then we adjusted the source quality to a maximum of 720p. Well, we have lowered costs from these efforts. Our network fees in Korea are still 10 times more expensive than in most other countries. Twitch has been operating in Korea at a significant loss, and unfortunately, there is no pathway forward for our business to run more sustainably in that country. Now, he doesn't go into too much detail about it, but talks about how expensive it is to operate in South Korea. This isn't a problem that is only affecting Twitch. Even Netflix has had trouble in Korea due to the high costs of operating in the country, recently having to make a deal with one of the local telecommunications companies to make even their operations feasible in the country. A lot of people complain, unfoundedly in my opinion, about capitalism in America. Meanwhile, South Korea is basically run by corporations. Like, yeah, they have their normal government and all that, but aside from the cults that have routinely infiltrated the leadership of South Korea, the big companies referred to as chaebol have an ever-increasing influence over the country's governance, to the point where a lot of Koreans make working at one of the big companies a life goal, since it will ensure that they are secure in their future forever. Now, that kind of corporate control over the local governments makes it so that over time, the policies of the government make it hard for foreign companies to operate within South Korea. Specifically, what's happening here is that in South Korea, they do not have internet neutrality, which means that the local internet companies can choose how they want to serve any internet traffic. Since the local companies control the internet traffic, they can charge massive fees to foreign companies like Twitch, who need high bandwidth connections, since in most cases, the companies will just pay up, or they can force the foreign companies to come to the negotiating table and strong-arm them into a deal which benefits the internet company. Basically, it's like if you owned the only roads into your town and you decided that you wanted to charge tolls for the big trucks to come through your roads. The trucks need to get their cargo to the town so that they can get paid, so they'll pay your toll until it becomes too much for them to pay and they just go out of business entirely. So yeah, Twitch is already a terrible business model. It's really expensive to provide any video over the web, let alone high quality, low latency live streams from and to as many countries as Twitch does, to the point that even with the backing of Amazon, they couldn't continue to keep Twitch open in South Korea. The real question is, does this signal some bigger financial troubles at Twitch? In my opinion, probably. Though Twitch makes it clear that this is not something they expect to happen in any other country by saying, to all of our global communities, we want to make it clear that this is a unique situation. Operating costs in Korea are significantly higher than they are in other countries, and we have been open about this challenge for some time. In my opinion, if Twitch was raking in the cash in other regions, they'd probably be able to keep Twitch South Korea open. I mean, I'm no insider. I have no special knowledge. All I know is that companies hate to give up market share. Usually, corporations will eat up losses in certain sectors when they can afford to, in order to keep their market share high in that region and help stop competitors from rising up. Since if Twitch pulls out of South Korea, there's a chance that the other Twitch-like live streaming sites sites that exist in Korea will be able to eat up enough market share that they can expand beyond South Korea and cause competition for Twitch globally in the future. I don't think Twitch would take a risk like that if they could avoid it. I mean, I wouldn't. So while I don't think that Twitch is in any danger soon, I do think that there's probably something going on internally. Closing unprofitable sectors of the business, the big push towards streamers running more ads, to me, that means they're trying to make more money. Given how unpopular these changes have been, it doesn't seem like something they'd enter into if they could avoid it. I mean, all of these streamers in Korea now have to move to other streaming sites. Twitch says they'll help people move over to local sites, which is great if your audience is South Korean. I mean, it does still suck because it will have nowhere near the reach that you had on Twitch, but if you're a Korean streamer that streams in English, which a fair number of them do, well, basically your entire non-Korean audience is not going to start using a Korean language website to watch your streams. So pretty much there's nothing you can do. You're done. It sucks, but that's just what's happening. I wonder if Kick is available in South Korea. Might be a big opportunity for those guys. Anyway, like I said, I don't think that Twitch is going anywhere anytime soon, but I also think that this isn't something that happens if they're sitting on a dragon-like pile of money. Personally, I wouldn't be too worried about it until they get rid of Twitch Prime. I honestly think that if they ever do that, it will spell the end of the entire site. But that's just me. What do you guys think? Is this a sign that Twitch is going downhill? Or do you believe that this is just a little hiccup and doesn't mean anything at all? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching all the way till the end. Sorry I've been AWOL for a little bit. I had a cough that lasted like an entire month, and for some reason, I couldn't talk more than a few sentences without breaking out into a coughing fit. Mostly better now though, so let's keep this train moving. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, Kick kinda has a bad reputation because people seem to think that it's like entirely owned and run by Stake, which isn't really true at all, but it looks like NICKMERCS is relying on that reputation to convince his fans that he doesn't want to gamble, but he has to as part of his Kick deal, which is a statement so absurd that even XQC, degenerate gambler that he is calling him out on it. So today we're going to talk about NICKMERCS and what's probably really going on behind the scenes. So I guess first we should address the elephant in the room. A lot of people seem to believe that Kick is owned and run as basically just a side project by Stake, the gambling company. While its exact ownership structure isn't public, we know that's not the case. There are a number of co-founders / co-owners who all almost certainly hold some ownership in Kick, though we can't say exactly how much. Moreover, as Stake is a separate company from Kick, they can't really mix their finances in the way that a lot of people seem to think that they do. Sure, Kick allows gambling and was founded at least in part as a response to Twitch's anti-gambling sentiment that was on the rise, but over time it seems like they've been trying to shed the association that the site has with gambling. Of course it's still allowed, but it's not something they're explicitly focusing on. At least from an outside perspective, they're focused more on building their library of streamers, getting as many different kinds of creators onto Kick to produce the content that the site needs to survive. So far, they've been doing pretty well at this, signing several high-profile streamers, slowly eating into Twitch's market share, and avoiding the unfathomable corporatization that Twitch has undergone in recent years. That's not to say that they haven't had their controversies. They've had more than their fair share of those too, but overall, it seems like Kick is doing well, at least to an outsider. So, it wasn't much of a surprise when they announced that NICKMERCS had signed with Kick on a non-exclusive contract. We've seen them gobble up all sorts of creators recently, so what's another one? Well, NICKMERCS started making waves when he announced something that most of the recent streamers who've signed with Kick haven't mentioned. He claimed that there is a section in his Kick contract that means that he is required to gamble while streaming on Kick, at least some of the time. Now, a lot of people just accepted this at face value. I mean, the public view of Kick is still stuck on their association with gambling companies. But it was weird that of all the recent signers with Kick, most of them didn't mention this, and a lot of them don't do gambling content, so people started looking a little deeper, and the more people dug, the less they believed him about this. This culminated in XQC coming across NICKMERCS' comments. Now XQC is one of the biggest streamers associated with Kick, and on top of that, he's a bit of a gambler himself, so if anyone was going to have news on what Kick was doing in regards to gambling, it's assumed that XQC would have some level of awareness of it. XQC tore into NICKMERCS on stream, basically saying that NICKMERCS was lying to his audience because there is no requirement to gamble in the default Kick contract. XQC said that Kick doesn't want to be as associated with gambling, or Gamba as he calls it, and they've been going normal mode, then saying that if NICKMERCS has a clause that says he has to gamble, he asked for it and put it in there. He basically said that he believes that NICKMERCS signed the one deal with Kick and then a separate agreement with Stake. XQC went on to eviscerate NICKMERCS, saying that he's misrepresenting to his audience what happened. XQC said that NICKMERCS signed with Kick, then asked Stake for a deal, so telling his audience that the gambling is part of the Kick deal is lying to his audience. And if what XQC is saying is true, and on this one occasion we have no reason to disbelieve him, basically NICKMERCS wanted a stack of cash for promoting gambling to his fans, but didn't want to have to deal with the blowback on his reputation for taking a gambling sponsorship. So instead of telling his audience what he actually did, he opted to lie and frame it as part of his Kick deal, something that a lot of people would believe, given Kick's reputation, but ultimately untrue because of his omission of the actual mechanism of his required gambling. To be honest, I don't know why Kick hasn't put him through the ringer yet. It's not exactly a good start to a business relationship if you abuse your business partner's bad reputation to hide your own greed. I mean, I'm not going to take a moral stance against gambling. Personally, I think that streaming it is wrong, but also, like, I'm not going to watch it, so I don't really care if someone does stream it. But if you're going to, it feels like you should own up to what you're doing. You're giving into your own greed and promoting gambling to your fans, while at the same time making money from your fans off of your stream, all while getting incentives to do so from a casino. It's ethically gray, and it's kinda a weak move to not own up to what you're doing. Greed if you're gonna greed, but don't paint yourself as a saint while you do so. What do you guys think? Do you believe XQC that Kick is trying their hardest to lose their gambling reputation, and that there's no way that there was a gambling clause in NICKMERCS' Kick deal, at least without his asking for it? Or do you actually believe that Kick is trying to force random creators to gamble? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. Last we talked about Johnny Somali, he'd been arrested following an incident where he live streamed himself trespassing on a construction site in Japan and was being held without yet being charged. But there's been a big update. Prosecutors have decided to not yet move forward with those trespassing charges and have instead moved to charge Johnny Somali with forceful obstruction of business following an incident at a restaurant in Osaka, Japan. What does that mean? Well, today we're going to find out. It's important to note that they don't appear to have completely ruled out charging Johnny Somali on those trespassing charges. The only source that I was able to find talking about what happened said that the prosecution on those charges had been suspended, which means, as far as I can tell, that if they decide they want to prosecute him for that in the future, they still can. But anyway, let's talk about these actual charges filed. Forcible obstruction of business seems to be the actual charge, with forceful being mistranslated in place of forcible by a number of people, at least to the best of my understanding. It's covered in Japanese Penal Code Article 234 and says, a person who obstructs the business of another by force shall be dealt with in the same manner as prescribed under the preceding article. The preceding article, Article 233, stipulates that the punishment for both 233 and 234 is punished by imprisonment for not more than 3 years or a fine of not more than 500,000 yen. Obviously, if they decide to just stick him with the fine, he'd be perfectly okay. But as we talked about last time, the Japanese government has incentive to throw the book at Johnny Somali. His escapades have been the talk of the town, and the media over there has not been very hesitant to discuss the incident or to call for the action of the government. This has even led to some Japanese government officials looking into ways that they could change their laws to prevent something like this from happening again. In this particular case, it appears he's being charged because he did a live stream inside of a restaurant, making loud noises and hurting the restaurant's ability to do business while he was there.
Yo, you're gonna get put in jail. We're gonna go to jail, bro. I don't know what. I didn't know that said. Oppenheimer shit. It's Oppenheimer shit. It's that Oppenheimer shit. Walking out the restaurant. This is the Oppenheimer shit.
Which seems like a minor thing to be charged over, but basically Johnny Somali was just so rude, whether it was his constant making light of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, among other national tragedies he mentioned, his random altercations in the street where he was rude, and occasionally led to him getting attacked.
Discord right now, hop in Discord. Oh, whoa, what the?
The blatant disregard for safety or common sense he showed by entering an active construction site. Or maybe just the general and complete disregard and disdain he showed for Japanese norms, Japanese culture, and Japanese people in general. He's basically reignited the flames of xenophobia within Japan. It's almost impressive how unlikable he managed to be, especially in Japanese society, which is not one that really likes or permits so much rudeness. So I'd say that there's more than a decent chance he sees the inside of a cell. Granted, he already has. He's been held for weeks now under Japanese law that lets the authorities hold you for almost a month before they have to file charges to keep you. From what I hear, the Japanese authorities sometimes use that pre-indictment detainment as a punishment in its own right. There's many cases where clueless foreigners made some legal mistake and were held for that period, but never charged, with the authorities deciding that the inconvenience of being detained for that long is more than enough punishment. So I'd wager a bet that the fact that they decided to actually charge him with something is not exactly a good sign. Given Japan's 99% conviction rate, he's most likely going to find himself convicted in the future. The Japanese pretend to have an innocent until proven guilty philosophy, but that's mainly so as to not scare away Western tourists. Odds are you're going to be convicted the second they decide to indict you. I think that the best that he can hope for is some sort of deal where he gets a suspended sentence, which would allow him to leave Japan, and probably never go back, or at least ban him from entering the country for a few years. If he does get sent to prison, Japan's prisons aren't exactly 5-star hotels. It's small rooms, no one allowed to speak anything but Japanese, so he'd likely be unable to speak to anyone except a lawyer, visitors, etc. Hours of hard labor every day. That's right, Japan requires prisoners to do hard labor most of the time. It's basically the worst thing that could possibly happen to an influencer like Johnny Somali, who's never faced any real consequences in his life. And that's just the hardship he'd face at the will of the state while in prison. I don't know that the prisoners are going to be very friendly with a foreigner that's in there for being so disrespectful. Japan is a very xenophobic society on the best of days, but in prison, I don't know that Johnny Somali would have a very good time with them. I couldn't imagine spending the maximum punishment for this charge of 3 years in there, and that doesn't count any other charges they might file based on what he did before his arrest, or any charges he might catch for overstaying his visa while in prison. So that's the update. Basically, it's even worse for Johnny Somali than he could have hoped. There's little chance he ends up free for at least the next few years. If he does get out though, I don't think he will be quick to be so disrespectful in the future. Hopefully this experience has taught him at least a little. What do you guys think? Do you think they'll let him out with just a fine or a suspended sentence? Or do you see him toiling away the next few years in a Japanese prison, doing hard labor while completely isolated from the other prisoners? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, every single time that MrBeast does something philanthropic for a video, he ends up in some new stupid drama. I get that filming acts of charity is really kind of a weird thing to do, in so as it makes people question your motives. But I mean, as long as it's still something charitable being done, I don't really see the issue. MrBeast recently posted a video where he built 100 wells in Africa. Not really like his other main channel videos, there was nothing over the top about it, just his team using the resources they have to provide water to people who don't have safe or easy access to it. You might wonder, how can anyone have an issue with him paying for wells to be dug? And the answer seems to be mostly just people upset that he's painting the local governments as incompetent when he goes in and fixes this issue for people. And let's be clear, they are. This isn't the first time that making a video on helping people has caused Jimmy to catch some flack. Just a few months back, he paid for eye surgeries for a number of people for a video, and he got attacked on that one too. Mostly by the type of person that cares more about hating the rich than they do about helping actual poor people, you know? Hasan's crowd, pretty much. So this time, MrBeast put out a preemptive response to all the drama in a tweet saying, I already know I'm gonna get cancelled because I uploaded a video helping people, and to be 100% clear, I don't care. I'm always going to use my channel to help people and try to inspire my audience to do the same, which was overall a good way to preemptively stop the outrage. Most of the usual suspects stayed quiet this time because they probably knew that there isn't much of any way to come out looking like you have a moral high ground when you're criticizing someone for giving people access to safe water, something they need to live. So this time, the criticism is coming from a sort of weird source. Yahoo News? Like, I would say that it's the mainstream media attacking MrBeast again, but I really don't know if Yahoo classifies as mainstream anymore. I don't even think anyone's really even checked in on Yahoo since 2005, but I guess they're still going. They posted a tweet with a link to the article that reads, while American YouTuber MrBeast's original goal was to provide clean drinking water for 500,000 people, activists say his actions shamed the Kenyan government government and helped perpetuate the stereotype that Africa is dependent on handouts. A tweet which somehow at least 17 million people saw. Since it's so provocative, I went and read the article, which I understand is probably what they wanted, but hey, I might be the first person to visit Yahoo in decades at this point. I was genuinely concerned if their servers would be able to handle one dude reading an article. To my surprise, they were. Not that the article was really worth reading, but hey, I'm a YouTube news/drama channel. Sometimes I gotta get down into the trenches to bring you the real news. To my surprise, a lot of the article quotes people actually supportive of what MrBeast did, but there are two main criticisms raised against MrBeast. The article quotes Francis Gaithao, an aspiring politician, whatever that means, from Kenya, saying that MrBeast's video was harmful because it perpetuates the stereotype that Africa is dependent on handouts and philanthropic intervention. I don't think that this is really a real reason that MrBeast shouldn't do these kinds of videos though, mainly because I don't agree that his video is perpetuating any harmful stereotypes. Rather, MrBeast's video instead points out the reality on the ground. It points out that the local governments in these areas are ineffective, useless, pointless, and corrupt, to the point that it's a fact that the areas shown in this MrBeast video are dependent on handouts and philanthropic intervention. If the local governments in these areas were remotely competent, water access wouldn't be an issue at all. But the politicians in those kinds of areas don't want you to think that way. They don't want to have to actually start doing their jobs, so rather than accept their own shortcomings, they'll attack anyone who comes along and does what they're supposed to do for them. The other big criticism that's brought up in the article is from Sarah Kaba Jones, from an org called Face Africa. The first thing that she criticizes about him is his race. Yep, she's quoted as saying, overnight this person comes along who happens to be a white male figure with a huge platform, and all of a sudden he gets all the attention. It's kind of frustrating, but it's also understanding the nature of how the world is. Yeah, so his race is not really a factor at all, and to be honest, I find that most of the time, whether it's about a white person or a black person, when you have to distill someone down to the color of their skin to make your points, you're probably just racist. So disregarding what is, in my opinion, blatant racism, she's upset because MrBeast gets all the attention when her organization doesn't. Now, I'm not going to tell you to look up her organization's records as a non-profit to see how much of the money that the org raises goes to the paychecks of the leadership, rather than towards the actual issues that she's virtue signaling about, but someone already did. And let's just say that it doesn't look too good for her if this information is accurate. Of course, MrBeast's going to get the attention. If you want to get attention for helping people get access to water, the first step is to actually help people get access to water. And the second is to have media literacy and be able to leverage your actions into building an online presence like MrBeast has. It's not really fair to argue that it's unfair that MrBeast gets all the attention when you're not trying to even slightly capture the audience and attention that MrBeast has. You just sound like a crybaby. Her second point is, however, much better than just whining that she's not getting attention. She brought up that the issue is sustainability. It's one thing to go in and install the well. It's another thing for us to go back to 3, 4, or 5 years from now and see if that well is still functional, which is a fair point. I don't know if MrBeast is going to be keeping up with and helping on the upkeep for these wells. It's already been shown that the local governments don't care enough to do anything to help these people. But it's also fair to point out that the future costs of maintaining a well aren't really a reason to not build one now. Would you rather have access to fresh water for 3 years, then lose access if you're unable to maintain the well after those 3 years, or never have access to safe fresh water? Obviously, you'd rather be able to survive for those 3 years and figure out the rest later. So once again, the arguments and people attacking MrBeast have really little to actually go after him for. I don't think any of the arguments made in the Yahoo hit piece are particularly compelling. Just local government people trying to avoid looking bad, and whiny crybabies who seem to think that it's better to hold off and not help anyone if you're not going to continue to upkeep the wells in the future. Personally, I find it hard to find fault with helping people get the things they need to survive. I think of water as one of the two things that every human being has a real right to, the other being air. There's so much of it for free, literally everywhere. It literally comes out of the ground. Should we let the incompetence of local officials stop us from helping people? Should we worry about the future when we can help people now? No, I think that at this point, people are just grasping at straws, and that this Yahoo article was just clickbait designed to get people to actually remember Yahoo exists. At the end of the day, it might be a little weird for someone to film themselves doing acts of charity, but I think as long as people are getting helped, what does it matter? What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Seriously, it would really help me out if you left a comment. Thanks for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, everyone knows that MrBeast is kind of like a YouTube savant, right? The dude eats, sleeps, and breathes YouTube. So much that pretty much all the big YouTube channels will copy his stuff. If not his content, then his thumbnails and titling themes and whatnot. It's actually a pretty good strategy since you can reap the benefits of what MrBeast has learned without putting in any of the effort. And that's why when you look at your YouTube homepage, you probably see a ton of videos that are virtually indistinguishable from one another. It seems like a lot of channels follow the basic premise of having something to do with the video in the background and the creator's face in another layer to the right or left of the image, following the rule of thirds. But what you may have noticed is that recently a lot of creators have been changing their thumbnails, whereas previously the creators would use an image of them making a shocked or screaming open-mouthed face. Now, they've all got their mouths closed. So today, let's talk about how MrBeast got creators to do the unthinkable and actually shut their mouths for once. A lot about YouTube is luck. The only thing that YouTubers can hope to do is influence the algorithm in their favor. To that end, a lot of YouTubers will take whatever they can from successful videos and channels and try and apply that to their own stuff. Now, this sort of trickle-down economy of algorithmic favor has to start somewhere, and it's kind of obvious that a lot of it stems from MrBeast. Not only is he a huge YouTuber, but he and his team actually care about understanding what's going on behind the scenes and using that to their advantage. You see, there's a secret that YouTube doesn't really want anyone to know, but they will oftentimes add tools and features that are only available to the biggest channels on YouTube. Unless you've got a ton of subscribers or you know someone at YouTube who can force you in, you'll never get access to these things. One of the more recent things that YouTube added for these types of channels is the ability to test different thumbnails for the same video. And while most big YouTubers seem to not care to actually use the fancy features they are given, let alone share them with the unwashed masses, MrBeast does both. He doesn't keep it a secret when something works or when it doesn't. So one day he tweeted this out: "I closed my mouth on all my thumbnails and the watch time went up on every video, LOL," with 2 attached screenshots of the secret thumbnail A/B testing feature. The photos show the thumbnails to 2 of his videos, each with one option that has his mouth open in the stereotypical YouTuber expression and one with his mouth closed, smiling. MrBeast's saying that once he started using the thumbnails with a closed mouth smiling, that he saw an uptick in the watch time. Now, if you're not a YouTube guru, that might be meaningless to you, but watch time is one of the biggest things that the algorithm looks for when deciding what videos to serve up to people. More important than likes, comments, and subscribers, which, speaking of which, you should do right now if you haven't already. So somehow closing his mouth in the thumbnail made people watch for longer. Now don't expect me to explain why. The human psyche is an enigma and psychology is a pseudoscience, so no one will know for sure. But my best guess is that when people see the open mouth scream face, they click the video expecting to see something super exciting, and when it's just moderately exciting, they click off faster. But the smile doesn't come with that expectation. I don't know, but MrBeast did back it up with more proof. Responding to a tweet that said, "Shocked face meta is over?" MrBeast responded by saying, "Seems like it. Here's more results. Now that I can actually A/B test thumbnails, I don't have to guess, and I just test and see what people want. My mouth would have been closed years ago if I had this tool," and some more screenshots of other videos where he experienced this effect. So it seems like, at least among MrBeast's audience, which is one of the largest audiences on the platform, but is probably skewed towards the younger crowd, the new meta is to keep your mouth shut in your thumbnails. And you can already see the effect that this has had. When you're done with this video, go ahead and look in your recommended section on YouTube. If you look for it, you will see it. Just within a few seconds of looking, I've already seen some video thumbnails that seem to be copying this pretty much exactly. It'll be more noticeable on channels that are either super into the YouTube meta or channels that emulate MrBeast, but I personally watch a lot of aquarium videos on YouTube, big fish guy me, and I've even seen this closed mouth effect start to creep into those thumbnails. I wish YouTube had a feature that would let you look at people's past thumbnails, because I'm certain that there are a number of content creators that went back and updated all of their thumbnails to match the new winning formula, but I can't exactly prove it without access to either a time machine or an abnormally powerful psychic. If you've got either, let me know. I'd like to borrow it for a few days. Anyway, what do you guys think about this? Have you noticed the subtle change in people's thumbnails? I personally have, but I'm always interested in hearing what you guys have to think, so let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching, have a great day, and God bless you. Johnny Somali is probably going to spend some time in a Japanese prison, depending on whether or not the Japanese government wants to make an example out of him. They might just deport him, but if they decide they really dislike him, the crime he's accused of has a 1 to 4 year sentence, depending on how lenient the government feels, followed by deportation and being banned from Japan. Considering that Japan has a conviction rate of 99% and he literally live streamed his alleged crime, I would be willing to say that I think his goose is cooked, which isn't great for him since Japan's prisons haven't changed all that much since since their imperial days, with forced hard labor being a hallmark of their prison system. So today let's talk about Johnny Somali and how he managed to make Japan angry at him, which given Japanese culture is pretty hard to do. So who is Johnny Somali? Well, he's an IRL live streamer. Now all IRL content is kind of sketchy. Something about the risks you're taking while out on the street, filming the general public who usually don't want to be filmed, even if it's legal to do so in public without people's permission, which it is in America at least. It seems like you're just making the choice to be a nuisance when you pick up that camera and streaming backpack. But there are two real types of IRL streamers. Those who are aware of how weird it is to do IRL streaming and go out of their way to accommodate people while they're live, and those that are aware of how weird it is and decide to play into it, becoming as big a menace as possible. Because bad press is still good press, and being dumb in public is a pretty good way for you to get people to watch. Johnny Somali is of the latter type. He is, in my opinion, a menace to society. He's basically just Ice Poseidon, but in Japan for whatever reason. I have zero idea why you would take the risk to do this kind of thing in Japan, but he's basically been going around just bothering random Japanese people for no good reason. Between having his text-to-speech loudly repeat Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the site of the two atomic bombings that ended Japan's imperial age and basically killed their god, on the subway.
I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening.
To having pretty much brawls in the street.
Hop in Discord right now. Hop in Discord. Oh, whoa.
It's pretty easy to see why people are upset with him. It's clear to me that he's the kind of guy who has never faced punishment in his entire life and considers himself to be above other people and above the law. Now that kind of thing isn't too unheard of in American states like California, where they've basically just given up on actually arresting and punishing people, hence the massive amount of crime. But it's a little different in Japan. You see, a lot of things in Japan modernized after the end of World War II, but Japanese culture around crime and punishment is still pretty harsh. Maybe not Imperial Japan throw you outside in a blizzard to see how fast you get hypothermia punishment, but still hard labor and harsh sentences. We're talking about a country that doesn't even tell their criminals when their execution date will be until they're on their way to the chopping block. And they have a 99% conviction rate. Now that doesn't mean that 99% of people arrested in Japan are guilty, but it does mean that 99% of them end up being found guilty, which is weird because technically you're innocent until proven guilty in court under Japanese law, but it certainly doesn't usually play out that way. Unfortunately for Johnny Somali, he was allegedly arrested for criminal trespassing from this incident where he walked into a construction site and started going around bothering workers. Yeah, that's right, an active construction site. So I'm really not sure why anyone would ever live stream themselves committing crimes, but Johnny did, I guess. If I had to guess, that's not going to be as funny when it gets played in front of a Japanese judge. Right now, the best that Johnny can hope for is that they just deport him. In Japan, they can hold criminals for up to like 28 days before actually charging them, locked up in a tiny cell in a police station the whole time, being interrogated every day, sometimes without a lawyer present. Usually, this is like an intimidation tactic to get someone to confess to the crime, since if it's minor, people will just confess and pay a fine or whatever to get out without spending a month of their lives in a tiny cell. But I'm not so sure they really need him to confess, since he just kind of freely put the evidence they need up on the internet for anyone to see. So he might get lucky and basically get let go after 28 days and told to leave the country. But given how vindictive the Japanese legal system is, and just how awful Johnny Somali is, let alone the notoriety that Johnny Somali has started to get internally on Japanese news, to the point that they're considering outlawing IRL streaming entirely, I think it's more likely they're just going to let him cook in there, then charge him with whatever they can. Probably more than just trespassing at the end though, since I think a lot of what he did on livestream in Japan was probably breaking some Japanese laws. Basically, he's screwed. The punishment for just the trespassing, if he gets convicted, is a fine and 1 to 4 years in prison. Since he's a foreigner, that would be followed by deportation and at least a few years banned from Japan. Pretty much, he's screwed. I said it before when I was talking about Ice Poseidon getting arrested in Thailand, but it just feels like streamers go to these rather conservative countries and assume that the law is the same as it is in the most lenient states of America. Basically, if there was a moral of this story, it should be, just don't be a terrible human being in a foreign country, and maybe try to respect their laws just a little bit, because if you don't, you'll find out that the American legal system, flawed as it may be, is leagues better and fairer than the legal systems in most of the world. So tell me, do you think that Johnny Somali is going to go to prison, or be kicked out but not face charges? I'd like to hear your reasoning in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. Adin Ross managed to convince hundreds of thousands of people that he was going to have the leader of North Korea on his Kick stream. Yeah, that's right. So many people believed him that not only did he manage to break records, he literally broke the Kick website. Now, it might be unsurprising, but the leader of the hostile foreign nation did not actually appear on Adin's Kick stream. Instead, Adin had a dude who works as an impersonator come on. So today, let's take a look at what happened and why people would even believe him for a second. Now, Adin Ross is a really popular streamer on Kick. He's part of the sort of pseudo right-wing red pill crowd. You know, people like Andrew Tate. He's actually kind of ridden Tate's coattails to get to his current level of success, and I don't think it would be incorrect to say that he's the biggest streamer on Kick. Certainly when Kick first launched, Adin Ross was one of the first big names to move over to it, since he liked their attitude towards rules. Basically, where live streaming sites like Twitch have very restrictive and honestly almost oppressive rules on what can be said and done on a stream, Kick takes the opposite approach. Basically, anything goes. Adin was such a big part of the site in its early days that people still think of him as the face of Kick, despite the fact that I think that Kick has been quietly distancing themselves from him, on top of telling him to tune down his more ridiculous antics, given Adin has done some things that were controversial to say the least. But why Kim Jong-un? Honestly, why not? The idea of having the leader of North Korea on is provocative, dangerous, and honestly, just some perfect clickbait, given Adin's audience is young kids who probably don't know much about the Hermit Kingdom, and who basically worship the ground Adin walks on. I guess it might be understandable why some of his younger audience would believe it. I mean, Adin does talk with Andrew Tate a lot, and to Adin's audience, Tate is probably more famous than Kim Jong-un. But for anyone over the age of 14, I think it was pretty obvious that this was going to turn out to be a stunt. And yet, I know of at least a couple adults I've met that were seriously wondering if it was going to be the real Kim Jong-un or not. I mean, you can make an argument that it's possible. Kim Jong-un is known to be fond of American celebrities. For instance, one of the great American diplomacy efforts of recent years involved sending over Dennis Rodman, a basketball player that Kim Jong-un likes, and having them get to know each other. I suppose Dennis Rodman would look like Kissinger compared to Adin Ross's diplomatic skills, though. I suppose one could approach it and say that North Korea was trying to reach the American youth, which is Adin's audience. And let's be honest, you can't watch 5 minutes of an Adin Ross stream and after that still argue that Adin Ross wouldn't be easy for the North Koreans to manipulate. Even if English isn't his first language, I would think that Kim Jong-un would be able to talk circles around Adin. So, like, I guess I could see some adults believing this because, well, if you wanted an easy way to make Americans look stupid, this would have certainly been one way. But I think what really happened was that most people who tuned in probably didn't really believe it would be real, but if by any slim possibility it was real, they didn't want to miss it, so they showed up. When I say they showed up, I mean it. The Kick view count for Adin's stream showed around 400,000 people watching it live, but Eddie, one of the co-owners of Kick, said in an interview that there were so many people that the view counter was broken. He said that the stream got to 700,000 viewers just before the impersonator came on, but then the website crashed from the stream of that many people being on at once, meaning that Adin's plan of the perfect clickbait actually worked. Not only did he break his own concurrent viewer record, he broke the Kick site's record, and he literally broke the site for a couple minutes. So whether the people believed Adin or not doesn't really matter. What does matter is that this made a really bizarre piece of internet history, and I think it's criminal that it's not being talked about more. Also, I genuinely could see someone in North Korea seeing the articles about this and realizing that live streaming would be a good way to improve the nation's image. So I legitimately wouldn't be surprised to see Kim Jong-un or some other representatives for the North Koreans try something like this in the future. Though I doubt they would go with someone like Adin Ross. They might want to look for someone who's, I don't know, a little more respectable. So what do you think? Were you one of the 700,000 viewers? Did you fall for Adin's ruse and think that Kim Jong-un was actually going to show up in the flesh? Let me know in the comments. It really helps the video out. Thank you so much for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, basically YouTube and other social media is slowly causing the legacy media to go out of business, which obviously isn't the best for the reporters and management at the big media companies, and leads them to running stories that attack the content creators that are hurting their bottom line whenever possible. This time, they went after MrBeast. An article was published in The Verge that went after MrBeast and his sponsor for one of his latest videos, $1 versus $100 million car. So let's talk about it and why this writer is just plain wrong. So, why did The Verge publish an article about MrBeast and his sponsor, Samsung? Well, to be honest, I've read the thing a couple times, and it seems like the reason was that they don't want teens to buy anything but iPhones. I mean, the article is titled, Samsung's new ploy to get kids off iPhones is a MrBeast sponsorship. The author, Wes Davis, starts the article by pointing out that the majority of teenagers have iPhones, and that Samsung would rather have them buy Samsung phones, and to that end, they've sponsored one of MrBeast's videos. The legacy media has this thing where they always seem to need to call out creators by their real names, rather than just using the name they use online. But if you look closely here, you will see that the author misspelled Jimmy as Jimmy with IE, which is weird because I've never even heard of anyone spelling Jimmy that way. But okay, so far it seems like they're mostly attacking Samsung and not MrBeast, right? Well, for some reason the author just decides to go really hard into Jimmy in the following paragraphs, pointing out that MrBeast did the sponsor segment in a car while not wearing a seatbelt, failing to mention that the car he was driving at the time was a prototype car and thus does not yet have seatbelts, which is neither surprising or controversial, since that's kind of how prototype cars work. I wouldn't be too surprised if you told me that the car didn't have airbags in it yet either, which is why they were driving it incredibly slowly on a route that was clearly pre-planned, and they were surrounded by cars that were part of the production, so that it was as safe as it could be. Then they go on to snarkily imply that Samsung is dumb for sponsoring MrBeast because their sponsorship has little chance of working to convince kids to switch from iPhones, which is both an opinion and an attack on MrBeast's business. But we will get to that in a second, because look at how they ended this article. Maybe that video thumbnail showing off Donaldson's pearly whites instead of his uvula will help. If you can explain to me how any casual reader of The Verge would read that sentence and not find it weird as heck, I would be very surprised. Of course, I know that it's because MrBeast changed up the way he's making faces in his thumbnails, but the average Joe off the street would never know that. The article genuinely gives off an AI writing vibe, but maybe that's just me thinking too hard. But anyway, it's clear to me from the last paragraph of this article that the purpose of this article wasn't really to critique Samsung, but rather to hurt MrBeast's business. The whole thing is just making fun of Samsung for spending money to advertise with MrBeast and mock them by telling them how futile the effort is. Now imagine you're a different company that's thinking about sponsoring a MrBeast video, and you do a Google search for the other sponsorships he's done. I would think that if a bunch of articles like this one popped up, it might make you rethink your relationship with MrBeast. After all, why would you want to engage in a sponsorship with a controversial YouTuber who doesn't wear a seatbelt and whose sponsorships are openly mocked by the press? Why would you take the risk? Well, that's just what these companies want you to ask yourself, since if you're sponsoring a YouTuber, you're using money that could have been spent on ads on their website to do so. So obviously, it's easy for me to see a conflict of interest here, and I wasn't the only one to spot it. A tech YouTuber named Austin Evans retweeted the article with the caption, "The tone of this article is so condescending. There's nothing wrong with Samsung sponsoring the most popular YouTuber in the world. I bet whatever they paid MrBeast is still a better return on investment than the Samsung ads on The Verge." And he's correct, of course. There's no way that the ROI on a MrBeast video isn't as good as the ROI on putting banner ads on a dying legacy media website. I mean, the average MrBeast video gets similar view numbers to the Super Bowl, and I think the Super Bowl ads are probably a lot more expensive. MrBeast saw Austin Evans' tweet and responded, "That video will probably get 400 million views. The cost per impression for Samsung is arguably the best in the world, LOL," which is obviously true to anyone with eyes, but in my opinion, there's no way that the author at The Verge didn't know that if he's even slightly informed on YouTube culture, which he should be if he's writing articles about it. This is, of course, just another symptom of the death of legacy media. I don't know about The Verge specifically, but these kinds of sites are all having big financial issues, which has led to a lot of layoffs at similar companies in the past year or so. So it's a big problem for them if a company like Samsung is going to start endorsing the viability of sponsorships like this, which is why they'll attack it, even if the best thing they can come up with to attack it is that he wasn't wearing a seatbelt in a car without seatbelts. What do you think about this whole situation? Do you think it's okay for The Verge to go after people's sponsors? Do you think that the author should have at least learned how to spell the name Jimmy before writing an article attacking MrBeast? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, the Unity CEO has resigned following the massive backlash against the pricing changes that Unity tried to put in place, but eventually had to backtrack on. That's right, this is the first high-profile resignation at Unity, and honestly, in my opinion, a seriously deserved one. But the question is, does this signal a change within Unity? Should people consider trusting them again? We're going to talk about all that today. First, what happened? Basically, Unity, which is a game engine that is used by a lot of indie devs as well as some major studios to create their games. It's one of the easiest game engines to learn to use for development, mainly owing to its large user base that has over the years created guides for pretty much anything you need to learn to do. So what would you do if you were in charge of a company that owes the majority of its success to its users? Users who have a plethora of other options. Well, unless you answered, try to take them for all the money we can, you probably don't work at Unity. They tried to update their pricing structure to charge developers on a per installed basis, and even tried to claim that they would enforce this for all games previously made with Unity, which understandably made a lot of people very mad. This is a brief summary, but if you want the full juicy details, check out my original video on this from a couple weeks ago. The fact is that the community response to Unity's pricing changes was basically to say, yeah, no, we aren't going to use you if you're going to treat us like trash, as well as the almost immediate and complete destruction of any good reputation that Unity had. They'd got too greedy and upset everyone, so they rolled back the pricing changes and proposed a much more reasonable solution. Unfortunately for Unity, they should have proposed the reasonable solution first, as now, not only did Unity suffer the reputational damage, but they've also lost the trust of their users. Who would use a platform that has already decided to and tried to screw over your business unilaterally with no input or negotiations from you? The answer is no one. So it was kind of clear that there was going to have to be something more done to try to earn back people's trust. One way to attempt that was to separate the current executive team from the company, since not only are they now very disliked by the community, but they also got Unity into this mess to begin with. One person in particular got the real ire of the community, mainly because of the absolutely unhinged greed that he's demonstrated in his past comments. The CEO, John Riccitiello. You see, obviously people are going to blame the CEO for this kind of massive mistake, even if something like this couldn't get through without a lot of executives agreeing it was a good idea. The community quickly unearthed some of John's less savory comments, such as when he said that studios and devs that don't consider monetization of their games during the creative process were effing idiots, which he has since apologized for. And perhaps more infamously, when he was CEO of EA, he suggested that they should start implementing microtransactions into games at times where the player won't want to have to stop playing. For instance, he specifically said, when you are 6 hours into playing Battlefield and you run out of ammo in your clip, and we ask you for $1 to reload, you're really not that price sensitive at that point in time. Both of those statements really came to bite John, because honestly, to me, and I think a lot of people, that is just the most out of touch stuff I've ever heard anyone say. Imagine being the CEO of any video game company and misunderstanding what people want to focus on in games that badly. People like John have been the source of so much of the degradation of the gaming industry as a whole, and I think it's honestly a good thing that he resigned. That's right, John Riccitiello has resigned as Unity's CEO, in a move that might win back some people who were switching, I guess. It's certainly easy to see, in my opinion, that any company would be better off without someone who can barely mask their greed as the head honcho, but realistically, I don't think it really changes that much at Unity from a developer's point of view. I mean, sure, John probably had to sign off on those pricing changes everyone was mad about, but I think to some extent the entire upper management is to blame for that massive blunder. He might be an easy scapegoat because of the public disdain for him, but at the end of the day, it takes a village to raise a child, and Unity's village is not doing a great job. So I would still be very concerned about the future of the company and whether or not they would try to use their position to unfairly change terms to their benefit in future. I think it's easy to say, man, they screwed up so bad. I'm sure they learned their lesson and won't do it again, but how often do people and companies fail to learn their lessons? A lot. So I personally won't touch Unity with a 10-foot pole until they've done a lot more to win back trust. What do you guys think? Can you trust Unity again? Or has the ship sailed? What do you think they could do to make people trust them again, if anything? Thank you so much for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, the YouTuber LEMMINO, who produces some of the highest production value videos on YouTube, has thrown down the gauntlet and called out basically every reaction Twitch streamer and YouTube channel. You know the type I'm talking about. People like XQC and Hasan, who will watch entire videos that YouTubers put time and effort into, justifying what amounts to content theft by saying they're reacting to a video. In reality, most of their reaction typically amounts to just sitting there and making occasional comments, which isn't transformative in any way. Hasan is known specifically for being the only one with the audacity to routinely leave his stream while someone else's content is playing, making it pretty hard to think he's engaging in good faith under the fair use doctrine. But despite Hasan's egregiousness, XQC was really the one caught lacking by LEMMINO. You see, LEMMINO recently put up an hour-and-a-half long deep dive into the death of President JFK JFK. It's incredibly in-depth and is probably not just the most polished JFK video on YouTube, but likely the most well-researched. He breaks down where everyone in the book depository was at the time of the JFK shooting with incredible detail, even pointing out some weirdness in the first-hand accounts. But a video this good is easy pickings for the React crowd. Why put effort into your own stream when you can sit down and watch someone else's video for an hour and a half? After all, work harder, not smarter. And there's nothing easier than sitting on a face cam, watching a video, and providing nothing in return. And LEMMINO is not a fan of this kind of thing. You see, he recently uploaded his 5 million subscriber Q&A, and one of the questions he answered was basically, what do you think about these reaction streamers and channels? And he gives a really good breakdown of what is a good reaction and what is a bad reaction, which ends up as, if you're going to use the majority of someone's video and do little to make it your own, then you're doing it wrong. It's okay to react if you do it in good faith and actually add to it, but otherwise, it's bad.
I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my video. A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue. My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's work, just to provide commentary on that work. If movie review channels can function without playing the entire movie, then so too can reaction channels. Indeed, some of them do precisely that. You know, they'll play a brief clip of what they're watching, followed by their reaction. Even streamers can do things like only show the progress bar, thereby forcing viewers to seek out the original video to sync up and watch along with the streamer.
Now, of course, LEMMINO is correct there, and he's right to be annoyed, because with a video as good as this one, everyone wanted to squeeze whatever money they could from LEMMINO's video, even if that meant taking money right out of his pocket. Restreaming and re-uploading someone's content, if you are not transformative in any way, basically serves as a direct market substitution for the original video, and does inevitably hurt the original creator of the video, especially when the video is already getting millions of views and the original uploader doesn't need the exposure that the streamers tend to cite as a benefit. Granted, most YouTubers who've had their videos reacted to by these people end up seeing very little in return when it comes to either views or any other metric, though the streamers do want you to believe that they're doing a service and that everyone blows up after they've been reacted to. That is most often just a lie. Anyway, the watching of LEMMINO's JFK video by React streamers caused a reignition of the entire debate around reaction content. XQC seems to have taken the brunt of the criticism, since the other React streamers are smart enough to just not address, argue, or mention it. It also probably helps that XQC consistently has the worst takes imaginable. And you can guess that he was defending himself with basic arguments, that streaming is hard and sometimes he needs to do something easy, which isn't an argument that has any merit, or that it's fine because people watch it and no one has forced him to stop yet. So he's gonna keep doing it until either he has to stop or people stop watching, which also isn't a real argument. It's in the same vein as saying, well, yeah, I didn't get caught, so it's not really a crime. It might be true in the fact that no one is currently stopping you, but it's not true in the fact that just because no one makes you not do something doesn't mean that you shouldn't decide not to do it on your own. He also said in an interview that he talked to LEMMINO, and LEMMINO said it was fine.
Became a big thing, and it started because you reacted to a LEMMINO video.
I'm actually, legitimately, no. I talked to LEMMINO off stream in DMs. LEMMINO did not voice a problem about me reacting. It was an original gamer or some shit like that. This guy just stole the con, blah, blah, blah. LEMMINO didn't give a fuck. I talked to LEMMINO. So, are you LEMMINO?
So I understand.
But LEMMINO directly disputed this claim in his Q&A video. He said that not a single one of the big React channels has ever reached out to him before their streams.
They could do the bare minimum and ask for permission, something that none of the major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my videos.
So basically, not only is XQC acting in bad faith, but he's also just a massive liar. I mean, there was no real reason to say that he's talked to LEMMINO if he hadn't, except that it was an easy out in the argument, and that he didn't think that he would be called out for it. I'm curious how he would react when presented with LEMMINO calling him out, but I doubt we will ever see that, because I think that XQC is trying to bury the entire conversation around React content being bad, so that he doesn't have to deal with any of the consequences or lose his easy cash cow. Basically, I don't think that XQC is a very good person. I don't think that his version of reacting to a video is okay at all, and I question the legality of it. I think a lot of creators, probably most of them, certainly everyone I've talked to about it, feel the same way. Basically, these channels do this because they know that no one will ever seriously challenge them, at least from the YouTube sphere, because not only do they have massive angry fan bases that will attack you for saying anything mean about them, I'm sure one or two of them is in the comments section right now, but they also have so much money that they could legally bury anyone who decides to sue them. Basically, they're untouchable because of their wealth, which is incredible incredibly ironic in the case of Hasan, but whatever. How do you feel about reaction content? Do you watch any of these streamers? Have you ever even thought about how the freebooting of their content affects the original uploader? Because I'd guess most people don't even really think about it at all. It's not a super obvious problem. But anyway, thank you so much for watching. Have a great day, and God bless you. Now, it's not really a secret that there's drama between Sniperwolf and Jacksfilms. Sniperwolf mostly makes incredibly lazy reaction content, where she basically just looks at other people's TikToks and says like one thing about the TikTok before moving on to the next one. Sometimes it seems like she even crops the TikToks to hide the creator's name. Basically, in my opinion, Sniperwolf's videos are pretty much just blatant content theft. Jacksfilms seems to think so too, but he does take his disdain for her lazy content to an actually absurd degree. Honestly, I'm not even really sure what started it. It might have been that Sniperwolf got mad at Jacksfilms when he did a parody of her videos. But what matters is that what started as simple internet drama has now crossed the line into the real world in a kind of scary way. You see, the other night, Sniperwolf decided to not only dox Jacksfilms, but also to like stake out his house and post a video of it to her Instagram story. Honestly, not just dangerous, but creepy. So when I say that Jacksfilms takes his dislike for her and her content to a pretty insane degree for online drama, I mean it. Since she basically just takes other people's videos and re-uploads them with her face on the side and minimal interaction, Jack started to do that too, as parody. Sometimes just taking her video and superimposing his face onto it and reacting in the same way she does. He's also recently helped a lot of small content creators, mostly from TikTok, figure out the correct way to get their content, which was used without permission, removed from Sniperwolf's videos. He's basically on a crusade against her, but instead of doing it in a mean way, he's using parody and comedy to point out how bad her content is, and that the fact that YouTube constantly talks her up is kinda a bad thing. But to be fair to Sniperwolf, he has made like so many of these videos parodying her, even an entire channel called Jacksfilms, which has the username styled after Sniperwolf's weird silent leading letter thing. That being said, Jacksfilms might have gone a bit far on his call out of her, but he never did anything that really crossed any lines, like for instance showing up at her house. But for some reason Sniperwolf decided to take the online beef into the real world, which is a major line to cross. It would have been bad enough if she had just accidentally run into Jacksfilms somewhere and gotten mad at him or something, but no, she went even further than I think any sane person would go. She drove to his house. Not only that, but she posted a video of his house onto her public Instagram, which is psycho stuff to be honest. It started with this photo and poll on her Instagram story, asking her fans if she should go to Jacksfilms' house, since he lives like 5 minutes from where she was shooting whatever content she was making that day. Which, when you really think about it, is kind of crazy in and of itself, because it means that not only has she looked up Jacksfilms' legal address in the past, but she committed it to memory enough to realize when she was going to be close enough to it to make it viable for her to go and show up. Not exactly something that people do routinely. Now, obviously, I'm not going to put the video of Jacksfilms' house in this video, but she later followed up by driving to Jacksfilms' house and taking a video of the outside of it with the caption, "Let's talk like adults" at Jacksfilms, which honestly is something out of a mafia movie. In the industry, we call this a thinly veiled threat, basically a "I know where you live" type warning. It would be bad enough if she had sent this to Jacksfilms in DMs, but by posting the video of his house to her Instagram story, she doxed Jacksfilms. Since it's not really hard for some crazy people to find where someone lives based on the outside of their house. I mean, look at some of the GeoGuessr channels on YouTube. If one of those guys wanted to use their power for evil, well, this would give them the location. Jacksfilms obviously called this out for what it was immediately when he saw it. He posted a tweet saying that Sniperwolf had doxed him and called it creepy, gross, and violating. Sniperwolf screenshotted Jack's response tweet and posted that to her Instagram story with the caption, "This creep has been harassing me for months," then plays victim saying, "I threatened him when I just wanted to talk to him. I have no ill intentions." It's so sad when people have to constantly create drama to pay their bills. Personally, I think that the person creating drama in this scenario is probably the one who went to the other's house, uninvited, and posted a video of it for the world to see. But I guess Sniperwolf doesn't see it that way. There were a few more posts on her Instagram, basically of her trying to shirk responsibility for what she'd done, but none are so poetic as this one, where she said, "Accusing me of doxing is defamation. I have no idea how to dox. He literally posted his address on Google and said I threatened him and doxed him." Honestly, I don't know if she's just making excuses or if she genuinely doesn't understand how what she did was wrong, and I don't know which of those options would be worse. So let's walk through that. She says she doesn't know how to dox, and saying she did is defamation. Well, doxing is just posting someone's personal information online/publicly where anyone can see it, when the person whose information it is obviously doesn't want it out in the wider world. I think that it's pretty clear that posting a video of the outside of someone's house house falls into that definition, and so do the majority of people who I've seen discuss it. While it's not as bad as if she posted his straight up address, it's definitely still past the boundary and just the wrong thing to do, especially over internet drama. Secondly, I don't think he literally posted his address on Google. I think that she looked up his docs and is now saying that she thinks that he posted his own docs, so it's okay? Which, I mean, that's not really how that works, and Jacksfilms definitely did not post his own address for anyone to see on Google. And as for how she threatened him, well, like I said earlier, it's the implied threat of, I know where you live. So literally everything she said in that post was wrong, in my opinion. Now, Jacksfilms has been calling for Sniperwolf to be deplatformed, or at the very least, demonetized by YouTube over this, which I can understand. The dude has to be livid. Now he has to worry about people just showing up at his house and doing God knows what. It's a dangerous scenario, but I'm not really going to take his side here. I don't think that she should be punished on YouTube for what she did. Maybe for her type of content, but not for this. Was what she did bad? Yes. It was literally the worst possible thing she could have done, and it may have quite literally put Jacksfilms in danger, but it didn't happen on YouTube. I don't subscribe to the idea that platforms should take action against people for the things they do off platform. We already have something to do that. It's called the government. We don't need the platforms to make themselves into an unelected government, enforcing their will onto people, enforcing creators, or just users in general, to do or not do certain things in their real lives as a condition for use of the platform. If Jacksfilms feels like he needs to do something about this, the correct course of action isn't to lobby YouTube for her removal. It's to hire a lawyer and see if she did anything he can take legal action over. That's how the world works. Now, doxing in and of itself isn't actually a crime in most places, despite popular belief. It varies by state. However, he could hire a lawyer and see if he can get a restraining order or some other action taken against her for harassment and what he clearly views as a veiled threat, let alone the actual threat of sharing where he lives with her fans. My point is that the real actual thing that should happen is that YouTube should stay out of this, because the second this left the internet and went into the real world, they ceased to be involved. It entered the big boy legal world now, and if he wants to do something about it, Jack shouldn't whine to YouTube for things they have no reason to care about. He should do America's favorite pastime and, you know, use the government, the courts, the police for what they exist for. I can't get over how many YouTubers seem to think that the platforms are the arbiters of justice, but in reality, we pay quite a bit of money every year to the real arbiters of justice, the government. It's literally all they exist for. So while I disagree and condemn what Sniperwolf did in the strongest terms, I won't say that she should face any action on YouTube for it. Possibly Instagram, since she posted the video there, if posting that kind of information is against their rules. But really, Jack just needs to hire a lawyer and handle this the grown-up way. I can understand why he wouldn't want to, why he would want to destroy her career for this. But at the end of the day, that's not really fair either. What do you guys think? Should Sniperwolf face consequences on YouTube? Or should YouTube leave real-life events for the government to deal with? I'd be interested to hear what you guys think, since I know this is a complicated and pretty heated topic for most people. But I think the moral of the story is that maybe we should all just let the internet drama stay on the internet. Thank you for watching, have a great day, and God bless you. So, last week we talked about Sniperwolf and how she drove to Jacksfilms' house, recorded a video of the outside of it, then went on to post that video to all of her followers on her Instagram story. Well, there's been a big update on that. Sniperwolf's main channel has been put on a temporary monetization suspension, which is weird because I think most creators agreed that if this was something they did, they would have gotten a much bigger punishment. So let's dig into this whole mess today. Basically, I don't know why, but YouTube has treated Sniperwolf way better than other creators for years. I mean, it's not every day that the official YouTube Twitter account tweets out praising a creator, and it's even rarer to see them do it multiple times. With one Twitter search, I was able to find 14 times they've promoted her, with one of them being one where they called her the creator of our dreams, which is weird when you consider that most of her content is just stolen re-uploads of other people's content with the bare minimum effort put into reacting. Unless she's the creator of our dreams because she's able to game the system and put in the smallest amount of work for maximum return. But anyway, my point is that I don't think a lot of YouTubers or fans expected to see any punishment come of this, given how much favor she has with the YouTube team. And yeah, I know that sounds crazy because her showing up to Jacksfilms' house, filming it, and posting it to all of her Instagram followers is obviously stupid, dangerous, and made Jacksfilms and his family feel unsafe in his home. It's egregious enough for people to demand action, and people did just that. Now personally, I'm still against the idea of platforms policing policing people's off-platform behavior. I think that it's a platform stepping in and doing the job of the government, despite being unelected and non-democratic, and I really don't like taking steps towards a technocratic dictatorship Orwellian future, personally. But I guess a lot of people are foaming at the mouth to get to the cyberpunk-inspired future of their dreams, because not only was there the normal level of call-out to YouTube demanding action, people were furious, and took to pretty much every media they could to criticize YouTube's lack of action. I'm talking constant tweets, community notes, and videos being put out by a lot of different creators from all over the platform. The Twitter community notes were especially harsh, since there's no way that YouTube can remove them. It probably didn't help things that YouTube tweeted out, would it be too meta to do a reaction video to a reaction video? Which a lot of people took as YouTube mocking Jacksfilms and what Sniperwolf did to him. A hallmark of Jacksfilms' recent content has been criticizing Sniperwolf by doing just that, a meta reaction to her reaction video. Eventually though, the public pressure campaign reached maximum levels, and the story started to get picked up by the media. For some reason, companies like YouTube still care more about what the media reports than what's trending on social media, despite most of the old media being essentially useless and read by no one these days. But anyway, this finally called their bluff, and I'm sure some bigwig read an article about it and told the team to handle it, despite the massive amount of unfair favor that YouTube seems to constantly give Sniperwolf. She just went too far this time. Weirdly, it doesn't seem like YouTube is really taking the potential doxing of one of their big creators very seriously at all, since instead of banning Sniperwolf, which many people were advocating for, even if I myself disagree, they just temporarily suspended her monetization, and it seems only on her main channel. YouTube responded to Jacksfilms' tweet where he originally called out Sniperwolf for doxing him, and said, confirming Sniperwolf has received a temporary monetization suspension per creator responsibility policies. Off-platform actions that put others' personal safety at risk, harm our community and the behavior on both sides isn't what we want on YouTube. Hoping everyone helps move this convo to a better place. To be honest, while I still disagree with the idea of taking action for off-platform behavior, I think that if you're going to take action on this kind of thing, it has to be all or nothing. I mean, doxing is a serious danger for creators, so I don't see why they would punish that behavior with a slap on the wrist, considering the magnitude of her bad action. I'm also annoyed that YouTube hit Jacksfilms with the both sides thing. To be clear, Jacksfilms has maybe gone a bit far in his criticism of Sniperwolf, since he's made so many videos satirizing her videos. Satire, by the way, is not either dangerous or against the terms of service, but what Sniperwolf did literally put Jacksfilms into danger and fear for his life. I am absolutely certain that if Jacksfilms had gone to her house and done exactly what she did to him, but to her, YouTube would not have stopped at just demonetizing his channel. They would have banned him off the website. This is clear favoritism, and I don't think anyone can even try to deny it, especially since it seems to be that they didn't go all the way and actually demonetize all of her channels, just the main one. And now people are annoyed because they seem to think that she's re-uploading old videos on the new channel to circumvent the demonetization. I'm not going to go 7 levels deep into Sniperwolf lore to verify that claim, but it has been tossed around by a lot of people with some pretty convincing evidence, in my opinion. Anyway, Sniperwolf apologized for the incident as well. Unfortunately, whoever is on Sniperwolf's team is smart enough to advise her to not make an apology video, thus robbing us of what I'm sure would be another terrible YouTuber apology for the record books. But she did put out a tweet. Let me start by saying I'm sorry for my recent actions. It is inexcusable. I'm sorry to Jacksfilm, YouTube, the entire creator community, and my incredible fans for not being a better example for appropriate conflict resolution. Jacksfilm, while we certainly don't see eye to eye and have our differences, I am sorry for reacting the way I did when I should have taken the opportunity to show young creators how adults and professionals resolve conflict by communicating directly, respectfully, and privately, not for views or content, but a meaningful example of how conflict should be solved. I will reach out directly and hope we can find some time to connect and communicate respectfully. I'd also like to thank YouTube for holding me accountable. I deserve it, respect the decision, and appreciate the opportunity to learn and grow from a true lapse in judgment, which, I mean, is a fine apology. Seems like it was written by a lawyer or a PR team, but that's actually the smart thing to do in her current situation. I don't think it fixes anything at all, and if I was Jacksfilms, I would not respond when she tries to reach out to me directly, because she's already shown who she really is to the masses. So that's how the Sniperwolf and Jacksfilms drama is going to end. Unsurprisingly, it's not like anything was done to actually resolve the issue. Jacksfilms is probably going to have to move, as he and his wife have stated that they don't feel safe at their home anymore, and there was never anything YouTube could do to make that right. Hopefully Jacksfilms has hired a lawyer and is looking into his options. I've said it once and I'll say it again, the legal route was and is the only real option that Jacksfilms should have used once she posted his house. YouTube isn't the end-all be-all arbiter of our disagreements. It doesn't enforce laws onto people. The government does that. This kind of weird situation is exactly what courts exist for. It's the only way he'll ever get justice justice in my opinion. What do you guys think? Do you think the punishment was appropriate? Or was it too much, too little? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day and God bless you. So, I don't really know why, but it seems like all of the worst YouTubers have this obsession with going to Japan and breaking laws, filming themselves while doing it, then posting it to their YouTube or live streaming it. Today we've got another one, Fidias, famous for his video where he walks around a poor country and gawks at all the poor people the entire time to like show how rich he is or something. He's back with another great life choice. Fidias decided that it would be a good idea to do a video about how he was getting free travel around Japan by just not paying for the services he was using. That's right, the entire premise for the video was just, yeah, so I'm gonna take a train and not pay for it, which is on its own just a terribly boring video premise. But when you think about the other recent events in Japan, namely the streamer Somali getting arrested after being a public nuisance in Japan on his kick stream and facing serious jail time, you've got to question Fidias's critical thinking skills. It probably isn't the best thing to antagonize a country that's already angry enough at internet personalities. But hey, that's just my opinion. Today, we're going to talk about this mess. I assume that Fidias has left Japan already, because I couldn't imagine posting a video where you do nothing but commit crimes while you are still within easy reach of the authorities that could bring you to justice for your crimes. But like I said, I don't think Fidias has a great capacity for critical thinking. So what exactly happened? Well, Fidias posted a video to his YouTube channel, which weirdly has over 2.3 million subscribers, despite putting out such mediocre content. Speaking of subscribers, subscribe to my channel now if you haven't already. This video was called I Traveled Across Japan for Free. In the video, he competes with 3 other YouTubers to travel up the Japanese countryside for free as fast as possible. Now, when you think about it, there is only one free way to travel, and that's walking. But Fidias's content may be boring, but it's not watch a dude walk across Japan really slowly boring. Instead, he decided to up the ante and just make the video about him committing small crimes across the entire landmass of Japan. He starts off by getting money from some random stranger, getting onto a bus, and not having the money to pay for the entire bus fare, for which he gets taken to the police station and held for a few hours. Now, I was going to show you guys clips from his video here, but as I was recording, the video was taken down by YouTube for violating guidelines. So, sorry. I'm just going to tell you what happened, and I might throw in a screenshot if possible. After he gets let out from the police station, he ends up taking a train, but he says he didn't buy a ticket, so he goes and sits in the bathroom for the entire train ride. On reaching the destination though, the conductor is waiting at the door, because I'm pretty sure that conductors probably deal with people trying to skip out on the fee by hiding in the bathroom regularly. It's not exactly the most inventive way to hide, and the conductor grabs him and stops him. Then there's a cut where he goes and sits on the ground pretending to be sick, and when the conductor turns away, he books it. Some people are questioning if he really did buy a ticket for the train to avoid a rerun of the police incident he had earlier in the day, saying that the cut is probably just him giving the conductor the ticket, but the video itself explicitly says that he's just pretending to be sick and books it when he has a chance. I think that it's possible he has a ticket, but if he did, cutting that out of the video and implying that he didn't is still reckless and a bad thing to tell his probably young audience to do. He then gets onto another train and does the same thing, but this time he doesn't get caught. So yeah, the video is basically just this dude running across Japan, committing a series of like rather minor but also just inconsiderate crimes. Since he's got a decently large YouTube channel, people who realized what he did in the video started sharing it around on Twitter, and eventually even the Japanese media started talking about it. This is just more fuel to the fire that's reinforcing negative stereotypes about foreigners in Japan, and is just another example the government can cite when they decide to actually start passing laws restricting YouTubers and streamers in Japan, which it seems like they are already in talks to do after the Somali situation. On top of that, there's rumors that the Japanese police are going to investigate what he did in the video and potentially try to go after him for any crimes he committed. Not sure what they'd be able to do if he's left the country already, but if he hasn't, he might end up sharing a cell with Somali in prison. Remember that Japan has an incredibly draconian legal and punishment system, a vestige of the brutality of the imperial era, which has a 99% conviction rate, and sentences require inmates to do hard labor during their incarceration. Honestly, I really don't understand why so many online personalities seem to be going to Japan just to basically sleepwalk themselves into jail. I mean, with any research at all, I think the average person would decide not to commit any crimes once they're on Japanese soil. No one wants to get sentenced to hard labor, especially influencers who've never worked a hard day in their lives. Now the elephant in the room, literally as I was making this video, Fidias's video was taken down for violating the community guidelines, which is a massive W for YouTube and makes complete sense. I mean, it's not exactly like you should expect YouTube to be okay with you doing illegal things, even if behind the scenes you actually did it legally. If you're making the presentation representation to the audience that what you're doing is illegal, you're putting YouTube in a pretty bad spot. They can't exactly allow for the promotion of criminal activities on the website. I mean, hot take here, but crime is bad. It's especially bad when you're doing something illegal and then posting it to your young fan base, which might encourage them to commit crimes. Weirdly though, YouTube doesn't always take down videos of crime, even when it's something high profile. I think that what got YouTube to remove it was the bad press in Japan. I can't imagine it's good for business to have your company hosting this kind of thing, especially at a time where the Japanese public is already upset and the government is already considering taking action. YouTube's got to cover themselves legally. So what do you think about this whole mess? Do you think that he secretly paid for the other tickets after getting caught on the bus? Do you think that YouTube should have removed the video? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day and God bless you. Amouranths isn't really one to shy away from controversial things. I mean, her whole online presence is scandalous. In the past, she's sold her bathwater among a few other more interesting merch opportunities, but this time I think she might be going just a bit too far. Amouranth announced recently that she's partnering with a beer company that wants to brew a beer using yeast that comes from her body. That's right, if you've ever wanted to taste a beer flavored from yeast that comes from a forbidden cavern, well, I guess your time is coming. If you think this is one of the grossest things you've ever heard, don't worry, it is. I don't know why anyone would want to buy beer brewed from the yeast collected from someone's Unmentionables, but I do know that there will be some of you degenerates out there that already have their credit cards ready. So today we're going to talk about the upcoming Amouranth grown beer. So yeah, Amouranth said that she was approached by a European company called the Order of Yoni, which brews beer using yeast from women's nether regions. She said that they wanted to make a beer from her and that she's excited about it. Basically, she said that she has to get something similar to a pap smear done, and they harvest the yeast from that, which is gross. Now, I don't know about you guys, but the idea of giving any type of bodily fluid to a company that is ominously named the Order of Yoni isn't exactly at the top of my list of things I'd like to do. I don't think they could have chosen a less trustworthy name. It sounds like they're a cult. Like, normal beer companies aren't called the Esteemed Order of the House of Anheuser-Busch. It's a weird name, to be honest. And considering their website has a link at the top called Woman's Essence, they're not really helping themselves. Don't worry though, it gets weirder. They have a section called Deities, where they list the women that they use to grow their beer types, which they also refer to as goddesses elsewhere on the site. Oh, also, this section on their website where they tell their story has like the weirdest stuff I've ever read and a bunch of really ancient religious symbols and likens the company to an actual secret order called by the same name. They're not beating the cult allegations today, but ignoring that, I went to the site to see if they could explain exactly how this works, and they do have a section on it where they describe how they, quote, discovered the process of transmitting female essence by isolating lactic acid bacteria from yoni of sensuous women, which when translated to non-pagan speech, I think roughly means that they take lactic acid bacteria, not technically yeast, and use that to brew beer. They go into a little more detail later on the page where they explain that they harvest lactobacillus bacteria from the women, isolate that, and grow more in a sterile environment to make it safe for consumption. As far as I know, lactobacillus bacteria is used in some sour beers in place of yeast, so I guess the beer will probably be sour. But I don't think that's much of a surprise given its origin point. Basically, everything about this is weird. I get that it's not the actual bacteria harvested from her that will be used to make a drink, that by taking the bacteria from her, then growing several generations in a sterile environment, it really isn't that much different from doing the same thing to lactobacillus bacteria you picked up on the side of the road. But this is still weird and creepy, right? Like, you would judge someone who drinks it. I would, especially with all the weird references to woman's essence and secret orders on their website. It just seems strange. Does not seem like something that really engages normal people. I understand that there will be people who try it because of the novelty of it and because they want to be able to joke about it. But it does seem to me that there is also some really weird, creepy parasocial element to something like this. Maybe Amouranth is okay with it, but I don't think I would be. As like a niche little bit of merch, I guess it's fine. It's no weirder than selling your bathwater, I guess. Just more technically difficult. I just worry that the people who buy this will all be weirdos. I can't really picture some middle-aged man coming home from a hard day of working at the coal mine, followed by a good old-fashioned duck hunt to open up a crisp, cold bottle of Amouranth seasoned beer. How about you? Would you try out the Amouranth flavored beer? If you would, please explain why, because I'm genuinely concerned for you. Either way, thanks for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. Adin Ross was kicked out of TwitchCon this year. Despite being banned on Twitch, Adin decided it would be a good idea for him and his friends to crash TwitchCon, buying tickets and attending with a group of his cronies, all wearing Kick shirts. Now, unsurprisingly, wearing the t-shirt of a competitor platform quickly gets you noticed, and with a face as recognizable as Adin's, it was kind of obvious that security would be aware of him. Twitch has a lot of weird rules about banned creators, and one of those rules is that you're not allowed to go to TwitchCon if you've been banned from Twitch. So I'm pretty sure Adin expected to get kicked out. The weird thing is that now Adin's in some sort of argument with the Twitch CEO. Adin is saying that the reason they were kicked out of TwitchCon was the t-shirts they were wearing, while the Twitch CEO is saying it was because of their banned creators policy. So who's telling the truth? Today we're going to look into it. It's honestly kind of impressive to draw attention to yourself at an event like TwitchCon. Given the average Twitch streamer's penchant for ego, it's genuinely hard to somehow stick out so much that you make headlines. I mean, I'm pretty sure that at any given moment at TwitchCon, there are at least 100 clout-addicted streamers doing something to try and make the event about themselves. But Adin Ross stands above all of them. Going to TwitchCon wearing Kick shirts was quite obviously a desperate attention grab on Adin's part. Not even a particularly inventive one, to be honest, and if he somehow thought that Twitch would be okay with the most recognizable streamer at the top of Kick showing up wearing Kick shirts and causing a commotion, the dude would have to be incredibly dumb. Obviously, he was going to get kicked out, but for some reason, when it happened, he was all upset, calling out Twitch for removing him and making fun of them for getting so upset at his shirt. Now, it's possible that Adin didn't read the TwitchCon rules before dropping money on buying tickets for himself and his group. Likely even. I don't think that he's really the type to read. But as far as I can tell, wearing t-shirts of a competitor's site isn't banned. I mean, half of the people attending TwitchCon probably watch or have watched a streamer that has moved over to Kick, since Twitch is bleeding their creators. Some of those fans might have some item associated with Kick or the now Kick former Twitch streamer they're a fan of on them. Twitch might be an awfully dumb company, but they're not that dumb. They don't really care about what you wear. They do, however, openly frown upon banned streamers going to TwitchCon. Obviously, there are a lot of streamers streaming on Twitch at TwitchCon, and Twitch has a really weird rule that bans anyone who's been banned from Twitch from appearing on another person's Twitch stream, to the point that the streamer that had the banned person on, even accidentally, can be, and has been in the past, banned. But to give Adin credit, you can hear a security guard comment on the shirts that he and his group are wearing while they are being escorted away.
Hold on.
Anybody with a Kick shirt on has to give up your creds.
No,
so I have to get your creds.
I'm
I
not.
just have to follow the orders that I was given.
Sorry, that's completely unfair, but I'll just step out.
You need to give me your creds because you said they're in your bag and you have a Kick shirt on.
Like,
so I have to take your creds, or we're gonna go talk to this beautiful guys in the tan outfits here.
Sir, so can I explain the situation?
Bro, it's the same thing, man. It's just a shirt, man. It's guilty by association.
But obviously, the TwitchCon security guard isn't the one making the decision on who to kick out or not, especially when it comes to such a high-profile figure as Adin Ross, especially since someone on the Twitch staff had to recognize that he went there mainly to stir the pot and promote Kick, something that would only really be effective if he was kicked out. But in the end, they did kick him out of TwitchCon. I'm guessing there were some higher-level people than a random security guard involved in that decision, though, and considering that the Twitch CEO knew enough about the incident to comment on it, I'm guessing they knew that it would get blown out of proportion.
So, Rexia TV, I mean, it had nothing to do with their t-shirts. Actually, there were a lot of folks inside that had TwitchCon, that had Kick t-shirts. For those who didn't notice, I ran someone on the street, high-fived them. It was because they fraudulently attained the tickets. We have policies around if you're permanently banned, then you can't get a ticket, and so they used false accounts to get the tickets. And so, and that's part of the agreement when you get the tickets, that you're not going to be falsely identifying yourself. And so that's why they took the action.
As you can see, Dan Clancy, the Twitch CEO, clearly seems to think that they were kicked out because they were banned streamers. Now, I know that historically, I don't trust Twitch. Personally, I find Twitch quite untrustworthy as a company, but I think that on this, he's pretty credible. There's no reason for him to really lie, and he's the one person who would know above anyone else at Twitch when it comes to the reason Adin was removed from the event. Personally, I believe that they were removed because they were ban streamers? At the end of the day, that's the simplest answer, and it's usually the simplest answer that's the correct one in these kinds of situations. Do you agree? Or do you side with Adin and think that they only removed him from the event because of his t-shirt? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. JackSepticEye has been around for a long time, one of the YouTube OGs, doing Let's Plays to this day. But MrBeast has come in and kind of flipped the YouTube ecosystem. He quickly passed every other YouTuber, even PewDiePie, to become the most subscribed to actual creator on the site. But he did change something. Gone are the days where just posting random Let's Plays will bring you all the way to the top. MrBeast brought in actual high quality, almost television levels of effort and insanity to his videos, which kind of changed the game for everyone. Obviously, this has had a lot of effects on what happens on YouTube these days, but JackSepticEye is not happy about it one bit. He was in a Tommy Innit lie detector video and got caught saying some things about MrBeast that really upset him. So today, let's talk about the JackSepticEye and MrBeast drama. So, what happened? Well, JackSepticEye, whose real name is Sean, but uses the name Jack interchangeably with his real name online, was in a Tommy Innit video where they were hooked up to a lie detector and asked some uncomfortable questions. Seems kind of harmless, right? After all, everyone knows lie detectors are fake, but part of the YouTube trend is to hire these lie detector people and pretend the whole thing is real. It's even possible that Jack didn't look into it and even really thought that it was real. But anyway, these kinds of videos are usually just some pointless, embarrassing fun. But the trouble started for JackSepticEye when a user clipped out this part of the video and posted it onto Twitter, where it got a lot of attention.
Do you like MrBeast? No. Do you think MrBeast ruined YouTube? Yes. Why? Because it became more about views, money, and popularity than it did about having fun. If he had fun doing those videos, they'd be longer.
So, JackSepticEye said that he doesn't like MrBeast, that he thinks MrBeast ruined YouTube, and that MrBeast made YouTube more about views, money, and popularity than about having fun. Now, I'm going to talk about all of those points and why he's just incredibly wrong here. First, let's take a look at how MrBeast felt about this clip. He wasn't very happy. He responded to a tweet of that clip with the following: "So, I ruined YouTube because I didn't buy a mansion and sports cars and instead reinvested my cash into making content / focused on doing good and inspiring kids to help people. If he had fun, the videos would be longer." What does that even mean, LOL? You think I'd give up every hour of my life for 14 years if I didn't have fun? This clip is insanely disrespectful, IMO. And obviously, there is so much I could say about his content, but I'll just take the punches and be the bigger man. Sigh. Needless to say, MrBeast was not very happy about Jack badmouthing him. He's being a bit nice by not commenting on JackSepticEye's videos, but I think it's kind of obvious what he's trying to say here. He's saying that JackSepticEye is in it for the money more than MrBeast is, by pointing out that Jack bought more luxury things from his YouTube earnings than MrBeast has. And he's too nice to say that Jack still posts Let's Plays, which are not exactly comparable to the type of content that MrBeast makes. I mean, let's be honest here, Let's Plays are not hard to make. Anyone can do it. Now, not everyone can succeed, but it's still not a lot of work to sit down for a few hours a week and film yourself playing video games. I assume Jack is an editor too, so it's even less work for him than it would be for any random person, since he's not editing his own videos. Meanwhile, MrBeast is putting out videos that take more effort than more than likely Jack's entire channel has ever taken. Let's be honest here, there is a reason MrBeast grows so quickly. He pushes the limits. Instead of taking the money and buying supercars and fancy stuff, he reinvested his YouTube money to make the videos better, which in turn makes more money, which makes his videos even better. He's putting out better stuff than any TV game shows, and pulling in numbers that the television networks can't even dream of. I mean, when was the last time that a TV show got 1 million views on cable? Meanwhile, MrBeast's videos hit over 100 million views routinely. Compare the scale of what Jack's doing to what MrBeast is doing, and they're not even on the same planet. I'm sorry, sure, you can have fun and make a lot of money doing Let's Plays, but it's really not that hard to do. That doesn't mean Jack has to like MrBeast. He can dislike him if he wants. I think there are probably a number of other big YouTubers of the past who don't like MrBeast for the effect he's had on YouTube. People now expect more from the content they watch. The thumbnail game has been basically solved, which is why you see everyone using the exact same thumbnails, and even the abundance of MrBeast clones has all come from him. But none of that is, I think, very different from what Jack was doing back in the day. Everyone starts YouTube for fun. It's a hobby. But you don't stick around as long as Jack has, for the fun. I mean, even MrBeast would agree. Once you get to their level, it's a business. You're doing it for the money. That doesn't mean you can't have fun while doing it, but the reason why you do it does evolve over time. It's an amazing job, one that everyone wants. but it's still a job at the end of the day. I think that a lot of Jack's bitterness comes from the fact that it used to be easier. He didn't have to focus so much on the algorithm to grow when Jack was new to this platform. But I don't think that the MrBeastification of YouTube is actually MrBeast's fault at all. It's what the YouTube algorithm wants, which means that it's what YouTube wants. You can't blame MrBeast for playing the game, especially if you're just doing it because he's playing it better than you. The fact of the matter is that YouTube hasn't really changed all that much in all these years. It's still just people doing whatever they can to get noticed and have their videos viewed. Back in the day, this was grinded by reply girls. Then Let's Plays grew in the algorithm because of their high watch time. And now, MrBeast style videos are the new big thing because they maximized both click-through rate and watch time. Hey guys, Editing Mario here, just jumping in to ask you to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. It really helps me out. Thanks. Back to the video. I don't think that there is a YouTuber out there that can say that they know the algorithm as well as MrBeast does. Dude's like a savant when it comes to YouTube matters. So obviously, this has painted a target on his back. And I think that the sentiment that Jack has, where he dislikes MrBeast and what he's done to the platform, is really just a cop-out. It's saying, I don't want to have to work so hard. Why can't I just do what I've always done? It's also an opinion held by a lot of the old guard of YouTube. Most of them won't admit it so readily though. Ever since the term MrBeastification was coined, people have been blaming the change in content from unique stuff towards stuff that feeds the algorithm on MrBeast. But it really just isn't him. He's playing to the algorithm and other people want to do that too. So they just copy him. That's not his fault. Anyway, for some reason, big YouTubers like JackSepticEye don't like getting into drama and will immediately cave as soon as someone comes at them with a better take. And with MrBeast coming for him, JackSepticEye bent the knee faster than a medieval peasant before his lord. They immediately messaged each other and talked it out. Though I'm not really sure what he could have said in those messages, except that he was playing it up for the camera, which does go against the whole lie detector angle of the video. But like I said before, lie detectors are nonsense. Anyway, MrBeast confirmed that they had squashed the beef. Posting on Twitter, we messaged, "We're Gucci now," and JackSepticEye responded with some emojis. So I guess the situation came to a pretty anticlimactic end, which is probably for the best. I mean, it would be cool to see two big YouTubers going after each other, but at the same time, it probably wouldn't be the best for the platform. Public feuds rarely are, not to mention the damage they could do to their own audiences by going after each other. What do you think about this whole situation? Do you think that Jack was right? Did MrBeast ruin YouTube? Or was he just being out of pocket and MrBeast got hit by a stray for no good reason? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, have a great day, and God bless you. So, just the other day, Mexico was holding their own version of the UAP/UFO hearings that got a little out of hand when they literally rolled in 2 caskets holding the bodies of what the presenter announced were aliens. Now you can guess what the typical reaction was. Some people believed it wholeheartedly, while others were just a bit skeptical that these were real. After all, Mexico does have a bit of history with making somewhat crazy claims. Only a few months ago, their president posted on his social media a photo that he said contained some kind of ancient elf-like creature. So is Mexico just the only place telling the truth? Are the elves and aliens sipping mimosas in Cancun? Today, we're looking into it. So, these little dudes are supposed to be the aliens. I keep seeing people talk about how these look just like what we see in the movies. And honestly, I have to ask what alien movies they're watching, because I can't think of a single one that has little 60-centimeter tall aliens. That's just shy of 2 feet tall for those of you who use the superior measurement system. I guess they've got big eyes, but it's less like the stereotypical alien look and more like a regular old reptile. Also, the head isn't as big as it would be in the movies. But okay, whatever. Let's assume that these people have all been watching alien movies where tiny little green men come out of their tiny spaceships and start attacking everybody's ankles. The more valid criticism of these mummies is that the guy who brought them to the Mexican Congress has been known to do some hoaxy things in the past. Jamie Maussan is who brought the 1,000-year-old mummies in there. Some people are saying that the Mexican government brought them in, but that's not true. He's not a member of the Congress. However, he did have to convince enough members of their Congress of the veracity of his claims for them to endorse him enough to be given the time to speak at the hearing. They don't just let any old bozo walk into Congress with little green men. He is, however, widely viewed within Mexico as a sort of meme for the claims that he's made in the past. In fact, it looks like he had come forward with a mummy similar to these ones in the past, which was debunked. He has criticized the debunk because the debunkers never actually laid eyes on, ran tests on, or even looked at the specimen in person. Critikal's most recent video about this situation has a video in it that explains the debunk. And while the debunk is pretty convincing, Jamie is correct in his criticism. It's kind of bad practice to debunk something based on photos, when the opportunity exists for you to run actual legitimate scientific tests on the subject. And several scientists did look at these mummies before they were brought to the Mexican Congress. In fact, Jamie did not just bring the mummies to the Mexican Congress, he had previously had a hearing before Peru's Congress, where he brought forensic scientists and geneticists. Peru was where the mummies were found. In the Mexican Congress, he even released over 40 gigabytes of genetics data, which he claims prove these little Nancy Pelosi looking dudes are actually not fake and are in fact something unknown to science. Let's be clear, if he didn't come forward with so much supposed evidence, I would 100% outright think that these things are fake. Personally, I still think these are fake and that they were only presented to help downplay the legitimate UFO disclosure efforts happening in the United States. But I personally do not have the ability to say that the forensic scientists he brought in were liars, and I'm not a molecular biologist to be able to parse the genetics data that he released. I'm not able to personally disprove the evidence he provided, so I cannot come out in good faith and tell you that I know 100% these are fake. We will get into why these are most likely fake later, but first let's talk about what we do know about the mummies, based on their presentation to the separate governments. Now, I need to give credit to a guy named Clint Elric on Twitter for digging most of this information up. Editing Matteo here, he since updated with a number of things that he finds strange about the following, which might end up being more evidence these are fake. Basically, DNA tests were done on these bodies by a team of scientists. A geneticist from UNAM, a large and respected university in Mexico, named Salvador Angel Romero, presented the findings, which showed that 70% of the DNA did not match any known animal, which would make these mummies something that not only is unknown on Earth, but something that is so unrelated to other Earth fauna that we don't even know where it would have evolved from or what it could possibly have evolved into. It's not something that makes much sense at all. More distantly related to the Earth's genetic tree than we are to bacteria. A forensic pathologist, Jose de Jesus Zalce Benitez, said that he studied the remains and found no evidence that they were fake. In fact, he said that it looked like the object was a single organism with a functional anatomy, which directly contradicts a lot of the debunking, which claims that the bodies are just animals all mashed together. And this forensic pathologist has actually seen the bodies and studied them, which the debunkers have not. Dr. Benitez also focused on one of the body's legs, saying that the femur and ilium show wear that appears natural, saying that it was a consequence of its existence. It was alive. He also said that the mummies have joint capsules, tendons, and ligaments, which would be almost impossible to artificially replicate. But that's just a couple of scientists who could be crazy, right? Well, their findings and the bodies were also examined by a team from one of the top medical universities in Russia, the St. Petersburg Medical University, and they corroborated the South American team's findings, with the Russian team represented by Professor Dmitry Galetsky, noting that their anatomy is completely different from anything found on Earth. Finally, the findings were corroborated another time by Mexican biologist Jose de la Cruz Rios Lopez, who said that these bodies were the legitimate bodies of humanoid reptiles. There is a lot, and I mean a lot, more evidence that was presented in Peru, so give Clint's Twitter thread a read. I'll put it in the pinned comment, but hopefully now you'll understand that it's not crazy to believe these things might be real. There are a number of legitimate scientists from some well-respected universities that went on the record to state that these things are in fact real. There is weirdly more evidence that these things are real than there is that these are fake, but that doesn't mean that I think they are real, because I don't. If the evidence released during the Mexican Congress hearing checks out after being looked at by American scientists, that might change my tune, but I think what we are looking at here is a sophisticated attempt to discredit the legitimate UAP disclosure process going on in America. I think that it's likely that someone who was involved in the cover-up of the UAP phenomenon most likely pulled some strings to not only get the bodies in front of the Mexican Congress, but potentially to create the evidence that makes the whole thing so confusing as well. Think about it, you're running a highly secretive government operation that is either hiding the existence of advanced technology and weaponry, or the existence of alien life from the American people. Those people aren't going to be happy when they find out what you've been doing. And now the people who are coming forward to Congress in America are well-respected career military men, not liars. Suddenly, there's a huge interest in what you've been hiding, with a number of very powerful people starting to think that there might actually be something here, where in the past they'd have dismissed it as being crazy. What do? You make them seem crazy. What better way to do that than to roll out mummies in front of a Mexican Congress that clearly has an interest in them, and in a country that has a lot of cultural interconnectivity with the United States? so it'll be sure to get on the news there. Back it up with some evidence that will take a while for anyone to prove false, and you've got yourself an easy way to make people look crazy and to discredit the actual work being done back at home. There is of course the third, and in my opinion, coolest option, that everyone is wrong and that these things aren't fake, and that they're not aliens, but rather little dinosaur people who accidentally found themselves entombed in a mine in Peru prior to the asteroid hit. Well, no one is actually claiming this is what's going on. I personally think that this is the option that would make me the most excited, because imagine little dinosaur people driving to work in their dino cars, avoiding the stegosauruses in the roadway. Of course this is silly. I mean, the entire scenario is silly. If those things are real, then the Mexican government just dropped the disclosure of alien life on a random Tuesday night by rolling in the bodies in tiny little coffins. That's just ridiculous. But the universe tends to like the funniest option most of the time, so I wouldn't be too surprised. At the end of the day, no one who hasn't seen these things knows if they are real or not. Personally, I think they're fake, but let me know what you think in the comments. Don't be afraid to throw out your own wacky theory, that's part of the fun. If you haven't already, check out my videos on the UFO Whistleblower and the actual real disclosure going on right now by the factions within the American government. Thank you so much for watching, have a great day, and God bless you. So, Roblox just had a really terrible idea. What else is new? Like usual, it seems like they're going to go through with it too. You see, Roblox really wants to be, and is slowly succeeding at, becoming the metaverse that Mark Zuckerberg dreamed of, just with potato level graphics. This time, that means that they want to add a dating component to Roblox. That's right, they want to add a dating site to their game for children. Oh, and don't worry, they've decided to make it 17 plus? I don't think they're going to be beating the allegations anytime soon at this rate. So today, let's talk about this and, well, why it's possibly the worst thing they could ever do. I don't know about you guys, but when I look at Roblox with its Lego-esque graphics that make Minecraft look like a 4K movie, I don't immediately think that it's a great place for adults to hang out. And I think when you dig into the details and see that half of Roblox users are under the age of 13 and 75% of them are under the age of 18, you can see why. It looks like a children's game. But they've somehow took a game that was originally just a worse looking Minecraft minigames lobby and turned it into a metaverse that pulled in over $2 billion last year. They've realized that while adults tend to be more conservative in their online spending, children have no qualms with yeeting their parents straight into credit card debt in order to buy some new cosmetic microtransactions. On top of that, they've managed to grow a community of developers to make new content for Roblox and in return get some kickbacks, but allows Roblox to shift some of the development responsibility to their users. It's a good system, but it has some drawbacks. Roblox has consistently been criticized for its lack of moderation and inability to protect children, its main user base, from harassment and abuse. There have been instances of games making it onto the platform which were adult themed and explicit. There have been notable instances of predators using Roblox in order to prey on children online, including at least one case where a man was arrested and charged with kidnapping and assault on a 13-year-old that he met on Roblox. And that's not to mention the numerous anecdotal accounts of Roblox community members being creeps, as highlighted by Ruben Sim, or the allegations that young game developers are sometimes financially exploited, threatened, and sexually harassed. So you can see why it would be worrying that they've decided to add a dating component to Roblox, which I guess will be in-game. Because of course a company with their reputation for moderation troubles regarding their young, mostly minor user base would want to facilitate dating. Certainly, no one could possibly insinuate that that could go wrong in any way, shape, or form. And so when the CEO of Roblox, David Baszucki, took the stage at the Roblox Developers Conference to tell the gathered masses what he had envisioned, it was immediately massively criticized online. So far though, Roblox hasn't walked back the announcement, so let's take a look at some of the details. The dating experience would only be available to players who have verified their age as over 17. In order to verify your identity and prove you're over 17, you need to submit a photo of your ID, and also a selfie that shows your face. This means that you're either sending your selfie and your ID and the information on it to Roblox or whatever third-party company they use. You should never do this. Submitting your government ID online is a really risky thing to do, since while most companies will claim that they delete your information as soon as they're done with it, often, well, let's just say that companies do lie sometimes. Now, I'm not saying that Roblox or whoever they use are lying, but I am saying that if you're going to get your government ID released in a data leak, you probably should have had a better reason to take that risk than to verify your age so that you can e-date in a children's game. Beyond that, it's incredibly strange to me that they've said that the dating application is going to be 17 plus and not 18 plus. This is a massive risk. Well, it's not exactly uncommon for an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old to be dating if, like, they meet at school and they have birthdays that make one of them 18 before the other or something. It's an entirely different thing if your dating app is allowing minors to meet with adults online. I don't understand how or why this made it to his announcement. You'd have thought that someone would have said, hey guys, why don't we make it 18 plus? If we make it 17 plus, we're being sketchy and it won't help the rumors going around. But no, apparently no one at Roblox thought that allowing legal minors onto a dating app, which will also allow adults, would be a bit of a PR mistake, let alone overshadow the entire announcement itself. To be honest, if they just said that the dating app was 18 plus instead of 17 plus, people would have been like, wow, that's weird. Roblox is making a dating app? And then no one would have cared beyond that. But by announcing that it's 17 plus, they've just kind of ruined the whole thing for themselves. And like, it would be weird enough if they were just expanding to allow people to try and meet potential boy or girlfriends in the game, but the announcement said that this is going to come with some other features too. Firstly, they're going to let you use an AI-powered tool to make a character in the game that looks more like you, which again seems like a way for them to get a photo of you, which I would be wary of providing. But given the average Roblox character, I don't really know what exactly this is going to do, since the amount of actual realism on a Roblox character is virtually zero. So you've got to wonder about the logistics of this whole thing. What are you going to see? Someone with a cool looking Roblox character and fall in love with them? Date them without knowing what they look like? That does not seem like a great idea, since if you ever want to actually date someone, you should probably know at the very least that they are who they say they are. But as I understand it, you're going to end up trusting Roblox's verification service to tell you that who is sitting beyond the screen is who you're talking to. This just seems like a terrible way to meet a future spouse. But there is a potential fix to that issue. They're releasing a video chat feature that they're calling Roblox Connect, which will let you video chat with people you meet in Roblox. That might help out with knowing who you're talking to, but it doesn't really help out with the whole bad moderation and exploitation of children reputation that Roblox has garnered in recent years. It just seems like adding a video chat feature and a dating feature into a video game that has a 75% minor user base is a recipe for disaster. But hey, what do I know? Personally, I think they should just fire whoever is approving these ideas and just hire someone who can think with at least half of their brain power, because I don't know if there is a worse feature they could launch when it comes to their public image. I mean, don't get me wrong, they could possibly get this to work. I can't imagine it would ever have a large user base, but if they change the age verification to only allow legal adults into the dating feature, don't launch video chat for anyone who isn't verified as a legal adult, and somehow make a way for people to see who someone is when they're meeting in game, rather than just being a Roblox character, I think it could have a chance. Not a great chance, because I legitimately can't imagine people actually meeting and dating from within Roblox. How would you even explain to people how you met? But I mean, if they got rid of all the weird or icky parts of this announcement, it's a bad but viable idea, I guess. The problem really is that Roblox didn't think about the implications that would come from their children's game allowing a dating experience that it seems like, from their own announcement, would allow legal minors and legal adults to interact. That's like a massive and completely obvious problem. I can't overstate how much that makes me skeptical of their executive team. What do you guys think? Do you agree that Roblox dating is gross? Would you try it out if they fix the obvious problems? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, I really didn't think that I was going to turn on the news and see that the government lost a fighter jet this week. And yet, here we are. That's right, the US government, more specifically the Marine Corps, managed to lose an entire F-35, $100 million jet this week. And when I say that they lost it, I don't mean that it crashed. Well, it did. But they also couldn't find it and had to ask people to check their fields and backyards to see where it would turn up. Honestly, I don't know whether to be impressed with our technology, because the stealth on the F-35 is so good that not even we can track it, or worried because we can't even find an entire airplane in our own backyards for at least a day. Today we're going to talk about that. What exactly happened? Well, this F-35B fighter was in the air for a training mission out of the good old state of South Carolina. It belonged to the Marine Corps, specifically the Marine Fighter Attack Squadron 501. And according to the official report, there was some kind of mysterious malfunction, which caused the pilot to eject from the plane. Now, if you know anything about modern American military doctrine, our equipment is meant to be technologically superior and give us the edge to strike hard and fast, so that the bad guys never even know what hit them. The F-35 Lightning II is a 5th generation combat aircraft. The F-35 in this accident was actually an F-35B, which means it's even cooler than the regular model. It's designed for short takeoff and vertical landings. Basically, they can take off from anywhere, dispense some good old American justice onto whoever deserves it, and then land anywhere, and be home in time for dinner before the enemy even knows what hit them. These things are the cream of the crop when it comes to the US, and more broadly NATO's air power. And they expect these things to protect freedom and smash our enemies until at least 2070. So you can probably see why it's pretty embarrassing to lose one of these things. I mean, if it just crashed, that's one thing. Probably shouldn't happen, since one of these bad boys costs more than the average American taxpayer could make in 3 lifetimes, but that'd at least be understandable. In this case, the pilot ejected while the plane was still flying. Some sources said that the plane was on autopilot when he ejected, but we really don't know because, well, they're being really tight-lipped around what happened. All we really know is that this pilot ejected ejected from a $100 million aircraft that I think we can safely say was still able to fly, and let it ghost ride itself off into the sunset. People really, and rightfully, want to know what happened because it's not every day that the Marine Corps lets an airplane go free flying through the sky. The lack of explanation about the cause for the pilot's ejection is, well, kind of worrying, and it's causing people to come up with all sorts of rumors. I've heard everything from that it got shot down by an alien spaceship to the simple, and in my opinion much scarier, the plane was hacked. Considering F-35Bs do have an auto-eject feature, it's certainly not impossible. I find it strange that the pilot would have willingly abandoned his aircraft while it was flying towards a civilian area. You see, the stealth on this plane was so good that not even we can track them, especially when we're not expecting to have to, which might point towards a weakness in our defense posture, but that's not really for me to say. And since there's nothing that outclasses American firepower, American sensors were not able to find it. So what did the military do? They went to the public. They asked people to check their property and see if they just happened to have found a big hole with $100 million worth of metal in it, which is kind of crazy when you think about it, because what they basically said was, yeah, so we accidentally fired this expensive, deadly, and untrackable jet right at all of your houses, and well, we can't find it. So can you guys all go out and check? The irony is that despite how ridiculous it is for the military to have to ask farmers to go out and check to see if their cornfield suddenly self-harvested in the shape of an impact crater, is that it's actually a good thing that they needed to ask for help, because if they knew where it landed, given our apparent lack of ability to track the thing, that would mean that it hit someone's house. We are very lucky that no one, not even the pilot, was injured, well, except the marvel of American engineering that ended up as a big hole in the ground. The plane did not survive uninjured. The thing that makes it even funnier is that it actually worked. They found the plane, or really what was left of it, crashed in a random spot in South Carolina, about 80 miles away from where the pilot decided that he wanted to go for an unexpected skydive. Given the F-35's max airspeed of 1,200 miles an hour, it would have taken this thing 4 minutes to travel that distance. Considering this was airborne for a training mission, and I don't think anyone mentioned hearing a sonic boom, I would guess that it was going slower than max speed, probably slower than 767 miles an hour, meaning this thing was flying itself for anywhere between 4 and 20 minutes before crashing. Which again, marvel of American engineering, we don't even need pilots to fly our planes into the ground. The Imperial Japanese Navy could learn a thing or two from this. But the question remains, what really happened? It really seems like in this scenario, the pilot probably should have tried everything in his or her power to turn the plane towards like something that wouldn't mind having a plane crash into it, like the ocean or a field, before abandoning the aircraft. The US military tries not to put people's lives in danger, but this thing flew over people's houses for several minutes on its own, and no one knew where it was going. That seems like a very big deal. So hopefully we get an update as to what actually happened soon to put the rumors to rest. But airplane crash investigations tend to take a long time, and I'm guessing the fact that the F-35 is now just a bunch of tiny metal shards, it would probably take quite a long time to reassemble into something looking like an F-35, isn't going to help the investigation. This incident did prove something though. No matter how advanced your technology is, sometimes there is no replacement for sending a few good boys out into the woods with some beers and a mission, because this time, farmers came out on top of the US military. What do you guys think about this whole mess? What do you think happened? Let me know in the comments. Have a great day, and God bless you. Unity has finally realized just how bad their mistake is, and now, in their panic, they are apologizing to everyone they upset. And when I say panic, I mean it. I don't think I've seen a company do such a public nosedive in a long time. I mean, I'm pretty sure at this point that even if the CEO personally got on his knees and begged for forgiveness in front of an assembled mass of Unity developers, they still wouldn't trust Unity in the future. And that's kind of a big deal with how big Unity is in the indie game developer space. I mean, colleges even teach entire courses on Unity game development. I personally took 2 classes on it myself, but I won't be going near it with a 10-foot pole anytime soon. So today, let's talk about what they did, their apology, and what they're doing to pretty much beg people not to leave, and what I think is going to happen. Firstly, I guess I should tell you what Unity is in case you don't know. It's a game engine that made it easy for developers, mostly indie, but with some notable big companies using it too, to make games without worrying about developing their own engine, and allowed them to easily export their games for a number of major platforms. Since it's big with indie devs, the pricing on Unity has historically been very low, with no real significant cost, until you reach a fairly high degree of success. A lot of people compare it to Unreal, which is one of its competitors. I've seen a number of content creators saying stuff like, Unity is for 2D and Unreal is for 3D. And I just want to point out that that's just completely false, and I have no idea where they got that idea. You can use Unity to make 3D games, 2D games, VR games, etc. It's like a Swiss Army knife. But anyway, they were really big with the indie scene because Unity is easy to use, has a lot of resources for devs to use, and it wasn't that expensive for indie studios. The low cost and high demand of Unity developers in the workforce led to colleges offering Unity courses, which has worked to skyrocket Unity's success, since a lot of the fresh out of college game devs are already trained and willing to use the Unity engine. Unity seemed to have thought that this entrenchment that they've managed to dig with the indie developers was going to keep the indie devs at the very least with them no matter what they decide to do. And well, as it turns out, the Unity CEO once said that it might be a good idea to add a feature to Battlefield that would charge users money for ammo once they're far enough into a play session, back when he worked at EA. So I think it's obvious what he was going to go after: money, as much money as possible. And so Unity decided to go for the bad ending and start down the path of greed. They announced without much warning one day that they were changing the entire pricing model for Unity. Of course, any pricing change would be bad since devs have already sunk so much time and effort into their games on Unity that switching would be difficult. So they're basically forced to go along with it or abandon their projects, which isn't exactly a fair bargaining environment. But Unity went full Standard Oil on this one, adding a runtime fee, which would charge developers not for every time their game is sold, but for every time it was installed, which on its face is ridiculous because Unity has no way of knowing how many times a game has been installed, unless they were planning on embedding spyware into the runtime. But what's worse is that it seems like, since it's per install, if you have more than one gaming device, the developer would get charged for every single time you put it on another device, but they only sold you one copy. On top of that, it seemed like Unity intended to include pirated copies in this as well, which would see developers charged for copies they never made any money on. Even worse, anyone with a tiny bit of computer knowledge could have set up virtual machines to install a game as many times as they want, making an easy way for bad actors to instill financial harm onto the developers. Basically, it seemed like no one with half a brain at Unity took a look at this and bothered to think about the implications before releasing. The problem Unity had was that despite it being kind of difficult for people to move away from Unity, people don't really like being screwed over. Even after it was clarified that the new fees wouldn't kick in until 200,000 installs and $200,000 in income over 12 months, people were still upset. So the sentiment in the developer community was basically that indie devs who were working on Unity were going to finish their games if they couldn't feasibly port them to another engine and then just never develop in the Unity engine again. Because despite how popular Unity is, it's not like it's in a field that it holds a monopoly on. Immediately, people realized they could just swap to Unreal or Godot. Godot got a lot of attention here, particularly because it's an open source and free engine, kind of the opposite of what Unity was turning into. The game developer rage got so much attention that even non-developers started to hear about it, and it made the news. I think that in corporate America, the guys at the top, the big dog executive types, who tend to be out of touch in a company like Unity, don't notice pushback or negative sentiment until they start getting emails from reporters, which is kind of weird because mainstream media is dying out, but hey, I did say they were out of touch. I think they started getting contacted by all sorts of people interested not just in the changes, but the massive negative reaction and news of developers boycotting the engine, and they finally realized that this might not have been that good of an idea, because they went into damage control mode. They released this rare open letter to their community in which they essentially walk back everything and put in place a much more realistic and developer-oriented fee structure. To our community, I'm Mark Witten, and I lead Unity Create, which includes the Unity engine and editor teams. I want to start with this. I am sorry. We should have spoken with more of you, and we should have incorporated more of your feedback before announcing our new runtime fee policy. Our goal with this policy is to ensure we can continue to support you today and tomorrow, and keep deeply investing in our game engine. You are what makes Unity great, and we know we need to listen, and work hard to earn your trust. We have heard your concerns, and we are making changes in the policy we announced to address them. Our Unity Personal plan will remain free, and there will be no runtime fee for games built on Unity Personal. We will be increasing the cap from $100,000 to $200,000, and we will remove the requirement to use the Made with Unity splash screen. No game with less than $1 million in trailing 12-month revenue will be subject to the fee. For those creators on Unity Pro and Unity Enterprise, we are also making changes based on your feedback. The runtime fee policy will only apply beginning with the next long-time support version of Unity shipping in 2024 and beyond. Your games that are currently shipped and the projects you are currently working on will not be included unless you choose to upgrade them to this new version of Unity. We will make sure that you can stay on the terms applicable for the version of Unity editor you are using, as long as you keep using that version. For games that are subject to the runtime fee, we are giving you a choice of either a 2.5% revenue share or the calculated amount based on the number of new people engaging with your game each month. Both of these numbers are self-reported from data you already have available. You will always be billed the lesser amount. We want to continue to build the best engine for creators. We truly love this industry, and you are the reason why. I'd like to invite you to join me for a live fireside chat hosted by Jason Wyman today at 4 p.m, where I will do my best to answer your questions. In the meantime, here are some more details. Thank you for caring as deeply as you do, and thank you for giving us hard feedback. Mark Witten. The problem for Unity is that I think this is too little too late. While removing fees for Unity Personal, increasing the cap and forced splash screen for it as well, saying that no game making less than $1 million in 12 months will have to pay anything, and swapping to the 2.5% revenue share for games that do reach the thresholds rather than a runtime fee was good. The 2.5% revenue share being very good when compared to Unreal, they've already lost the trust of their users, and I don't think there's any way to get that back. What Unity did here was a move so incredibly greedy, making it financially infeasible for developers to continue to release games using an engine they know and have been using for years. When their core user base was indie devs, a demographic known for being basically just people doing game development in their spare time, or people who have decided to invest a lot of their available cash into making their dream game into a reality. Either way, not a demographic that's financially stable. And those indie devs were just forced not only to consider the financial prospect of staying on Unity long term, but also the reality that Unity is a company that has now shown that it is willing to screw over its devs on a whim, even if it did end up capitulating in the end. And that damage is not going to be easy for Unity to undo. Personally, I think this mistake was so huge that the only way I would ever trust Unity again is if they fired all of their leadership staff, especially the CEO, because otherwise, what reason do I have to think that they won't try this again in 6 months? What I see happening from here is that there will be a few months to a year of slow decline in the usership of Unity as developers finish up projects that they've already started and take the time to become acquainted with another engine. And once that's over, so is Unity. I really don't know how they recover from this. What do you guys think? Is it possible? That's all I've got for today, so thank you for watching, have a great day, and God bless you. If you've been paying attention to the space, you'll know that Twitch is having a hard time right now. They're facing more competition than they have in years. That competition offers a monetary incentive for their streamers to leave. Twitch itself seems stagnant update-wise. And on top of that, the updates they have pushed out recently all seem to be about increasing revenue for Twitch, hinting to some behind-the-scenes monetary issue. And I've covered a number of top Twitch streamers leaving the site in droves over the last year. Now, they've got another big one leaving. MoistCritikal, also known as Penguins0 on YouTube, or just by his name, Charlie, announced that he and Twitch had come to an amicable decision to end his Twitch contract. Now, his Twitch contract being gone doesn't mean he's not able to stream on Twitch, just gets rid of his monetary incentive to do so. Instead, he can now stream on whatever platform he wants to, which is especially important now that there are a lot of streaming sites offering way more of a money split than Twitch ever has. Seeing as Charlie uses his streaming money to fund his esports team, MoistEsports, a lot of people don't realize that the larger streamers on Twitch, at least in the past, had special contracts. Well, Twitch had been relaxing their policy on platform exclusivity recently. That obviously didn't apply to the streamers locked in with these special contracts. These contracts, which as far as I'm aware are no longer being given out due to some new monetary policy at Twitch, promise streamers a higher monetary split on all their revenue, and possibly even large signing bonuses, but in return, require the streamer to stream a lot of hours per month, and limited streamers' ability to stream on other platforms. Now, in the past, this was a pretty good deal for the big streamers. The rich get richer, as they say, but since Kick now promises a massive 95% revenue split, it's not as attractive as it once was. On top of that, dealing with Twitch, who have very strict rules and enforce them on what I'm pretty sure is just the whim of whatever person is in the office that day, doesn't help. So Charlie posted a video to his YouTube channel, Penguins0, titled Goodbye Twitch, where he talks about why he's leaving, and is pretty clear that this was a very amicable decision. Unlike most streamers, there wasn't some massive drama or a $100 million deal making him leave. He just decided that he wanted to. Now, that might sound like a good thing for Twitch. After all, it'd be worse if he got sniped away from Twitch by one of their competitors like Kick or Rumble. At least with this arrangement, he will continue streaming on Twitch if he feels like it, rather than being locked out forever because of a deal. But I actually think this is worse for Twitch than when their streamers leave because someone offered them a bunch of money. Charlie, one of the top streamers, chose to leave his contract voluntarily. There was no incentive for him to do so, any more than there is for any other streamer who chooses not to stream exclusively on Twitch, which is huge because it means means that the new competition is creating an ecosystem where Twitch is no longer the default option. Think about it. If Charlie is willing to leave Twitch for no reason except to try out the alternatives, what would your average random guy who wants to get into streaming do? Is he going to go exclusively on Twitch? Unlikely now, since if the pull of the competition is strong enough to start stealing big streamers, it's going to be a pretty big factor in the choices being made by the next wave of streamers. Hey guys, Editing Matteo here. It would be a massive help to me if you could like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Thanks. Back to the video. Despite Charlie leaving Twitch being drama-free and allowed by Twitch, it should really scare them. For years now, Twitch has existed as the top dog in the live streaming game, basically as a monopoly. Sure, YouTube always existed, and a number of other sites have come and go, but none of those really posed a real threat to Twitch's dominance before. But now that they've decided to enter the game, Twitch has to react quickly. We all know that Twitch has been in a lot of controversy. Like I mentioned earlier, their policy enforcement is laughable when it's not plain biased. And it's not that they don't enforce the rules, but rather that they enforce them way too strictly or show their bias by giving certain streamers lesser punishments. On top of that, a growing number of Twitch streams these days are downright adult. Like in certain sections of Twitch, you might as well be browsing an adult live streaming site, and they do nothing to stop that, despite their young target audience. I mean, why would they? It's more money in their pockets at the end of the day. Meanwhile, Kick has presented itself as a site where users can make more money than Twitch for the same amount of work, has less restrictive rules, and while still having what I consider to be a problem with adult content poorly disguised as something teens can watch, they've so far been consistent and not shown too much bias in their policy enforcement. Then, Rumble is also in the game, also offering less restrictive rules and, well, not too much else, but they're trying. Finally, YouTube is here, still as a giant in the space, who's just awoken. Even YouTube has less restrictive rules, especially around speech, offers similar if not slightly more money than Twitch, and has significantly better technology than Twitch. When you consider you still can't rewind even 5 seconds in a Twitch stream, while YouTube offers a full VOD you can rewind through while the stream is still live. Personally, I think the space is changing, hopefully for the better. Maybe competition will wake Twitch up and get them to fix the problems people have been complaining about for years now. But more likely it won't, and someone new will take their place. Charlie leaving isn't some massive blow to Twitch, but it's the start of a divergence in the river. Soon enough, a new stream will form. The fact that he left solely because he wanted to try the other platforms should be really concerning to Twitch, but I would hazard a guess that they just don't care. That's been their attitude for a long time now. It's anyone's guess why. What do you guys think about this? Do you think that Charlie leaving Twitch is yet another sign of the slow decline of Twitch? Or do you think that Twitch will eventually wake up and recover from all the losses and shake off their new competition? Let me know in the comments. I love hearing from you guys, and I do try to reply to every comment. Thank you for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, IShowSpeed accidentally showed something else yesterday on his YouTube live stream. Now, everyone is wondering what's going to happen to him, because obviously it's against YouTube's TOS to show anything private on a live stream, but it was also very clearly accidental. So, what exactly is YouTube supposed to do? Today, we're going to take a look at the rules and figure out exactly how much hot water IShowSpeed is in right now. So what exactly happened? Well, IShowSpeed was playing Five Nights at Freddy's when he got jump scared. In case you somehow don't know what Five Nights at Freddy's is, it's a game that's main gimmick is the sudden jump scares and its animatronic characters. So anyway, he gets scared, and since he's a streamer, moreover, since he's a streamer with a young audience, which makes this next part way worse, he reacts by standing up and thrusting towards the air. And well, I guess the dude was wearing some loose shorts or something, because he accidentally gave everyone another jump scare. Let's just say his soldier decided to march out of his shorts and stand at attention, which, while funny and absolutely humiliating for him, is also a massive problem. Like I said earlier, his fan base isn't exactly adults. I mean, no adult is gonna sit there and watch a dude scream at the characters in FNAF. So this dude just accidentally exposed himself, not just online, but online to his audience of youths, which is, well, to be honest, it might be a crime, but it is definitely against YouTube's rules, since, like most of civilized society, they frown upon this kind of thing. And obviously something needs to happen. They can't just let him get away with it because it was an accident. That would set the precedent that they don't ban people for accidentally exposing themselves, which is obviously easily exploitable policy that some absolute degenerate scum freaks would abuse. So I'm not going to take the common YouTuber line here and say that they shouldn't punish him because he didn't mean it. For the good of the platform, he needs to face some kind of punishment. This kind of thing cannot be allowed under any circumstances, even accidentally, especially because of his audience. Hey guys, editing Mario here, just jumping in to ask you to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. It really helps me out. Thanks. Back to the video. So let's take a look at YouTube's community guidelines to see what they're probably going to do to him. This is specifically from the nudity and sexual content policy page in YouTube's guidelines. Now, there's a few things under the types of content that violate the policy that might apply to IShowSpeed's situation. The first being nudity or partial nudity that's meant for sexual gratification, which might not apply because obviously if it's accidental, it's not meant for gratification. Then there's non-consensual sex acts or unwanted sexualization. I would assume this applies because it was obviously unwanted sexualization of the live stream and certainly was non-consensual on the part of his audience. Lastly, YouTube obviously, and rightly, has a pretty broad policy banning anything that involves minors, which is probably the rule that IShowSpeed is most likely to be found to have violated. Moreover, I would say that it probably is the one rule that, rightly, leads to full-on bans from the platform most of the time. Now, the guidelines say the following about what happens when you break this policy. If your content violates this policy, we'll remove the content and send you an email to let you know. If we can't verify that a link you post is safe, we may remove the link. If this is your first time violating our community guidelines, you'll likely get a warning with no penalty to your channel. If it's not, we may issue a strike against your channel. If you get 3 strikes within 90 days, your channel will be terminated. You can learn more about our strike system here. We may terminate your channel or account for repeated violations of the community guidelines or terms of service. We may also terminate your channel or account after a single case of severe abuse, or when the channel is dedicated to a policy violation. You can learn more about channel or account terminations here. If your content contains adult videos, we may terminate your channel. So, it looks like Speed might be moving to kick.com soon. The best case scenario is that he gets a guideline strike on his channel, and he can't stream for a week or so, assuming he doesn't have any already on his channel, because the more of those you have, the longer the punishment is. And 3 strikes? You're out. They can just ban him with no warning for this if they want to though, and there is a really good case for why they should do that. Since he's such a high profile YouTuber and he's the first high profile YouTuber to actually do this, YouTube might want to make an example of him. And they probably should, since they don't want people to think it's okay to do this. Most likely though, I would assume that there's some big meeting at YouTube, since this has gotten so much media attention, and they're gonna decide on a punishment that will satisfy the media. Since the bigwigs at YouTube are so, rightly, scared of bad press, lest we all experience another adpocalypse. So keep an eye on the coverage of this, and if you start to see the usual suspects at the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal writing articles calling for advertisers to stop advertising on YouTube in response, assume that Speed is going the way of the dinosaur. But if the bad press isn't all too bad, they will probably just give him a guideline strike, since it does seem to be a sincere accident. Obviously the math changes if it were to come out that this was on purpose. Personally, I think the best course of action would be a guideline strike, since this seems to be a total accident. But I can really understand, and even partially agree with the argument, that he should have a harsher punishment, given his audience. So what do you guys think YouTube will do? What do you think would be fair for them to do? Let me know in the comments. Thank you for watching all the way till the end. I really appreciate it. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, I don't know who IShowSpeed knows at YouTube, but the dude's gotta be hiding some blackmail on someone. You might have seen my video yesterday where we talked about IShowSpeed's incident on livestream and what YouTube might do about it. I figured they would probably give him a strike, stopping him from streaming for a week or so. Or, if the mainstream media got upset about it, he might get a permaban. But man, was I wrong. YouTube told TMZ that he wasn't going to get a ban. Apparently, since he's still able to upload, he didn't get a strike either. This is a good thing if you're a streamer, since you now know that momentary slip-ups probably won't get you banned. But it's also an interesting move, since it really does open up avenues for people to abuse YouTube's willingness to look the other way. So, let's talk about what IShowSpeed did and why it's a weird move for YouTube not to take any action. Hey guys, editing Mario here, just jumping in to ask you to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. It really helps me out. Thanks. Back to the video. Speed was live on YouTube the other day, streaming Five Nights at Freddy's, which is a pretty popular horror game, which is set at like a fictional Chuck E. Cheese equivalent restaurant that's infested with possessed animatronics, which jump scare you. It's got enough lore to fill an encyclopedia though, so that's not a perfect assessment. It's a game series that's mainly aimed at kids, and kids are Speed's main audience, which is what makes this incident extra weird. Basically, during the game, he was jump scared by one of the female animatronics. This led to him, in a weird reaction that I'm sure he didn't want to get so much attention, thrusting his hips into the air to simulate what he wanted to do to the fictional animatronic. I guess he was going commando though, because his little soldier slipped out of his shorts during one of the thrusts wants to stand at attention. So yeah, he accidentally exposed himself on livestream, which is obviously embarrassing for him, but also put himself at risk because showing stuff like that on YouTube isn't allowed. On top of that, because his core audience is made up of young children, this was a very, very bad thing to happen. Granted, I think most people are pretty sure it was an accident. A weird accident that could have been avoided if he wasn't thrusting his hips at a video game character, but an accident all the same. Now look, personally, I'm very much against bans, especially permanent bans, generally on any platform for pretty much anything. I tend to think that banning people for pretty much any reason on any platform is a total violation of people's freedom of expression and freedom of speech, both rights which cover things currently banned by most platforms. IShowSpeed is already banned from Twitch, a platform with such restrictive rules that they even commonly enforce a straight up persona non grata rule, saying you can't have anyone who's banned from Twitch on your Twitch stream for any reason, which is insane. So I am actually really happy that YouTube showed that they won't ban people for accidents and things that they don't mean to happen. I'd like more of that in this day and age, but as I mentioned in yesterday's video, not taking action against him for this, in showing that YouTube is the superior platform where you don't need to worry about getting banned for an accident, which is overall a good thing, also opens up a very clear path for bad actors to abuse. Now, this wouldn't really be an issue if Speed had an older audience. It's just that his audience skews so young that not taking action causes this problem. Because now, there are almost certainly weirdos out there, people whose souls are as dark as night, that may try to take advantage of this. After all, YouTube basically just said that accidentally exposing yourself on stream isn't an issue, regardless of your audience. It's not hard to imagine someone faking an accident in order to expose themselves for the thrill to an audience similar to Speed's in demographic, which is obviously not something that should be allowed to happen. But now that they've set the precedent, how do they prevent it? Are they just going to start getting suspicious and hand out bans when it's happened more times than is possible to believe would have been accidental? What then to the kids who have been victimized in the first few times, where YouTube gave the benefit of the doubt? Call me old-fashioned, but I don't believe that kids should be exposed to that stuff. Does it change the equation if it was an accident? Well, it does for the streamer, since their livelihood is safe, but not for the viewer. There's no putting that back in the box once they've been exposed to something like that, which might be against what their parent wants, and even if it is an accident, it's still morally wrong to have allowed a young audience to see this kind of thing. So that puts us in a weird position where, yeah, it's good to know that you won't get banned off YouTube for an accident, but at the same time, even accidentally, Speed exposed his young audience to something that they just plain shouldn't have been exposed to, and you can't change that now. Though I suppose that even if they did take action against Speed, it would have been too late to stop what already happened, though it would have probably made people more careful in future. I'm not sure there's really any way for people to win with this one. Sometimes life presents you with no-win situations, and this is one of them. I don't even know what YouTube could implement to stop this kind of thing from happening either. Maybe enforce some kind of delay on streams depending on your viewer's age demographic? Then if you have something bad happen accidentally, allow for the streamer to manually cut off the stream before the offending content makes it to the viewer's screen. And if they don't stop in time, then they get a strike or something. That might work, but it also denigrates the entire experience of a live stream, since the point is that it's, well, live. I'm not really sure. Usually in this type of thing, it's pretty much the parent's fault for letting their kid watch a live stream in the first place. But since he's never done something like this before, there's no way they could have known. So I'm not really sure that there was a way for YouTube to do anything here at all, without it being unfair to someone. I guess that's just the nature of live video. To some extent, it's still the Wild West. What do you guys think about this? Do you think that it was correct for YouTube to take no action, or should they have done something, especially considering his audience? I would like to hear your thoughts. Thank you for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. Do you remember Lil Tay? She was a kid that went viral a few years back because of her absurd videos flexing on people with fancy cars and using language that you wouldn't expect from a girl her age. It was exposed, obviously, that she herself wasn't actually rich and that it was all an act being directed by her older brother, and allegedly using houses and cars that her mother had access to through her job. But that didn't matter too much because she was now YouTube famous and was trying to leverage that into a career. But then she went radio silent for the longest time, which it turned out was actually because of a custody battle that was ongoing between her mother and father, who I guess were divorced. Anyway, it had been basically radio silent from the Lil Tay camp until the other day when a post was made on her Instagram claiming that she was dead. And now a new post has appeared claiming to be from her mother's legal counsel. So what is even going on here? Well, basically out of the blue, Lil Tay's Instagram posted this image. It says, "It is with a heavy heart that we shared the devastating news of our beloved Claire's sudden and tragic passing. We have no words to express the unbearable loss and indescribable pain. This outcome was entirely unexpected and has left us all in shock. Her brother's passing adds an even more unimaginable depth to our grief. During this time of immense sorrow, we kindly ask for privacy as we grieve this overwhelming loss, as the circumstances surrounding Claire and her brother's passing are still under investigation. Claire will forever remain in our hearts, her absence leaving an irreplaceable void that will be felt by all who knew and loved her, which was obviously a shock for the YouTube community, who hadn't heard from Lil Tay in a while. A lot of people took to Twitter to express their sadness and confusion about what happened, while others assumed this was a hoax, since given the type of content Lil Tay used to post, this wouldn't be unimaginable for her to do in order to stir up some controversy. For some reason, TMZ got involved in the story. No idea why TMZ cares about a years-old irrelevant YouTuber, but I guess it must have been a slow news day for them. And well, initially, I did see them post an obituary. It was then removed. They then posted an article claiming the post was a complete hoax. TMZ said that they managed to get into contact with Lil Tay's family, and the family issued this statement. I want to make it clear that my brother and I are safe and alive, but I'm completely heartbroken and struggling to even find the right words to say. It's been a very traumatizing 24 hours. All day yesterday, I was bombarded with endless, heartbreaking phone calls from loved ones, all while trying to sort out this mess. And went on to say, my Instagram account was compromised by a third party and used to spread jarring misinformation and rumors regarding me, to the point that even my name was wrong. My legal name is Tay Tian, not Claire Hope, which basically put the issue to rest. Lil Tay was and is still alive, which is good. But the timing of the post is a little bit weird because of something we will get to in a moment. So even with the weird detail that they put out a fake name for Lil Tay in the announcement, I still think there's a chance she might be fibbing when she said she was hacked. And this could have all been part of a publicity stunt to bring her back to the forefront of people's minds. Of course, I can't prove that, and it's just a gut feeling against her word. Hey guys, Editing Matteo here. Just jumping in to remind you to like and subscribe. Thanks, it really helps me out. Back to the video. Now, the thing is that she's been in this big custody battle, where I guess the general understanding, and I'm not saying these are facts, just the situation as I've heard it from the rumors surrounding Lil Tay. But from what I hear, Tay's mother was with her when she was posting online, but the father didn't want to let her. Because of the nature of what was being put online by Tay, he sued for custody or something, which is why she went AWOL. And now, just days after her Instagram was hacked, we get a new post claiming that Lil Tay's mother seems to have won some sort of legal battle. The new post was headlined with the name of a law firm, McLean Law, which, by the way, I checked out their linked Instagram and they seem to be legit. The post itself looks like this and says, Lorne McLean, KC, and Fraser McLean of McLean Law are the Vancouver, Canada family law attorneys for Tay Tian's mother, Angela Tian. We have been asked to clarify media confusion as to the current state of the family law proceedings, including custody, child parenting, and child support. Given privacy concerns related to the children, we provide a brief status update on the results in the British Columbia Supreme Court. McLean Law has successfully obtained orders for our client that have enabled her daughter to advance her career, including orders for retroactive child support owned by the father since 2014, amounting to approximately $275,000, ongoing monthly child support from the father, plus additional expenses, sole, day-to-day, and final decision-making powers and responsibilities in the best interests of Tay Tian and Mrs. Tian. Mrs. Tian is the person entitled to sign contracts, Tay Tian's primary residence being with her mother, Mrs. Tian, and entitlement to relocate outside of Vancouver for Mrs. Tian and Tay Tian. So, it looks like the long legal battle that has been hinted at behind Lil Tay's disappearance is finally starting to change a little bit, with her mother seeming to have won some legal arguments, according to that statement. It just seems weird to me that this statement comes only days after Lil Tay's Instagram posted claiming that she was dead. Like, I'm not crazy. That is strange, right? If it was just a publicity stunt, then I would have assumed that she would just start posting, as she used to though, instead of talking through a law firm. It's really weird that the first post after that is just a statement from a law firm. So I would guess that there's still a lot of weird stuff going on behind the scenes, and that we probably won't know the half of it till Lil Tay turns 18 and writes a tell-all book or something. It's kind of tragic that sometimes child stars end up having pretty rough things happen to them, all because of their fame. At the end of the day though, regardless of whatever legal drama is happening behind the scenes, I think we can all agree that it's a good thing that Lil Tay's alright. What do you guys make about all the weird stuff surrounding Lil Tay right now? Do you think she's going to come back? Or do you think the situation's so complicated that we won't hear from her for years, if ever again? Thanks for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. In the time since Elon has bought Twitter, there's been no shortage of freakouts from everyone at every little change he's made. And so far as I'm concerned, I've noticed not even a tiny difference, except the stupid misuse of community notes to ruin literally every meme ever. But I think that's kind of minor. Remember, when Elon fired like 90% of the workforce, and the headlines were all, Twitter can't function without these workers, it's going to go down. And then Twitter functioned fine, since it's a website and not some exotic effigy to a long-forgotten heretical god that requires constant sacrifice. But there's a new thing for everyone to freak out about. This time, it's that Twitter, or X I guess it's called now, is going to remove the ability of people to block other accounts on the platform, which to me doesn't seem like that big of a deal. But to some people, this is like super scary and the end of the world. Today, we're going to talk about whether or not blocking should be allowed, what Twitter's actually doing, spoiler, they're not going to entirely do away with the block system, and the whole idea that it's against the terms of service of app stores to not have blocking built in, which, spoiler again, doesn't really matter. So firstly, what happened? How do we know they're going to get rid of blocking? And what does that even mean? Well, a little while ago, Elon Musk posted a tweet, or whatever they're called now that he's changed the platform's name, which said, block is going to be deleted as a feature, except for DMs. Interestingly, the dude who first founded Twitter, Jack Dorsey, responded to the tweet with a 100 emoji and mute only, which freaked a lot of people out. Personally, I don't see why people need to block other people. I can understand that there are some people who feel safer because they've blocked someone who's being mean to them online, but in reality, I think that's just a really dumb way to look at things. All you're doing is making it so you can't hear opinions from people you disagree with, creating your own personal bubble where you never have to interact with someone that will disagree with you, which is a terrible thing for the development of a personality. In the real world, you can't block people. What are you gonna do when someone on the street comes up to you and says something you disagree with? Increasingly now, since people don't deal with differing opinions on a regular basis, people seem to have become prone to violence, attacking, yelling, basically acting like a toddler whenever someone says something that differs from their idea of the world. I mean, look at some of the responses on either side of the political aisle when it comes to all the woke stuff that's being pushed on people these days. This is all kind of new. When I was a kid, which really wasn't that long ago, considering I'm only in my early 20s, I don't remember any of this happening. And it's so much worse with people younger than me. The 13 to 18 demographic right now, in my experience, literally can't handle conflict without shutting down. It's just sad. And I think it really does have a lot to do with the fact that a lot of the social interaction for these younger kids has always been primarily online, with the option to shut out differing opinions. Hey guys, Editing Mario here, just jumping in to ask you to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. It really helps me out. Thanks. Back to the video. But while I think blocking is bad, the most convincing argument I've seen that it can be useful is in the case of online stalking, where people use the block feature to protect themselves and their posts from being seen by stalkers. Except on Twitter, that doesn't actually do anything. Blocking is, as implemented now, completely useless on Twitter, since all you have to do to see someone's posts is log out and then go to their page and you can see anything. Elon actually changed that for a few days when he was doing all that stupid stuff to cut down on bots, like the tweet limit. He made it so pages couldn't be seen by logged out users, but people got mad about it and they changed it back to the original behavior. Alternatively, someone can always just make a new account and follow you from it without you ever knowing. The internet was never meant to be super safe. If you're actually in danger, the safest thing to do is to just not use Twitter at all. If you're using it, then you should know the risks associated with it. It's as simple as that. No one needs to use the internet. You can just not. But anyway, Twitter's not getting rid of blocking altogether, like the original post from Elon or the alarmist news articles might have you believe. Rather, he's planning on removing blocking, but strengthening the mute feature to do pretty much what blocking did. In his follow-up tweets, Elon said, yes, the obvious move is to strengthen the mute function by making anything posted by the muted account invisible to you. Right now, both mute and block are partly broken. It should also be made easy to continue to follow an account while blocking their ability to DM you. And then, mute needs to apply properly, including all mentions. Block will only apply to DMs. Jack gets it. Surprisingly few others do. So let's get that straight. Mute, as it is right now, stops you from seeing someone's tweets. They're gonna make that work better by making everything they post invisible to you. I assume that means removing the "this post is from an account you muted" screen, so you can't even tell someone you've muted is saying anything to you. It will also be made to block them from sending you DMs. That's all basically what block does right now, except as written, it looks like muted people will still be able to see and interact with your tweets. You just won't be able to tell. It's pretty much just shadow banning on a personal scale. People will say that this is terrible because they can still see your tweets, except they already can, just by logging out or making a second account like I mentioned earlier. Basically, blocking is staying. They're just changing the name of it. There's a lot of things you can say about Elon, but no one can dispute that the guy is really good at confusing people. His tweets are a PR nightmare for Twitter that could be avoided pretty easily by thinking out what he's going to announce and how before announcing it. But hey, that's kind of the fun part. At the very least, it's entertaining. Lastly, let's talk about the elephants in the room, the app stores. Now people have, for some reasons, started seeing the App app stores as the arbiters of justice who determine what should and shouldn't be allowed by independent companies on their apps, which is ridiculously dangerous and outright stupid. We should never have let the app stores get to where they are today. They're much too powerful, acting basically as a new layer of government for every company in the world that wants to put out an app, except they're dictatorial and unelected. Generally, I frown upon those things, and you should too, unless you're some kind of neo-fascist. It's true though, that both the Apple App Store and the Google Play stores do have rules saying that people need to be able to block other users on social media apps, but that either doesn't matter or won't apply here, since Elon is not actually removing the block feature and simply renaming it while maintaining the majority of its function. I can't see either Apple or Google actually caring at all, especially since Elon and Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, are good friends who meet up for dinner every so often. People said the same things when Elon removed the draconian speech rules that the original Twitter had in place, which essentially censored an entire political side. And did Twitter get removed from the app stores? Nope. Google generally doesn't care, and Elon had dinner with Tim Cook and then it was fine. The same thing would happen here if someone in Apple made us think about it. On another note, I'm certain that Elon probably would welcome the platforms to try and remove the app. For the Google Play Store, it doesn't matter one bit, since Android users can download apps from whatever source they want, not just from the App Store, which is how people played Fortnite on Android. Well, it was banned on the App Store. But for Apple, I think that Elon would love to have the opportunity to sue Apple for this kind of thing, to be able to make the argument that these app stores are stifling speech, which is an argument that I think the Supreme Court would be very receptive to. It might take a while, but I think that's a winnable argument that would screw over Apple big time. Though it would be easier if Elon moved Twitter to like Texas, or somewhere where the lower courts would be more receptive to his claims, and it wouldn't have to go all the way to the Supreme Court. But that's just my 2 cents. At the end of the day, you can't block people in real life. So should you be able to block them online? That's a question that has a lot more baggage and implications than people realize. Not just for your everyday life, but for your personal freedoms as well. Of course, my take is from the standpoint of a free speech absolutist. I generally don't think that anyone, whether that be the government, private companies, or even just angry people, should ever be able to stop you from saying anything you want to say, even if it's vile. The right to free speech is really an expansion of the right to free thought, which is what is the base that is responsible for all the freedoms we enjoy. If someone can stop you from speaking, what they're really wanting to do is to stop you from thinking whatever led you to speak. That's far more dangerous than anything anyone can ever say. I'm sure some of you will disagree with me, and that's fine. I'm not going to force you to think the same way I do. In fact, doing so would be very much contrary to my point. I will laugh at you if your argument is bad though, so feel free to fight it out in the comments. Do you think that Twitter should remove blocking? Do you think that blocking should ever be allowed? Let me know in the comments. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, a few weeks back, Cenat was doing a giveaway in New York City, and let's just be nice and say, things got a little out of hand. The people who showed up were not orderly, respectful, and nice, like I guess Kai must have thought they would be, but instead, gathered into a force for chaos. Thousands of dollars of damage were done to local businesses, cars, and whatever else was in the path of the mindless tangle of youth and anger. It was a riot, about as textbook as could be found anywhere. In the end, 65 people were arrested. Among them was Cenat himself. But what came of it? Was Kai charged? Is he facing jail time or any other penalties for destruction and damage that he accidentally caused? Today, we're going to talk about that. If you don't know who Cenat is, he's just a big streamer. Most of his audience is young, and his content is, well, I can't really describe his content well since I don't watch him, but from the clips I've seen, he's a typical Twitch streamer. Loud noises, video games, memes. You know the drill. But he does have the ability to lay claim to having the most Twitch subscribers for a while, though right now he's sitting at number 3, right after Jinxie and Elias N97. So what happened that led to a dude who's famous for sitting at his desk and being loud to entertain kids starting a riot? Well, I wish I could tell you it was a complicated story, but it really isn't. He made posts telling his fans to gather in Union Square Park in New York City for a PlayStation 5 giveaway. Thousands of people, mostly teenagers, showed up. Probably way more people than he would have ever expected, but he probably should have guessed, given he's a top streamer, and if New York City is known for anything, it's known for having a lot of people. Now, I don't think that he's been accused of, or that there is any evidence that he went out and started riling people up for a riot. I think it's just a case of he gathered too many young people in one space with no real adult supervision and no security. Hormones did the rest. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if the first guy to do something destructive only did it to impress the girl standing next to him. That's human nature. But Kai should have known that. He should have taken all of that into account. He should have hired security. He probably would have needed a permit and police coverage to have a gathering that big. But he didn't. If you've ever been to a convention like PAX, you'll know that they always have signings and other events with creators in rooms or areas where they can control the crowd. That's because when a creator shows up in an area with a lot of fans, things can get dangerous fast. And I'm not just talking about riots, there's inherent danger to crowds. Someone can trip and be trampled, accidentally get elbowed in the face, all sorts of bad things happen when there's a lot of people in one spot. If Kai has ever been to any event where he interacts with his fans, he would have seen this. Heck, I've seen it, and I'm not some big shot top Twitch streamer. I've seen massive gatherings of people start right at the entrance to PAX because a certain creator had just walked in the front door. The mad dash of people who want photos and autographs, followed by the mad dash of staff trying to control the situation and move the creator to a side room. At the end of the day, Kai just should have known better. And it seems like the NYPD thinks the same thing, because there were at least 65 people arrested at this riot. One of those people was Cenat himself. They charged him with felony first-degree rioting and misdemeanor inciting a riot and unlawful assembly, which honestly are kind of light charges considering the amount of damage he indirectly caused. He's just lucky that no one died, or he'd have had the entire book thrown at him, which still might happen with these charges since they have the possibility of carrying jail time. His felony rioting charge is punishable by up to 4 years in prison and a $5,000 fine, and the inciting a riot charge can itself have the penalty of up to 1 year in prison and a $1,000 fine. Note that just because he's charged doesn't mean that he'll be found guilty. That's for the court to decide. Now, do I think that Cenat is going to go to prison? Probably not. He can afford some pretty good lawyers. However, there's always the chance that he either gets a judge that's angry about the chaos being caused in the city, or just a judge who thinks that they need to really punish Kai in order to dissuade other content creators from causing similar chaos. If he gets either of those types of judge, he's in more trouble than a salmon in the river when a bear shows up. Because let's be honest, fines won't do anything to Kai. The judges aren't stupid, they'll know that. So if they really want to make an example of him, then he's going to prison. Does he deserve to go to prison for this? Honestly, I can see both sides. He clearly didn't intend for this kind of thing to happen. There's no way he would have even thought of holding a giveaway if he thought it would end up this way. I'm certain of that. Why risk it all for such a dumb stunt? But if stupidity and short-sightedness were excuses that held water in court, the jails would be empty. Lady Justice is blind, and she certainly isn't going to make an exception just because someone has a large online following. Moreover, if I was a citizen of New York, if I was a New York taxpayer who had to shell out money to handle the damage caused, if I was a store owner who had his store attacked, if I was a car owner whose car was totaled by no fault of my own, solely because I was driving down the road at the same time as an influencer decided to do something dumb, I'd want the book thrown at him. This wasn't a victimless crime. Thousands of dollars in damage, maybe even tens of thousands of dollars was done. Police had to be taken from other events that might have been more critical to act as glorified babysitters for the toddlers who decided to destroy property for no reason. So it might not be the popular opinion, but I'm so tired of everyone giving a pass to these big content creators solely because they don't want to upset their audiences. Cenat isn't some baby to be coddled. He's a grown man. More than that, he's a successful businessman. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect a certain level of responsibility that comes with that. I think that he genuinely deserves to be punished for this. I kind of want them to throw the book at him if he's convicted. To be honest with you, I've got nothing against him personally, but at some point, someone needs to give large content creators a reality check. Kai caused, even if accidentally, a lot of bad things to happen here. Things that wouldn't have happened if he hadn't called a mass of his fans to meet him at that spot at that time. He needs to take responsibility. Now, he's not yet been convicted of anything, and he's innocent until proven guilty, so we will see how good his lawyers are. Do you know what the worst part is, though? In all the articles that I read about this, it seems like no one even knows if he even gave away any PS5s. Imagine he went through all that trouble, he's facing charges, and didn't even do the giveaway. Nah, no way. That's too crazy. What do you guys think? Are you Kai fans? Do you think that they should throw the book at him or let him off with minimal consequences? Why? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great day and God bless you. So, basically, since Elon bought Twitter, there's been a lot of people saying, Twitter is over. There's no way it will be able to keep on operating. And I've never really believed it. I mean, at the beginning, all sorts of legacy news sites were basically frothing at the mouth, saying that since Elon fired a bunch of engineers, there's no way the site would continue for more than a few days. Which didn't even make any sense at the time. But this time, I think Elon might have actually done something that might actually start the decline of Twitter for real. He's decided to limit the amount of tweets people can view per day, which, considering most websites like YouTube spend a lot of money trying to keep people on their websites as long as possible, is a bit of a weird move. But I can see why he would do it. So let's talk about this whole gamble and see if it might just be worth it, or if it's just gonna tank the entire platform. So basically, everyone woke up over the weekend and went to try and doom scroll, like usual, first thing in the morning on Twitter. But slowly, everyone noticed that after a while, Twitter stopped working. This was a bit of a problem because it meant that people had to actually do something other than sit and scroll through Twitter. So people started asking if the site was down. Then Elon posted this tweet: to address extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation, we've applied the following temporary limits. Verified accounts are limited to reading 6,000 posts a day. Unverified accounts to 600 posts a day. New unverified accounts to 300 posts a day. Basically, everyone lost their minds at this. How dare Elon turn off the hose of useless information, memes, and depressing posts that we need to distract ourselves from our everyday lives. And, well, the initial outrage was kind of warranted. There was no warning, nothing. Just BAM! One day you can do what you want, the next day they're Twitter rationing and we have to go touch grass. Especially since those limits were crazy low. They've since been adjusted to be a bit higher. I think it's currently sitting at 10,000 posts for blue users, 1,000 for unverified non-blue users, and I think it might still be 300 per day for new accounts, which is a lot better. But it's still kind of easy to hit that limit, and incredibly frustrating when you do. I mean, let's say you're a YouTube drama channel and you need to farm some clout on Twitter. How can you do that without unlimited access? I'm joking, of course. I think most of the outrage comes from the fact that people are literally addicted to the site. The number of people that I've seen who post occasionally about how much they hate Twitter, now posting that they hate that Twitter is stopping them from using it all the time, is kinda high. Like, enough that I noticed it. But despite the outrage, there are legitimate reasons to do this. It's not like Elon is doing this for no reason whatsoever. I mean, he has to know that this is gonna make Twitter's user numbers go down. So what is so important that he's willing to bet the entire company on an insanely high stakes gamble like this? Well, it comes down to every tech bro's favorite word of the month, AI. Basically, remember last year when all the tech CEOs were crazy about crypto and trying to shove it into everything all at once, for no reason, causing the price of all the graphics cards to go up? Well, in this case, Twitter is the graphics card of the new AI industry. You see, all those AI companies, well, they're not real AI companies. They're soft AI companies that only understand AI in the context of LLMs, large language models, because their CEOs used ChatGPT for a day or two and thought it was neat. So basically, they're all either making their own LLMs, or they're adding plugins to other already existing LLMs to do something for them, like search the web for certain things. In either case, the actual AI company doesn't want to pay for what they're taking. Why would they? All of this stuff is out there for free, so they just set everything to scrape up data off Twitter, Facebook, random cooking websites, and probably that random blog you made in 3rd grade. They're taking that data for themselves so that they can use it to train their AI. The only way a language model can learn is to look at language, and helpfully, basically every website on the internet lets you take all that juicy data for free, even if you've got to break a few rules to do so. So earlier this year, Elon upped the pricing for Twitter's API and got rid of some of the free API tiers that were being abused by certain bad actor companies out there. A lot of people were mad because some niche accounts were caught in the crossfire, but I actually 100% understand why they did that. But I guess these companies didn't want to stop and just decided that if Twitter wasn't going to hand them info on a silver platter, they'd just steal it. So according to Elon, these companies seem to have endeavored to set up a scraping bot farm. If you don't know what scraping is in this context, it's basically that they made bots that load Twitter and copy all the stuff on the page and paste it into their system. Whereas before, they'd have just made an API call. One of the downsides of this is that when you have all these bots all loading pages on a website constantly looking for updates, they basically end up unintentionally DDoSing the site they're scraping. Basically, these bots turned into a massive expense for Twitter, because to handle all their requests and deal with the DDoS, Twitter had to get more/better hardware so that the site wouldn't get overwhelmed by the requests. So they started by making it so you had to be logged in to see anything from tweets, and stopping embeds. But I guess that didn't have the desired effect, since these bad actors can just make a few accounts and then their bots work fine again, which explains the limits. It makes it way too hard for any company to effectively scrape the data they want, since they'll have to make a new account for every couple hundred posts. Whereas before, they were probably scraping millions every day. And I bet that Twitter is watching the signups and seeing if a whole bunch of signups come from one IP. It's probably someone trying to bot badly. So it does make sense, especially if Twitter has a short-term plan to monetize the data scraping, which I think they kind of have to. If they don't, they're leaving so much money on the table, it would be unthinkable. This move saves them server costs, hurts the companies that were screwing them, and gives them a potential new massive revenue stream. What's not to like? Oh yeah, right, the regular users. You see, the reason I think this is a real chance at causing some serious harm to Twitter in the long run is that most of the things they've done since Elon took over haven't really affected the user base that much. Despite constant complaining, those people were doing that complaining on Twitter. They needed the interaction, that little dopamine hit you get when someone likes your tweet, and now, since people are limited on the number of tweets they can view, there's less of a chance people will see your post. And a decent chance that when they see your useless post, they'll just get mad and unfollow, because you're using up one of their allotted tweets of the day with inane stuff. Basically, it interferes with the main reasons people use Twitter. It lowers the dopamine hit, and it also makes it more difficult to actually find anything useful or interesting on the site at all. Since what are the odds that every one of the tweets you read will be worth it? Very low. People post some dumb stuff to Twitter. On top of that, for whatever reason, and this is something I think should probably just stop in general, but a lot of companies and even governments seem to use Twitter for like a lot of stuff. For instance, one of the games I play, old school RuneScape, has basically no customer support outside of Twitter and Reddit, which has been something players have complained about for years, but now there's no way they can actually use Twitter in the way they had been for years, all of a sudden with no warning. Now, I think that in general, it's absolutely stupid to rely on a third-party platform to communicate with your paying customers, but so many companies do, that I think there might be a big loss in numbers just from companies offloading their services from Twitter, let alone the users who are now frustrated because the company they're trying to complain to has already used their allotted tweets and can't see any new stuff. I genuinely wonder if somewhere some poor support staff got laid off because they can't do their job now, through no fault of their own, because they got caught in the crossfire of a war between Twitter and random AI startups. And that's not even mentioning the people who use Twitter for news, something that Elon himself has been encouraging. How can you seriously market Twitter as a news platform if you can't read more than a few tweets a day? What if there's some massive crisis and people are trying to organize help? Let's say a massive flood or something. Previously, people could post on Twitter to get info out. But now with the limits, important info might be missed by the people who need to see it. So well, I think it's too early to see how much of an effect this will have long term. Especially since for now, Elon has said this measure is temporary. But one thing is for sure, it might be an upside for the company's wallet, but it's a massive downside for the users. I guess we're going to find out which one matters more, and this is kind of terrible timing for Elon since Meta, Facebook, is about to launch their Twitter clone app this week, which previously I would have assumed was doomed to failure because of its association to Facebook, but now might have a serious chance. Time will tell though. What do you guys think? Do you think that this time is really the real time that Twitter is going to go down? Or are you disheartened by the exaggeration of the last 30 things Elon did that made everyone think Twitter wouldn't survive, only for it to do fine? And now you're convinced that nothing can spell the end for Twitter? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. iDubbbz is a bit of a controversial figure these days, having gone from being the poster boy for internet edge to now being stereotypically woke and weak-willed, disavowing his fans. And in my opinion, just kinda a shell of his former self. But he was still successful, can't deny that. Though, he might have owed his success to the videos he now regrets wholeheartedly, and the fans he now despises. He was certainly successful, but we just found out that is kind of a facade. You see, iDubbbz has not been super active on his YouTube channels recently. Instead, it seems that he's been opting to spend his time working on his boxing event, Creator Clash. Now, to be fair to iDubbbz, the first Creator Clash was a fairly successful event. Basically, it's a creator-centric boxing event during which a bunch of creators fight each other, and the profits all supposedly go to charity. Seems innocent enough. Just a fun way for creators to raise some money for causes they care about. And the first Creator Clash was just that. By all accounts, despite some minor drama with iDubbbz allegedly barring some comedians he doesn't like from the event, it went fine and a bunch of money was raised for charities. So when Creator Clash 2 was announced, it promised the same thing, to be a fun event where creators box other creators and raise a bunch of money for charity. What could go wrong? Well, I'll let iDubbbz tell you.
Hello everyone, I have some bad news to share with you. For Creator Clash 2, despite it being a fun event and despite good fights and a lot of creators sacrificing a lot of time, money, and energy, we lost $250,000 on the event. We did half as well as we did the first year. This has been a financial catastrophe for me. I can't even think about doing a Creator Clash 3. We lost money and there's no money for charity.
That's right. According to iDubbbz, not only did money from the boxing event not go to charity because they lost money on the event, he's in the hole for $250,000, which sucks for him, like a lot. But considering all the drama that happened before this event, and how a lot of the criticism of the event was hand-waved away because the event was supposed to make a lot of money for charity, it's kind of a huge deal that he didn't end up giving any of the money from the event to charities. He knows that. I'm fairly certain the only reason that he came out to tell people this publicly is because if he didn't explain it and it came out from one of the charities or one of iDubbbz's enemies, the damage would be worse. The dude is on full damage control now, running some weird live stream event where he raises money for charity to compensate for his failure to give money away to the charities which he had promised originally. So just think about that. He told fans that the ticket to the Creator Clash 2 would benefit charity, which turned out to be a lie. So now he's asking his fans to give him more money to make up for the donations he promised that never came to fruition. That's just insidious. In my opinion, that's taking advantage of your audience by making them feel bad and then providing a moral pathway that makes them feel better about themselves and in the process absolves you of guilt. All the while taking money out of your fans' pockets. Gross. Also, I don't know how exactly he's structuring this live stream donations or how he's gonna handle the donations at the end of the day, but I'm always suspicious of creators doing live streams to raise money for charity because, let me let you in on a little secret, if the streamer is morally dubious or just plain evil, they can use that money and those donations for a tax write-off. That's right, some of the more insidious streamers will take your money, then donate it in their own name and take the tax break. I'm not saying iDubbbz is doing that, just saying that I really do not ever trust weird donation drive live stream. I'd tell you the same if it was anyone else doing it too. It's always better to just directly donate to any causes you support, rather than trusting a stranger to do it for you. So anyway, now we know he's doing a live stream to try and salvage his career. But was there anything he did that could have impacted the success of Creator Clash 2? Well, in my opinion, yes. Just publicly, not counting the weird behind the scenes business decisions that he may or may have not made. Nor counting the fact that he mentions in his video about the rampant rebroadcasts of his event, which it seems like he didn't target for takedown for whatever reason. He made more than a few public blunders before the fight too. The most obvious of these blunders, which for me personally sealed the deal that I was not going to watch this year's event, was that a few weeks before the event, iDubbbz removed a fighter from the entire thing, Froggy Fresh. You see, Froggy had been hanging around with a slightly controversial comedian that iDubbbz doesn't like, named Sam Hyde. Sam is a boxer himself and was helping to train Froggy. Now, Sam and iDubbbz's distaste for each other is a well-known fact, but Sam had trained a fighter for the original Creator Clash without any issues for that fighter. Also, at the same time, Froggy made a fairly tame joke about iDubbbz's wife having an OnlyFans, something iDubbbz had said in the past didn't bother him, and got into a little back and forth with someone who was allegedly iDubbbz's wife's mother on Twitter. Some combination of those things led to iDubbbz and Creator Clash immediately cutting ties with Froggy Fresh, who had been training for months for this event, with no warning. Froggy said publicly that he found out only minutes before Creator Clash posted a statement on Twitter. This definitely upset a lot of people. Even big names in the streamer space like Critical came out in support of Froggy Fresh, mainly because nothing Froggy did was really even moderately offensive to anyone outside of whatever was going on in the Creator Clash offices. More so when you consider that this is a boxing event, where usually a little bit of trash talking is not just expected, but encouraged before an event. Basically, to his fans who had originally followed iDubbbz for his edgy humor, this was a betrayal and the ultimate sign that he had become what everyone had been saying he was. How does someone go from being okay with openly saying slurs in videos to being offended that some guy made a fairly tame comment about your wife's controversial choice of career path? So yeah, I think a lot of iDubbbz's older fans were particularly turned off by this, and that's not to mention the public opinion, which was very clearly with Froggy Fresh. Despite certain big creators running a little bit of PR for Creator Clash, pretty much everyone who looked at the facts saw that Froggy was being treated unfairly, and it would not surprise me if that led to a lot of people canceling tickets or just deciding not to support the event at all. This was a total PR disaster for Creator Clash and iDubbbz. And that was made worse by the fact that for most people, the first thing they'd have heard about Creator Clash would have been the Froggy Fresh drama. You see, I consider myself to be fairly up to date with online goings on, you know, on account of the whole YouTube drama news thing I've got going on. But man, I had barely heard a peep about Creator Clash 2 before the Froggy Fresh thing. If it didn't happen, there's a decent chance I'd have never heard anything about it at all. There was like zero promotion for this fight. at least that I saw. Maybe he was running some big traditional ad campaign or something weird that I didn't see, but in my opinion, the Froggy Fresh drama was basically the only reason anyone even knew about the event at all. It just seems weird to do an influencer boxing event and not require the influencers who will be boxing to leverage their, influence to get people to buy tickets. I guess he just thought that the first one went so well that they didn't have to worry about it or something. And the last thing that didn't help was probably the clip from a podcast of iDubbbz talking about how he hates his fans. Yeah, kind of a big oops to have that hit the internet while you're building something like this. He did clarify that when he insulted his fans in the clip, he only meant the ones that would make him feel uncomfortable in public. But still, less people would have seen his clarification than saw the clip, which, because of the fact that it was a clip that showed him insulting his own fans, went pretty viral. On top of all of that, iDubbbz is pretty much past his peak. To be honest, he's not been putting out a lot of content in the last few years, probably partially due to the creator clash, and probably partially due to the fact that he no longer wants to do the things that got him famous to begin with. Regardless of how you feel about his personality going from edgy to woke AF, you can't deny that, well, without his edge, he's not really anything special. That's what got him famous. What's a singer who decides they don't want to sing anymore? A minimum wage worker. You can't just abandon the things that got you to where you are and expect everything to just keep moving on like they always have. If you're gonna make a change like he did, you can't do it in the shadows, occasionally talking about how you hate what made you famous and insulting your fans. You have to own it. He should have just gone all in on what he wants to do and hope it works. It almost never will, but at least then he's not irrelevant. I don't know. To me, it seems like iDubbbz losing $250,000 on his big hyped up influencer boxing endeavor. It's just kind of sad. It's the peak of downfall of someone who was at one point at the top. Like if tomorrow Facebook announced that it was losing millions every day and Mark Zuckerberg had to go around and beg for donations and to keep everything afloat. But in this case, with iDubbbz, it's worse, because he did it all to himself. I don't know why he changed, and I'm not going to grandstand and tell you that I know for sure he's changed for the worse. But change is hard. If you stick your head in the sand and ignore it, then you're not going to succeed. This is the downfall of iDubbbz. Where he goes from here, who knows? But it's not going to be an easy road for him. What do you guys think about this whole situation? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. Twitter has been having a rough time lately, recently even restricting the number of posts that users can read a day. This made everyone who uses Twitter angry, because let's face it, it was a stupid move. Like, how are you supposed to grow if you're actively pushing users away from your site? Well, Mark Zuckerberg seems to have smelled the blood in the water, because in a series of surprise announcements, he first announced that Meta's Twitter competitor, or rather Twitter clone, Threads, was going to launch Thursday. Seems like he really didn't want to waste the opportunity though, so they then announced that it would launch Wednesday night. Now, I've had a chance to use the app, and well, let's just say I have a few thoughts. Did Zuckerberg's mad rush to get the app to market before Twitter can recover from its most recent stunt work? Or is it going to harm Threads in the long run? Well, I'll be frank. I think Threads is basically just a terrible Twitter ripoff in the same vein as all the other ones, and I expect that unless they make massive changes, it will never recover. To be fair, the basic look of the app is fine. It starts off in dark mode and the UI is fairly intuitive if you've ever used Twitter, since it really just seems like they didn't really try to hide the fact that they're copying. Instead of tweets, you've got threads, which are functionally the same as tweets. Pretty much the only thing I like about the app is the UI though, so Zuckerberg, if you're watching, give that UI designer a raise. But the app has a bunch of problems as it stands now, so let's talk about those. First and foremost, the biggest issue was downloading the app. I saw that it launched, but when I searched for it in the Android App Store, nothing came up except for a Slack alternative company of the same name. And I had to read an article about how to get in on the launch. Basically, you had to open up the Instagram app, type Threads into the search bar, and then a ticket emoji would appear. You clicked on that and it would give you your invite and a time. My time was right away. So it took me to a download page where I was able to download it. Now I will admit that from a 1,000-foot view, this is kind of a cool as heck way to get into a new app. It makes you feel like a spy or something. But as a way to launch an app, it's not a great way to get people to actually start using it. I assume they did it this way to lower the server load on the first launch, but I also think it might have hurt a little of the momentum, so this one's a win-lose. Then you get into the app, which seems to sign in with Instagram as a default. Once again, kind of an issue, at least for us young people. Instagram and Facebook have a problem where basically old people, and specifically your old relatives, can figure out how to get on and use them, which doesn't matter too much these days, since young people have abandoned Facebook and it's harder for your old Aunt Becky to do something that will make you facepalm on Instagram. But I really think that the idea of having your Threads account connected to your Instagram and Facebook is kind of a bad idea for Threads, since people abandoned Facebook because they didn't want to have to interact with their relatives online. Now imagine Twitter, but your old Aunt Becky sees and comments on all your tweets. Threads is kinda risking that. I would not be surprised if it eventually finds a niche as the boomer Twitter. Perhaps the biggest problem I have with Threads though is the feed, or the page where it shows you the threads. This page on screen now. On Twitter, you have the option of a few different timelines. Notably, one called the For You feed, which is made up mostly of algorithmically selected tweets, with some of the tweets from people you follow mixed in. And then there's a separate option that lets you see stuff only from people you follow. Now, I'm the kind of guy that usually wants to only see stuff that I might care about, so I almost never use the For You feed, unless I'm bored and I've already doom scrolled my following feed. But, as of right now, it seems like Threads has launched with only an algorithmically fed feed, and no option to swap to a feed of people you follow. This is a deal breaker for me, as I don't really want to see stupid posts made by brands, just would rather see what I follow. I'm certain this is something that is eventually going to come, because the app is basically unusable for people like me without it, and I suspect that it's a major feature that was slept on in favor of a fast launch. But in this case, I think it will really hurt it. To be honest, I can't really see any way to sort threads at all, except maybe by searching. I really can't overstate how awful it is to use without this feature. No one actually wants to read nothing but the slop they're being fed by the algorithm. This is the reason I won't be using Threads going forward. It probably doesn't help that over the years I've been slowly clicking on Instagram ads that have the least relevance to me, so that it would always recommend me the weirdest possible stuff that has no relation to me, and to keep the Instagram algorithm from knowing too much about me. Based on the ads I get on there, I think I've managed to get them confused on my political affiliations and my age, which they drastically overestimate. I would bet that they think I'm like 50 rather than in my early 20s, which doesn't have too much of a real effect on Instagram except ads. But I think it might have carried that info over into Threads, because man, the stuff it recommends me is so out of touch with what I would even want to see. It keeps recommending me brand posts from boomer brands, and it's like, damn, I don't know anyone who's going on Threads to catch up with the latest posts from Macy's. Why would they recommend me Macy's? They've literally posted 2 threads, and both of them were shown to me. I have not shopped in a Macy's since I was a little child. But anyway, the weird algorithm driving the app, and probably also driving our society closer to collapse, is not the only worry that they seem to have at launch, based on a lot of the stuff I've seen people posting on, well, Twitter, not Threads. It seems like a lot of people were having issues with the Threads app, probably just the launch overstressing Meta's hardware, which is not exactly abnormal, but it is definitely embarrassing for a company like Meta, that you would assume would be ready to handle an influx of traffic on launch day. Just another point that leads me to think that they just yeeted this app out to the public because they saw Musk struggling for a few days. Also, and this is kind of a weird point, but it doesn't seem like Meta actually bought Threads.com, since the Threads.com URL seems to be owned by the same Slack alternative company that was ranked in the App Store. I think they might be unironically going with Threads.net at this point, which I find to be very funny. I can't believe they were not able to buy out that URL from the other company. I bet Zuckerberg is pissed about it, to be honest. So overall, is Threads a bad app, or is it a threat to Twitter's supremacy? Right now, I'd say Twitter's not in any danger. Like I said, personally, I find the app to be virtually unusable in the state that it launched in, and I suspect that the bad first impression will hurt Threads in the long run. However, for a certain type of person, pretty much the exact opposite of me, the sanitized, algorithm-fed slop feed might be perfect. I mean, Facebook basically does that, and it still has a decent number of users. I still think that it will have a lot more pull with the older crowd than it wants to, and that it could survive to basically be a slightly weirder version of Twitter that's populated entirely by brands, old people, and politicians that think making a stand against Elon Musk is more important than having anyone actually read what they wrote. This could change though. If Meta is really aggressive about this, I think they could turn it around, but considering their size and history, I have little hope. Big sweeping changes require someone with direct control, and it certainly feels like Meta is a giant bureaucracy. Also, I've left it for the end, but I'm sorry guys, the logo for Threads just isn't good. It's a fancy @ symbol. Even Twitter's bird logo is more creative. So, what do you guys think? Have you tried Threads? Will you? If you did, how did you feel about it? Let me know in the comments. Thank you for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, you guys might have seen some drama going on with a YouTuber named Colleen Ballinger, who I guess also went by Miranda Sings on YouTube. Basically, from what I understand, there's been allegations that she did some pretty weird stuff with her fans. Since it seems like those allegations were ruining her career, pretty much anyone watching the situation unfold has been waiting for her to either apologize or come out and say she's innocent. But this week, she did both, in what I can positively say was the weirdest, most millennial thing I have ever seen. Today, we're we're going to be talking about Colleen Ballinger's apology video. And man, it's a doozy. So put on your seatbelts because we're going for a ride on the
toxic gossip train. Chugging down the tracks of misinformation, the toxic gossip train.
So yeah, like I mentioned, Colleen has been accused of some weird behavior when messaging and otherwise interacting with fans. Basically, the allegations are that she was grooming her fans. Now, I'm a very big believer in innocent until proven guilty, so I'm not going to come out and say that this is 100% true. But from what I've seen, there's a lot of stuff coming out that's not very good for her. So how do you respond when you've been called out for probably one of the worst things that a creator can do to their fans? Well, apparently Colleen thought that the best response was to sing. And sing she did, all set to some ukulele music for the stereotype vibe.
Hey, it's been a while since you saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break. So a lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true though, just as long as it's entertaining to you. Right? You guys having fun?
Now, in my time as a casual and professional YouTube drama enjoyer, I've seen a lot of bad apologies. From Logan Paul's severe and continuous lapse in judgment.
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I don't expect to be forgiven. I'm simply here to apologize.
To Sienna May's interpretive dance apology, but I'm continuously surprised how out of touch YouTubers are, especially when it comes to what they think will be a good response to drama. What could possibly go through your head when you're accused of possibly being inappropriate with fans to make you consider that singing your explanation to some ukulele music would be a good idea? Like, I think I'm just so disconnected from this kind of person. According to Colleen though, the reason she's doing this is because her team told her not to say anything, so she figured singing it would make it acceptable?
Hi everyone. I've been wanting to come online and talk to you about a few things. Even though my team has strongly advised me to not say what I want to say, I recently realized that they never said that I couldn't sing what I want to say.
Now, that's some YouTuber logic right there. Basically saying that she knows that making any statement would just make it worse, but she can't keep herself from doing it, so she's going to anyway. But she's gonna do it her way. I genuinely think that the reason YouTubers do these crazy apology videos is that they are just so used to positive attention, so used to that dopamine hit that comes from people constantly praising you, that when they start getting negative attention, they believe that somehow if they just get in front of the camera and do something quirky, it'll all just go away. Unfortunately, most of them soon realize that they've only made everything worse than it was before. Apology videos are kind of a self-destructive thing, and this one is no different. Instead of coming right out and saying everything is made up, she starts off by basically saying that, yeah, she was weird in group chats with fans, but instead of it being creepy, it was just weird and desperate.
Many years ago, I used to message my fans, but not in a creepy way like a lot of you are trying to suggest. It was more of a loser kind of way, where I was just trying to be besties with everybody. It's kind of like when you go to like a family gathering, you know, and there's a weird aunt there who keeps coming up to you and going like, "Hey girl, what's the tea?" And you're like, ugh. That was me, but in group chats with my fans.
So that's not exactly exonerating herself, to be honest. In my opinion, that sounds to me like she's explicitly acknowledging that at least some of the screenshots showing that she was interacting with fans were real. But she's trying to say that the interactions weren't predatory in nature, but really she was just a weird, quirky, awkward girl who just wanted to fit in and get attention from her fans. Weird. Now that she's getting attention, she doesn't seem to like it so much. She then goes on to say again that, yeah, she did used to overshare, and it was weird, but she hasn't done it for years, so it's okay.
In the beginning of my career, I didn't really understand that maybe there should be some boundaries there. There were times in the DMs when I would overshare details of my life, which was really weird of me. I haven't done that for years, you see, because I changed my behavior and I took accountability.
She then goes on to say that she thinks it's important that people are allowed to take accountability and change, which I actually agree with. But instead of doing that, she immediately interrupts herself and starts to sing about how people are just trying to monetize her demise.
In all seriousness, I do think it's really important to hold people accountable for their mistakes. You know, we should hope that everyone can learn from their mistakes and grow and change their behavior and be a better person. And this is something that I've always tried to do when I make mistakes, and it's something that I will continue to try to do. What? Oh, you don't care? Oh, okay. I thought you wanted me to take accountability, but that's not the point of your mob mentality, is it? No. Your goal is to ruin the life of the person you despise while you dramatize your lies and monetize their demise.
It's after this that the video gets kind of sad. She does go on to say again that she's not going to say that she's 100% in the wrong, and reiterate that she's made mistakes, which again, singing a song with a ukulele is probably the worst possible way to say this kind of thing. But I do think that the second half of the video doesn't say much new stuff. It just says the same stuff we've already covered in a bit of a darker way. Like, I don't know if she's acting or not, because it's kind of ridiculous to sit there and sing about how shit your life is to an upbeat ukulele tune, but the rest just kind of made me sad. Like, I'm watching not just the downfall of this woman's career, but that, like, you can see in her eyes that she's lost control, and she's just doing this because she thinks that nothing she can do will stop all the hate that she's getting. To be fair, if it turns out that the allegations are true to the degree that some of the accusers are saying, I don't feel bad for her. No one should send hate to someone that they dislike online. Even if it is, like, for real reasons, you can just kind of post your opinion without being too mean, and you certainly don't need to do it directly to that person. I do not support harassment of any kind, but reasonable discussion always needs to be allowed. To me, it seems like she's just taking the real discussion about what she's accused of doing. And remember, she admitted to being weird in group chats and whatnot in the song, and taking that reasonable discussion and lumping it in with just general hate, which isn't really fair. It's possible that what she did was perfectly innocent and she just made a few mistakes. To be honest, I think that a lot of influencers are just kids who get drunk on the dopamine hit of having fans and seeing the numbers go up, and they never grow up, never learn how to be normal. But it's also possible that she was doing so, knowing that what she was doing was wrong, and taking it as far as some of the accusers say. Like I said earlier, I do always tend to side with someone being innocent until found guilty by an actual jury, because that's the legal standard. But man, you really aren't helping yourself by doing crazy stuff like this. Generally, I think this is easily the worst apology video that we've ever seen on YouTube. I think that Colleen is probably a little broken by the sudden change in the way her fans perceive her, and that this video was less of an apology / response and more of just a general lash out at everyone saying she's in the wrong. I can't blame someone for being angry, especially when they obviously think that they are in the right. But man, you do not just put that to a ukulele tune and upload it to the internet. You just don't. I can't imagine how someone would make a worse response, but I look forward to finding out. What do you guys think? Was this the worst apology / response you've seen? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you.
Your loaded lethal weapon is your fingers on the keys. You don't need any armor when you can hide behind a screen. So shoot me down quick with a click and bam. The reputation's deceased.
3, 2, 1, go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Uh-huh. 10 seconds, you got 20 more seconds.
What you just saw was perhaps the most vile thing that a YouTuber has done in a while. And that's saying something considering some of the other things I've made videos on recently. What you just saw was a YouTube prankster who approached a father and his son in a Target, got their hopes up that they were about to win a prize. Then, once they started doing something, once the YouTuber had made them embarrass themselves in public enough, he and his friends just run away, leaving the dad and his son blindfolded in Target without the prize they were promised, and making the son cry when he figured out what happened. To add insult to injury, according to the father, the pranksters told the son that they were with MrBeast, and that they picked the kid because he was hearing impaired. Can you even imagine ever doing something like that to strangers, especially to children with disabilities? Then on top of that, the YouTuber is now saying that the dad lied and the whole thing was blown out of proportion. That's right, with the popularity of charitable content like MrBeast, a new avenue for monetization has opened up. People are no longer incredibly suspicious when approached in public and asked something like, hey, are you subscribed to MrBeast? And then being told that if they are, they won some prize. So of course, human scum have to capitalize on that. They've realized that they can make people think that they are winning something, then just back out, run away, and get footage of the person they're harassing looking dumb, and get away scot-free, just by calling it a prank. Well, technically I think these kinds of people should be brought up on fraud charges, which I believe would work since they're entering into a verbal contract, filming themselves doing so, not following through with the contract, and then posting the evidence online for anyone to see. I never said they were smart, but whatever. For some reason, they're not facing consequences. It's just emboldening them. I don't know when this all really started, but these days I miss the old-fashioned, completely fake YouTube pranks. They were terrible content, but at least no one was hurt by them. The YouTuber, who I'm not going to name because I think that it would bring attention to him, seems to lack all human empathy. As far as I can tell, most of his content is very similar to what I showed you earlier, going up to strangers and harassing them in public. Well, every one of these types of videos is awful, and to be honest, dangerous for him. At some point he'll go after the wrong person, and we've seen how that ends. This is the first one that made the news for him. The worst part is that he kind of seems to be happy about it too. He's left the video up, and in the video he slices in news clips with the prank, which in my opinion shows that he still isn't taking it seriously. Then he goes on to add his response, where he basically just calls the dad a liar and says he didn't know the kid is deaf.
Before we continue the video, I just want to clear the air for anyone that hates me right now, that wants to rip off my beard or shave my eyebrows or rip my ears off or something. I did not know that kid was deaf. I did not know that.
Look at how happy he is. He's smiling. He goes on to laugh. He thinks that it's funny to make a disabled kid cry. He thinks that it's funny to harass disabled kids in public. I want you to remember that. In this next clip, where he says that the dad is lying and he has trouble hiding his laughter, puts a hand in front of his face to cover his smile. I want you to remember that he's so giddy about tricking a disabled kid into thinking he was going to win something and then running away.
And the dad is exaggerating it and lying to the news because what happened? I never went up to him saying his son's only in because his son is deaf and has a hearing loss. I never said that. And I never said I worked with MrBeast. I did put 2 callbacks in the video. Like, I literally watched the news. As I'm editing the video, my friend calls me and like, bro, you're on the news. So I go and check and I see that, and I was like, I thought it was funny, but I also was kind of mad because he lied about me and my friends. And that kind of got me upset because, you know, it didn't get me upset because he deserved the money. He got the money out of it. But, he tried to make us look like we were super bad guys. We were just being bad guys. All right?
Yep, he's so smug. It's ridiculous. He says the dad is lying, says that he never said he works for MrBeast. Who do you believe in this situation? The father and son who were tricked? Or the psychopathic scumbag who makes a living out of finding random members of the public and making them look dumb for his own entertainment? Also, he says he put stuff in the video to prove his side, but like, as far as I can tell, he proves nothing. It's not like it's a stretch to believe he would edit the parts of him looking bad out of his own video. It's not like he's gonna upload a video and leave the parts in where he proved himself wrong, right? Personally, I think that the father and son are more credible on this one. What do you guys think? You may have also caught that he says the kid got the money. So you might think that he gave the kid some money, right? Well, no. As far as I can tell, the money he's talking about was given to the kid from a local charity and then doubled by Target when they heard how awful this guy was to the kid and got angry about it. This is the only apology that he's offered to the kid, as far as I can tell.
But I'm very sorry. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of the video.
Now, don't get me wrong. I guess it's nice that he said sorry, but I don't exactly believe that he really means sorry. How about you? It seems kind of disingenuous when you spend about 1/20th the time saying sorry that you did saying, they're lying about me, I'm really not a bad guy, honest. The truth of the matter is that this guy and the people who do pranks like him are bad people in my eyes. I don't know how you can sleep at night knowing that you've just gone out and made people's day worse for no reason except your own entertainment and to post to your small YouTube channel that barely gets any views. When I see people like this, I genuinely wonder, what must his mother think of him? But yeah, so at least we did get the good ending, kinda. The kid got to go on a little shopping spree thanks to the generosity of a local charity and also Target, and it looks like MrBeast, the real one this time, might be doing something for him, since he saw a tweet about this whole mess and responded trying to get in touch with the kid. I hope it all works out. What do you guys think? Do you think these kinds of pranks are okay? Or do you think that they're the lowest of the low? Be sure to tell me in the comments. It helps the video out. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. When you go to visit a new country, there's a couple things that you need to learn first. How to order a beer, how to ask where the bathroom is, oh, and get up to speed on local laws. Currently a Kick streamer, IcePoseidon, forgot the most important one of those things. He didn't read up on local laws, and I guess just assumed that every country in the world has laws just as liberal as the United States. Since he was recently arrested in Thailand, that's right, and he is facing 5 years in Thai prison, which like most Southeast Asian countries, is not exactly known for its humane or sanitary treatment of prisoners. So what did he do that got him in so much trouble? Stick around to find out. IcePoseidon has a history of being kind of a little bit crazy, offensive, and willing to push the limits. He also has a complicated history with the law. Let's not forget that he ran what CoffeeZilla called a crypto scam to prey on his own fans in order to enrich himself. But when ICE went to Thailand, he didn't do anything nearly as complicated as that. You see, what's normal in America really isn't normal in the rest of the world. We tend to be more open than the rest of the world when it comes to free speech, free expression, really just human rights in general. Not even our closest allies in Europe have actual free speech. So when you travel somewhere that has a different culture, it's easy to find yourself committing some kind of taboo, if not an outright crime. Kind of like when Germans come to America and drink alcoholic beverages while walking down the street. Something considered every day in one country is basically completely illegal in another. And Thailand is known for their strict laws. So I think that it should have probably been obvious to Ice Poseidon and his crew that they might get themselves into trouble if they threw too big of a party in a hotel restaurant while streaming the event live on Kick. But apparently not. The crazy party was one thing. But then Ice Poseidon decided he was going to give his girlfriend a lap dance, well dressed in lingerie. There's some pretty obvious incompatibilities between that act and Southeast Asian culture, so the manager quickly brought police and had Ice and his crew all arrested. He's being charged with distribution of obscene content, saying that the charges stemmed from his stream of the lap dance he gave to his girlfriend. On top of that, his girlfriend's dress itself was also apparently too revealing for Thai law, adding on to his troubles. Ice had to spend $12,000 on bail to get out of Thai jail, which is famously not a place you want to find yourself. He also has a court date in 2024, and it seems he's not allowed to leave the country until after that court date. And probably after serving whatever sentence he gets, if he does end up having to serve anything. Apparently he's facing 5 years in prison. He took to Discord to talk about what the jail was like, saying, "We all face heavy charges with a lot of jail time. Our bail was almost unavailable, so it's very serious. The bail was like $12K for everyone. If I get 5 years, I'm going to do something very bad that YouTube wouldn't like, so it's been censored. I will not be able to survive Thai jail. The jail I was just at had only a bucket with poop already in it." So yeah, seems like he's finding out the hard way that you need to at least try to respect the laws of the countries you're visiting. If you want freedom to do pretty much whatever you want to do, you're best off never leaving the beautiful shores of the good old US of A. But there is some hope for Ice though. In the most recent update he posted to Discord saying the following: "So I met with my lawyer today, and I have good news. The charges have been dropped on everyone except Hyub, since I didn't put him on lawyer retainer. I still have to go to court, maybe, just because or the process, but we aren't getting any jail. My lawyer is meeting with police to see if they'll throw the case out, so I don't have to wait months until court. So I have no charges, but still have court." Now, I'm not really sure how Thai law works, but I don't really get why he'd still have to go to court if the charges have been dropped. But who knows? It's looking like he's still gonna have to spend his time in Thailand and probably avoid trouble the entire time until his court date in 2024. But hey, probably still better than being sent to a Thai jail, so I wouldn't complain if I was him. Now, to be honest, I think Ice Poseidon is kind of a scumbag, owing to, well, a lot of things he's done in his career as a streamer, especially including the crypto stuff. And if he did break the law, well, there's not much I can say about it. If you break the law in a foreign country, you've got to deal with their legal system, and it's never fun. He's just the latest in a big line of Americans to go overseas and commit a bunch of accidental crimes because the culture is different and other countries actually enforce their laws. Let's not forget that WNBA player who tried to bring a weed vape into Russia, got caught, and was sent to Russian prison before our government made a deal for her release, solely because she was a celebrity. And not even a very popular one, to be honest. Though her case is a little more different because if she was flying with that vape in America, she'd still have been committing a serious felony. But my point is that as Americans, we need to be more aware of laws in different countries before we go there. Let's not forget Logan Paul's time spent in Japan, which, by the way, also has a pretty draconian legal system, which has a 99% conviction rate. Not that 99% of people arrested in Japan are actually guilty, but that once you get charged with a crime in Japan, you're basically screwed. So yeah, be careful, guys. Anyway, what do you think about this? What do you think about Ice Poseidon? I was surprised to see his name come up because he had completely fallen off my radar entirely, but this story was too weird for me to not talk about. So thank you for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day and God bless you. So, way back last January, Microsoft decided that they wanted to buy Activision Blizzard for over $68 billion, a deal that will change the landscape for gamers, giving Microsoft control over huge games like World of Warcraft, Call of Duty, and even Candy Crush. This is kinda a huge deal for us gamers, because in the last couple of years, Microsoft has been pretty open with their games. Unlike the other video game companies who tend to focus on exclusives, the Game Pass is kind of huge, and the fact that they've put effort into porting games to PC rather than just keeping them on Xbox is genuinely awesome as a PC gamer myself. That being said, there has been a console war for years, so of course Sony, who owns PlayStation, took a little bit of issue with Microsoft, and by extension Xbox, suddenly getting access to some of the biggest games around. I mean, if Microsoft decided to make Call of Duty an Xbox exclusive, it could have a really serious effect on PlayStation sales, since no one's gonna buy a console that doesn't get releases of all the big games. And the FTC saw those complaints and decided, in true government fashion, to stick their head in and try to stop the deal. Now, of course, they were acting in their capacity to try and stop Microsoft from becoming a monopoly in the gaming industry. At face value, this makes sense, considering the damage that they would be able to do to Sony if they decided to go full-on standard oil and try to force out their competitors. Except that Microsoft says they're not going to do that. And considering how fast the fist of the government would come down on them if they go back on their word, but the FTC did not, and went on to seek an injunction in a California court that would stop Microsoft from going through with the deal to buy Activision Blizzard. Luckily for Microsoft, big government keeps getting L's in recent years, and the judge ruled against the FTC last week, handing Microsoft the W and letting them continue on with the deal. This did leave the option for the government to appeal, which they did, only to lose that appeal too. The reasoning for Microsoft's win is basically that the government has a pretty high burden of proof to stop this kind of deal, which makes sense. If you give the government too much power, they will abuse it, and no business deals would ever go through. Essentially, the FTC had to prove that Microsoft's purchase of Activision Blizzard would substantially lessen competition in the video game industry, which they weren't able to do. Certainly, the deal might hurt Sony in the future, but it's not like Sony is the only competitor in the video game market. There's Nintendo and Steam as a couple examples, neither one of which will probably be hurt at all by the deal. On top of that, Microsoft made a lot of promises to keep popular games like Call of Duty on the platforms it's already on, like PlayStation, but also said that it wants to expand the platforms that the games are offered on, including, I guess, that they intend to put Call of Duty onto the Nintendo Switch, which would be hilarious, because man, the Switch can barely run first-party Nintendo games, and its online ability is worse than the Xbox Live was back in the 360 days. I can't imagine playing COD on the Switch, but to be honest, it might be kind of a good idea, because I would 100% buy it just to see how it works. I remember back in the day, I bought a COD game on my DS, and I was expecting it to be like the actual game that I was playing on the Xbox, but it was not, to say the least. Considering how underpowered the DS was compared to the Xbox at the time, kinda my fault for expecting that, but similar situation with the Switch. But now that this deal is going through, I think that we're going to see a lot of things like that. Weird releases on different platforms. A lot of gamers, especially people who are on the PlayStation side of the console war, think that this is going to be really bad for gamers. That the centralization of more major games under one umbrella will only hurt us in the long run. And I'd agree if that wasn't for Nintendo and Steam. But with those two in the market, there's still plenty of room for competition and innovation. Not to mention that unlike Sony's focus on the PlayStation, I don't think Microsoft really cares at all about the console wars or Xbox in general. I genuinely think that if Microsoft could just stop making the Xbox without disappointing people, they would. It seems like their philosophy when it comes to the gaming market is less focused on hardware sales and much more focused on software, which is good because it means instead of locking games down to their consoles, the games from their merger will probably eventually be spread across every platform and probably be shoved into the Game Pass. So overall, I see this as a bonus for gamers. The last thing I should mention is that they've had some issues with the deal in the UK as well, but to be honest, and the Brits are gonna hate this, but the UK is kind of irrelevant and won't hold up. Somehow the UK has basically ended up being a puppet state of the US, so now that the FTC is lost, I expect the UK to stop caring soon enough. What do you guys think about the merger? Do you think that it's a good thing for gamers, or are you concerned about the move away from a lot of smaller studios and into a few massive studios? Let me know in the comments, it really helps out the channel. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, it's starting to look like there might actually be aliens or something, which like 2 years ago would be an absolutely crazy statement to make. But in the last few years, we've gone from only crazy people believing in UFOs to the government admitting that there are some things in the sky that we can't identify, then to the government changing the name from UFO to UAP so that it sounded less crazy, and establishing a way for military pilots to report them, and then to the Congress founding AARO to investigate these things. Finally, culminating in the Congress recently saying that yes, these things are out there, and showing us videos, albeit low quality and certainly not the best they have. But I covered all of that in my last video on the UFO/UAP stuff, so why are we talking about it again? Because there's more stuff now, and it's really starting to get a little out there. So before we actually get into this, let me just say that I'm not 100% certain that the government is going to reveal aliens. But the way things are going, I certainly won't be surprised about it if they do. Remember that whistleblower, David Grutch, that I talked about last time? For those of you who didn't watch the last video, he's an incredibly credible witness that came forward with the help of the former Intelligence Community Inspector General to say that the government not only has secret programs monitoring UFOs, but they have in their possession crashed UFOs and possibly bodies. Oh, and they're hiding it from the Congress and the American people, illegally. I go into more detail in the last video, but he's a decorated veteran who served on the older UAP programs started by Congress, and the current ICIG called his testimony both credible and urgent. Well, it turns out that Mr. Grutch is not the only whistleblower. If you listen to Congressman Tim Burchett from Tennessee, there have been multiple whistleblowers coming forward. I can quote him as saying, "That's what it's about, aliens." I think people deserve to know. He's also talked about how he believes that the US government has recovered craft at some point, and he thinks that recovered craft are being reverse engineered right now. And while Mr. Burchett is the most vocal of the congressmen looking into the UAP cover-up, he's by no means the only one. There's been a number of high-ranking congresspeople from both sides of the political aisle taking up this torch, because for some reason, these congressmen, people who are privy to classified information and briefings that we have yet to see, all seem to be coming away from the information that they're getting, whether that's from whistleblowers or from documents and videos that haven't been released publicly, with one thought: something is going on, and the American people deserve to know what. Even if it's not aliens, that should scare you, because the alternatives are just as bad. This has led to the announcement of a new hearing being held by the House Oversight Committee on, tentatively, July 26th. Which will be broadcast publicly, where the Oversight Committee will hear from a number of whistleblowers and government officials about what exactly is going on. Considering that one whistleblower, David Grutch, the only one whose name is currently public, has already made claims to the media that the US government has UFOs in its possession, then also pointed to the origin of one of these craft being in 1940s Italy, having been recovered by the US in the wake of World War II, I can't imagine what is going to be said during this hearing. But I know I'll be watching, because I think the odds are more likely that something we can't ignore will come from this hearing than they are that nothing happens. But you never know. And that would be a big enough topic to talk about if it was the only thing. But it's not. And the second thing is probably way bigger than just a hearing. You see, an amendment was just submitted for the National Defense Authorization Act this year, and it's kind of insane. Like, the biggest evidence that something is going on, and that it does not originate from the human race. But before we get into the details of it, I should tell you who is one of the authors of it, because it's very relevant to the contents. Senator Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, the head of the Democrats in the Senate, undisputably one of the most powerful men in America, one of the heads of Congress, is one of the co-authors. So as we get into the details, keep in mind that all of this has been submitted with his stamp of approval. This is not something cooked up by a crazy person who lives in the woods, but something from the desk of one of the most powerful people in the world. Even the title of the amendment would have been insane 5 years ago, and well, straight up tells you what it's about. Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Disclosure, with the alternative names Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Disclosure Act of 2023 and the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023. Think about that title for a bit. No ambiguity in it. It's a disclosure act, which would be a weird thing to name it if they thought the government had nothing to disclose. Now, I'm going to jump around for a bit, but if you want the full text, it can be found on the Senate.gov website, or just like Google for it. Let's start off here. All federal government records concerning unidentified anomalous phenomena should carry a presumption of immediate disclosure, and all records should be eventually disclosed to enable the public to become fully informed about the history of the federal government's knowledge and involvement surrounding unidentified anomalous phenomena. This passage is interesting because it doesn't suppose the existence of these records. Rather, it would be odd for a passage like this to be written or included if the congressmen were not entirely certain that some of these kinds of records exist. Now, whether these records pertain to aliens, that's anybody's guess, but I think the further in we look, the more you'll begin to suspect it. Our next passage comes from the definitions section of the amendment, where it defines the term controlling authority. Let's take a look. Controlling authority. The term controlling authority means any federal, state, or local government department, office, agency, committee, commission, commercial company, academic institution, or private sector entity in physical possession of technologies of unknown origin or biological evidence of non-human intelligence. Just Wow. This was written in a real amendment and submitted to the Congress with Senator Schumer's name attached. I mean, this is talking about organizations that the Congress seems to think have actual technology and even biological evidence, which probably means bodies from something non-human. Let that sink in. If you think that it's a reach for me to say that they mean bodies by saying biological evidence, the idea that someone somewhere has bodies from a non-human intelligence is again brought up in another definition, this time for legacy program. It reads, the term legacy program means all federal, state, and local government, commercial industry, academic, and private sector endeavors to collect, exploit, or reverse engineer technologies of unknown origin, or examine biological evidence of living or deceased non-human intelligence that predates the date of the enactment of this act. How can you possibly interpret living or deceased non-human intelligence without realizing that they're talking about some kind of body? Heck, they even go a step further and imply that someone might have a living creature. Imagine that. There is a Senate act that directly mentions the possibility that someone has a living or dead non-human intelligence. If I told you that in 2016, you'd have laughed in my face. This is actually crazy stuff. But it gets crazier. You know, they keep using the term non-human intelligence, but no one's gonna know what that actually means, which means they need to define it, and define it they did. Here's the definition. Non-human intelligence. The term non-human intelligence means any sentient, intelligent, non-human life form, regardless of nature or ultimate origin, that may be presumed responsible for unidentified anomalous phenomena, or of which the federal government has become aware. And there it is, folks. The Senate Majority Leader offered an act that has an actual definition which uses the term non-human life form. Think about that for a minute. This is absolutely huge. It's something that would have been laughed out of Congress a few years ago that is now being signed off on by the Senate Majority Leader. I really can't get my head around it. As far as I'm concerned, the mere existence of this definition is the most proof that has ever been offered up freely by any government for the existence of some kind of alien life, which might say more about how little actual evidence there is, but still, this is crazy. There's even more crazy stuff in this act, like for instance, an official definition of the 5 observables that define a UAP, those being instantaneous acceleration absent apparent inertia, hypersonic velocity absent a thermal signature and sonic shockwave, transmedium such as space to ground and air to undersea travel, positive lift contrary to known aerodynamic principles, and multispectral signature control. Think about that. If they are using this definition in this act, it likely comes from Aero or its predecessors, which means that prominent members of Congress have seen enough proof of craft that can accelerate instantly to hypersonic speeds with no shockwave, move in ways that don't make sense with our understanding of aerodynamics, and also transit from space to ground, that they felt okay about using those terms to define it in this legislation. Actually, what? The final thing that really stuck out is the way that stuff is going to be declassified. Basically, there will be a review board that will have to review anything that might need to stay classified. Since this act declassifies pretty broadly, it's incredibly notable that among the usual people who would be involved, a mysterious organization called the UAP Disclosure Foundation is mentioned, and is actually given power over the review board. Can you even imagine? Here's a section. Consideration of recommendations. The President shall make nominations to the review board after considering persons recommended by the following: the Majority Leader of the Senate, the Minority Leader of the Senate, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Minority Leader of the House of Representatives, the Secretary of Defense, the National Academy of Sciences, the UAP Disclosure Foundation, the American Historical Association, and other such persons and organizations. Could you ever, in your wildest dreams, think that the Secretary of Defense would be mentioned in the same sentence as the UAP Disclosure Foundation? No, I couldn't at least. At the end of the day, if this stuff is crazy now, it'll probably get even weirder later, once the hearings happen, once the declassification begins. I genuinely don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but based on the trajectory we're headed in, I'd say that either way, we're looking at either the government admitting that some kind of non-human intelligence exists, or the entire Congress has gone absolutely insane and is now experiencing mass hysteria over UAPs in our skies. Which is more likely? You tell me. I'd love to hear what you guys think in the comments. Also, I want to thank UAP Twitter, especially at Tiny Klaus, for combing through the entire UAP Act and finding the nuggets of importance hidden within all the legalese. And I also want to thank you for watching all the way to the end. I can't tell you if aliens are real or not, so I will at least tell you that. We're headed into uncharted waters, folks. Stay safe, have a great day, and God bless you. You guys might remember a while back when a bunch of GTA 6 videos leaked and Rockstar was blackmailed using their source code. Or well, someone attempted to blackmail them, threatening to release their source code. Well, as it turns out, the guy who did the actual hacking in that incident was arrested and is being tried in London. Except not really anymore, because the GTA 6 hacker was deemed unfit for trial. So today we're going to talk about that and figure out what exactly happened here. Let's take a look at exactly what the dude allegedly did. I'm not going to name him here because, well, he was deemed mentally unfit for trial, so naming him while knowing that wouldn't sit well in my mind. GTA is perhaps one of the biggest game franchises in the world, which is somewhat surprising since the last installment of the series, GTA 5, came out way back in 2013, 10 years ago. Somehow, they've managed to keep the game relevant though, with frequent updates to the online part of the game. It's become the live service title that live service titles wish they could be. But one of the things that has helped with its timeless nature is whatever magic that Rockstar cooked up in the code, which allows the game to render such a huge open world so seamlessly. We've seen games like Cyberpunk, heavily anticipated but horribly reviewed, in large part due to how laggy the actual overworld map is. But that's not a problem for GTA 5, a game that came out when Barack Obama was still president of these United States. So the back-end code that runs the whole shebang is pretty important to Rockstar, and probably worth a pretty penny to them as well. It's basically the basis of their entire company. Well, that and possibly predatory microtransactions. So let's just say that it was a little bit of a problem for Rockstar when they found out that they've been hacked. Not only because people got a glance at the early development build of GTA 6 and weren't impressed, but hey, it's a dev build, no one's supposed to be impressed. In normal development, there would be no one to impress, because the only people who see it are those working on the game. But what was much more concerning was that the hacker was using their internal Slack to threaten to leak the source code unless they paid him $10 million in Bitcoin. He also threatened to release employee data too. Rockstar never ended up paying him though. He was arrested before he could go through with his dastardly plan. But just the blackmail alone would usually be enough for a pretty long stint in prison, especially when you take into account the hacking and the actual videos that he did leak. Well, in America anyway. I'm not super used to UK law, but I'm sure it's gotta be worth a big punishment over there too. Granted, having to eat toast with no beans is a big punishment over there, so who knows? But when you actually look at the damage he allegedly did, it was kind of huge. Since he leaked the videos of an early dev build of the GTA 6 game, showing that the game took place in Vice City, some details of the protagonists, and a couple basic gameplay things, he gave out a pretty sizable chunk of Rockstar's intellectual property. Not to mention, they were extra mad because it wasn't refined yet and looked bad. Now, I don't think it will have a real effect on people buying GTA 6 in 10 more years when it comes out, since I doubt some extra dev footage is going to be enough to change the hearts and minds of the gamers who are still sinking hours into this game that came out the same year the last Pope resigned. But it does translate into reputational damage that is certainly worth a pretty penny to Rockstar. But it looks like Rockstar might not get their justice at the end of the day, because the man has been found mentally unfit to stand trial. In the USA, we call that the insanity defense, which is incredibly hard to actually use here, and it seems to be the same over there. He has appeared in court a few times to plead not guilty, but I guess at some point someone realized he's not really getting what's going on, and submitted him for a psych eval. The psychiatrists, who I assume are appointed by the court over there, said that he is so mentally unwell that he would not be able to understand the evidence or give testimony on his own behalf. So now, according to the articles I've read explaining how the insanity defense works in the UK, he can't be found guilty at his trial. It seems like some form of trial still occurs, but instead of having to find him either guilty or not guilty, the jury can now only find as to whether he committed the offense or not. This is apparently called a trial of facts. If the jury ends up finding that he did do what he is accused of, the court has three options, which will differ from the usual sentencing. They can give him a hospital order, which will mean that he is sent to a mental hospital for treatment. If this is anything like what happens with the insanity defense in the USA, it will be for an undetermined amount of time, basically until someone at the hospital deems him fit to return to life, which could take decades if at all. They could also issue him a supervision order, which will see him released back to his life, but he will be supervised by a social worker or a probation officer for up to 2 years. And finally, the court could just issue him an absolute discharge, which would just let him get off scot-free with no conditions. So basically, they just choose which of these three options makes the most sense depending on whatever his mental condition is, and his risk of harm to others. Given he's accused in a number of other high-profile hacks, I think it's likely that they'll find he has some sort of risk to others, but like I said, I'm no expert in the ancient ways of UK law, so who knows? I just think it's kind of interesting that someone can be sophisticated enough to hack into a huge company, but then childish enough to taunt them over their own Slack, only for that person to be found unfit for trial. Personally, I find it hard to believe that someone could have the know-how to actually go through with a hack, and have a lack of understanding of what they've done. But I don't really know enough about what's going on with him to satisfy my own mind, and it's not like it matters that much anyway. It satisfied the court's mind, and that's what counts. So now it's an interesting case study and I'm sure an enraging event for the execs at Rockstar, who now not only get no justice, but also now have to contend with the articles about this, bringing back their PR disaster that they had so carefully left in the weeds. So what do you guys think about all this? Do you think that it's as strangely interesting of a turn of events as I do? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, Nintendo actually managed to do something good for a change. They helped the police rescue a child from the hands of an evil man who had kidnapped her and had taken her across state lines. In a weird turn of events, the fact that the Nintendo Switch is so underpowered, archaic, and ancient might have actually been a good thing and made all the difference in saving this young girl. So today, let's talk about that. What happened? Well, the basic rundown is that a 14-year-old girl from Virginia suddenly went missing and the police were unable to find her. Now, if you've ever watched any crime drama, you'll know that the odds of finding any missing child go down dramatically after the first day or so, and this girl was missing for 2 weeks. We now know that the girl had met a 28-year-old man named Ethan Roberts while on Omegle. He spent a lot of time chatting with her and essentially used their communication to manipulate and brainwash the girl so that he would be able to abduct her. Eventually, this man took a bus, because of course he'd fit the obvious stereotype, across the country from Arizona to Virginia to meet with her, and then took her back to his home in Arizona. The police had no idea where to even begin looking for her. That is, until one of her friends noticed that her Nintendo Switch was online. That's right, apparently the man had allowed the girl to bring her Nintendo Switch with her, and she had used it to download a game and watch YouTube since her abduction. Lucky for her, her kidnapper was stupid enough to let her connect to his home Wi-Fi or one nearby. The FBI used this information to file an exigent request with Nintendo, which asked for the information about the account and where it was connecting from. Now, exigent requests aren't warrants. They don't have the same legal pull as a warrant signed by a judge does, but they are designed basically as an emergency request that the police can use in the case of an extreme emergency to try and get data from a company that would otherwise require a warrant. Nintendo didn't have to give them the data, but after hearing that the reason was a child who had been abducted, Nintendo stepped up to the plate and gave the FBI what they needed. The FBI were then able to track the scumbag down and rescue the girl. The guy was arrested and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Now, what's interesting about this story, besides Nintendo going above and beyond in order to help rescue this girl, is that the dude was so dumb as to let the girl use her Nintendo Switch. I genuinely believe that since the Switch uses such outdated hardware, the guy probably thought that no one would notice that she was using it, or that the online functions were so limited that there was no way anyone would be able to tell. Luckily, that idiot was wrong. This might be the first time I've ever had anything positive to say about the Nintendo Switch, but finally, its underpowered hardware came in clutch and ended up saving a young girl from who knows what horrific fate that awaited her. So this is a rare moment where Nintendo did a lot of good. Figured it was worth praising them. What do you guys think about this whole situation? Sorry for the shorter video today, but I didn't want to stretch it out unnecessarily. Thank you for watching to the end all the same. Have a great day, and God bless you. Now, I try to stay away from TikTok as a general rule, but occasionally I have to dive in to see what's going on. And when I saw this NPC trend, I thought it had to be bait, but no, it's not. If you've been lucky enough to avoid seeing this brain rot so far, this is what it is.
Take it, Itzel. You got me feeling like a queen. Yes, 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 yes. Balloon. Oh, take your armor. Wow, why is my white dress so it can match with the flowers in my hair? Beautiful. Oh, take you, babe. You got me feeling like a queen. That was good. Coconut. Oh, take you, baby. This is so cute. Oh, take you, baby. I love you. Yes, yes, yes. Ice cream, so good. Yeah, strong woman. Yeah, strong woman. Eric, firework. Wow. What a perfect date for you and me. Fire.
No, you're not going insane. There are actually people doing that on TikTok Live, and it's gone super viral to the point that literally every TikTok live stream I saw while checking this out was one of these ridiculous streams. So today we're going to discuss the TikTok NPC trend, what exactly it is, and why, of all the things someone could do with their lives, people are choosing to do this.
Mike, ice cream so good. Take you, Lopez. Slay, huh? Ice cream so good. Ice cream so good. Yes, 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 yes.
I guess we should start with an explanation of what exactly you just saw. You know how in video games, NPCs are traditionally kinda locked into what they're doing and how they'll react to what you do. Kinda like this guard from Oblivion.
Stop! You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit.
Or the guards in Skyrim that constantly tell you how they used to be an adventurer like you until they took an arrow to the knee. Basically, they're programmed with only a few actual actions they can take in response to player input, and this trend is trying to emulate that. They're trying to be NPCs, like the video game kind. Feel like I should probably specify, because for whatever reason when you Google NPC, there's a New York Times article that says NPC is a pro-Trump insult. TikTok has a weird tipping system where basically you buy a bunch of little items instead of loading real cash onto the app. Those items can be gifted to streamers on TikTok Live, and then the streamers can convert those items back into cash later. It's kind of a weird system, almost certainly built to try and cause kids to disassociate the amount of money they're spending on TikTok streamers. But predatory or not, it is what it is. And because TikTok doesn't have any other great options to monetize your content, the entire point of these live streams is to farm as many of these items as you can, so you make as much money as you can. And the NPC trend is kind of the perfect way to farm donations. You stay in your default state, which is usually like a little bounce or walk in place, until someone gifts an item to you, and then you do an action based on what was gifted to you. This incentivizes the viewers to give you items of different types, to see the full range of emotes you'll do. To be honest, it's not really engaging at all, and it's actually a little off-putting if you have a fully developed brain. But obviously these streams aren't meant for adults. They're meant for the children who endlessly scroll TikTok and have effectively completely ruined their attention span. So not only will they watch endlessly just to see you do the funny meme again, they've also got no qualms about sending you the items that cost money, since they have no idea what the value of money really is yet. Most of it is probably just stuff they're charging to their parents' credit card without the parent knowing, or even worse, caring. Though I do suspect that at least a few parents are going to have a pretty interesting talk with their kid at the end of the month, asking what they spent the money on, and the kid has to try to explain that he gave it to a random person on TikTok because he wanted to see the cowboy hat emote. Hopefully, that'll have the effect of making the parent take the iPad away from their kid for a little while, because I don't think anyone could ever argue that endlessly watching NPC content on TikTok is healthy for a developing brain. So what amount of money is enough to make you willing to stand in the same spot, doing the same emotes over and over, like a broken toy, for hours on end? What amount of money is enough for you to know that you're taking advantage of dumb kids and still be okay sleeping at night? Well, according to The Guardian, one of the biggest NPC trend streamers named Pinky Doll says that on some days she's made more than $7,000. To put that in perspective, if you made $2,750 a day, less than half of what she says she's made, that's just over $1 million a year. Yeah, someone's kid is getting put through college because their mom decided to stand on TikTok and just say random phrases all day. Also, I kind of feel the need to call out this Guardian author because the first line of the article calls the trend mesmerizing, which is not exactly how I'd describe it. Overall, I don't really know how I personally feel about this yet. It's bottom of the barrel content, but you do have to be dedicated to be able to do it. As dumb as it looks, it might take a lot of effort to keep yourself sane while doing it for hours at a time. On the other hand, you are literally taking money from children and contributing to their declining attention spans. Actually, I changed my mind. I do know how I feel about this. I hate it. It's just too weird and morally questionable for me to even try to pretend otherwise. What do you guys think? How do you feel about this trend? Would you give it a try for the money? Let me know in the comments. That's all I really have to say on this, that I find the whole trend gross and weird. So I'd like to hear what you guys think. Thanks for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, it looks like Blizzard is finally starting to feel the effects of their many years of mismanagement. They've announced that not only are they putting Overwatch 2 on Steam, but it's looking like there's a decent chance that the entire Overwatch League might dissolve as well. Blizzard has always been one of the industry titans that I think of when I think of video games, so it's interesting to see them fall this far, especially over what was one of their more popular IPs in recent years. So let's talk about the fall of Blizzard and the fall of Overwatch. I think when Overwatch first launched, Blizzard was at their height, not even mentioning Hearthstone, which was huge at the time, but Overwatch was a self-promoting game. It was a hero battler with a cast of a lot of really iconic characters that debuted with the game. When it first launched, Overwatch was immensely popular. I remember spending a lot of hours playing it with some of my friends, but it was also a very streamable game. Blizzard realized quickly that there was a decent community forming around Overwatch, and that people liked watching Overwatch streams as well. Combine those observations organizations with an incredibly incompetent leadership team, and you've got what we've got right now. Overwatch 2 is dead. Overwatch League is dying. But why? And how does them putting it on Steam signal that? Well, the way I see it, putting Overwatch onto Steam is a pretty blatant acknowledgement that the game is dying and that they really need to try to desperately get new players. They've resisted putting their games onto other platforms since, well, forever. Battle.net, their own launcher, has been around for as long as I can remember. It always seemed to me like they preferred having their own little ecosystem where you could only buy, look at, and play Blizzard and later Activision games. After all, every time you open the Battle.net app to play one game and see their other ones listed, that's basically a free advertisement for their games. So the fact that they're willing to abandon over a decade of precedent to open the game up to a wider audience isn't a good sign, but it is all their fault. To be fair, Overwatch had been doing bad for a while. They kept putting their hands in and making unnecessary changes to the meta, but most of all, it was probably the intense monetization that really destroyed the game's player base. You see, originally you paid for Overwatch, but you could also buy cosmetics in the game. Now technically you could buy cosmetics with coins earned through play, but considering the amount that you got every game, it would have been functionally impossible. So the game had loot crates that you could open with a chance to win whatever skin was on offer. Pretty much CSGO cases, but a little bit worse because of the younger audience that made up a much higher portion of Overwatch's player base than CSGO's. On top of that, they really didn't seem to actually add much over the years. They would reach in and screw stuff up, but it seemed like most of the development time was spent on making more and more cosmetic skins. Actual content expansions like map releases were rare, especially considering this is Blizzard we're talking about. And because of a combination of the slightly predatory microtransactions, stale gameplay, bad design choices, and general burnout, the game slowly died. Also, they changed McCree's name at some point, which made me unreasonably upset, considering I quit well before that change, since they had named him after some dude and that dude had done something bad. But like, come on man, you could have just retconned the reason for the name and disassociate it rather than ruin my favorite character. Anyway, Overwatch is basically dead. So what did they do? They decided to plan a sequel game. The problem was that Overwatch 2 really wasn't much of a sequel at all. You know how most games will have new characters, new story, new maps, new everything in a new game? Like, it would be ridiculous to launch a sequel without changing anything at all about the game, right? Well, Blizzard knew that too, so they promised a new expansive PvE mode that would be the main draw of the new game. The new game that I'm pretty sure they had said they were working on for a long time before they announced it. So what happened? Well, they launched the sequel, but since the PvE was so much work, they launched it with just the normal hero battler from the first game. From a player's perspective, it was basically identical to the original game. Like everything from the maps to the gameplay, the only thing that really stuck out was they changed up the team comps a bit. It was basically laughed at by everyone at launch, not something you want when you're trying to save your IP. But people still played it, mostly because, well, it was free now. Overwatch 1 you had to pay for, but Overwatch 2, free to play, but with everyone's favorite thing added. In place of the old predatory monetization system, a battle pass. You can imagine how thrilled people were about this, I'm sure. Also, they turned off the original game servers for Overwatch 1 to force people to play the new one and inflate its player numbers. And the diehard fans kept on playing, just waiting for the PvE mode that was sure to be really cool, until they announced that it was never coming because it was too much work. Excuse me, but aren't you guys Blizzard? Aren't you a games company? Why can't you actually make a game? Instead, they are now going to release seasonal PvE maps for an added cost. And obviously that really made everyone who was still playing really angry, and well, that brings us to current day where they are so desperate to get players, they're willing to put the game on Steam. Except that isn't the entire story. You see, in the background, this whole time, the Overwatch League has been active. It was a professional esports league that borrowed from the territorial design of regular sports teams by giving the teams a home location and a name associated with it. For instance, one of the teams was called the Boston Uprising. I only know that because they gave me a free bag at PAX East one year. Now, this might make sense for a developed esports org that can bring fans into their events and like fill stadiums or something. But there really was not enough people ever watching Overwatch League to justify their design. Also, given the advent of online streaming, it doesn't really matter where you are in the world, you can still watch whatever team you want. So basically the whole idea made no sense beyond starting an esports team. They had a lot of money behind this league though, and were determined to make it happen. I'll never forget the day I came home and my grandpa was sitting watching Overwatch League on TV. Not sure how they swung it, but every once in a while it would be on some news network or something. He had no idea what he was looking at and turned it off after I tried to explain it to him because there was too much going on the screen. Wise choice, to be honest. I don't know who they thought they were going to reach by putting it on TV. But anyway, as players stopped playing Overwatch, they understandably lost interest in the Overwatch League. On top of that, COVID didn't seem to help matters, so now they're stuck with teams costing tons of money in an expensive industry where most esports already lose money even if they're popular, and they are stuck playing a game no one watches. It's a disaster. So finally, they've sent out a vote to each of the owners of the teams, allowing them to have the option to dissolve the league and stop the ongoing costs, or to keep the league going and change the format. Oh, and if they decide to end the league, all the owners will get a cool $6 million as a termination fee. Gee, I wonder what they're gonna choose. Keep operating an esports team that bleeds money, or take $6 million? Hard choice, to be sure. Anyway, it's kind of sad to see it go this way. I think that with more competent leadership, Overwatch could have been a way more successful franchise than it has been. I wonder if now that they're going to be sold to Microsoft, stuff will change. It's kind of obvious that some big leadership change is needed, but up until now, nothing's been done. Are you hopeful for the future of Overwatch? And by extension, Blizzard? When was the last time you even heard about Overwatch? Let me know in the comments. Thank you for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. AI has replaced crypto as the thing that all the tech bros are constantly talking about, but only have a surface level understanding of this year. And because of that, it's slowly leaking into the real world, one glob of code at a time. In the past couple months, companies have started popping up with articles written entirely by AI and with little or no human oversight to maximize SEO and cash in on an easy money-making opportunity. I mean, why pay an entire writing staff when you can just buy a subscription to ChatGPT? In reality, since the large language models used for all of these spammy sites are all just that, language models, they don't have the ability to discern fact from fiction, which is how we got Glorbo. Who is Glorbo? What is Glorbo? The simple answer is nothing is Glorbo. Glorbo doesn't exist. But doesn't that really mean that we're all Glorbo? Jokes aside, our story begins in the World of Warcraft subreddit. Users of the subreddit noticed that there is a website that's using web scrapers to get the information and comments from all the popular posts on the subreddit, then feeding that information to a large language model and asking it to spit out an article. They also noticed that the articles contained errors because it usually just reported the user's words as fact, whether or not the user's comment was wrong, which they bet was because the website was so automated that its articles weren't reviewed by a human before posting. So one Reddit user who goes by the name Kafer Krieggerin, I have no idea if I said that right, decided to have a little bit of fun. He made a post to the WoW subreddit about Glorbo, a character that doesn't exist. It was titled, "I'm so excited that they finally introduced Glorbo," with the post itself reading, "Honestly, this new feature makes me so happy. I just want some major bot-operated news websites to publish an article about this." I have to say, since they started hinting at it in Hearthstone in 1994, it was obvious that they would introduce Glorbo to World of Warcraft sooner or later. I feel like Dragonflight has been win after win so far, like when they brought back Chen Stormstrout as the end boss of the new Karazhan. Absolutely amazing. Feel free to comment below what features and stories you want to see in the future. Maybe you'll be quoted on some trustworthy news websites as well. Now, of course, he said all of that to try and bait the bot into making an article about his post. And the keen-eyed among you might notice a little more trolling in there as well. Hearthstone wasn't released in 1994 for a start. And despite how absolutely obvious that it would be to literally any human being reading the post that it was bait, Glorbo was willed into existence all the same, with the website in question quickly publishing an article on Glorbo and just how excited everyone was for him. The article has since been pulled down since the incident started to get some media attention. I assume some journalist contacted the site for comment and they panicked and yanked down the article, hoping no one would see it. Well, unfortunately for them and fortunate for us, the internet is forever, and someone had already archived the article. It was titled World of Warcraft WoW Players Excited for Glorbo's Introduction, and subtitled World of Warcraft WoW Players Are Thrilled About the Introduction of Glorbo and Eagerly Await Its Impact on the Game. If you're wondering why it sounds so odd, despite LLMs being perfectly capable of creating content that's fairly close to human writing, it's because they have optimized it for SEO so that it could rank well on the search engines. Interestingly, the article has an author credited, Lucy Reed, who almost certainly doesn't exist, but according to her page on the website, she writes more articles in a day than anyone I've ever seen. So yeah, it's fairly common for sites that use AI written articles to credit some fake name because people are still a little weird about AI, which to be honest is warranted since AI is likely one of the biggest threats facing the human race in the next few decades. But I doubt LLMs will be the catalyst to extinction. The article's actual text is kind of funny too. The introduction section reads, World of Warcraft, WoW players have been buzzing with excitement ever since the announcement of Glorbo's introduction. The highly anticipated new feature has sparked a wave of positive sentiment among players who are eagerly awaiting its impact on the game. And it's true, I haven't been excited about anything WoW related in years. But if Glorbo's in, crack open some Mountain Dew and get me some Doritos, because it's time to start playing WoW again. I mean, who wouldn't want to? Look at all the cool information you can find about Glorbo in this article. He sounds great. The article covers his impact on the game, including how Reddit users are excited about it, quoting the original post's author when he said, honestly, this new feature makes me so happy. I just want some major bot-operated news websites to publish an article about this. But then, going on to say that not all players are excited about Glorbo, since he might be overpowered, and Blizzard is being inconsiderate of non-Glorbo players. There's also a section on the completely made-up mandatory item controversy that Glorbo is in, quoting Reddit users saying, making Click-Clack a mandatory item is a huge punch in the gut for casual players. I don't have time to farm Zoop for that. And then says that Glorbo's Click-Clack disadvantages casual players. Finally, the article concludes with a section on exciting rumors and appreciation for past changes, where it says Glorbo's rumored location in the Half-Film market teases a farming sim minigame, and again mentions how excited a Reddit user is. It also mentions that, unrelated to Glorbo, players are expressing their appreciation for Blizzard, adding the Claxy as a playable race. They did not. Overall, it's kind of funny to think that just by making a funny Reddit post, you can manipulate websites. But it's kind of scary too, because if this wasn't just a funny meme about Glorbo and it was some lie about something important, let's say how to make a campfire, and no one noticed it, the article stayed up, chances are that another bot-run AI article site would end up scraping that one eventually and writing its own article filled with lies. Then eventually the amount of AI written articles with the lie outweighs the actual human articles that tell the truth, and suddenly you Google how to make a campfire and it tells you to use marshmallows instead of wood. We live in a scary world. The worst part being that the article didn't even mention Glorbo's famous tagline, "It's Glorbo in time." How did they even miss that? Such an iconic part of the Glorboverse. Can you believe it? Have you noticed these sites popping up more and more? More importantly, are you gonna go post random stuff to mess with the AI articles? Thank you for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. Mizzy actually apologized. I'll admit, I didn't have this on my bingo card. If you don't know who Mizzy is, he's the British TikToker who recently was arrested for walking into a random couple's home and also stealing a random dog from a woman, all for TikTok. Then, he made it worse for himself by immediately violating his court order and putting up more videos, including one where he walked into the control area of a train for GTA 6 in real life. Mizzy's apology statement is incredibly long, so instead of reading it yourself, you might as well let me read it to you. Here's what he said on Twitter. I know I ain't the best with my words, but just try to understand and listen to what I have to say. I made a very dumb, stupid mistake. A house is supposed to be a safe space where you know you can relax without being in any sort of distress, and me walking into that house was a very big violation to the homeowners. They had kids, and I have a child myself, so I know how protective people get over their children. If anyone came into my house on a weird flex and my child was there, I don't even know what I would do, but I just know it wouldn't end well. This doesn't justify what I've done, and to be fair, I don't know what can, but just know that I had remorse to that family, hence why I went there off camera the next day by myself and apologized to the family. People are asking why I didn't record the apology, and yeah, I could have recorded it and been like, I'm remorseful, here's me recording their house again with an apology video for clout, but would that make any sense? She did record the apology, but I don't see that video anywhere, and maybe it is for a good reason, but just know the apology was real. This whole Mizzy guy is someone I created, a social media persona as you would say, and I've been doing social media for a lot of years with a wide range of different pranks, even worse than some of the recent videos you've seen. So I know what people want to see, what will go viral / get clicks, etc. And I basically built this whole Mizzy character as an extension to my true self, Bakari, a smart, confident, outgoing, will do anything, say anything type guy. And at the start, it was that, with silly normal prank videos that would get slight buzz and attention, but it would only stay as that. So I decided to go all out beast mode on this Mizzy character, and up the ante on the pranks, until I eventually got sucked into this Mizzy character and I basically forgot who Bakari was. Take this as you will, and this isn't all I have to say about this situation, so expect a couple more vids / tweets coming your way. Piers Morgan can say whatever he wants about how I don't have remorse for my actions or whatnot, and I don't care about that because who is he? Probably even a more controversial person than me, and he only knows Mizzy, not Bakari. And all I'm saying is Bakari definitely has remorse, and I show the people in my videos that in person off camera, because not everything you see on social media is real. The media paints an image and chooses the right way to enforce their own narrative on the mass. Tristan Tate reached out to me when the whole world was and against me, and ever since then, the Tate brothers have been helping me immensely, teaching me to actually take people's feelings in and hold more accountability for my actions as I develop into a man. They are also showing me that I can accomplish what I want in ways that won't make me look like a villain, and in the process also help others. That's what the We Outside movement really is, being one with yourself and knowing that if you really put your mind to something and don't let anyone tell you different, you can achieve it. I put my mind into Mizzy being the biggest menace in the UK, and look now. It may not have been the best choice, and I wish I could have went about it a different way. But the past is the past, and what I do from now on will define me as a person and really build the legacy of Bakari. He also included a video with his apology, which, well, pretty much goes over the same points. I'll put a link to the tweet in the description in case you want to watch the video, but let's be honest, you probably don't. So what do you guys think about his apology? Personally, I think that it's good to know that he went back and apologized to the family, and he didn't record it. I agree with him that it would have been a massive mistake for him to record his apology. That would have come off as him just trying to avoid the criticism that he got for doing it, which coincidentally is exactly what this statement does. It's a terrible statement no matter how you look at it. The best thing I can say is that it's good that he's acknowledging the bad things he's done, but I can't even say that he's taking accountability, because he's not. He's claiming that Mizzy and Bakari are two different people, that Mizzy was just a character, that he really isn't like that, which sounds wonderful, except for that it's not true. Mizzy doesn't exist, Bakari does. The things that he did were not done by some character, they were done by him. We don't live in a world where you can avoid accountability because you were acting in character as a shitty person. The fact of the matter is that the character is just you, and that you were a shitty person. By avoiding that and blaming all of this on his character, he's trying to avoid responsibility, telling people that it's not who he really is, except that it literally is exactly who he is. He is the one who walked into some random person's house. He is the one that stole someone's dog. He is the one that uploaded all that online. He is the one that thought these ideas were good enough to go through with. At the end of the day, I don't care if he thinks that there's some kind of wall in his head between Mizzy and his real self as Bakari, because in the real world, there is not. He harmed some people. You don't get to get all of that to go away just by saying that you just took a character too far. I'm sorry, that's just stupid. He was such a shitty person that every article I've read about why he ended up spending the weekend in jail ends in one conclusion. His own mother did not want him to come home. Think about that. Think about what kind of person you would have to be, even off camera, for your own mother to not want you to be released from police custody. At the end of the day, it's very rare, but not impossible for people to change. Though I think the fact that he mentioned that he's getting help from the Tate brothers, who are currently being investigated for human trafficking and other crimes, might point to the fact that he's not changed at all. It's a typical manipulation tactic to create a straw man and blame whatever's making you look bad on that, rather than taking accountability. In this scenario, Mizzy is the straw man. He's trying to make people think that the actions he took were the fault of Mizzy, but that Bakari is some sinless angel. Manipulation kind of fits if he's dealing with the Tate brothers, whether he knows that's what they're teaching him to do or not. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to see him change. I'd love to see him turn over a new leaf. I just have zero faith that he will, mainly because his response was to just blame it all on getting too far into a character, but also because if he stops doing what he's doing, he's gonna lose all of his clout. Sure, right now he's getting his 15 minutes of fame, but fame is fleeting. Soon he'll realize that the followers that he got for doing crazy things aren't going to stick around for his new videos. And videos of what? His content was pranks before. What's he going to do now? Videos of him being nice to people? He has a very small amount of time to actually make something good come out of this time in the limelight, and people very rarely make the most of it. So I really do wish him the best and hope that he manages to do it, but it's going to be hard work. What do you guys think? Do you think he can turn this around and go from being a menace to society to a good guy and still manage to hang on to his fame? Let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear from you. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Thank you for watching till the end. Have a great day and God bless you. So I'm convinced that Twitch just doesn't want to exist. I'm not sure if it's just out of touch corporate managers or if someone is intentionally trying to push the worst possible policies so that the company fails. It's almost comical at this point. I don't think they've made a non-controversial update in the last few years, and this one was a doozy. Basically, it seems like they wanted to make it really hard for streamers to get sponsorships on their own in order to force them to go through Twitch. Let's just say the community outcry was immense, and now they've backed down though. So let's talk about this mess. Basically, if you've ever watched a Twitch stream, you'll notice that there's often little graphics on screen, whether it's a static image or a little animated thingamabob. Most of the big streamers, and even a lot of small streamers, have these. They're on screen because the streamer has a sponsorship deal with some company, and that deal requires them to have something on screen promoting the brand. There's other sorts of sponsorships, but for the average streamer, this is the most common type. Well, Twitch decided that with no communication to any streamers, they were just going to update their policies in order to basically ban that and other common sponsorship stuff. So let's take a look at their own graphics to see what would and wouldn't be allowed. Firstly, they banned any on-stream overlays bigger than 3% of the screen size. Interestingly, in this graphic, as far as I can tell, the little icon they've used to show what is allowed seems to actually be slightly bigger than 3% of that graphic. So, well, good job guys, I guess. This change would effectively remove the most common type of Twitch sponsorship, but it doesn't stop there. They also wanted to ban burned-in video ads. Basically, ads that creators play on their streams. So like, let's say you have a sponsorship for a gaming mouse company. Sometimes they'll provide a streamer with a couple seconds of ad footage that a streamer will play, usually at the start and end of a stream, or during transitions. This is just as common as screen overlays. I'm sure you've seen them before. On top of that, they've also wanted to ban burned-in display ads. Basically, those little banner ads that every mid to large size streamer has somewhere on screen at virtually all times, showcasing whatever new stuff their sponsors asked them to. And finally, they also banned audio ads, which were kind of rarer than the other types, but I guess would basically be a sound clip that's promoting something for a brand. All of these things combined make up the majority of all the things that companies want from streamers. With those things banned, the vast majority of sponsorship agreements would be impossible for the streamers to fulfill, and would probably not just result in a loss of revenue, but also probably some lawsuits. Cause suddenly these creators aren't holding up their side to the bargain, which they're contractually obliged to do. So yeah, it's an understatement to say that this would really screw creators. Don't worry though, they were nice enough to put together a list of sponsorship things that you're still allowed to do, like having a branded panel, which a lot of sponsors like, but certainly is not something they're typically willing to pay a lot for. They were also okay with you showcasing products in your stream background, which I mean, I'd hope they'd be. Since most streamers stream from their homes, how could Twitch possibly know if you're sponsored by the gamer slop that you have in a pile in the background of your stream, or if you're just really addicted to the new flavor? They certainly couldn't. Also, they're okay with shilling links to promote things, which I honestly find to be the worst and most spammy type of sponsorship. And finally, out of the kindness of their hearts, they were willing to allow you to discuss, endorse, and unbox products and services, as well as play sponsored games, which yeah, it'd be kind of hard to do any gaming sponsorship without discussing the game, endorsing the game, or playing the game. So interesting that they listed those as things they were allowing people to do. The fact that those things were singled out tells me that they were probably toying with the idea of outright banning those things too. But why would Twitch do this? Well, to be honest, it's kind of an easy reason to figure out. Money. Money makes the world go round, and Twitch has historically lost money pretty much forever. Since the departure of their longtime CEO recently, they've been kind of trying to optimize their cash flow. First, they were pushing ads hardcore. Then they decided they were going to force all creators down to a 50-50 revenue split. And now they want to ban the most common type of sponsorships. Most likely because they want to offer sponsorships through Twitch rather than allowing the creators to pursue sponsorships on their own. If a streamer gets their own sponsorship, the money goes to the creator and their team. If Twitch can force sponsorships to go through their ecosystem, they can skim a little bit of money off the top. To be honest, I can see why they'd want to do this. It's potentially tens of millions of dollars in revenue every year that they are missing out on. But unfortunately for them, targeting this revenue stream would decimate their creator population. You see, Twitch has a lot more competitors now than they've ever really had to deal with. For a long time, it was just YouTube, who never really pursues streaming, and Mixer competing with Twitch for the live stream market. Mixer went out of business, and YouTube never really invests a lot of effort into live streaming, which I honestly think is to avoid the government seeing them as too monopolistic and starting antitrust action against them. So basically there was no competition for Twitch. But now, in the past couple months, we have seen the rise of Kick, which has grown massively since its start due to a high revenue split and large creators endorsing the site. On top of that, Rumble has entered the live streaming market, getting IShowSpeed and Cenat, two of the biggest streamers, one from YouTube and one from Twitch, to exclusively stream a joint show on Rumble. Then, going on to sign Mizkif as well. So right now, it's kind of a terrible time for Twitch to incentivize people to leave the platform, because odds are that they'll be able to find a home on another site, whether that's YouTube, Kick, or Rumble. And when this policy change was announced, a lot, and I mean a lot, of streamers said that they would be moving to other platforms. Even OTK, one of the biggest streamer orgs on Twitch, said that if this policy went through as announced, that they would be leaving Twitch. There was such an outcry that I think genuinely a lot of streamers, even now that Twitch has backtracked, might start looking for a new site to stream on. One with stable rules and a company that knows how to actually run itself in any direction except into the ground. And Twitch's backtrack was weak too. split into a couple of tweets for no real reason except probably to disincentivize people from reading the latter tweets. Twitch said, "Today's branded content policy update was overly broad. This created confusion and frustration, and we apologize for that." Followed by, "We do not intend to limit streamers' ability to enter into direct relationships with sponsors, and we understand that this is an important part of how streamers earn revenue. Then, we wanted to clarify our existing ads policy that was intended to prohibit third-party ad networks from selling burned-in video and display ads on Twitch, which is consistent with other services. And finally, we missed the mark with the policy language and will rewrite the guidelines to be clearer. Thank you for sharing your concerns, and we appreciate the feedback. We'll notify the community once we have updated the language." Which is a crazy response to this whole thing. It seems like they're basically trying to gaslight people into thinking that they were not trying to limit how streamers' sponsorships work, and that this was entirely something geared towards third-party ad agencies that used overly broad language. Except it didn't use overly broad language. It was incredibly specific as to what would and wouldn't be allowed, including images that Twitch themselves produced. That's not broad. That's literally as specific as it can get. As for the third-party ad agencies bit, I don't think that's really consistent with what they put out either. For instance, the limit of 3% of the screen space isn't really something that an ad agency could directly control. The size of ads in relation to the actual resolution of the stream is entirely in control of the streamer and not a third-party company. So yeah, what I think happened was that all the big wigs all thought that this was a great idea because they could force the plebs into taking sponsorships through Twitch, which obviously would meet all the guidelines Twitch laid out, or maybe even be given exceptions from the rules down the line, and create a huge revenue stream for Twitch. Of course, like always, the people at Twitch were completely out of touch, and the community hated this. The community was more outraged at this than they have been at literally anything I've ever seen Twitch streamers get mad at. They were more mad at this than when Twitch decided to arbitrarily lower their revenue splits to 50-50. The outcry was immense and started to garner some attention from news outlets. So Twitch hit the panic button, and instead of admitting that they made a big mistake, they decided to cover themselves and say that no, actually, it was the community who was wrong and they just didn't understand what we were doing. It's a mess. Twitch is a mess. I've been saying it for a long time now, but this time they really proved me right. Do you think that this is going to be what ends Twitch's dominance in the live streaming market? Do you think that even now that they've backtracked, we will see Twitch streamers leaving for other platforms? As Twitch obviously is not a stable income source if they're going to make these kinds of sweeping changes without even anticipating the consequences. I'd love to hear from you in the comments. That's all I've got today, so thank you for watching till the end. Please consider subscribing. It really helps me out. Have a great day, and God bless you. Alright guys, today we're going to branch out from internet drama because a whistleblower, who is incredibly credible, we'll touch on that later, just came forward to say that not only has the United States gotten their hands on crashed UFOs, but also that we've been trying to reverse engineer them for years, and the government is hiding this information from itself. Does that have your attention? Well, it better, because this story has the potential to get really crazy. I should start this off with a disclaimer. I have absolutely no idea if aliens are real or if the government has captured UFOs. But like most people, I really want to know. In the past couple of years, we've gone from UFOs being a completely insane thing to believe in, to the US government not only admitting that they exist, but also creating a task force, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, and labeling UFOs not as delusions of crazy farmers, but as real phenomenon, which they call UAPs. Just last week, NASA held a round table on their involvement in the research into the UAP phenomenon, and it was mentioned that there are unexplainable metal orbs appearing above military operations, which move with intelligence and intent. So I don't think this whistleblower's allegations are as crazy as I would have thought 2 years ago. But I would still side on the side of caution. Examine the information and come to your own conclusion. The only thing we can say for sure is that something is going on. But what is it? Well, we might finally have an answer. Let's get into the whistleblower allegations. Leslie Keane and Ralph Blumenthal, who are notable for having co-authored the New York Times report on UFOs that got the Congress to admit these things are real, published an article on thedebrief.org, linked in the description, in which they bring forward the allegations of a federal whistleblower and detail what he is reporting to Congress. David Charles Grush, the whistleblower, is alleging that the United States has in its possession a number of craft that are of non-human origin, and that we've had these craft for decades, have been attempting to reverse engineer their technology, and most importantly, that the people in charge of this program have been lying to the American public and Congress about the existence of this program. So yeah, I know that sounds crazy, But this guy is perhaps the most credible person to have ever spoken out on the subject of UFOs. The article describes his background as a decorated former combat officer in Afghanistan, is a veteran of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, and the National Reconnaissance Office, NRO. He served as the Reconnaissance Office's representative to the Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force from 2019 to 2021. From late 2021 to July 2022, he was the NGA's co-lead for UAP analysis and its representative to the task force. So not only is David a decorated combat officer who spent time at the NGA and NRO, but he was a member of the UAP task force that predated ARROW. And until last year, he was one of the leads for the analysis of UFOs for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. This is not Farmer Jim down the road saying he saw lights in the sky. This is an American soldier and intelligence officer who had the highest level of clearance imaginable and served in several high-level positions in government inquiries into UFOs. There is no one more credible than someone like that. No one. And this man, who would have been the person to know this stuff, came out and said, and I'm quoting directly from the article now, "The recoveries of partial fragments through and up to intact vehicles have been made for decades through the present day by the government, its allies, and defense contractors. Analysis has determined that the objects retrieved are of exotic origin, non-human intelligence, whether extraterrestrial or unknown origin. Based on the vehicle morphologies and material science testing and the possession of unique atomic arrangements and radiological signatures. And also more specifically, we are not talking about prosaic origins or identities," Grush said, referencing information he provided to Congress and the current ICIG. The material includes intact and partially intact vehicles. It does not get more direct than that. If this man is to be believed, then not only is there some other form of intelligent life in our universe, but it has come to visit us, and also apparently crashed into us. I don't think I need to explain why that would be life-changing information. If it's true, and this eventually becomes part of the public discourse, and UFO fragments, or whatever, are available for study by US scientists and engineers, then we are on the cusp of a massive technological revolution, and probably the laws of physics would have to be rewritten, considering the potential existence of a method for travel faster than the speed of light that alien spacecraft probably are evidence of, assuming they came from outside our solar system. This would change the world. If you're not convinced by David's own reputation, then I also want to mention who is representing him. Becoming a congressional whistleblower is a very lengthy legal process, so I think the types of lawyers that someone like this hires is rather indicative of the veracity of their claims, and he's being represented by the original Intelligence Community Inspector General, ICIG. People don't get to be the ICIG, one of the most powerful positions in the shadows of America, the one tasked with investigating the investigators, by being a crackpot. The fact that the former ICIG is representing him is a major, huge boost to his credibility. The article then goes on to quote a few people on David's character, all of them listing him as above reproach. And these are major military men, including retired Army Colonel Carl Nell. The article then quotes a few people who are willing to corroborate David Grush's claims, including Christopher Mellon, who the article describes as spending nearly 20 years in the US intelligence community and served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, has worked with Congress for years on unidentified aerial phenomenon. He went on record and is quoted as saying the following: "A number of well-placed current and former officials have shared detailed information with me regarding this alleged program, including insights into the history, governing documents, and location where a craft was allegedly abandoned and recovered," Mellon said. However, it is a delicate matter getting this potentially explosive information into the right hands for validation. This is made harder by the fact that, rightly or wrongly, a number of potential sources do not trust the leadership of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office established by Congress. Keep in mind that this, again, is not coming from some crazy person. Christopher Mellon was the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence. These are serious government people. These are the kinds of people that you want backing you when you're trying to prove something like this. They go on to quote more and more credible people as well, like Jonathan Gray, who they describe as a generational officer of the United States intelligence community with a top secret clearance who currently works for the National Air and Space Intelligence Center, NASIC, where the analysis of UAP has been his focus. Previously, he had experience serving private aerospace and Department of Defense Special Directive Task Forces. He is quoted as directly saying, "The non-human intelligence phenomenon is real. We are not alone. And retrievals of this kind are not limited to the United States. This is a global phenomenon, and yet a global solution continues to elude us." To be honest, rereading this article a few times while working on this video, it always strikes me how they were able to get so many people who hold positions of authority with long and respectable careers, who have nothing to gain from this, to not only agree that David Grush has a legitimate claim, but rather to agree that he's telling the truth and that non-human intelligence exists, and we have some of their ships. I just don't see how even the most ardent skeptic wouldn't be willing to at least investigate this. The only way that we could get more legitimate confirmation of this is if the president went on TV tomorrow and admitted it. These people that are quoted have careers careers dealing with way more sensitive subjects and are subject to much more oversight than even most of the current president's career. This is insane. But I know what you're asking. If this is all true and the government is investigating it, and the man who is blowing the whistle was directly involved with the government investigations, why is he a whistleblower and not just going through the investigation to release his findings? Well, he's actually seeking whistleblower protection because he alleges that the government tried to retaliate against him and others who wanted to bring these things to the public. He alleges that not only is the government intent on keeping these things secret from the public, but the military and other agencies don't even want to allow the Congress, our elected representatives, who certainly have a need to know and have now expressed a willingness to find answers on the subject, to know what's going on. If that is true, then on top of the revelations of the existence of non-human intelligent life, then he's also revealing the biggest breach of public trust ever. This blows Watergate out of the park, easily, for obvious reasons, and Congress has been working with him. So someday soon, we won't be reading this in articles and watching videos about it on YouTube. This man is going to end up standing before the Congress and telling them everything he knows, as is his right as a whistleblower, and in keeping with his rights as an American. Congress will have to decide if he's to be taken seriously enough, which right now it seems they do think he is. Then they'll have to take steps to make this public, not classified, public. At this point, public interest demands it. Whether Grush is telling the truth or not, we need to know. This doesn't just have a major impact on America, but on all human beings. Not knowing either way, but having the information that it's possible out there, represents an inherent threat to human society as a whole. For the longest time, the existence or non-existence of non-human life in the universe would have been the easiest secret to keep, because no one would believe you either way. But now that there is a hint of proof towards one way or the other, Congress needs to get the American public, and by extension the human race, the answer. I do want to note that if Grush is telling the truth and these craft exist, it doesn't mean the existence of alien life, though I'd say it improves the odds just a bit. But he's careful to say non-human intelligence, and whether extraterrestrial or unknown origin, which hints at the possibility that even though we may have these things, we might not know what they are. Which is arguably more scary than if we didn't have these craft. It could be aliens, but if aliens are on the table, we can't rule anything else out that is equally as crazy. It could be extra-dimensional beings. It could be time travelers. Who knows? We might find out. Now, like I said in the beginning, though Grush likely has proof of his claims, which he likely would have used in order to substantiate his request for whistleblower protection from Congress, that evidence is yet to be released. Most likely, if he's telling the truth, then it's probably pretty heavily classified. But that's the point of the whistleblower process. He'll be allowed to present that information to Congress, and eventually to the American people. I can't say that I personally 100% believe what David Grush is saying at this point, but I can say that even if one bit of his statements are true, then we are owed an investigation and answers. I'll end this video by quoting Louisiana Senator John Kennedy from some remarks he made to the press immediately after leaving a classified briefing on UAPs, specifically following the apparent shootdown of 3 unknown non-balloon objects following the Chinese balloon incident. He said, "Lock your doors tonight." Dream was a faceless content creator for a very long time, until last year when he finally took the mask off, killing the mystery and earning him some pretty harsh and kinda mean, to be honest, criticism. Since then, he's seen a decent decline in his views and sub-growth stagnation. So he's decided, bafflingly, that he's going to put the mask back on, whatever that means. So today we're going to discuss if this is a genius move, a cringe move, or a sad move. Maybe all three. Do you think Dream is cringe? Well, a lot of people did. His face reveal video was a massive internet event. If you don't remember, he promoted his face reveal by video calling random YouTubers and streamers to have them record their reactions to his face, which, because YouTubers, the reaction was always way over the top. This was a pretty weird but good way to build hype, to be honest. But it did kind of raise the expectation level so high. Even I thought, watching some of the reactions, that either he's gotta be some massive Chad or like horribly disfigured. Nothing else could really justify the levels of excitement that creators got from seeing his face the whole time. And a lot of his fans, who probably skew younger, thought the same thing. I guess they built up ridiculous expectations for how Dream would look in their heads. And well, the time came for the face reveal and Dream was just a normal looking dude. Like, yeah, he was just a normal guy. Not sure why everybody freaked out at seeing his face. He's not an ugly guy. He's just a guy. If you went to an AI image generator and asked it to produce a random early 20s white guy, there's a decent chance that it would spit out a face that looks just like Dream's. But one thing was kind of evident from the video. He didn't really seem confident in front of a camera. He held his face at this weird angle the entire time that made the perspective a little weird. Obviously, I think that he was just being self-conscious and wanted to make sure the camera only caught his good side, but this little hint at a lack of confidence was enough blood in the water to start calling the sharks. Immediately, though there were probably just as many, if not more, positive comments, Dream's face reveal got a lot of negative and some really mean comments. I'm pretty sure that hashtag put the mask back on Twitchcon was trending on Twitter almost immediately afterwards, and he was swarmed. To be honest, he should have been expecting it. The internet is mean. Heck, not just the internet. The world is mean. The world will chew you up and spit you out if you let it, and it seems like Dream decided to let it. He began putting up less videos than usual, and the ones that he did post were all not doing as well. Now, don't get me wrong, he's not exactly going destitute. His videos are still getting millions of views, just not the tens of millions he was used to. To be honest, in my mind, this can only really come from one thing: Dream's lack of confidence. I mean, think about it. Nothing about Dream changed. Just now people knew what he looked like. I genuinely think that his face reveal made him feel so self-conscious that he had a harder time making videos. And when he did, his lack of confidence was noticed by his viewers without even realizing it. Which, to be honest, is kind of understandable. I can't really blame anyone for feeling bad about themselves when they've been mocked online in front of millions. Not to mention the anxiety that has to come with going outside while having low self-esteem and being constantly recognized. That's gotta take a toll. I can say that it's a little ridiculous that a fully grown adult man like Dream couldn't just ignore it, especially since he literally could have read the mean comments while bathing in a bathtub of $100 bills. At a certain point, you need to grow a little thicker skin. What does make me feel a little bad for him though is this weird video he posted announcing that he was putting the mask back on, where his friends tell him he needs to do it, and well, the vibes are off.
What are you talking now? We have a big problem. Ever since you took this stupid mask off, you've fallen off. You're irrelevant, you have no money, no views, you're trash. You've ruined us.
There's nothing I can do about it. I feel like it's already. People have already seen me. I've already face revealed.
Delete everything. We need to go back to what 7 months ago.
Will the views come back, you think?
On any level now.
I can't do IRL stuff then. I can't go.
Yeah, with the mask on. Everything you now with the mask on. We need that.
Am I that ugly?
Yes.
See what I mean? The vibes in that video are not positive. It gets even worse if you read the description of the video, which ends with, "Thank you all from the bottom of my heart to those that supported me, even though I am ugly. I appreciate you all more than you could ever know, and I will be working on my face while I'm masked again." Which is just like, what? I thought this was some elaborate troll until I read that sentence. To be honest, I still hope that it's a troll. I can't imagine that someone like Dream has such low self-esteem that he's able to be mocked into calling himself ugly on his own YouTube channel. It's just sad. On top of that, it ends like he's going to get plastic surgery or something. Quote, "I will be working on my face." What else could that mean? Dream, if you happen to see this, I feel bad for you. Assuming this isn't some long-term prank. You really should talk to a therapist or something. Like, seriously, get some help, man. It's not normal to let online faceless comments like the ones you've got affect you so much. It's certainly not cool for you to be mocked into getting plastic surgery if that's what you're planning on doing. Trust me, I've been a pretty harsh critic of you, though in my case I've criticized your actions, not what you look like. And I genuinely feel bad for you if this is all real. If it's not, well, I'm gonna be pissed that you made me feel bad for you. So basically, Dream's putting the mask back on, and it's either an elaborate prank or it's a genuinely really sad, self-destructive moment in his life. There's not much ambiguity in that. So while everyone is mocking him, there is some advice I'd like to give. As someone who makes a lot of videos about the things people do online, always remember that there is a person on the other side of that screen. Thanks for watching, have a great day, and God bless you. Like usual, there's more drama in the Minecraft community. You may have noticed I recently shifted to using Minecraft parkour for my video background, so I guess I've got the right to talk about it now. Basically, Dream and Quackity are both starting new SMP, survival multiplayer Minecraft servers with unique twists. But it turns out that the unique twists are not unique at all, and either they both had the same idea simultaneously, or one of them stole the idea from the other. Dream's SMP was called the United SMP, and Quackity's is called QSMP. Both of them are themed around bringing new creators from places that speak different languages together and let them play Minecraft together. Basically, a cool way to expand their audiences into an international community, in the same vein as the 2 million different languages you can watch MrBeast's videos in. Both servers are aiming to do this by the use of mods that live translate the things people say, which does feel like a really specific idea for them both to have at the same point. In that vein, Dream released a statement on the situation, and it's safe to say that he's not happy about it. The statement is literally 9,379 characters long by my count. No one is writing that much if they're not really upset. I'm gonna read it in a second, but I want to preface it with what I think is going on. Clearly, Dream is pretty upset about the whole situation. He says multiple times that he doesn't want to have any more drama because the Minecraft stans take drama way too seriously and go too far. are. At the same time, he's basically accusing Quackity of stealing his idea at worst, trying to one-up him at best. He doesn't directly accuse Quackity of this. In fact, he does the opposite. But if you read between the lines, I think it's pretty obvious what he's saying. He's just trying to have his cake and eat it too. Anyway, here's what Dream said. This post is gonna get a tiny bit personal, so if you're not in the mood to be a little upset, probably best not to read it. Though, it's about the community drama right now. When me and my friends started working on the United SMP, the QSMP had not been announced at all, and Quackity had kept things very close to his chest. We were all probably thinking the same general thing. We need another Minecraft server to play on. The idea was just to have a server to be able to hop on Minecraft and play survival Minecraft again. And after Squid Game, we all agreed it would be awesome to have it be creators from around the world. So I instantly started working on the translation mod, and was really excited to storyboard ideas for the SMP, calling with lots of creators about it, expressing excitement and brainstorming, and really getting excited to play Minecraft again. After the QSMP was announced, I was surprised and reached out to Quackity, expressing support for the project and letting him know I was working on something to bring creators from around the world together too, and that we should chat about it. His SMP announcement didn't mention any translation stuff, and was English and Spanish based. I still was thinking that conceptually they were different enough to coexist, and even was hoping to share the mod with Quackity if he was interested in using it. Quackity didn't reply to me at the time, and obviously I assumed it was due to being overwhelmed and busy with the QSMP and all the messages he was probably getting. I reached out to multiple members of the QSMP that I'm close with after Quackity didn't reply to me, and got varying reassurance from them that the QSMP was a passion project to bring Quackity's two biggest communities of English and Spanish together, and that the servers were completely different with hardly any creator overlap or idea overlap based on what I was planning. Those creators even all expressed strong interest in playing on both, and excitement about all the communities coming together, and this new era of SMPs. I expressed my interest in sharing the mod with Quackity to them, and how I would be giving it to the public for free, and asked for advice on how I should approach him about it, without him feeling like I was trying to butt my way into his project or something. After talking with them though, it really encouraged me to continue working on the idea, with the idea that it wouldn't really be a me thing, that there would be 6 other owners, and it could be a big community project, with an open source translation mod to bridge the community together. On my original owners list, Quackity was actually the idea for the owner of the Spanish community, as this was before I knew anything about the QSMP, and I wanted every language to have a figure to make decisions, so it wasn't just one guy making decisions. I figured at this point he probably wouldn't be interested though, and thought that was fair enough, obviously with his new SMP. Then I uploaded my translation mod video, which was planned as an April Fool's joke, and posted a simple little promotional photo graphic. The next day, Quackity announced a translation mod for the QSMP with the same functionality, and obviously with the same general idea of bridging that language gap even more by literally live translating. I can't pretend I wasn't a little bit taken aback, and even slightly disappointed, as I knew this would probably lead to drama, but at the same time I was also super excited and hopeful for the future of Minecraft content. I was excited to share ideas, potentially share development to make things even easier and better for the community, and just have a cool thing to talk about with Quackity that we both worked on and were clearly passionate about. Ideas and work like that are really hard to put together and take time, passion, and dedication. I reached out to Quackity again, expressing support and laughing about the fact that we had such similar ideas. He hadn't replied to my previous message, and didn't reply to that one either. I bumped him, mentioning that a lot of vitriol was building between our fan bases because of this, and suggested that we talk about it and work out what to do so we can avoid everyone being at each other's throat. All the hatred and infighting of communities can be avoided with creators communicating and setting boundaries and so on. After days went by, I bumped him again, going over the timeline of everything because I had the thought that maybe he was frustrated with me and thought that I had stolen his idea or something. Still no response, so I reached out to my other friends of ours who were having the same communication struggles. So I figured it wasn't a me thing. I bumped him again a week or so later, expressing my love for him and SMP wasn't worth hurting our friendship over, and that I had no intention of competing with him or trying to copy any of his ideas. To at least talk to me, man. I don't want to have any problems between us, and I love you, and I tried avoiding anything like this from happening. IDK what the best resolution is, but it's definitely not silence between us. Still no responses, and at that point I was very stressed and concerned about it. So members of the QSMP and non-members that were friends of mine attempted to reach out to get clarity or figure out what was going on. From what I gathered, there were no responses, and it was strongly alluded from Q that you wouldn't be allowed to play on both servers if you were part of the QSMP. which totally makes sense for Quackity, as there's not that many creators on the QSMP and it takes a lot of time to make all the mods and updates for content, and you want it to be as active as possible. I was still incredibly confused, and I continued to reach out and even put my project on hold to try to work out what was going on behind the scenes and extend love and support to Quackity and everything he has done publicly. As only a couple of weeks before this happened, we were all still joking and talking in calls, playing in events together, texting and chatting, and my assumption would be that we are all still really good friends and that this is just a big misunderstanding with a lot of lack of communication between Quackity and all of us. That being said, I've seen the communities split against each other and have tons of hate built around this and around the speculations of people's motives and friendships and so on. And it's really harmful to the community as a whole. I've seen more threats, doxing, fights, slander, and hate between a bunch of fan bases than I've seen in a very long time. I personally have experienced an elevated level of in real life threats and stalkers, and even had the police involved in somebody showing up at my house and even putting trackers on my family vehicles surrounding this drama for the first time since pre-face reveal. That's why I feel like I have to say something about it, despite me wanting to avoid any kind of serious talk about all of this, especially even talking about communication publicly feels wrong, but necessary in this instance. I never like to air out anything that feels or is private, but I feel like in this case, it's really important for my fan base to be aware of my intentions, motives, thought process, and how we got to where we are. I've always been a creator that's very open with my fan base about everything going on in my life, and this is a massive thing right now for my friends and me, and is something an outsider might not really understand what's going on, and I feel clarity is important. So like I said, it's not really worth all the drama. I just want to play Minecraft with friends again, and I really can't wait to start doing it again soon. The United SMP concept will be changed so that it's again different enough from the QSMP to not compete with it, and keep the main goal of uniting creators from around the world to just simply play vanilla Minecraft. So the original 10 creators from each language, these languages, etc. is going to be changing to a different structural format due to the QSMP announcements, and I really don't want them to be conceptually so similar and had no idea they would be. My intention was never to try and compete with another SMP, cause any friendship problems, or cause drama in the community. It was just to have fun and put out cool, unique content. Just remember, this is all about uniting the world and communities and sharing positivity around the world. I love everything that Quackity's done, and I really believe this is a big miscommunication that we'll all be able to laugh about down the line together. I don't support any hate towards anyone. Any form of doxing, threats, harassment, racism is unacceptable, and you're not welcome in our community if you think otherwise. I will continue to say that I have the utmost respect for Quackity as a creative mind, a hard worker, and a person, and don't want anyone trying to take things I do and compare them to his work to put him down or pit us against each other. My hope is still that Quackity sees this and knows that no one's ever meant any ill will. We love him, and that his friends are trying to reach out to him and know what's going on and are so proud of everything he's done. Now, it's important to note that, like Dream, we also haven't heard a direct statement from Quackity at the time of writing, so we only have the perspective of Dream, which means we're biased towards his side. But what I take from Dream's statement is that yes, it's possible they both came up with the ideas on their own at the same time, but it's really unlikely. To be fair, this is something that happens all the time, two people coming up with similar ideas and working on them independently. That's how we got the movies White House Down and Olympus Has Fallen at the same time, despite them being basically the same movie. Same with Ants and A Bug's Life. But Dream is kind of pissed that Quackity was ignoring his messages and staying radio silent on it, even when Dream asked some mutuals to talk to him. And I think Dream is right to be annoyed at that. If this really is a case of same idea, same time, and not the case of a stolen idea, it would make much more sense for Quackity to actually talk it out. The only real reason I think that he wouldn't want to talk to Dream about it is if it was a stolen idea. I can't rationalize another reason. I guess maybe Quackity just has some kind of behind the scenes burning hatred for Dream that is so bad that he doesn't even want to talk to him and would rather just deal with the drama. Just seems like either way, it would make sense for them to talk. The other thing that rubs me the wrong way is that the day after Dream announced his mod that live translates between a bunch of languages, Quackity does the same thing. It just sounds like a petty thing to do without acknowledging Dream. I mean, it's not like he cooked up the mod in a night. Well, I mean, it's probably possible, assuming you don't care how well it handles the translation, but I doubt it. What really bothers me about this whole statement is that Dream feels the need to virtue signal and force himself to be positive when he clearly doesn't want to be. He's so upset at the reaction he gets from his fan base if he does something that is even slightly not positive and upbeat that he forces himself to be upbeat in every facet of his life. That's just kind of sad. It's sad that his fans can't understand that internet drama is not really serious, that everyone gets upset sometimes and does something that will upset some people. Dream has consistently in his career spent so much effort to not offend anyone when he should really just be himself and do what he wants. Don't give in to the mob. it never goes well. Dream changing the United SMP design because he doesn't want to compete with Quackity is a good gesture, but ultimately, if I was him, I wouldn't do that. The dude is ignoring you and disrespecting you. Why shouldn't you compete with him? Especially since Quackity seems to have told people who play on his server that they can't play on Dreams. I think that it would be fair for Dream to do the same, which would probably take away most of the people who want to play on Quackity's server. Twitch and YouTube is a numbers game, and at the end of the day, when it comes down to numbers, Dream has the upper hand. Maybe it's just that I'm a news/drama channel, so I want to see a little drama every now and then. But personally, I think it's more that I hate fake people, and Dream is being fake as fuck when he says there is no ill will. The dude is literally ghosting him. I don't get why people do this to themselves. What do you guys think? Do you think one of them stole the other's idea? Or did they both come to the idea on their own? Do you think Dream should just come out and accuse Quackity without hiding behind false positivity? Let me know in the comments. Anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say. Have a great day, and God bless you. Hey guys, we're back talking about Dream and Quackity again. After last week's video, there were some things I think are important that came up in the comments section, so I just want to talk a little more about the whole situation. If you don't know, Dream and Quackity are in a bit of drama recently because they were both poised to launch new SMP Minecraft servers, Quackity's QSMP and Dream's United SMP. Turns out they both had the same idea, a server with people from all over the world that translates what others are saying, so that creators can communicate even when they don't speak the same language. This became a huge deal when Dream decided to write up a massively long string of tweets about how Quackity is ignoring him, and he's upset that they did the same thing. And honestly, I think it has an undertone of accusing Quackity of stealing his idea. I went over the entire post in my last video. Go watch it to get caught up. I'll put a card on screen now. Again, I want to preface this video by mentioning that we've only heard Dream's side of the story thus far. We're going to try and keep the bias out of this, but since we are getting all our info from Dream, some might slip through. Basically, what I said in the last video was that Dream's long string of tweets was two-faced. He spent the entire 9,000 plus characters on pretending to be friends with Quackity, saying he hopes the best for him and wanting to stay out of drama, all the while implying in the undertones that Quackity might have stolen the idea from him. The whole thing is Quackity's fault for not communicating, and also making the drama go from something no one cares about to something huge. I still feel like Quackity should make a statement giving his side of the story, which he hasn't at time of recording. I got some pushback about that in the comments because some of you think that Quackity is just doing his own thing and doesn't owe anything to Dream. All of that is true. Honestly, I think that giving Dream the silent treatment so far was probably a good move. Dream used a two-faced statement to essentially villainize Quackity, all the while maintaining that they are still friends. Reading his statement, I think it's pretty clear that Quackity not responding to him was really bothering him. A great tactic for dealing with someone you don't like, but in this case, I think he should make a statement, not to Dream, but to his audience. Explain what's going on in his own words, because right now, Dream controls the narrative and can use that to make you into the bad guy. I mean, how much of Dream's statement was literally him saying, oh, I don't want to have any drama, but here's the drama. The dude is fairly good at manipulating information. Don't let him get a head start, IMO. What do you guys think? I've also seen rumors that Quackity has been working on the QSMP for a few years, in which case, I don't really know what he was doing for that long. It's not actually a complicated thing to set up a Minecraft server. I've done it several times. Heck, I've even talked my tech illiterate friends through doing it over Discord while someone plays sounds from a soundboard. But if that is the case, the length of time that Quackity worked on QSMP was nicely left out of the statement made by Dream. If that's true, then it's more than possible that Dream stole his idea. Though I don't have any concrete proof of that, and I still think it's more than likely that the two had the same idea and worked on it independently. After all, that's how we got A Bug's Life and Ants movies at the same time. I think it is a common theme in Hollywood, so I don't see why it couldn't happen in the online space too. On top of that, Quackity actually has something. The QSMP is real, more or less, whereas Dream mentioned that he put the United SMP on hold while he figures out the situation, which is a bit suspect. Being first to market is 90% of success when it comes to ideas. So maybe Dream was just upset that Quackity actually managed to make it to the stage where he was ready to announce it, whereas Dream was still doing teasers about what mods he wanted to include. The entire note that Dream had written was kind of self-serving in this way. Dream and Quackity had the same idea. They were both ready at around the same time, except that didn't turn out to be actually true. If Dream was actually working on the same thing as Quackity, it's clear Dream was behind from a development standpoint. He does this self-serving good guy thing quite a bit in the tweets. He was ridiculously positive in an abnormal way. To be honest, it read like a ransom note. He mentioned Quackity by name many times. He attempted to paint Quackity as the cause of the drama by mentioning that Quackity never answered his DMs, and including all the nice things that he sent to Quackity in his messages. Honestly, it really made me angry how afraid Dream was to actually come out and say what he wanted to say. Dude was constantly sugarcoating sugarcoating his own drama by saying that he loved Quackity. In all honesty, if he did love Quackity, he wouldn't have written the note now, would he have? You don't typically write 9,000 character notes about someone you're not mad at, or about drama you don't care about. Take that from me, a drama news channel. I've probably made videos that had fewer characters in their transcripts than Dream wrote about the drama. It's hard to write a lot about something you don't care about. At the end of the day, the more thought I get to this, the less I'm inclined to take Dream's side. He comes off as desperate, unsure of himself, and unwilling to confront what's going on. He hides behind a shield of crazy fans doing crazy things because of this drama, which, if true, needs to stop and is certainly not a good thing. But in reality, it seems to me that he's using the actual drama about what's going on and the fan base's response to it as a scapegoat. Really, what it seems like to me is that Dream is mad at someone he used to think of as a friend. He's not sure what happened, and he's frustrated at being ignored. But he doesn't have the social skills to handle confrontation or manage his own feelings of being ignored. I think Dream made the public statement because he was lost and didn't know what to do to handle the rejection he was getting from Quackity. And don't get me wrong, rejection is a terrible feeling, but honestly, if I was Quackity and someone was writing about me the way Dream wrote about him in the note, I'd be creeped out and want not to respond either. I have read entire book series where the two main characters, love interests, say I love you less than Dream said he loved Quackity in that note. That's not normal. Honestly, there's 20 seasons of NCIS, and I don't think any character says it as many times in that entire show than Dream did in a series of tweets. I mean, maybe I'm just being a boomer, even though I'm in my early 20s, but I've never seen or heard any adult men speak the way that Dream wrote his statement. Am I wrong in saying that? Most dudes aren't exactly as lovey-dovey with potential business rivals like that. Is it something that he does as a character or something? Or is he actually just so afraid of his own audience that he is scared that calling out another content creator might make them turn against him? In that case, instead of letting the mob rule, he should honestly just put his foot down and tell the crazy fans that they're not welcome. It's not healthy for them to be so involved, and it's not safe for him to let them be. Again, what do you guys think? That's pretty much all I can say in response to the comments in the last video and expanding on my points a little bit. Was there anything I missed? Did you have any questions about this that you'd like my opinion on? I'd be happy to answer you in the comments, or if there's enough, I'll just do another video. Thank you so much for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. PewDiePie just got banned from Twitch. What? Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie, who has not actually streamed on Twitch for a long time, was just banned. What's weird is that it seems like PewDiePie's channel was being operated by Twitch when it got banned. So why would Twitch ban PewDiePie's channel when they're controlling it? Another genius business move from Twitch, right? Well, we're gonna be talking about that today. Now, why do I say that Twitch was operating PewDiePie's channel? Well, recently PewDiePie's Twitch channel came back to life after being dormant for years. The weird thing was that the streams on his channel were not actually PewDiePie live streaming, but rather a bunch of videos from his YouTube channel being streamed 24/7. They had basically turned the channel into a one-stop, non-stop PewDiePie TV channel, and it was getting decent viewership before its untimely demise. Immediately, people were speculating that either he signed some sort of deal with Twitch or he decided to use his big backlog of content to get a good retirement fund together using ad revenue from Twitch on top of the revenue his videos already have on YouTube. It would be a good business move for Twitch to do this, bringing an easy to access audience to their platform and also getting the type of viewers who will probably stick around to watch a few of the rebroadcasted videos and the ads Twitch put on the stream for the community aspect. Basically, just running with the old TV model of things, just online. Literally all upside, no downside. The fact that this was a good move is probably why they ended up banning him. Twitch has cursed themselves to never make a decent business move. They have a great product, but absolutely the worst follow through of any company I've ever seen. Is there any actual proof that PewDiePie was in some kind of deal with Twitch though? Or is it just rumors? Well, neither PewDiePie or Twitch have come out to explicitly say anything about it. There is one person in the know that has publicly commented on it. PewDiePie's longtime friend, who appears in a number of his videos, Cinnamon Toast Ken. In response to a tweet from an account which tweets out banned Twitch partners announcing PewDiePie's suspension, Ken wrote, Twitch bought rights to play his videos and handpicked them and got banned, lol. So while we are just taking Ken's word here, I think he's a pretty trustworthy source considering how close he is to PewDiePie. So why would Twitch pay PewDiePie for the right to use his videos in live streams, reanimate his channel, launch a stream that was basically a 24/7 PewDiePie TV channel, and then just ban him? I mean, just think of the man hours that went into a project like that, the business people who needed to contact PewDiePie, the lawyers that needed to work out the terms, more lawyers to actually get it signed, then the engineers who had to build build a system allowing them to broadcast his YouTube videos. At a company like Twitch, which moves notoriously slowly, this must have taken an eternity. So why? Well, your guess is as good as mine, but I have some theories. The first one, and most likely, is that it was just a mistake. Twitch's moderation team is notoriously bad, constantly showing favoritism, having many examples of clear bias towards leniency for one sex, and just making bad calls. Seriously, search Twitch ban on YouTube and just look at the hours of videos on this topic. So it makes sense that maybe someone wasn't informed about what was going on, saw something in PewDiePie's videos that they didn't like, and applied a ban. The simplest answer is usually the correct one, so this was probably the reason, as hilarious as it is. PewDiePie has never been exactly a politically correct person. Weirdly, he's not as terminally online as most people, despite his job literally forcing him to be a little bit terminally online for his entire career. He was and is fine making some more edgy jokes, and his videos have a number of edgy topics and whatnot. I mean, he even had Ben Shapiro host one episode of Meme Review on his channel. Now, I don't think any of that's bad. I actually think that being politically correct and forcing others to be stifles political speech, threatens the freedom of ideas, and is generally a fascist worldview straight out of 1930s Germany. But Twitch is kind of run in that leftist, politically correct fascist way. Anyone who's banned becomes persona non grata. If you have them on your stream, once they're banned, you get banned. And they have very strict rules on what you're allowed to say and when you're allowed to say it, basically making it impossible to be even slightly mean on there. It doesn't help that the elite of Twitch also personify this, with dangerously far left personalities like Hasan being one of the faces of the site. It's gotten so bad that they are one of the few platforms that openly enforces rules based on a creator's off-platform behavior, meaning that instead of operating like a normal website where they ban the things they don't want you to do on the site, they ban you from doing them anywhere, meaning the platform rules become de facto laws for the creators to follow at all times. Twitch has unironically made itself into a totalitarian, unaccountable, unelected, and non-democratic government for its users. Crazy to think about that, right? I mention all of that because it's completely reasonable that throughout PewDiePie's long and often fraught with drama career, he's undoubtedly said a bunch of things that don't fly on Twitch. It's entirely possible someone saw one of those moments, reported it to Twitch, and I don't exactly know how their moderation queue works, but I assume that sends a clip to the moderator who sees the clip and is uninformed about the business relationship between Twitch and PewDiePie, so they decide to nuke it. It wouldn't surprise me if the channel's ban went completely unnoticed by the people involved in the original deal. Twitch seems to be very segmented and segregated, on top of incompetent. But despite that being the most likely scenario in my mind, one question remains for me. Why would it still be banned? Surely, if it was banned by mistake, it would be unbanned by now, right? Well, I don't know. Like I said, it's possible no one has really noticed, or that they are slow to respond. It's also possible that my theory is wrong, and that it was banned for another reason. The other reasons that I can think of are all kind of boring though, ranging from their tech breaking to a simple business mistake that meant they had to take down the stream while they rectified it. It could really be anything, but like I said, the first theory is my go-to one. What do you guys think? Do you consider Twitch to be as impossibly bad at running a business as I do? I mean, I could probably rant about all the things wrong with Twitch for a long time. There's just so much, from the lack of a decent discovery system to being unable to easily rewind a few seconds or minutes if you miss something. Basic stuff that any competent live streaming site should have. But whatever, I wasn't trying to make this video into a full-on rant about what's wrong with Twitch technically, but rather about PewDiePie. I assume he will be unbanned sometime soon, but if it was a business deal between Twitch and PewDiePie, I doubt either side will make any sort of public statement about what actually happened. Twitch usually keeps ban reasons private, even from the creator in some cases. Remember Dr. Disrespect. And PewDiePie probably isn't in a business position to comment, so it's likely this will be consigned to the pile of internet mysteries that never get solved. Though I hope we get an absolute answer, just to put my mind at ease. Anyway, thank you so much for watching to the end. I hope you enjoyed. Have a great day, and God bless you. There's really not a lot of things that can turn the entire YouTube community against you. You might anger one group of people, but usually you'll still have someone taking your corner. The exception to that is false copyright claims. You see, YouTube's copyright system is incredibly easy to abuse, and since YouTube is very hands-off when it comes to copyright, the only thing standing between creators unjustly claiming other creators' videos, knowing the other creator probably won't have the funds to pursue the issue legally, is a social contract. It's a social contract that every creator, big or small, agrees to, no matter their genre, their politics, or their personal opinion. YouTubers don't copyright claim other YouTubers. Even more so, YouTubers don't falsely copyright claim other YouTubers. But every so often there is a creator who decides they don't want anyone else to benefit from the system that let them get big. They decide to take those holes in the YouTube copyright system and open them up as wide as possible. Whether it's for greed or to watch the world burn, they decide on the nuclear option. It seems like Adin Ross is one of the latest creators to decide to go nuclear. But fortunately for us, going nuclear has consequences, mutually assured destruction. So what exactly happened? Well, it seems like this may have been going on for a while, but one creator brought it to the forefront. A channel called Internet Anarchist tweeted this out. I just lost $8,000 from Adin Ross false claiming my video about the Penguin Zero versus Sneeko situation. He followed that tweet with, the claim was received on my video, Sneeko's horrible response to Penguin Zero, where I used a stream clip of Adin Ross interviewing Sneeko. It was used under fair use grounds and a tiny part of my long video. The revenue from this video was almost life-changing money for me. Followed by, it was one of my most successful videos. It's a huge shame to have the fruits of my labor taken away from me all of a sudden, especially by someone who literally gets paid tens of millions to gamble in front of kids. So basically he came out with the claim that Adin Ross had copyright claimed his video. What does that mean? Well, YouTube has a few tiers of copyright enforcement on its back end, pretty much all as a result of and attempt to avoid lawsuits from big media companies like Viacom. And they are designed to make it as easy as possible for the copyright owner, the person claiming to have ownership of material used in a video that they want to take action on, rightfully or not so. There's really only two major tiers that really matter. There's a copyright claim and a copyright strike. A copyright strike is a direct takedown of your video from YouTube, usually reserved for only the most major of infractions. 3 copyright strikes and they take down your YouTube channel. A copyright claim is when a company/individual claims that they have ownership of the content you uploaded, but they're perfectly happy to leave it in place, so long as all the money made from the video goes to them instead of the creator. These don't directly affect your channel's standing, just a momentary hit as you lose income, though some people argue that having copyright claims can hurt you in the YouTube algorithm. YouTube claims that isn't true though. In this case, it looks like Adin Ross, or rather a company claiming to represent him, allegedly Thumb Media, put the claim on Internet Anarchist's video, taking the money earned through ads on the video away from Internet Anarchist. You see, it's not really YouTube's fault, but rather the way the legal system has structured copyright law. It really favors whoever is claiming to own the content. YouTube allowing claims rather than just striking everything claimed by others is actually a really lenient and good step, but it's not without problems. You see, you can legally use materials copyrighted by others in your own content without it being eligible for the original copyright holder to take action against you. But the new work you've created has to be fair use. Fair use is a legal term used to describe something being judged as different enough from the content used in its creation using a test designed by courts. There are 4 major factors in fair use: the purpose and character of the material used, the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount of the portion used, the effect of the use on the potential market for or value of the work. Now I should mention this is all very complicated and I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a Minecraft jumping dude who has a decent understanding of the law. But no one factor of these can determine if something is fair use. You have to consider all of them. Most importantly, the problem with the way fair use protections are structured is that it's not up to you, the creator, as to whether or not something is fair use. Certainly you can have your opinion, but the only person who can truly decide if something is fair use or not is a judge. Since fair use as a protection arose as a judicial doctrine from the way that the courts interpret copyright law, and is not explicitly in the law itself, but rather a natural conclusion of the way the law is written. The only way to truly tell if something is fair use is to go to court. Now, I explain all that to you because you need some understanding of how the law works in order to understand why YouTube's policies are the way they are. Basically, once a claim has been issued on your video, YouTube gives the creator the option to appeal. The alleged copyright owner, who filed the claim in the first place, then reviews your dispute. The dispute is where you put forth your argument as to why you feel the claim is invalid. Presumably, if you felt your video was fair use, you proclaim it here. In this particular case, there are 2 things that can happen. The copyright owner can agree that your video might constitute fair use, in which case they probably don't want to have to deal with a lawsuit that they think they will lose and release the claim. The alternative is that they can, at their discretion, decide your appeal isn't good enough and keep it in place. At that point, your only recourse is to sue, explain to the court why your video is fair use, and then hope they agree with you. So of course, when a creator the size of Adin Ross takes on the creator the size of Internet Anarchist, they're doing it because they know that even if the Internet Anarchist's claim of fair use are true, they can use the US legal system to bankrupt Internet Anarchist before his case would ever get decided. Lawyers are expensive, so usually claims like this stay in place. Fortunately for Internet Anarchist though, his tweets made their way to a few top streamers who commented on it. At least one of them said that he would pay for lawyers for people to sue Adin over their claims that their videos were fair use. It turns out that Adin, or whoever was making the claims on his behalf, did not like the heat, likely because they knew that a lot of the legal claims, including internet anarchists, stood a fairly decent chance at winning should any lawsuit ever get filed. And suddenly, as if by magic, now that the possibility of enforcing Adin's tyranny using the threat of bankruptcy had elapsed, the claims began to be dropped one by one. So many claims were dropped that Adin was literally trending on Twitter. It took the full force of the community to back up these creators. Obviously, the community felt that these creators' videos did in fact fall under fair use of Adin's materials, hence how far they were willing to go to help people like internet anarchists. It's not an easy thing to turn the entire community against you, but it seems like hiding behind the copyright system, knowingly using the cost of legal fees to enforce your likely bogus claims, and then bragging about it, which he did by the way on his stream, will really get on people's nerves. Creators who do this are the worst. The only place this is acceptable is if someone is just straight up re-uploading your content on its own. Otherwise, you're gonna be breaking the social contract, and that comes with consequences. At the end of the day, copyright law is incredibly complicated. Hopefully the backlash he received will help stop others from abusing the system in the future. But so far, it doesn't seem like it. There's already another situation going on with the channel Magnets Media, whose entire channel is facing deletion because of another creator using the copyright strikes on his videos. I might make a video on that as well, but time will tell. The sad fact is that this kind of thing has happened since the beginning of YouTube, and they've never really done much to stop it. And it's not really entirely their fault. If they misstep on copyright enforcement, it could cost them millions. At one point, YouTube was sued by Viacom in a lawsuit that would have completely bankrupted YouTube if they'd lost. Fortunately, they won on a technicality. It probably does not help that a lot of live streamers push everything into murky water. How often do you see reaction videos on YouTube that consist of a streamer watching a video in its entirety and not even adding anything? I've seen cases where the reactor walked away to make food while the video is playing, or even streamers who will sleep on stream while their chat watches videos on their stream. There's an extremely valid argument that can be made that those videos are not protected under fair use, since they use the entirety of the video, serve as a substitution of it in its original market, etc. So there are a few channels that will probably validly claim their videos like that, slowly eroding the social contract by making it acceptable to claim certain videos in certain situations, even if you are both creators. Of course, at the end of the day, eventually a court will rule on these kinds of things and will know one way or the other. The problem is that you never know how a court will rule until they do. And if something like a reaction video made its way to a high court, it could change the internet as we know it. Fair use was given to us by the courts. It can be taken away by them as well. Anyway, I think I went a little further into how copyright actually works than a lot of creators would in this video. I hope you enjoyed. Personally, I see a lot of very bad takes on fair use all the time, even from other creators who have no idea what they're talking about. Since most YouTube channels, even my own, exist based solely on fair use doctrine, I think it's a pretty important thing to have at least a little understanding of. Well, anyway, let me know what you think of the whole Adin Ross situation in the comments. Have a great day, and God bless you. Sometimes YouTuber merch is ridiculous and expensive. Dream's new merch drop is both. You see, there's really two types of YouTuber merch. Stuff that looks like it was given lots of time and attention with extra time spent on making sure everyone is getting something worth what they're paying for. Or it's something that seems like a poorly thought out and badly planned cash grab. Dream has come under fire on Twitter and YouTube for putting out a new plushie that seems to be not just outrageously expensive, but also just the simplest design that to me seems like something that he could have designed in under 30 minutes. So today, we're going to be talking about Dream's latest drama, the Plush Saga. Now, Dream's been in a bit of a drama storm these last few weeks. The QSMP and United SMP drama between Dream and Quackity is just beginning to slow down a bit. But does he lay low? No. Let me introduce you to Dream's newest plushie, released on his merch store, dream.shop, if you have a burning desire to part with 50 or more of your hard-earned dollars in this thing. Yeah, I said that right. This thing is $50. I know. It's just a white blob with his smiley face logo for $50. I've seen some good quality plushes from creators in the past. For instance, Drew Journal's Country Ball plushes. I'll show a few of them on screen. These are made by Makeship, and though they are rather simple designs, you'll note that they have character and are not just a white blob with a smiley face. They're fairly good quality too, and he sells them for only $30, with a coupon if you buy more than one. So for Dream to release this monstrosity and charge $50, I don't really get it. Maybe he's trying to go for a minimalism thing. I don't really know. I can for sure say that I don't think it's worth $50. And I should note that I saw people on Twitter like this guy getting upcharged with shipping and taxes to where the single plush was going to cost him almost $100. Though in fairness to Dream, when I went through to see how much it would cost me, it was only around $60 total with shipping and taxes. I guess maybe that guy is just shipping up to the middle of nowhere, Alaska, and has to pay for a team of snow dogs to run the package out to him or something. That tweet with the $100 price tag is one of the major ones that went viral though, making people wonder if they would ever pay that much for what amounts to a blank white plush with a smiley face drawn on it. To be honest, I've seen designs with more effort on the plushes in the claw machine in the entrance of my local Walmart, and I don't think the things in that machine have been swapped out since like at least 2005. So why is it that anyone would feel comfortable purchasing something that to me seems so low effort? I mean, it's possible I'm wrong, and maybe he did hire a designer or someone who charged a massive amount of money to draw a smiley face on what basically looks like a blank white doorknob turned vertically. That would be typical for merch designers, and even more typical for modern art in general. Meaningless things that invoke meaning are pretty in right now in the art world, and for someone who likes Dream, this might fit that mold perfectly. To be clear, I'm not going to tell you not to buy one if you really want it and think that it will have some meaning to you, but I am going to wonder if that money could have been spent better elsewhere. I mean, to be honest, $50 is a lot of money for any creator merch. Heck, it's just a lot of money in general. You could eat out at a restaurant for that much. If you're frugal and really like rice, you could probably eat for a week. It just seems like too much to me. It's possible that Dream himself didn't have too much to do with this as well. I know a lot of creators will contract out their merch stores to third-party companies and let them set the price, as long as the creator approves it. So it's possible that's what he did. He saw it, liked the plush, and gave it the green light without realizing what was being charged for it. Because that's the only way I can assume that a creator would want to sell something for that much. I mean, not to be too on the nose with it, but a creator the size of Dream already has enough money to live comfortably for several lifetimes. I can understand selling something with a little markup, even when that's true, but $50 for a plain white plush? If it's costing him more than $25 to make that thing, I would be astounded, especially since it's only 9 inches tall. And the features boasted on the store page are that it's a polyester plush material with a polyester fiber fill that has a weighted base. Oh, and they boast about how it has embroidered facial details, which is a crazy thing to boast about because that is literally the only detail on the entire plush. If it didn't have embroidered facial details, then it would just be nothing. To be honest, the only real reason that I care enough about this to make a video is that it isn't really just a problem with Dream. It's an issue that affects pretty much all genres of YouTube content. There's always been a problem with creators putting out these weird merch drops that they seem really proud of, only for the public to get their hands on it, and it's just something completely lackluster. I think it kind of speaks to how out of touch the creator community gets, especially when it comes to prices. You see, a lot of creators want you to see them as relatable and just like you, but the problem is that once a creator hits a certain level of fame, they acquire a certain level of fortune as well. Now, I won't claim to have some magical insight into Dream's income. Maybe he is really not that rich, but I can tell you that usually people like him are not exactly on the same level of wealth as you or I. It's possible that someone like him looks at $50 as a really reasonable price for something inconsequential, when in reality, for millions of Americans, $50 is the difference between eating a good dinner or having pasta for the 100th day in a row. I don't know, maybe it's just that I hate seeing people throw money that they need at influencers who already have enough, but I think a decent number of people agree with me, considering how much coverage this got on Twitter. I didn't really see anyone defending it at all. What do you guys think? Is this thing worth $50? I don't think it is, but I'd love to hear from you guys. What's the most you would be willing to spend on a creator's weird merch? To be honest, I might be able to forgive the price if it was something remotely useful, but it's not. Looking through Dream's website, he seems to have a decent amount of stuff like sweatshirts, posters, stickers, hats, and water bottles, all for reasonable enough prices. So at the very least, I'd say if you really want some Dream merch, buy something useful. At the end of the day, I know this is probably a meaningless thing to complain about, but I do hope that eventually, if enough people complain, people will put more effort into stuff they are selling for so much money. I guess to be fair to Dream though, it's not like there's much else they could really make a plushie from than his smiley face logo. His face reveal was really big, but it's not like people associate his face with this brand as much as his logo that he used for years. If I had to design something for him, it would just be a plush of a little dude in maybe like a green hoodie or something, wearing his iconic mask. Feel free to use that, Dream. At least then, you could tie it in with your song and maybe package with a CD or poster promoting the song or something and use that extra content to make the extra price worth it. That being said, it seems like there's some kind of weird membership thing you can buy from his shop, which seems like a blatant cash grab to me. So maybe I shouldn't give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't know. Maybe I'll look into that in another video someday. Let me know if you think I should. Anyway, thank you so much for watching all the way to the end. I really appreciate it. Remember to like and subscribe. Have a great day and God bless you. MrBeast has been accused of a lot of things, from exploitation to, well, more exploitation. But this week, I've seen the most ridiculous criticism of MrBeast that has ever graced my timeline. Basically, people are accusing MrBeast of everything from being a cult leader to being some kind of totalitarian corporate overlord. And it's all because he bought a few houses. No, I'm not kidding. It's been a bit sensationalized to get the headline of MrBeast bought a neighborhood. But in reality, if he is some kind of totalitarian cult overlord or whatever, he's doing a bad job of it. So let's talk about that. What exactly is going on? Well, MrBeast bought 5 houses on a cul-de-sac that he's letting his employees live in if they want to. That's basically it. So why is that controversial? 2 reasons. One being that some people have this weird vision of MrBeast being some kind of evil spirit haunting the world using the internet. The second being that it gives off the vibe that he might be moving towards his own company town. We're going to address both of those claims today. As for MrBeast being a cult leader-like figure, that's sort of a fair opinion to have. The dude has millions of fans that will literally mob stores just because they heard he might be en route and want to see if they can't get a ham and 2 bottles of Diet Coke for free. But in that same vein, if you actually want to label MrBeast a cult leader, then you're probably going to have to label most celebrities as them too. And that's probably honestly a fair thing to do, using the broadest possible definition of a cult leader. But in the real world, famous people have fans, and those fans are going to follow them, sometimes to an almost blasphemous extent. But that's just human nature. I don't think it's fair to unironically label MrBeast a cult leader, as long as he's not doing any weird culty stuff, like worshipping a giant statue or something. The argument can be made, however, that since MrBeast has bought 5 houses and is letting employees live there, they have to follow MrBeast's words as if he was a cult leader, so that they don't lose their homes. This is a better argument to make. After all, it's kind of obvious that you're not going to want to bite the hand that feeds you, right? But at the end of the day, I think it kind of falls flat for a few obvious reasons. Firstly, because this kind of setup isn't really all that rare. Granted, getting houses from your company is a bit of an extreme version, but how many of you have heard of people getting issued company cars? How about companies that pay rent for a few months for employees that have to move for their new job? Sure, you might be a bit nicer to your company if they're doing so much for you, and you don't want to lose access to your cool things. But does that really constitute a cult? No, just normal behavior. You can scale this down as far as you want, it's still the same. Grocery store employees tend not to have a cult-like belief about the leadership of their supermarkets, just to make sure they don't lose their employee discount. I don't see any movie theater employees proclaiming their love and adoration for AMC just because they can get to see a free movie every week. Those examples might be small, but they're the same thing in principle. Basically, yeah, could he kick them out of the houses if they decide to go rogue? Maybe. Honestly, probably. But they are his houses. That's kind of how the whole thing works. You can extend benefits of your property to anyone you want to, and rescind those rights at a time of your choosing. It's never created a cult in the thousands of companies that give out company cars. It won't here. Not to mention that I'm sure there's all sorts of ridiculously complicated laws governing how you can kick someone out of a house in a setup like this. We live in a country where it can take months to evict squatters or tenants who stopped paying rent. Same things will apply here. He's probably not just going to be able to kick someone out on the same day he tells them. Secondly, he only bought 5 houses. I don't really think that 5 houses, each holding a family, is enough to start a cult. Given MrBeast's number of subscribers, he has access to a much easier way to build a much bigger cult almost immediately. So I don't think it's likely that he's trying to start a cult this way. Now, the company town argument has some good points. If you don't know, way back in the day, it wasn't uncommon to see companies buy up huge swaths of land around their main factory or mine or whatever, but these were particularly common around mines, to build houses and stores and other common amenities and provide them to their employees at a cost of labor. Some of these towns went so far as to issue their own currencies, only redeemable at the stores and other services provided in the town by the company. And they would pay their laborers, at least partly, in their own currency. I think it's pretty obvious why these setups aren't super common these days. It amounts to a new age type of indentured servitude. Sure, it's not like you're enslaved, but your house is owned by the company. You get your haircut at the company hair salon, your kids go to a company school, you buy your food from a company store, heck, you even go to a company doctor. It's not easy to leave something like that. Even with the obvious association to slavery and indentured servitude, these towns thrived. And even to this day, a lot of companies, especially the ones in Silicon Valley, still use a much more sanitized version of this, by providing all sorts of services from bars to barbers on their company campus as a free amenity of the job. You keep workers near work more often, eliminate a lot of the need to leave work early to do certain things, and generally minimize productivity loss from those pesky day-to-day worries. Granted, it's not like they're issuing their own currency or anything to force you to use these provided things, just using the lure number of free or reduced price stuff to draw you in and let you do it yourself. It's possible that MrBeast is looking 100 years in the future and is preparing even now for the opening of Beastville, North Carolina. But I doubt it. It would certainly be ridiculous to say that just because MrBeast bought up 5 houses on the same cul-de-sac, he's obviously looking to start creating an environment to trap all his employees to living on his own slice of dystopia. I mean, the people who are parroting this idea probably did not do their research to know that MrBeast didn't even buy the whole neighborhood. What? Yeah. Turns out that despite the headlines, he's only bought 5 of the houses. There's at least 1 on the same cul-de-sac that he hasn't bought. So much for him opening a company town. He doesn't even own all the land, let alone the fact that he's not providing any of the typical amenities given out at company towns. So yeah, I think that for now, it's kind of ridiculous to say that MrBeast buying a few houses next to each other means that he's trying to start his own company town. Though I will admit, we should check back in on that one in 10 years, just to be sure. Just because something is ridiculous now doesn't mean it always will be, except that since MrBeast runs both internet companies and national brands, it would be kind of stupid to localize all that business into one place. Not even getting into the supply chain logistics. What if a tornado or hurricane hit his little piece of paradise? He loses all his business? No. Sorry, company towns are a thing of the past in a future where the internet exists. To be honest, they were probably outdated once the telephone was invented, but whatever. I'm just trying to say that this is ridiculous. At the end of the day, there's a lot of people who want to be able to hate MrBeast just because he's popular, which is always going to happen, no matter who the celebrity is or what they do with their fame. But I don't think those people are the ones that are outraged over this kind of thing. There's a certain subsect of person who subscribes to dangerously far left, socialist and or communist ideologies, and to them, MrBeast is a problem. They'll hate on anything he does because the guy is a successful American rags to riches story that uses the capitalist nature of America to benefit him, his friends, and strangers. He's charitable, successful, and unashamed of it. If you're a person that believes hardcore that the American dream is dead, well, MrBeast disproves that. The American dream is still obtainable to this day, and that tends to make a certain type of person very mad. So basically, the reason all of the outrage against MrBeast is always so ridiculous is because these people don't really have an issue with him or what he's doing, but rather they have an issue with the system that he represents. A system that disproves their dangerously nihilistic worldview. What do you guys think? I'd love to hear from you in the comments. If you have something to add, or even if you think I got something wrong, let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching till the end. I appreciate you. Have a great day, and God bless you. So guys, the time is finally here. It seems like YouTube is testing the water to see if they can finally get rid of ad blockers. A number of YouTube users have started to see this message when loading YouTube. It basically says, "You're probably using an ad blocker. Could you maybe not do that? If you really don't want to see ads, give us money for YouTube Premium." Despite this being pretty generic as far as anti-ad block messages, this would be a major change for YouTube. Today, we're going to talk about that. Let's be honest, you probably use an ad blocker. Pretty much everyone does. Well, everyone under 50 with some kind of STEM or STEM adjacent degree does anyway. I use one most of the time, but not on YouTube. Ad blockers in general are a good thing. Most ads on most websites are either useless, spammy, scammy, or just plain old dangerous. To be honest, without an ad blocker, a lot of the internet becomes a cluttered mess, especially news sites. Turns out being replaced has led them to front load as many ads as possible without paying any regard to if you'll actually be able to read an article. But for the most part, YouTube doesn't do that. Occasionally something might slip through, but usually YouTube ads are at least safe. Now I'm not going to deny that they are annoying, especially when a creator shoves in as many ads as possible into an 8-minute video that already has 1 minute of sponsorship. But at the end of the day, they are what actually keeps YouTube afloat. To be honest, I don't know who actually clicks on ads and buys things, but someone does. And that guy has kept YouTube running and YouTubers paid for a long time. Running any online business is costly, but running the biggest user-generated video website in the entire planet? You could say that it probably costs a pretty penny to keep YouTube running. To be honest, I would be shocked if you told me YouTube was losing less than $100 million a year to people using adblock. Every video you watch without ads costs them money. And as kids start to grow up with easy access to tech, more of them know how to use an ad blocker. More people using ad blockers means less ads paying for the site's services. Enough people do it, and even YouTube, as huge as it is, could become unsustainable. So I mean, it does make sense for them to try and go after ad blockers, or try to push people into paying for YouTube Premium. This is probably the most direct reason and benefit to YouTube for forcing users to disable their ad blockers. But there's another one. When you watch a creator's video, if you're shown an ad and that creator is enrolled in the YouTube Partner Program, then the creator is getting paid a little bit for the ad you've watched. This year, ad rates are in decline as the economy starts to slow down, despite our government assuring us everything is fine economically, because advertisers aren't keen to spend too much in advertising in a climate where people don't have the extra income to actually buy their products. So I think YouTube might be testing this to see if it keeps users around, in part to help offset the loss that creators will see this year due to the falling ad rates. Because at the end of the day, especially for the biggest channels on the platform, YouTube is a business. There are creators who could see a decline in ad revenue and decide to just retire. Well, in reality, new YouTubers would probably just rise up and take their place. There is probably some concern at YouTube that if the ad rates fall, then creators leave, that we might see users leave because their creators are gone. Then with less users, ad rates fall more and starts a self-perpetuating cycle. So watching ads is good for both creators and YouTube, but let's be honest, it's mostly good for YouTube. At the end of the day, they've got a really big business to run and they're not really attacking ad blockers exclusively on YouTube either. You see, Google is going to push an update to web browsers in the near future that will break most of the ad blockers on the market right now, causing a little bit of an arms race that I think the ad blockers will eventually win, assuming Google doesn't just ban them from the browser altogether. Basically, it's not just YouTube, we're seeing a massive change in attitude from all sorts of big companies when it comes to ad blockers. This is usually just going to be bad for the user though. There's no case in which they force people to disable ad blockers and everyone has a good experience. To be frankly honest, I think everyone knows that ads suck. Forcing users to sit through ads is one of the reasons Twitch is viewed so negatively right now. It's the reason you hate clicking on news articles. It's the reason you have to be very careful what site you click on when you search for recipes on Google. They take up important screen space, they make you wait to watch something you want to see immediately, and most of the time, you're not even going to be interested in what it's selling you. That's not even counting all the malicious ads that exist, and even occasionally slip past the filters onto YouTube. So forcing people who don't want to see ads to see them is bad for the end user, but it's really not that simple. It's all a trade-off. If you're not watching ads, the creators aren't getting paid. Sure, it probably doesn't hurt Google that badly on a personal scale, but a creator can feel that. It is sort of a meta-ironic type of piracy to watch YouTubers while using an ad blocker. By being impatient, you're taking away the few cents that a creator could earn for your view. If you're okay with that, I won't tell you that you're wrong, but I will say that I think we can all understand why YouTube would think that is wrong. It's not a super black and white issue. Luckily for now, this is just a test. Unless you're one of the very, very unlucky people who got shoved into that test, you're fine for now, but do expect it soon. I don't think that there's really many reasons stopping them from implementing the change for all users. There would probably be an initial drop in users, but people are addicted and will come back. The people who really don't want to see ads will find ways around it, but most people will just deal with it, which is probably good enough for Google. If you find yourself not wanting to see ads after this happens, I do want to mention that yeah, YouTube is shilling YouTube Premium, but that doesn't make it bad. It's actually pretty good, stops you from seeing ads, and it is actually better for the creators than if you were to stop and watch an ad. So maybe give that a try. What do you guys think about this whole mess? Should YouTube go through with the ban and block all ad blockers, or should they leave the system in place? If it does go through, would you keep watching YouTube, or do you think you would stop? I'm interested to hear what you guys say, so please leave a comment. Anyway, thank you for watching all the way to the end. I hope you have a great day, and God bless you. Alright guys, so remember like a year or two ago when I made this video on a YouTuber who might have crashed his plane for views? Well, looks like he might be finally admitting it. Court documents show that Trevor Jacob, a YouTuber and former Olympian, is planning on pleading guilty to destruction and concealment with intent to obstruct a federal investigation. That investigation being the one into whether or not he crashed his plane on purpose in order to make a good YouTube video. He's now likely facing up to 20 years in prison for this stunt. So let's talk about it. Now I know, it's been quite a while since we talked about Trevor. Let's go over what happened and the problems I had with his actions at the time. Firstly, he's flying a plane with GoPros attached all over the place, getting every angle on film. While flying high over the Los Padres National Forest, his engine suddenly cuts out completely. Don't worry too much though, because instead of trying to contact air traffic control, instead of trying to find somewhere where he could safely land a plane, this dude just fucking yeets himself out of the plane because he was wearing a parachute. He claims that he always wears a parachute while flying, which is weird and not something normal pilots do. I mean, even in one of his older videos, you could see that this was not true. But anyway, don't worry, you'll notice something about his jump. Did you figure out what was so weird about that? Well, let's imagine you're in an emergency situation. You're ditching your aircraft and you're literally skydiving to escape what you think is a really dangerous situation. So what would you do? If you answered anything but grab a GoPro so I can film my descent, congratulations, you've won. There is absolutely no emergency situation, especially one like this, where you should be panicked, you should be freaking out, that you remember not only to grab the GoPro, but to make sure it's recording before you bail. That's just a ridiculous thing to do if you're actually in an emergency. Then, later on, after he's safely landed in the middle of absolutely nowhere, what does he do? He heads back to the plane. Why? Well, I really couldn't figure that out on my first watch, since he almost immediately leaves it after filming it for a bit to go wander off into the bush, which is not what you should do in an emergency situation, by the way.
Oh my gosh, dude. I have no idea where I am. I'm gonna start walking out of here.
But it seems like the FAA thinks that they know why he went back. You remember how I showed you the footage of the plane's engine stalling earlier, right? How did he get that footage? The FAA seems to think that he hiked out to the plane just to get the GoPros and the footage he needed from the wreckage. Again, not exactly what you would expect someone to do in that situation. All of that stuff led the FAA to suspend Trevor's pilot's license last year, saying that he was careless or reckless so as to endanger the life or property of another, because they believed that he staged the crash on his own in order to get a lot of views on his YouTube video. But now he's facing 20 years in jail. That's a lot worse than just having your license suspended. So why? Well, it looks like prosecutors are alleging that following the crash, Trevor attempted to stop the FAA investigation by doing literally everything that everyone knows not to do after any crime has been alleged, touching everything. You see, the prosecutors are alleging that Trevor obstructed the FAA investigation by going out to the crash site himself with a friend via helicopter, and they retrieved the wreckage. Then the prosecutors say that when he was asked about the location of the wrecked airplane, Trevor told the investigators that he did not know where it was. Then, as if that's not enough, after recovering it, the prosecutors allege that he and his friend drove the wreckage to an airport where they cut it up and destroyed it with the intent to impede and obstruct federal authorities, according to the plea agreement. So yeah, I have absolutely no idea why he would do any of that if he was innocent, and even less of an idea why he would do it if he was guilty. I mean, there is no reality in which any pilot would think that not just recovering the wreckage before getting the go-ahead from the FAA is okay, but to then attempt to destroy it? That's just a new level of completely stupid. Never commit crimes, but if you do, don't commit more crimes to try to cover up whatever other crime you've already committed. The cover-up is usually what gets people, to be honest. Either way, this guy is a scumbag. He literally yeeted himself out of a plane, therefore knowingly yeeting his plane at some random hillside, with no one in control of it. He's very lucky that he didn't take out a bunch of hikers or some campers enjoying a meal. Not to mention he's lucky to have landed safely without injuring himself, considering that if he broke his leg or something in the landing, he probably would have died of exposure out in those hills. Just completely stupid. At the end of the day, it seems like we finally know that he did do this for a YouTube video, since the plea agreement states that he did all of these things in order to conceal the fact that he had purposefully abandoned his airplane in flight as part of his scheme to create a video to gain notoriety and to make money, which, at least to me, I'm no lawyer, seems like an admission. Is this the craziest thing anyone's ever done for YouTube fame? What do you guys think of this entire mess? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, Twitch has a problem. There's too many ads. Now I know, ads support Twitch and even help support the streamers as well. But if you were to tell me that you actually like watching the ads on Twitch, I would call you a liar. They have a hilariously bad system for delivering ads, especially when compared to YouTube, their main competitor. A big pain point on Twitch is that they'll tend to serve you an ad every time you load up a new stream, which makes it annoying to find new streamers to watch, since you have to sit through a 30-second unskippable ad before you even know if you actually want to watch the streamer. It's a system that completely discourages watching new streamers. But finally, it looks like Twitch is coming out with what they think is a fix for this. Did they update the system they use to serve ads? Nah, they made an overcomplicated new system to preview streams instead of doing that, in classic Twitch fashion. Now, I don't want to be too hard on Twitch. I'm proud to see them actually do something for once. Most of the time, it seems like they have all these people sitting in an office and doing nothing. No offense, but when was the last time you noticed any major new features or changes on Twitch? Never? Yeah. So I'm happy to see them actually release something, but I just wish they could do something better. So what did they do? Well, they've released this thing that they call a channel switcher to a select few users as a test. This is what it looks like. Seems like you just get to watch a stream in the browse menu for a little bit to preview the stream, and you avoid having to see an ad until you click into the stream itself, which, well, does fix the fundamental problem of the ads making it awful to swap between streams. But it just seems like a very roundabout way to do it. Along with that interface I just showed, there's some new options, basically just letting you change up the layout and have it swap the stream that it is showing after a little while. In addition to the live streams, you can also use the same menu to cycle through popular clips from the game you're looking at, and then go to the streams of the channels those clips come from if they're online. So it does do what it's supposed to, but it's just a bit unwieldy and weird. It seems like this will probably confuse new users once they make the change live to all people, because why would you want to click into a stream when you can just watch them on the channel switcher without ads? If you've used Twitch enough, you'll probably still want to click in because you want to join in on the chat. But if you're new and don't know about the chat, or if you're like me and you just don't really care about the chat, why would you ever want to click in? If anything, this will just let people like me watch streams without having to watch ads. Now, I know, I'm being a bit of a harsh critic here, but fixing the issue with ads is a major issue for Twitch. It hurts their growth potential, tires out viewers, and hampers new talent from wanting to start on their site. So they need to get this perfect. Good just isn't good enough. They're finally facing some pretty fierce competition, especially with new streamers from Kick. Why would anyone want to start off their career on Twitch now? You're at a disadvantage because no one wants to click on one viewer streams, since most of them are bad and they have to watch an ad every time. Not to mention their complete lack of a competent recommendation algorithm or system. They need to get their stuff together. I mean, just look at how YouTube does it. To be fair, they have an advantage being part of Google and having some insight into Google's ads system. But YouTube figured out years ago how many ads is optimal to show over any given time period to any given type of person in order to increase that person spending time on the site. Basically, this has meant that pre-roll ads aren't really as much of an issue on YouTube, as you're probably not going to get an ad on every video you click, unless they've typecasted you as an impulsive buyer. In that case, you might actually get more. But the point is that YouTube has certain ad numbers for certain people, and they don't shove ads down your throats. Mid-roll ads, maybe, but for the most part, their placement is left up to the creator. When it comes to pre-rolls, they're most likely not going to cause you any viewer attrition on YouTube. At the end of the day, ads suck and no one likes them, but they suck a lot more on Twitch because their system is so badly designed. I think to truly fix the issue they're facing, they need to basically copy what YouTube does. Only show a certain amount of ads to people over a certain period of time. I don't think they need to add these fancy new features that add bloat and confusion to the website. Just improve your existing systems. However, the problem may already be too bad. Twitch, like most online businesses, is not profitable. Recently, there has been a drive to fix that, from implementing ad goals and bonus payouts to streamers to lowering all streamers to a 50-50 split. I think that their years of apathy at fixing these issues might have come to bite them, and internally there is probably some very serious reason that they need to drive up profits. If that's the case, then they can't really afford to stop showing as many ads, and they'll never be able to truly fix the system, which is a shame. Do you have any ideas as to how they could fix the ad system at Twitch? How do you deal with constantly seeing ads on there? Let me know in the comments. That's pretty much all I have to say today, so thank you for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. British TikToker Mizzy is a menace to society, and they need to lock him up and throw away the key before he gets himself or someone else hurt. I don't know if you guys have seen all of this stuff, but for whatever reason, I guess the UK just doesn't have any laws or law enforcement because this random TikTok kid has gone overboard and has been basically given a free pass for it. So we're gonna quickly go over what's happened so far and why. Right now, he's rotting in jail for at least a few days. So what did this kid do? Well, he somehow managed to piss off most of the internet all at once by carrying out some of the worst pranks imaginable. That's right, he's the only thing worse than a YouTube prankster, a TikTok prankster. He went viral first for this video of him just barging into someone's home for no apparent reason.
Let's go. James? You man, come. Hello, James. We need to speak to James. James? Hi. Is this where the study group is?
No. What door number is this?
No. Study group. Well, this is not where the study group is.
Got kids, man.
Oh, you got kids? Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought this was the study group. I actually thought. And this is the study group.
Yeah, he just walked into a home that had a woman home, and allegedly children as well, for no reason. Imagine how scary that would be for the woman, a bunch of teenage boys barging into your home. That stuff would not happen in America. Well, technically it could happen, but it wouldn't end well for those teens. Personally, I think that the second you step foot inside someone's home, or even really on their property in general, you should forfeit your right to any and all complaints about getting your ass kicked, or even killed. To be honest, I know that the English don't have many rights when it comes to defending themselves or their homes. But man, it was honestly embarrassing for the husband in that TikTok to have been so nice to these teens. Someone barges into your home, scares your wife, and you're gonna be cordial to them? Nah, they deserve the worst. And as if the internet didn't agree that what he was doing was dangerous and stupid enough, another of Mizzy's videos surfaced. This one brought the hate up just a few notches. Basically, he filmed himself stealing some random person's dog. That's right, he walks up, talks to the owner for a second, and then picks up the small dog and starts running.
Hello. Hi. You got a nice dog?
Sorry?
You got a nice dog?
She's lovely, she's
Now, on top of this being a blatant crime, it's also probably the most dangerous thing you could possibly do. Again, maybe not in England, but I know for a fact that here in America, we don't really take kindly to this kind of thing, and I would hazard a guess that the mortality rate for thieves stealing people's dogs is a fairly high number. People love their dogs way more than they care about the life of a thief, for good reason to be honest. The revelation of this TikTok made enough people angry enough that TikTok, an app that many allege exists solely to degrade Western values, decided it went too far and banned his account. Most of his social media accounts were banned, but that really hasn't kept him down as he just keeps making new accounts. To be fair to the Brits, they did end up arresting this kid over these two incidents, only after massive outrage, since they don't like enforcing laws over there, and as a testament to the Brits' general disdain for law and order, he was basically immediately let go. After illegally entering a home with women and children, and that's not even to mention that he stole a dog, since from what I could find, his court appearance was only related to the house incident, the magistrate did impose certain restrictions onto Mizzy for his release, namely a 2-year criminal behavior order, which banned Mizzy from posting any videos on social media without getting consent from the parties beforehand. To summarize this punishment in his own words, Mizzy appeared on the Piers Morgan show where he said, quote, "UK laws are weak." To go on to prove this himself, it was then revealed that likely the same day he appeared in court and was ordered not to film others without consent, he went on a walk into the control area of a train and started messing around. That's right, the dude basically tried to steal a train. And I don't think you can call that hyperbole since he literally captioned the video GTA 6 in real life.
How is that just... Hey, how did you get there? Hey, let me get here. You outside? Hey, the man outside. We outside. Hello, can I call the police? The people on the train.
So yeah, after posting that on TikTok to one of his new accounts that wasn't banned, people found it, started sharing it, and it eventually made its way back to the UK police, who, despite their storied reputation of taking no action on literally anything, got a bit annoyed at this kid's flagrant disregard for the law. You think they might have figured that out when he stole some person's dog or when he waltzed into someone's house uninvited, but I guess there's something about stealing a train that they take a bit more seriously. So they arrested him, and he's got a hearing this Wednesday. He might have been allowed to go home, but his own mother doesn't want to bail him out and has refused to let him come home. Not sure why his mom is super important here. Since he is 18, I figure anyone could probably bail him out, but I'm no expert in UK law. The point is that he's such a menace that not even his own mother wants to help him. How does it get that bad? Hopefully, he will face some serious jail time for his blatant disregard, not only for the law, but also for the court's order. At least in America, most courts would see ignoring their rulings and not even waiting a single day to violate them as a bit of an insult, and would likely take that into account when it comes to punishment. I assume UK courts probably have a similar discretion. The fact of the matter is that he should not be allowed on the streets until he's faced some punishment that makes him less likely to pull this sort of stunt again. I mean, the stuff this guy's been doing is significantly worse than what the American prankster Tanner Cook got shot for. Mizzy is a threat to himself and keeps putting himself in danger, let alone the danger he represents to society at large. I mean, the kid ran into the control compartment of a train and just started doing random stuff. What if he turned the train on, even accidentally, and rammed it into the station? At best, some people get knocked around in the train itself. At worst, people die. I'm not usually one to opt for someone to be imprisoned for a long time, but in this case, I just don't see how it can be avoided. He's already shown that he doesn't respect the laws of the country. He's already shown that he doesn't respect the court's own orders. Heck, he's such a menace that not even his own mother wants him to be released from jail. That says something about his character, I think. Not to mention, what happens when someone finally does do something to stop him, be it physically restraining him at best, to hurting him at worst? Those people will have to deal with the consequences of what they have to do in the moment to protect themselves from a threat that they feel is real and dangerous. Even if Mizzy doesn't intend to do anything dangerous, there's no way for the average Joe to know his intentions. Given the UK's complete lack of respect for the individual's right to defend oneself, I'd expect that if anyone does end up standing up to him, they'll end up getting a harsher punishment than he did. It's a mess, and this man needs to face actual consequences. In my experience with people like this, though not as extreme, they've never faced any real consequences for their actions. Babied by their parents, ignored by shitty teachers that can't bother to care, pandered to by society. They've never felt regret once in their lives. Hopefully for Mizzy, he gets the chance to face some consequences, and those consequences change his worldview before he does something that he really regrets. There's basically two paths for someone like this. Either they become self-aware and work to fix themselves, or they self-destruct, and well, let's just hope he becomes self-aware, though I doubt it. Anyway, what do you guys think about this guy? Do you think that he should face a harsh sentence? Do you think that they should just let him keep destroying public order? Let me know in the comments. Thank you for watching all the way to the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, Rumble has been signing a lot of streamers recently. Just a couple of weeks back, they signed both Cenat and IShowSpeed. And now it looks like Mizkif is their newest streamer. He's a bit of a weird choice for Rumble, since I think it's fair to say that the average Mizkif viewer is not really the type of person that usually uses Rumble. And that's got Pokimane upset, making her want to interview Mizkif so she can understand why he would sign on to Rumble. In case you don't know, Rumble is one of the biggest alt-tech companies, and for a while, it's been slowly growing as a competitor to YouTube. Now it seems like it smells Twitch's blood in the water and has decided to dive into the live streaming game. Since it's an alt-tech company and is focused on free speech, with staunch anti-censorship rules in place so that everyone can speak their minds, Rumble has garnered a reputation for being a right-wing website. I don't really think that's true though. It's just YouTube circa 2012. You see, outside of the internet and everywhere prior to Gen Z, free speech is considered perhaps the most important right that Americans have. And I don't think anyone can deny that tech companies having control over the public conversation is kinda scary. So while Rumble might be considered a right-wing site by Gen Z online Twitter troll standards, it's in reality a neutral website that's more in line with the average person's views than a big website like Twitch or YouTube, who tend to have a lot of rules in place to protect those with minority opinions or worldviews. So anyway, that's why people might find it a little weird that Mizkif decided to start streaming over there, since he's not exactly considered a right-wing streamer, and the average Gen Z Twitch enjoyer probably considers Rumble to be a fairly right-wing platform. And to be fair, it's kind of a weird thing, not for Rumble, but for Mizkif to do it. Mizkif clearly must have known about the political association that his audience would have of Rumble, and he still went through with it, which means either Mizkif is secretly a based free speech and alt-tech supporter, or that the money was really good, or that he's worried he might get banned from Twitch and wants to secure some place he can go if that happens. The money being good is the most likely in my opinion, but I could see him being worried about being banned from Twitch. He was recently in a huge bit of controversy and he handled it very poorly, so I could see him getting banned because of that on Twitch if something new ever comes forth into the light, but more likely it's the money. What's really weird is the deal that he signed. All of the recent signers to Rumble have followed similar structures, but basically it's not an exclusivity contract. He can keep streaming on Twitch all he wants, but he's just got to do 2 streams a week on Rumble, which seems like a weird way for them to acquire new talent. I think their plan is that they want to encourage people to come over and watch Mizkif's Rumble stream without interrupting his Twitch stream, so that his viewers don't get upset, and will over time come to learn the Rumble ecosystem and maybe stick around every once in a while. They're trying to grow by osmosis, which is actually a cool idea. but I don't know if I think it will work or not. I could see a future, especially since Mizkif's fans are probably a little politically charged against Rumble, where his fans just don't even bother to come over and watch his 2 Rumble streams every week. He's not really like IShowSpeed and Cenat, whose audience seems to skew more center-right, and won't have the issue of politics stopping them from wanting to watch on Rumble. So it's a big gamble, but I do think it's a needed one. They need more diversity of thought on the platform if they want to shed the label of far-right that they've been given by a lot of the more far-left leaning people online. The best way to do this is to encourage people from other political leanings to come over, and I don't think there's any better way to do that than to have someone with a left-leaning audience come over and do something as apolitical as play video games. I think this is a win for them as long as Mizkif doesn't just start trashing them now that the deal's inked, which I do think is a possibility. I mentioned earlier that Pokimane seemed upset at Mizkif's move. She wanted to bring him on and have him talk about it and why he decided to do it. Pokimane is regrettably a fairly outspoken far-left political activist, having previously done at least one stream where she played Among Us with politicians like AOC, who is considered dangerously far left even by members of her own party. Most of Twitch has this extreme far left political leaning though, so that's not really unusual or something I would criticize her about, though I do think it's dangerous for the kids who might watch Twitch. We can maybe talk about that at a later date. But getting back to my point, Pokimane is good friends with Mizkif, at least from what we've seen of them interacting, and she's also not just left-wing, but basically the face of Twitch. She has a lot of reasons to criticize this deal, and as she's the face of Twitch, a lot of power over him, and more importantly, a lot of sway with his viewers. If she gets into a call with Mizkif, I don't see a way that that goes well for Rumble, since Pokimane wants to see Twitch succeed for obvious reasons, and probably dislikes Rumble for equally obvious reasons. She could bully Mizkif into making statements that wouldn't be good for Rumble. I'm not sure Rumble would or even should care though, considering their dislike of censorship. I'm not really sure though. One thing is for sure, Twitch is in trouble either way. It seems like Rumble and Kick are coming for its place as the top streaming site, and given Twitch's historical slow speed of improvement, I question whether or not they'll be able to react fast enough to the changing tides, but time will tell. What do you guys think about Mizkif joining Rumble? Have you ever used Rumble yourself? Would you be open to it? Let me know in the comments. That's all I've got, so thank you guys so much for watching all the way till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, Alinity was just banned from Twitch for 3 days, and it's causing her to consider leaving Twitch to stream on another site. Now, I'm not a big fan of Alinity, or really her style of content, but even I can see why she's upset. This is another case of Twitch's complete inability to apply rules in any reasonable fashion. They have a history of banning streamers for small things, but also it just seems like they randomly assign ban lengths without even considering what happened. So today, let's talk about why Alinity got banned, for how long, and why this is a symptom of a bigger problem at Twitch that they've been ignoring for years, but won't be able to for much longer. So why did Alinity get banned? Well, it's a bit of a weird one. People dance on Twitch all the time. Heck, people do much more risque things than dance on Twitch. But Alinity got banned for twerking on stream. Yeah, this is the reason for her ban. Had to mute it because they're playing a song, but according to Alinity, this is what she got banned for on Twitch. And for 3 days too. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not really a big fan of the whole Twitch hot tub meta and the ongoing sexualization of Twitch. I think it's just kind of a moral issue for a website that hosts video game streams, which draw in young users to also be hosting a lot of more risque videos with very little in the way of stopping them from finding it. But I'm not sure that Alinity's dance actually crosses any lines there. I mean, within a few seconds, I'm fairly confident that I can find way worse streams going on right now. And yeah, here we go. Within seconds, I found a bunch of streams that have people showing off way more skin, but not enough to get them banned. And let's be clear, I think all of those streams crossed the line way more than what Alinity did in this case. So why was Alinity punished, but these other streams are allowed to go on? Well, according to Alinity, it's because someone reported her, and no one has reported these other instances. She posted this on Twitter. When I tell them that there's way worse in the platform, all Twitch says is, well, it needs to be reported for a ban. So I guess go ahead and report anything you think it worse than this? Because there is lots. Which begs the question, what does Twitch even have moderation staff for? If they're going to literally claim that you will only get banned if someone reports you, that's kind of a tacit admission that the moderators don't actually, moderate anything. They're just there to hand out punishments. I guess that makes sense when you consider how ridiculous some of their ban reasons are. I mean, we recently had a streamer who accidentally leaked fake nude images of other streamers while live on stream, leading to people discovering those fake photos existed, leading to the harassment of the streamers in the fake photos, and as far as I can tell, he wasn't banned for that. But twerking gets Alinity taken down. I clicked into one of those streams I saw earlier, and let's just say that the girl was doing a lot more than just twerking, let alone showing enough skin to give an entire Mormon town heart attacks. So it just seems weird. In the past, there have been a lot of accusations of favoritism and dishonesty among the Twitch moderation team, and I do believe that there is blatant favoritism over there. I mean, how can Alinity get banned for dancing for a few seconds, but other streamers can sit in hot tubs with subscriber goals to do squats? Or other activities that are clearly meant to simulate something sexually explicit without actual nudity. I mean, even Alinity said that she got less than 3 days suspension for showing actual accidental nudity on stream. You're gonna tell me that her dancing fully clothed is worse than that? I don't really think so. And let me reiterate, I'm not even someone who thinks any of this whole show as much skin as possible to attract men with loose pockets thing is good. But Twitch has pretty much condoned way worse than Alinity's behavior for years, so I think she has more than enough reason to be annoyed. What I don't get about Twitch is that they seem to go out of their way to not act like a competent company. What's the first thing that any video hosting website has to figure out? The rules. What's allowed and what's not, and the severity of breaking those rules. Yet, even in cases much more blatant than this one, Twitch seems to have no official guide for how long a ban should be for breaking certain rules. It really seems like they just kind of hand out ban lengths at random, which isn't really conducive to being an actual business that people want to use. I mean, look at YouTube. Every rule is kind of spelled out in stone. They don't get updated that often, and though they are wrong when enforcing things sometimes, a lot, at least you know what punishment you'll get and how long until you're back to normal when you go afoul of the rules on here. I don't think Twitch is going to be able to get away with running their company like a frat house with no rules for much longer though. Even now, as Alinity mentioned she's considering moving to another site, I'm sure she's not the only one. A number of competitors with much less arcane rules and much clearer info on what happens when you break them have been popping up in the live streaming space. The most obvious being Kick. I'm sure she'd do fine over there, and also Rumble has recently decided to start taking on streaming. Both of those sites have their ups and downs, but I don't think either one would have banned her for this. And that's not even mentioning YouTube, who also wouldn't have banned her for this kind of dance. Twitch needs to shape up if they don't want to lose the live streaming war. Every time they have a weird controversy like this, it introduces uncertainty, and people don't like uncertainty. It will drive people away from Twitch and towards the competitors. And for every big streamer like Alinity that they lose to a competitor, the audience that goes with that creator will suddenly become familiar with a new site, and each one of those users might be someone who never looks back. Lucky for Twitch, this isn't really a hard problem for them to solve. All they have to do is release clear, concise literature containing the rules. For every rule that they list, they should also add a punishment range and some information about what happens beyond a first-time offense. And then just stick to those rules. If they were to just do that, they would clear up one of the biggest and long-running problems that people have with the entire site. Honestly, Twitch, hire me and I'll just do it for you. It's not that hard. But they never will do this since this has been something that people have asked for years and nothing has ever been done. At the end of the day, I think that it just boils down to Twitch culture. They never wanted to become the corporation that they ended up becoming, and it seems like, from the outside at least, that they never really implemented any real corporate policies over things as obviously in need of them, like moderation. If they want to be a big player in the live streaming space, I don't think it's too much to ask that they act like one. Now, they recently got a new CEO, so I'll be interested to see if anything changes over there with that. But I'm not too hopeful, since he's already been in charge for a little while without much change. Anyway, what do you guys think about this whole thing? Do you think Twitch needs to fix their moderation issues, or do you think it's all fine as it is? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, now that the dust has settled a bit, let's talk about Linus Tech Tips getting hacked. To be fair, it's not really a them problem, it's an all of us problem. A problem that everyone's been ignoring for a long time. I mean, search YouTube for anything like Tesla or Elon Musk, and even now OpenAI, and you'll find no shortage of hacked accounts streaming videos of Elon Musk for whatever reason, linking to sites that are, well, either scams, viruses, or some combination of the two. So what exactly happened? Well, overnight, a little over a week ago, the Linus Tech Tips channel was hacked. It was changed to a Tesla branded channel. Then it started live streaming. The live stream was some pre-recorded podcast with Elon Musk, and it linked to some sketchy website that promised to double your money or whatnot. At the same time, 2 of his other channels were also hacked. Now, if you're not familiar with Linus Tech Tips, you should be able to tell from the name what his channel is. It's a tech channel, one of the biggest tech channels on YouTube. And while they cover a lot of different topics in their videos, they are pretty big on security, so it's kind of embarrassing for him to get get hacked. To be honest, it's not really his fault. An organization is only as strong as its weakest link, and Linus has a pretty big organization going over there. He runs his channels like they're a cable network, and among any big organization, there will always be people who are, let's just say, technologically challenged. Now, there's probably less of them at Linus Tech Tips than at any random non-tech aligned mid-sized business, but they're still there. Companies always need marketers, accountants, and other non-tech employees. People who are great at what they do, but couldn't tell you in a million years how to copy and paste. And according to Linus, one of his employees who wasn't tech focused opened a fake sponsorship offer. Within that offer was a virus. Though that person must have missed some red flags, according to Linus, it wasn't super obvious. He seems to think of that as more of a failure at training than an actual problem with the employee. So he said publicly that he's not publishing the employee involved, which is actually pretty great, to be honest. The thing is that phishing emails aren't always obvious, and in an age where AI can write an email for you in 20 seconds, the classic techniques for spotting them don't work anymore. Gone are the days of spelling mistakes and bad ruses, like the Nigerian prince scam. In are the days of sophisticated, targeted attacks. And let's be honest, we're all tired sometimes. When a single click can be the cause of so much damage, can we say that we would never have fallen for the same thing ourselves? The answer is no, and it's no for a lot of people. For the last few years, it seemed like there has constantly been at least a couple of mid to large size accounts being hijacked to promote some scam every day. And well, yes, it's an issue on the content creator side that they had downloaded the virus to begin with, but it's a problem on YouTube's side when their system is so arcane that even someone as tech literate as Linus struggles to get his account back under his control. Even while he still has access to it and is able to change the password, he still just has to send a help support request to YouTube and just wait till it's done on their side, which isn't an option every creator would have, since Linus has contacts at YouTube, whereas a smaller creator would have to resort to just complaining on Twitter until someone at Team YouTube sees their tweet and maybe does something about it. You see, it seems like for the most part, from how Linus described it, he was still able to log in and try to change passwords to no avail while the hack was active. This is because Linus and the others who have actual master passwords to his channels weren't hacked. Rather, someone he'd set up as a channel manager was, which in theory is a feature designed to stop you from having to give out your password to multiple people if you have a lot of people working on your channel. So they hacked whoever this was and used his login to get into the channels? Well, not exactly. According to Linus, they stole that guy's session token, which, depending on how the hack works, would probably let them keep getting in even if that person changed all their passwords. The only thing that could get rid of the stolen session would have to be YouTube terminating all active sessions, which, to be honest, is probably something that should be an option, but also if it was an option, the bad actor might have been able to abuse it to keep Linus and his team occupied for much longer than they did. Also, it should probably raise some flags at YouTube when any channel with more than 50 or 100k subscribers changes their name, let alone someone with millions. Even more flags should be raised when the person changing their name of the multi-million subscriber channel isn't even the actual channel itself, but someone who has manager permissions, which seems pretty obvious. Twitter, with the recent verification changes, just made it so that if you change your Twitter name, you lose your verified badge until it's manually approved. Would probably make sense for YouTube to have something similar, given how common this issue is, literally happening to multiple accounts a day. It should be fairly simple to make it a policy to lock an account out of live streaming or making major channel edits until some dude at YouTube approves the name change and makes sure that it's not a name change that's trying to impersonate, say, Tesla. You see, the problem I have is this could happen to anyone. In fact, it happens to a lot of people, and it's been pretty much the same for years now. But what if that happened to me? What if that happened to any smaller creator? We'd be screwed, just sitting on Twitter whining and hoping someone sees. YouTube needs to make some changes to make sure this kind of scam stops happening, because the prevalence of the scam means one thing: it works. They wouldn't keep doing it if they weren't making money, which means that innocent people are falling for this scam. It might be the equivalent of the classic RuneScape money doubling scheme we all learned to spot in elementary school, but it works. I don't know why it works, or why these scams always use Elon Musk. You'd think that at this point, people might be able to figure out that he's not streaming on a random YouTube channel that weirdly publishes videos that have nothing to do with either Musk or crypto, right up until they magically changed their name and started live streaming, but I guess not. I don't know if it's that he's a super recognizable face that's talked about crypto or what, but it is kind of weird to me that all the ones I was able to easily find have some ties to Elon. You'd think maybe they could use other people, finance YouTubers, Shark Tank people, I don't know, maybe even Joe Biden to run their scam, but they don't. It's always Elon. Since it is always Elon and they only have a few podcasts that they use of Elon for these kinds of hijack streams, it should be pretty easy for YouTube to just set up a flag flag on those videos, right? They already have the copyright match system. Should be easy to find these streams, then have someone manually review them to see if the channels were hacked. It's just scary that there are people this is happening to right now who don't know what to do. So why should Linus get special treatment? YouTube should make it so that there's an easy public way to ask for help if your channel is hacked. And no, using Twitter doesn't count. That's pretty much all I'm asking for, just to be sure. What do you guys think about this whole mess? Let me know in the comments. Remember to like and subscribe. Have a great day, and God bless you. Controversial influencer Andrew Tate was actually released from prison this week in a move that kind of shocked the world. I mean, they've held the guy without charges for months now. What changed that they finally decided that he could leave his Romanian prison cell and head on home to sweet, sweet house arrest in his fancy mansion? Today, we're going to talk about him, what's happened, and why they might have finally decided to let him out. So stick around. Who's Andrew Tate? Well, he's a former professional kickboxer and mostly deplatformed influencer who has over 5.8 million followers on Twitter. He's controversial because his content revolves mainly around podcast-style interviews where he, as the top G, gives advice to young men. The advice that he gives is seen as controversial and even misogynistic to some Americans. Though importantly, it should be noted that he doesn't really say anything that outrageous to his local culture since he lives in Romania. To be honest, in my opinion, Tate's not really that offensive. Typically, he'll say one or two outrageous things anytime he's on camera, but the rest of it will just be normal self-help stuff or him bragging about his life. It's a pretty effective content strategy, since he can clip the outrageous thing he said and use that clip at the beginning of a video or interview as a hook to get the viewer to stick around. Andrew Tate might be a lot of things, but he's not dumb. Even following his personal deplatforming from most social media sites, he's maintained relevancy by offering incentives to people who will post clips from his shows on their personal social media, evading the bans on him personally by using his fans to get the message out. These fans will also stick with the same outrage bait strategy, and it works. Find any high school age boy and ask him if he knows who Andrew Tate is. I can almost guarantee he will. Hey, just jumping in real quick to remind you to subscribe. Thanks. Back to the video. Anyway, why was he in jail? Well, that's where the whole thing gets a bit serious. Tate's online persona had always been the bad boy, gangster type, but it turns out that at least a few people in the Romanian government thought that he actually is one, and that it's not just a character. To preface this, I need to mention that he's not been charged with a crime at this point, but he was arrested and kept in a Romanian jail since December 29th, 2022. They arrested him because he's currently under investigation for a number of pretty heinous crimes, but again, it doesn't seem so far like they have evidence to prove any of them. Otherwise, they'd have charged him and probably not released him from jail. The crimes they're investigating him for are human trafficking, horrific sex crimes, and being involved with organized crime. The best I can tell is that he is alleged to have lured women to Romania and used them to basically produce adult videos to fund a criminal empire. And if those allegations ever turn out to be true, he deserves to rot in jail for the rest of his life. But so far, no dice on that. I'm an innocent until proven guilty kind of guy, though it doesn't seem like the Romanian justice system feels the same way, since not only did they arrest Tate in December, they also raided his house and took over $3.9 million worth of cars, watches, and other assets that they allege were the profits of organized crime. And they did all that without actually charging him with a crime. I think I need to point out the drastic differences between our justice system here in the free world compared to the ex-Soviet countries like Romania. Basically, in the US, they can't hold you for long if they arrest you without charging you, a few days at most. Then you have the right to a speedy and fair trial by a jury of your peers. Plus, if you do some time in jail, it might not be a great place, but it's not a medieval torture chamber. Meanwhile, in Romania, being an ex-Soviet country, it isn't known for its respect for human rights. Tate's trial has not been speedy or fair, considering they've kept him in custody without charging him for a crime for months, and well, legally the maximum they can hold him for without charges seems like it should be 6 months, but since corruption is so rife in Romania, well, let's just say it's a good thing he's famous, or they might have just buried him, and he'd never have gotten out. Or been charged for the crime. Depends on who he pissed off, to be honest. Not to mention, on top of their horrendous legal system, their jails don't exactly have a stellar reputation, and depending on where he was held, it could have been little more than an oubliette. Like I said, he was arrested on the 29th of December 2022, so he's been in there for 3 months. Now, every 30 days, he does get to appeal his imprisonment, which he did twice already, both times being denied. Something must have changed this time though, since they finally decided to let him out. Now, whether that is that the investigation investigation is turning up nothing, or that he just greased the right hands, I can't say for sure. But something did change. So now, despite previously thinking that Tate was a flight risk, they're suddenly okay with sending him to house arrest? Seems weird to me. And yeah, though he's been released from jail, he's still technically in custody via house arrest, which he can continue to appeal until they either finally give up on him or they actually manage to charge the dude with something. Now, I won't downplay the seriousness of the crimes he's been alleged to have committed without charges, but I will stand up for the rights of any human being that is having their rights violated. Maybe it's just my inflated American ego saying we do it better over here, but I don't think anyone should be locked in a cell for 6 months without being charged, without having the opportunity to fight those charges, without being given the simple courtesy of a speedy trial and the right to have a jury trial if wanted. I don't particularly care what crimes you're alleged to have committed. You're innocent until proven guilty, and you shouldn't be treated like you're guilty before a trial, especially before you've even been charged with a crime. I mean, if they don't end up charging him, heck, if they even charge him and don't get a conviction, then the Romanian government has robbed him of several months of his life and $3.9 million in assets. Not a shock given the country, but hey, I still think it's wrong. If he's been convicted, lock him up and throw away the key, but not a second before. Now, some people will say they're convinced of his guilt because of statements he's made on his show. And yeah, to be honest, he said some wild stuff. But does anyone honestly believe that the guy isn't playing a character? Because you're allowed to play a character. And if you are, and you say some stuff about crimes you've committed in character, that's not actual proof of anything at all. There needs to be an actual crime. You can't just admit to a crime that you didn't commit. Now, do I think he's at least done some of the things he's accused of? Well, in my opinion, he's probably done something wrong. I don't know if it's as bad as it's been made out to be, but the dude is really sketchy. That being said, I still stand by my opinion that they shouldn't keep him in jail if he's not being charged with anything. I am genuinely concerned when I see people these days, usually younger people who are still in high school, say stuff like allegations are evidence and are willing to entirely condemn someone because of allegations made against them, especially when there's little proof. But now, given the state of AI and how easy it is to fake text messages, DMs, pictures, pretty much everything, you really can't trust when there are DMs leaked or whatever. The only thing you should trust is when a jury of their peers make a decision, in my opinion. Allegations aren't evidence. You can't get convicted on allegations alone. Even if you commit a brazen crime in broad daylight around several witnesses who all testify that you did the crime, you won't get convicted. Witness testimony is the least effective type of testimony. Why? Simply because people lie. Sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally. I don't want to be on the wrong side of history by celebrating the several months of detention of a man who hasn't even been charged with a crime, but I'm happy to celebrate the several years of punishment that he gets once he's been convicted. One doesn't exclude the other. I think everything might just be a little less crazy these days if everyone would just decide to take their time and wait for everything to finish before jumping to conclusions. What do you guys think? Do you think it was right for them to hold him despite not charging him? Do you think he should have been released sooner? Do you think that even house arrest is too much punishment for a man that the government has yet to even formally accuse of a crime? Do you have faith in the Romanian justice system? Let me know in the comments. Remember to like and subscribe. Have a great day and God bless you. So, Twitter has changed a lot since Elon Musk bought it, but at the same time, it's almost like it hasn't changed at all. I constantly see YouTubers and other influencers complaining about whatever new change to the platform Elon's made this week or that week, and honestly, I think that a lot of the takes that most YouTubers have on the entire issue are dumb. People are getting genuinely mad over a website that no one likes, but everyone spends too much time on. So let's take a look at some of the recent Twitter changes and talk about why they're either good or completely meaningless, but not bad like everyone is saying. Elon Musk paid $44 billion at a price of $54.20 a share to buy Twitter. However, if you believe a leaked internal email that Musk sent out, he values the company at around $20 billion now, which, well, to say it was a bad purchase for the value is understated. This is the equivalent of buying a new Lambo and driving it off the lot and directly into a pit of fire and acid. Losing $20 billion on a deal has to make it one of the worst deals in the history of deal making. However, to be honest, Elon has so much money that a loss of $20 billion doesn't make any difference to him. Sure, it's a number on a sheet of paper going down, but how does that affect him? It doesn't. There will be no change in his life from losing that much, and to be honest, the same thing applies to the entire $44 billion he spent. When he bought Twitter, well, it was not doing very well financially. The word on the street is that it was losing millions every year and had no real way or plan on how to ever become profitable. Sure, they had advertising and some weird paid features like super follows, but let's be honest, Twitter ads were always complete shit that had nothing to do with you, and no one used the other features. So Elon's first goal is to make the site profitable, which is where we should start talking about the verification system changes he's made recently that is almost certainly upsetting your favorite creator, and I'll even tell you their dirty little secret. Hey, just jumping in to remind you to subscribe. Thanks. Back to the video. You see, before Elon bought Twitter, getting verified was an arcane process. You basically had to just hope that one day you would wake up and have it if you were notable enough, which is why a lot of influencers, YouTubers, and other content creators struggled to get verified. Now, some of them, really notable people, would have gotten verified randomly, simply because of their notability, but a lot of people, especially small journalists and YouTubers, used a different way to get verified. A corrupt, scammy, and should almost be illegal way. You see, prior to Musk taking over, there was a black market for verification. Basically, some Twitter employees with access to verify people did not verify the people that they were actually supposed to, but instead took bribes in order to verify accounts. I know for a fact that some fairly big creators paid for their check marks to the tune of between $20,000 and $30,000. Yeah, that's right. They spent a car's worth of money on Twitter verification. So maybe now you understand why so many people who were verified under the old system are so desperate to keep it. I mean, didn't you ever see a verified like journalist, crypto person, or YouTuber and wonder how they got verified with little following? This was how. So Elon takes over and he decides that he's going to change up the verification system. Now, the system is not intended to verify that you are notable in some way, but rather to serve as a verification that you're an actual human being. He made it so that anyone with $8 and a few days to wait can get their own checkmark for a monthly subscription. Imagine you paid $30,000 to get a badge that separates you from the plebs, a badge that makes you feel special, proof of your social standing, and whatever else. But now anyone can get it for $8 a month. On top of that, Twitter is getting rid of legacy verifications, so if you did pay that $30,000 to a sketchy dude who worked at Twitter, now you have to pay $8 a month to keep it. Honestly, very funny to me in a play stupid games, win stupid prizes kind of way. Now, some people argue that allowing anyone with a credit card to verify their Twitter account will lead to mass impersonation. I mean, when they first tried to implement the system, it did not go well. A Twitter user imitated the account for Eli Lilly, which is a pharma company. They then tweeted out, "We are excited to announce that insulin is free now," which went viral because people thought that the account was real and that a pharma company was going to give out free insulin, even though it was a fake account. This did not go well for Eli Lilly, whose stock dropped quite a bit that day. Some creators say that now that legacy verified is going away and only paid checkmarks will exist, this kind of thing will become rampant. But really, that's just not true. After the Eli Lilly incident, Musk and Twitter had postponed Twitter Blue verification, and during that postponement, they added safeguards in place. Now, if you're verified, you can't change your name, because if you do, you lose your checkmark until a human reviewer approves it. The same goes for when you apply to have a new account verified. It takes like a week after buying Twitter Blue for you to get your checkmark. That's because a human has to look at it first. On top of that, they made it easier to take down fake accounts through reports, and so far, it's working fine. You've been able to buy a checkmark for months now after those changes were made, and there have not been any high-profile imitations at all. In fact, I'm yet to see a single verified impersonation account at all. So just know that if a creator tells you that this is going to cause massive problems, they probably don't know what they're talking about, and they're most likely mad because they paid 30 grand for their checkmark, and now Elon is giving them away for basically free. On top of that, Twitter recently made a change so that you can no longer distinguish between a user who paid for Twitter Blue to get verified and the users who are legacy verified until they finish winding down legacy verification, which really annoyed all the right people. Imagine actually getting upset because it might look like you paid for Twitter, especially since the people complaining about this change are the people who use Twitter way more than the average person. I guess they're just annoyed because it looks like they gave Elon money for whatever reason. Despite being like the most boomer tier inoffensive dude ever, Elon is hated by a lot of people for reasons that I really can't understand. You don't have to like the guy, but you also don't have to dedicate your entire online existence to hating him while also posting on a platform that he owns. One of the first accounts to lose their verification was the New York Times, which is very funny. NYT had been anti-Elon since the beginning of the takeover, and they announced that they wouldn't be paying for verification, which again, let me remind you, is $8 a month for their accounts or their employees. It's a little hypocritical for the New York Times to expect special features for free, since if you've ever tried to read an article on the New York Times website, you'll know they're literally begging people to subscribe to them. I honestly think it might speak to their financial health that they're not paying. But why does it matter that they're not verified? Well, another good change being made is that only people who have Twitter Blue, or people you follow, will show in the For You feed, and Twitter Blue accounts have priority in replies. Why is this good? I know it's controversial for me to say that, but the fact of the matter is that if someone is subscribed to Twitter Blue, they have provided a reputable phone number and a payment method for their account. This makes it drastically harder to bot Twitter, which was one of the most botted social media platforms, both by governments, random weirdos, and people trying to push their agenda. Ever wonder why everything on Twitter devolves into a political argument? Bot farms. Kinda gives credence to the dead internet theory, to be honest, so I think it's a good change. The harder it is to bot, the less bots we will have to see, and if someone is going to make a bot farm and use the bandwidth and server space anyway, it does make sense for Twitter to cash in on that as well. Then there's this new thing. He changed the logo. Now, I don't know how temporary it is. It might even be gone before this video goes up. Who knows? What I do know is that there is some Harvard MBA who is absolutely pissed that the logo he spent so long getting designed, approved, and finally posted is gone in favor of a Doge meme dog. That's right, Twitter changed the bird icon on the web UI into a Doge, like from Dogecoin. Elon posted that this was to fulfill a promise he made before the purchase, but like, what? It's just so random. Doesn't actually affect anything at all, and to be honest, I kinda like it. It brings some color into the usually bland page. Also, if you click on it and then enter the Konami code, it flips around. Some people said that it was an April Fool's joke, which made no sense because it wasn't changed until after April Fool's Day, and now everyone assumes that it is temporary. Honestly, I hope that it's permanent because that would be the funniest outcome. It's so jank that it's good. Basically, what I'm trying to say in this video is that a lot of the hate for the recent changes to Twitter is coming from journalists, influencers, and other people who paid tens of thousands of dollars for a few pixels on a website, and now they're wicked mad about it, so they're letting red fill their vision anytime a small change is made. At the end of the day, nothing about it matters. No one really cares at all that much about Twitter, not even Elon probably. To be honest, it's a cesspool filled with people you don't want to talk to, but it's an addictive cesspool, so we keep going back. At the end of the day, Twitter could go down forever tomorrow, and it wouldn't have that big of an effect on your life. Honestly, I think it would be good if it did go down. Some people are very addicted. I don't think it will though. For all the talk about how there's no way Elon can run Twitter after firing most of the employees, it seems to be going fine so far. Honestly, with less employees, they've made more changes to the website than I think they had in years before. It's a more efficient company now, and if there's one thing that I think no one can disagree with about Elon Musk, the guy knows how to run companies and make them successful. To be honest, I think that there's a higher chance that Twitch is gone in 5 years than there is that Twitter is gone. But those are just my thoughts. I hope you enjoyed my little ramble. Thank you so much for watching. Please let me know what you think in the comments section. Have a great day and God bless you. Monster Energy is probably one of the most recognizable brands sold in supermarkets. Everyone knows about Monster Energy drinks, and love them or hate them, everyone's at least tried them. And well, they seem to be really worried that no one knows what their product is, because it turns out they are suing an indie dev company because, and I'm not making this up, they're worried people might confuse a video game with the word monster in the title and Monster Energy drinks. I guess Monster Energy must think that we're all sitting at home drinking our video games or something. The indie dev company being sued is called Glowstick Entertainment, and their game is called Dark Deception, Monsters and Mortals, which might sound like an emo band name, but certainly does not sound like an energy drink. Glowstick might be the latest in the video game world to have to deal with this, but unsurprisingly, they're not the first. Monster actually managed to force Ubisoft to change the name of one of their games from Gods and Monsters to Immortals Phoenix Rising. Ubisoft is no small dog either, so if they had to change their game's name, what chance did Glowstick Entertainment stand? Well, to be honest, I think, and I'm not a lawyer, that it's pretty obvious that Monster is in the wrong here. It seems like they're doing what's called trademark trolling, basically getting a trademark on something common and then using lawsuits and other legal threats to bully others and potentially get some money out of them. It's scum stuff. Basically, it seems like their stance is that no one can use the term monster in anything, because that might be too confusing for the consumer, which is not how it works, and pretty stupid. They might want to send a trademark lawsuit over to the boys at Merriam-Webster, since you can find the word monster in the dictionary. This is equivalent to Apple trying to sue some bakery selling apple pies because they might get confused between a MacBook and a delicious American traditional food. The problem is that, well, Monster Energy has a lot of money. They're a massive company with a lot of money to spend on lawyers. Usually people settle these kinds of cases because the little guy rarely wins. The cost of hiring a lawyer to defend a lawsuit like this alone is a lot more than most indie studios would have on hand, let alone if they decided to just bury the Glowstick team in paperwork and try to make the lawsuit as expensive and drawn out as possible. The only thing that the guys at Glowstick Entertainment really have going for them is that they are basically David fighting Goliath, and judges and juries love an underdog, especially in a case like this where, to the layman, the issue is so clear that Monster is in the wrong, though don't expect it to be easy. Monster has a lot of money to spend on making their lawyers craft any convoluted legal basis for their claim that they need. To their credit, the guys at Glowstick Entertainment don't seem to be backing down at all. The founder and CEO of Glowstick Entertainment, Vincent Livings, posted a few tweets talking about the situation and calling for a boycott. He said, "It's well known that Monster Energy is a notorious trademark troll. Unfortunately, they're at it again. For a company that likes to target their drinks at gamers, they also like to try to bully and bankrupt game studios with lengthy high-dollar litigation." Followed by, "Monster Energy's lawyers are coming after us right now because Monsters and Mortals has the word monsters in it. They claim that our game is confusingly similar to their energy drink." Yep, that's really their claim. Rather than roll over, I'm gonna fight them in court. I'll be sharing everything I've received from Monster Energy to give other game developers a look at their tactics in case they ever want to put the word monster in their game title and have to deal with Monster Energy as a result. They went after Ubisoft previously too. And finally, Monster Energy is a bully that is owned by Coca-Cola. Do not support a bully company by buying their energy drinks. If nothing else, I hope they eventually learn that going after game studios is not in their best interest. So it looks like he's committed at this point, which is actually a really good thing to see because if he wins his case, it will make it easier for anyone else going forward to make the same case. To be honest with how public Vincent is being about all of this, there's a chance that Monster might just drop the suit. Vincent correctly points out that Monster is constantly being advertised to gamers. I'd say gamers amount for a decent amount of their sales. That is, behind all the 9th graders named Kyle in the world. It's probably not a good look for them to be bullying small games companies then, because if there's one thing I know about gamers, it's that no one cares if you shit on a big corporate overlord like Ubisoft, but we love to see David beat Goliath. Plus, the indie dev community are pretty much rabid. Once they catch wind of this, they will lose their minds. Basically, I think you all know that I think this is stupid. No one is drinking their video games. It's kind of hard to drink computer code. I think that would just be getting electrocuted, and no one is going to confuse the Monster Energy drink with a random game with monster in its title. It's a common word, probably used in a good 40% of all books ever written. No one can own that word in all mediums. It's a ridiculous premise, but it's a hill they've chosen to die on, I guess. And also, like, there are other games with monsters in the title, not just Glowstick and Ubisoft. So what are Monster Energy doing about Nintendo's Monster Hunter games? Probably nothing. Not because that is any different than Glowstick having the word monster in their game's name, but because Nintendo could absolutely bury Monster in a lawsuit. So it looks like they're afraid to go after the big dogs who can put up a fight, but willing to go after the little guy. Absolutely despicable. What do you guys think? Do you think that Monster has any chance here? Do you think that this is as ridiculous as I do? Let me know in the comments. Remember to like and subscribe. Thanks for watching. Have a great day, and God bless you. YouTube pranksters have always been a bit of a laughingstock on this site. Well, actually not just on this site, but in real life too. It's often considered the lowest of low effort content and usually just ends up being a video about annoying minimum wage workers who can't tell you to go away. But sometimes these things take a bit of a darker turn. I mean, we can't forget the YouTubers who went to jail for faking a bank robbery, right? Well, today, we're going to be talking about Tanner Cook and his YouTube channel, Classified Goons, because this guy literally got himself shot for YouTube views. Tanner Cook is one of the 2 owners of the Classified Goons YouTube channel. Before all this happened, it was a 40k subscriber channel, but it's gained 5k subscribers in the time since he got shot. It's basically a run-of-the-mill prank channel straight out of 2016, everything from fake Target employee pranks to stealing beds from mattress store pranks. Actually, that second one might just be a crime. But seriously, they're doing the age-old YouTube success trick of going out in public, making a fool of themselves, and filming it. It usually works, but chasing the clout goblins so fast can often lead you to run a little further than you should. On April 2nd, Tanner and his cameraman went to a mall in Virginia. Now, it's not confirmed what prank they decided to play on the peaceful denizens of the mall, though there are a few theories. We'll avoid those until we can know for sure. But regardless of what they were planning, I don't think they could have possibly have planned for what ended up actually happening. When playing their prank on a random man in the food court, they chose the wrong man. Whatever he said to the men was enough for the dude to decide to to shoot Tanner right in the gut, otherwise known as one of the worst places to get shot because lots of vital organs and potential for infection. Luckily, it looks like he's pulled through, but the entire shooting was caught on camera and is probably locked away in some evidence locker somewhere. The shooting obviously caused a bit of panic in the mall goers, and the entire mall was evacuated and closed for the rest of the day. The police ended up arresting 31-year-old Alan Coley, who is the alleged shooter. They've charged Coley with aggravated malicious wounding, use of a firearm in commission of a felony, and discharging a firearm within a building. So basically, they're looking to put this guy behind bars for a long time. And I don't blame them. It takes an unhinged person to immediately go from being slightly annoyed by a prankster to shooting them. But no matter how unhinged this guy is, we don't yet know what exactly Tanner did as his prank before he shot him. We've seen before the fatal shooting of a prank YouTuber who charged at people with knives, and well, yeah, at that point, you've probably lost your right to complain. So it will be interesting to see what Tanner did this time to get the guy to shoot him. If he was pretending to have a weapon, this Coley guy could claim self-defense. If it was harmless, then he's gonna go to jail for a long time. Hey guys, just jumping in to remind you to subscribe. Thanks, back to the video. At the same time, there is some amount of assumed risk that you have to understand that you are taking upon yourself when you're in public filming a video and using random bystanders as your actors. Now, I'm not saying that Tanner deserved it, but man, he should have expected something bad would happen at some point. I'm not gonna tell you some BS line about how all Americans have guns. In fact, the majority of Americans have never seen a gun that's not on a police officer's hip. That's a real statistic, look it up. But regardless of how likely you are to run into armed people, you're gonna run into crazy people. Now, I've seen some reporting that says that this Coley fella might have had a pretty violent criminal record, though I'm skeptical of that since he was not charged for being a felon in possession of a firearm or illegal gun ownership. If he had been a felon, he wouldn't be able to legally possess a firearm, and he would have copped the extra charge for having it. So I think he was probably just crazy, maybe even just for that one time on that one day. We won't know until this goes to court. This kind of thing is why all of the old school prank channels that were popular back in 2016 and before faked all of their pranks. You can't control the public. It's too much of a risk. If you don't get shot then, you might just get beaten up, robbed, arrested, all manner of bad things. So it's safer and easier for everyone involved if you just hire an actor. Now, I don't know if Tanner just didn't realize the pranks were fake when he watched them as a kid, or if he just decided that he didn't want to have to pay actors. But man, was it a bad idea. It's not going to stop him though. He gave an interview to CBS News where he said, "I was playing a prank for a simple practical joke and this guy didn't take it very well." And then he went on to tell them that he wasn't going to stop making videos, probably because he got 5K free subscribers from this stunt. I don't think he realizes what kind of a hard road to recovery he's going to be on though. Speaking from experience, when you have a major health issue and you're young, you think you're invincible until you find out the hard way that you're not. I'll pray for his fast recovery, but if he just goes out and does this again, next time it might be worse. In these kinds of situations, it's usually best to quit when you're ahead. Case in point, there have been at least 2 YouTubers who were shot and died as a result of prank videos. Probably more to be honest, but 2 that were very public. The first was the one that I mentioned earlier. A YouTuber named Timothy Wilkes, who was only 20 years old, was shot in the parking lot to a trampoline park back in February 2021. His prank had involved approaching random strangers with large butcher knives. He approached the wrong car and, well, the rest is history. In that case, since he had been approaching with big knives, the cops didn't even arrest or charge the shooter with anything. I mean, why would they? He thought they were gonna hurt him. That's the most basic use of self-defense I could possibly describe. And it also demonstrates my point perfectly. When you're messing with random strangers like this, what to you seems like a small prank can, to them, seem like a life or death situation. It's dangerous to put people in that frame of mind. The second shooting death related to a YouTube video was also tragic, stupid, and pointless. A woman named Mona Lisa Perez, just 20 years old, and her boyfriend Pedro Ruiz, 22, decided to try a stunt/prank where Pedro held an encyclopedia in front of his chest and Mona Lisa shoots him with a pistol. Even if they hadn't decided to use a 50 caliber Desert Eagle for the stunt, I think you know how it would have gone. Bullet beats paper every time. It went straight through the book and killed him. Tragically, Mona Lisa was not only the mother to his child, but was pregnant with another one of his children at the time. I don't know why they didn't expect the obvious to happen, but it's tragic nonetheless. Mona Lisa ended up getting jail time for her part in the stunt. The fact of the matter is that I don't really care how badly you want YouTube fame. It's not worth your life. It's not worth other people's lives. And it's certainly not worth your soul. Grind hard to get where you want to go, but don't endanger yourself. I think the scariest thing about this whole story is that Tanner didn't seem to be off-put by what happened. Instead, he seemed emboldened by it. Usually, that ends with him going back and trying to up the ante. I don't know what he would have to do to one-up getting shot while filming a prank video, but I can tell you that whatever it is, it's not going to be good for anyone involved. Tanner, if you ever see this, start faking your videos, please. That's the only way to make things get crazier in a safer way. Also, a bit of a side note here, but isn't it like really inconvenient to do these kinds of pranks that get you banned from stores and malls balls. Like after a while, when you get banned from all the targets, where do you go? Not just for the pranks, but for like food too. Walmart? Too bad you filmed that intercom prank there. The supermarket? Kicked out for racing in carriages. It just seems annoying. At what point do you have to move because you've been such a menace that you can't buy food anymore? I just don't get the appeal. That aside, I do wish Tanner well and hope that he comes to his senses soon. We really don't need another headline. Just chill out for a bit and go back to some simpler videos until you have time to hire some actors. Because if you do go right back to it and end up in another dangerous situation because of it, I might still feel bad for you, but I won't have sympathy for you. At this point, you should have learned your lesson. The age-old rule, fuck around and find out, or my favorite, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, both apply here. Please pick one of them and keep it in mind. That being said, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. What do you think about this entire situation? Let me know in the comments. Remember to like and subscribe. Have a great day and God bless you. So, since last week, there's been a bunch of updates coming out about the prank YouTuber who was shot while filming a prank for his YouTube channel, Tanner Cook, including the fact that the prosecutor might bring charges against Tanner, despite Tanner being the one shot. If you haven't seen my last video on this, I'll put a card on screen now, but let's do a quick recap here as well. It's a tale as old as time, a prank YouTuber going too far and learning the hard way that actions have consequences. Tanner is one of the 2 members of the Classified Goons YouTube channel and was out filming a prank in a Virginia mall. He decided to prank the wrong man and got shot for his trouble. There wasn't that much more detail on everything when this first happened, but there's been a lot of updates over the weekend. The first one is that the shooter, Alan Coley, had been alleged to have had a bunch of prior convictions for aggressive crimes by a number of YouTubers. I think I even saw Mudahar on Some Ordinary Gamers mention it. In my original video, I'd said that this is most likely not true because if he was a felon, he wouldn't be able to legally possess a firearm and he would face extra charges for having and using one. Well, it turns out that I was correct. Alan Coley had no prior convictions, drug abuse, or cases of failing to appear in court, according to his lawyer during a bail hearing that was held. We actually heard a lot of Coley's side on this from this hearing and through his lawyer, including what Alan Coley says the prank was, which we did not know beforehand. According to Coley, Tanner Cook had approached him and began using Google Translate or some similar app to play the phrase, "I think you smell," towards Coley. Coley said through his lawyer that he made several attempts to get away from Tanner Cook, but Tanner would not leave him alone. He claims that he swatted the phone away from his face and that Tanner Cook wouldn't stop. Cook was apparently standing only 6 inches away from Coley when Coley decided to use his gun. Adam Puliard, who is Coley's public defender, said Coley was targeted, harassed, accosted, and followed, and he attempts to get away from the situation. Now, all of that certainly paints the scenario in a different light than Tanner had been. It's not much of a harmless prank when you're going up to a random stranger, insulting them, then following them around while being incredibly close to their body, even after repeatedly being told to go away. I don't think that exactly justifies escalating directly to shooting the dude, but it's certainly not a harmless prank. I don't think anyone could do that without knowing that they're putting themselves in danger. I think it's pretty obvious that strangers are not going to react well to that situation. I wonder if that's why Tanner and the others involved had neglected to tell the press what the prank was. What do you think? Hey, just jumping in to remind you to subscribe. Thanks. Back to the video. Since Tanner was having his friend film the entire thing for their channel, the prosecutors no doubt already know if Coley is telling the truth or not. In light of Coley's allegations about Tanner's conduct, the Loudoun County Commonwealth's Attorney's Office has said that they are looking into whether or not they will charge Tanner with something for his actions that day, but they've yet to make any concrete statement saying if they will or won't. All they've said is, this matter is still under investigation. The actions of Tanner Cook and Alan Coley are under review. Once the investigation is complete, the OCA will review the evidence and make such charging decisions as are supported by the facts. This may result in additional charges. So that's a number of things we didn't know last time. Now we know what the prank was, that the shooter had no previous convictions, and the bombshell that they are considering pressing charges against Tanner himself. But what about Tanner? Like I said in my last video, I'm sure it's not going to be a quick road to recovery for him. The gut is like the worst place to get shot. Well, actually, there aren't many good places to be shot, but the gut can cause a lot of problems down the line with infection and whatnot. But Tanner's father says that Tanner has been taken out of the ICU, though he remains in the hospital, which is a good sign that his recovery is going well. As far as I can tell, Tanner is still standing by his assertion that he will go back to pulling pranks after he gets out of the hospital. But like I said, I think he's probably underestimating his recovery. But my question is, why would he do that? Don't you think that getting shot should make you reconsider what you're doing? I guess he's still chasing the clout goblin, but there have to be easier and safer ways. I just don't get it. Do you guys think it's a good idea for him to go back? I think that if this guy thinks the way that I think he thinks, he's seeing this as an opportunity. He's gained 8,000 subscribers from it so far, and that is a very dangerous frame of mind to get into. I'm worried that he will keep pushing the bounds of what's acceptable to try to maintain that growth, or worse, replicate it. This could be very self-destructive for him, so I hope someone keeps the kid sane and pulls him back down to earth. Well, that's all I have for you today, guys. I really do want to hear from you in the comments. Let me know what you think, or just comment something random. I don't mind too much. Comments help me out in the algorithm regardless of what you say. Same with likes, by the way. So feel free to hit that button at your earliest convenience. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Have a great day, and God bless you. Okay guys, we got something we gotta talk about today. You've heard of the Dalai Lama, the head of the Buddhist faith, and you've probably heard of EDP445, right? Well, it turns out those two guys might have something in common, and it's not that they're both Eagles fans. You could say that a lot of people think that the Dalai Lama got caught in his own cupcake incident, if you know what I mean. What? Yeah, I said that. The Dalai Lama is under fire right now because people are not happy with something he did that got caught on video. Now, I'm not going to show the video here because, to be honest, it's pretty much incredibly weird and not something I ever wanted to see. Trust me, you really don't want to see it either. Basically, the Dalai Lama is sitting with a young boy and he kisses him on the lips. Now, that's just a fucking weird thing to do with any child. It was fucking weird when Tom Brady did it, and that was his own child. This is someone else's. I think that there might be some kind of cultural difference, and that kissing someone like that as a form of greeting might be common in some cultures. It just doesn't translate very well to our modern American culture. To be honest, whoever his handlers are should know that having a dude who looks like he was alive before fire was invented kiss a young boy on the lips is not gonna go over very well. And even if it is a cultural thing, you know what I can say isn't? Right after he kissed the kid, he asked the kid to, quote, suck on his tongue. Now, if there is a culture where that is a normal thing to ask a kid to do, I'm not okay with it. It's super creepy and weird, and I'm gonna call it out. Do you know how much shit we would get as Catholics if the Pope was caught on camera doing this? I genuinely don't know of a culture where this would be anything but weird, and it freaks me out, especially how open he was about it. The dude was sitting in a room surrounded by cameras when he did this. Imagine what he might get up to behind closed doors if it's true that he's some kind of predator. Their excuse for it isn't great either. They basically decided to take the line that it was a prank. The Dalai Lama's Twitter posted a tweet with their statement. A video clip has been circulating that shows a recent meeting when a young boy asked His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, if he could give him a hug. His Holiness wishes to apologize to the boy and his family, as well as his many friends across the world, for the hurt his words may have caused. His Holiness often teases people he meets in an innocent and playful way, even in public and before cameras. He regrets the incident. Then a shout out to Twitter community notes, which genuinely provides some pretty important context that the Dalai Lama's spokesman left out of the statement. In a smackdown of nuclear proportions, it reads, the Dalai Lama is facing backlash for kissing a child on the lips and then asking the same child to suck his tongue. They tried to weasel out of it by just saying the boy asked for a hug and that the Dalai Lama was sorry for his words, but not to mention what actually happened, and Twitter, weirdly, held them to account. I mean, I know why they didn't include context in the original tweet, because there is no circumstance where you can point out what he asked the kid to do and not have it come out weird as fuck. I don't really know if he's actually some kind of predator or if he's just an old dude who is having a senile moment. Let's not forget that the USA has our own loony dude escaped from the nursing home that constantly acts creepy around small children. I'm hesitant to condemn the leader of one of the world's largest non-Abrahamic religions over one video clip, but I just think it's creepy. It would have been bad enough if he had just kissed the kid, but this? It's not acceptable. I don't know that there is much that can be done over this happening, or that it really warrants too much to happen yet. As much as I make fun of their response for saying that it was just a joke, the dude is old as dirt, and like Biden, I'm sure there's some wires getting crossed up in his brain, possibly some that make it hard to remember what's socially acceptable and what's not. So basically, I don't really know what to say, except the entire situation grosses me out and that I probably wouldn't leave a child alone with him until we figure out if he was just having a sundown syndrome moment or if he's just creepy. Given he's the head of Buddhism, I would honestly say that it might be more likely that he's just having a brain problem, since they're usually so zen. But what if that's just what he wants us to think? I don't know. I might have to meditate on it or something. Thanks for watching. What do you think about this whole mess? Let me know in the comments. Have a great day, and God bless you. It's not really a surprise to me to see Nintendo being vindictive. That's pretty much their entire history. But in today's story, we're going to talk about how Nintendo really decided to literally sue a man into the ground and ruin his entire life, because that man, Gary Bowser, worked for a company that made mod chips for the Nintendo Switch. And yeah, the guy's name is really Gary Bowser. But this time, instead of rescuing Princess Peach using sheer brawn and force of will, it looks like Nintendo decided to go the route of Paper Mario, specifically legal Paper Mario. So who the heck is this Gary Bowser guy anyway? Well, he's got a complicated past. I'm not going to say that he's a good guy or even defend his character. The dude's been accused of being involved in a lot of high-profile video game-related hacks, which have led to a lot of accusations of fraud, money laundering, and tax evasion being levied against him. Not exactly the portfolio of a winning character, but hey, the guy shares a name with a fictional villain, so of course he wasn't ever going to be the church-going model citizen we all hoped to be. What particularly got him in trouble this time was his ties to Team Executor, a hacking/modding group that partook in the sales of mod chips for video game consoles, in this case, the Nintendo Switch. One weird thing, however, is that in the course of my research, it started to bother me that this guy didn't seem to be all that involved in the actual production of these mods. It seems like he was mostly in charge of public relations and marketing for Team Executor, basically controlling their social media accounts, their website, doing customer support, and other stuff like that. So it's not really like Nintendo took down the head honcho with this, but he was seriously involved in their operations, it appears. Hey guys, just jumping in real quick to remind you to like and subscribe. Back to the video. Bowser was in the Dominican Republic when the feds tracked him down. Not sure why someone involved with what appears to be a fairly lucrative illegal hacking/modding business would decide to hang out in a country that has favorable extradition treaties with the United States, especially in one of the small island nations that are in our backyard and maintain their sovereignty at our whim. But whatever. He was arrested and shockingly extradited to the good old US of A for some good old-fashioned justice. He faced 11 felony charges, including conspiracy to commit money laundering, wire fraud, conspiracy to circumvent technological measures, and trafficking in circumvention devices. Basically, he was fucked. He ended up pleading guilty to 2 of the charges and was sentenced to 40 months, 3 1/3 years in prison, as well as $4.5 million in restitution to Nintendo of America. The judge clearly wanted to use Bowser as a deterrent to future people who might want to get into selling console mods, and though his initial sentencing was bad enough, poor old Bowser was going to get beaten by Mario again. You see, you may have seen the headline saying he owes $14 million to Nintendo, right? But he was only sentenced to have to pay $4.5 million to Nintendo. So where did that extra $10 million come in? Well, Nintendo didn't just want to drop the criminal justice hammer on Bowser, but they wanted to absolutely decimate him in civil court too, where Bowser agreed to pay another $10 million to Nintendo in order to settle that case, bringing the total the guy owes to $14.5 million, which is obviously a lot more than an average dude like Bowser can pay, especially since given his new criminal record, he's not exactly got the best job prospects. Interestingly, while he was in prison making little more than pennies, he paid off $175 of his $14.5 million debt. If my math is right, at 28 cents an hour prison wage, that's equivalent to 625 hours of the man's work while in prison, or just over 26 days worth of work time. It seems like he's basically an indentured servant at this point. Now, Bowser was recently given early release from prison for his good behavior and is being sent back to his home country of Canada, where he will still be forced to repay his debt. You see, this is where the story gets people mad. As part of the agreement Bowser signed with Nintendo, for the foreseeable future until his debt is paid off, he will have to pay them 25 to 30% of his monthly income. That's right, over a quarter of his monthly income until he pays back the $10 million. Then he'll still owe the $4.5 million, and who knows how they'll try to get that back. Generally, and I don't know about Mr. Bowser's case specifically, this kind of debt is not exactly the kind of debt that can be dismissed with a casual bankruptcy. He's going to have to pay off that debt, or more likely, die trying, and then have Nintendo take whatever they want of his possessions when he dies to satisfy his debt. Now, this kind of thing isn't really as out of the ordinary as you would think, which is sad, because I agree with the general sentiment that this is cruel and unusual punishment. It's his fault, yeah. If he hadn't worked for a mod company that he most likely knew was operating in a legal gray area, if not completely illegal, then he wouldn't be in this mess. But it's kind of fucked up on Nintendo's part that the criminal award they got from him was already over $4 million, and yet they still decided to rinse the dude for the extra $10 million. Now, I know that in the eyes of the law, he deserved this fate, but it just seems very vindictive to me. They clearly know that the average person has zero chance to pay that much back, so why push for so much in a civil trial? It's going a little bit over justice, and seems like they just want to completely ruin the man's life. We made indentured servitude illegal over 100 years ago, and yet it seems like there's still a way to get stuck as one. Now, I'm I'm not super familiar with Canadian cost of living, but from my quick look, it seems like Canada, in the cities, has a fairly high cost of living. I don't know how anyone can expect a man to live paying off that much of his income for the rest of his life. It seems draconian. The court imposed financial sanctions onto Gary Bowser, but because of the severity and the payback agreement, it seems more like a court-imposed sentence of homelessness. Now, it's not super surprising that Nintendo is going so hard against Bowser. They have a history of being a kind of ruthless business. It's honestly probably a cultural thing, whereas an American company would be worried about hurting their brand image. A Japanese company doesn't really care about that BS. In Japan, businesses are honestly encouraged to be ruthless. They have a culture that rewards basically religious effort towards work. They work so much longer days and deal with so much stress because of it that it's not uncommon for Japanese businessmen to die as a result. If those deaths haven't changed the mind of the Japanese people, then I doubt making poor Gary Bowser homeless is going to change anything. I mean, we are talking about a company so protective of its copyrights that until recently, you couldn't play a Nintendo game on YouTube or Twitch without joining their special creator program, or you risked a strike, regardless of whether or not it would have been actually legal for them to do so. Because, well, they're Nintendo. They know the list of people with the resources to get into a long, drawn-out legal battle with them is pretty short. Maybe like a few hundred individuals. And those kinds of people aren't posting Nintendo Let's Plays on YouTube. Recently, though, they've been kind of even going back on that as well. We'll be talking about it later this week, but they've recently launched a bit of a campaign to take down modded Let's Plays on YouTube. So I think that it's possible that they just really, really hate modding, which, I mean, they're allowed to hate it, but that doesn't make them in the right. I wonder if they just never got over the Game Shark, proving to everyone that there wasn't a Mew underneath that truck. And now they're taking it out on a man named after one of their favorite villains. At the end of the day, Mr. Bowser did plead guilty to some charges. He did enter into the settlement agreement on his own. But do we really want to allow such vindictive punishment for what amounts to a pretty basic thing? Especially since he wasn't even the brains behind the operations. He was just a website admin and marketing guy. Not exactly the most important position in the company. Sorry, marketing bros. To be fair, this does make for a pretty big deterrent. I'd think twice if I was a random techno criminal these days. Between Gary Bowser and the eventual massive sentence that Sam Bankman-Fried will get, I'd think that techno fugitives will not want to stay in tropical islands these days. The feds are watching those islands like hawks. What do you guys think about this whole situation? Do you think that Gary Bowser got what was coming to him? Do you think that it was excessive? Let me know in the comments. Personally, I think it's a little out of character for a children's video game company to be so hellbent on destroying a dude's life. But that's just my 2 cents. Thanks for watching till the end. Have a great day, and God bless you. I think a lot of people just kind of hate MrBeast. And to be honest, I'm not sure why. Today, the guy is being canceled once again for an act of charity. It's crazy. I mean, the dude's videos are all one of 3 things. Basically, a game show, some kind of charity work, or something to fund the game shows and charity work. It's honestly a lot. Imagine if Steve Harvey had to pay the Family Feud contestants out of his own pocket, and then fund some food banks on top. I'm sure he makes a lot of money, but I don't think he'd be able to do that. MrBeast is something new. We've never had a celebrity who does what he does, and manages to keep a pretty clean public image of himself as well, to the point that he's honestly not a bad role model for kids these days. Though it seems like he works literally 18-hour days to keep it all up. So, to be honest, it doesn't seem like he has a lot of free time to do dumb stuff. And something about that really bothers people. For some reason, every time MrBeast does something that pretty much everyone can agree is a good act, he gets criticized. And this time, it's worse than before. You might remember a few weeks back when people were mad at MrBeast because he decided to pay for people to have corrective eye surgeries for one of his videos, literally improving people's lives in a way that no one who hasn't experienced it can even imagine. And they tried to cancel him for it. Well, this time I think it's arguably worse than that, because this time they are trying to cancel him for donating 20,000 shoes to African children. That's right, they're upset that he gave shoes to kids in Africa that couldn't afford them on their own. I think it's important that we take a second to think about this. Like, really consider it. There are kids in a foreign country that have to walk to get to school. The infrastructure isn't that great there to begin with. And for kids that live in rural communities and have to walk for miles to get to school, that means walking on rocks, dirt, in tall grass, along the sides of roads, all areas where you can easily cut your foot open, whether it's on a sharp rock or on a piece of trash or on some broken glass. And they do this pretty much every day just to get to school barefoot. So something as simple as shoes can make a huge difference in the lives of these kids. And people are mad at MrBeast for donating 20,000 pairs of shoes to these kids. How inhumane do you have to be upset about that? Case in point, a Twitter user and self-proclaimed Twitch affiliate named Upward Boss openly criticized MrBeast on Twitter by saying people praising things like this, like "good guy MrBeast," and ignore the reality that he makes a profit from these types of videos. This isn't really charity. Now, MrBeast responded to this, but first, let's just take a second to realize how absolutely brain dead you would have to have this take to say this isn't charity. Does it really matter if MrBeast was to make money off of this? No, it doesn't. And why doesn't it? Well, because he's still giving these kids their shoes either way. He's still drastically improving their quality of life. That's charity. I think that if you care about someone's motives and not their actions, you're missing the point. And to say that something isn't an act of charity when it's undertaken for your own gain is wrong, as long as it actually improves other people's lives. It's charity regardless of what happens to you. But it turns out that this guy was extra brain dead in his take, since the video was posted on the Beast Philanthropy channel. Actually, I'll let MrBeast explain it. He replied, "No hate, you prob just haven't seen this channel, but it actually is a charity, and I obviously don't profit from it. 100% of all revenue from Beast Philanthropy goes towards running my food banks and helping ease human suffering. And since inception, I've personally put in millions into Beast Philanthropy. That's the whole point. Make content around helping people to generate more money to help more people." Yeah, MrBeast Philanthropy channel is run by his charity, meaning that all the profits from the video go back into the charity itself as a partial self-funding mechanism. Like I said earlier, this is a new thing, something that wasn't really possible 10 years ago. So maybe it's reasonable that people wouldn't understand that. But as I mentioned, even if he was making money off of it directly, I wouldn't have a problem, considering he's still helping people at no cost to themselves. This whole argument boils down to whether or not it's ethical to film people who are in poor conditions while trying to do something that can help them. And let me let you in on a secret. People who are suffering, like really suffering, they don't care at all if someone is going to make a quick buck while helping them out. As long as someone helps them ease their suffering, they're not going to complain. These aren't soft people. Tough times build tough people. And I will note that I've not seen any people from the video complain, just people in America who are, in their own right, immensely wealthy compared to almost all humans who have ever existed. I think that the reason people criticize MrBeast over stuff like this actually has little or nothing to do with the actual people that these critics accuse MrBeast of exploiting. These people are just tools. Really, they're upset over politics, because for some reason at some point in the last 10 years, everything became political. To be honest, MrBeast is everything people who are anti-capitalist don't want someone to be. MrBeast is a capitalist, a businessman, a celebrity, and he does very public and very successful acts of charity. That's bad news for the anti-capitalist folks who would rather MrBeast fit into their strongman argument about how all rich people are awful and mean and hate the poor, because that's how they see the world. If you see capitalism as bad, and that's one of your core beliefs, something that no amount of information can change for you, then MrBeast is a contradiction. You can't square him with your view of wealthy capitalists. He disproves your belief, and you can't take that. So probably subconsciously, you make him into a bad man. You push those straw man arguments onto him in hopes that it will continue to reinforce your black and white worldview. The problem is that nothing is really black and white in the real world. Everything is shades of gray. There are of course some more substantive reasons put forward as to why MrBeast doing charity is bad. Well, at least more substantive than filming them is exploitation. But they're all the same at their core, just ideologues looking for their next battle. For instance, one argument that I keep seeing is that MrBeast's shoe donation is bad because when someone like him comes in and donates lots of one item, it wrecks the local economy for that item. Like the local shoemakers are going to starve because now no one needs to buy shoes. Think about that for a second. I mean, really think about it and tell me in the comments why that's a dumb argument. No skipping ahead? Have you done it? Okay, well, these children did not have shoes before MrBeast showed up. That was the entire point, to give shoes to the shoeless. Now explain to me how it will affect the shoemaker if people who did not have shoes and therefore were not actually buying shoes suddenly have shoes. You can't, because that's not how it works. These kids were not part of the shoe market. They were not going to buy shoes. Therefore, the shoemaker cannot expect a net loss in his shoe sales, since his actual paying customers would not have received these free shoes, since they already had shoes. Even if there was some amount of kids that had the money to buy shoes and just hadn't yet, what knock-on effect would that really have on the local economy? Virtually none. Since the poverty is so rampant in these communities, it's likely that the money they'd have spent on local-made shoes will still enter the local economy in some some other way, like buying food. They're not exactly going to a Walmart in these communities. Most things they buy would be bought from another local. So again, that's just another case of someone trying to figure out a way, and failing, to make an argument that what MrBeast did was bad. It doesn't matter if it actually makes sense or not, given some amount of thought, but rather that it helped them keep their worldview unquestioned. To be honest, I didn't really mean for this video to get so in the weeds on people's worldviews, but it had to happen. I'd like to say this: if you find yourself in a spot where you think that there is nothing that can change your view of the world, you need to open your mind, because everyone is wrong about something. Like I said earlier, nothing is either good or bad, and you can't live your life thinking that way, whichever side you might find yourself on. So basically, no, what MrBeast did isn't bad. It's a charity and a good act, regardless of his motives, though in this case, since the profits went directly to his charity, his motives were good too. It's just people canceling him because they can't believe that someone who is so evil in their eyes can do an act of good. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I'd love to hear what you guys think down in the comments. Remember to like and subscribe as well. Have a great day and God bless you. So, the streamer awards just happened and it mostly went pretty well. But I guess the after party was a complete mess, to the point that it got shut down. Now usually a party getting shut down means that it was a complete banger, like something out of the Project X movie, but this time it seems to have been shut down entirely because of one streamer that got a bit too drunk and ruined the night for everybody. That's right, QT Cinderella publicly accused JustaMinx of ruining the party, but now it seems like she might be backtracking. So let's take a look at what happened. The Streamer Awards is an award show put on by Twitch streamer QT Cinderella. It's pretty much exactly what it sounds like, an award show put on by streamers about streaming. Basically, the Oscars of Twitch. The show itself went off without a hitch. Nothing crazy there. Cenat took home the award for Streamer of the Year, but the real drama started at the after party. Now I know, you'd think that I, being the proprietor of the official #1 YouTube source for news and drama, would have been personally at the Streamer Awards, but unfortunately, my invite must have gotten lost in the mail. So we're gonna have to piece this together based off the statements made by the streamers, which are kind of sparse, since a lot of the tweets have been deleted. Basically, as a background, I guess I should mention that Cutie basically outed Minx as an alcoholic, saying that they've tried to get her help, but that she just hasn't dealt with it well. We can see that in some of the Discord DMs that Cutie leaked, where Minx, who I guess had not been invited originally, told Cutie that she had bought tickets to sit in the front row. Cutie told Minx, "You can come sit on the floor if you promise me you won't drink," to which Minx responded, "You are non-stop at the top." Cutie responded to that by saying, "And I mean, promise." To which Minx responded, "Pinky swear." Cutie, seeming like she still didn't believe Minx, reiterated, "Nothing. Completely sober." So the one condition that Cutie set for Minx for her to come to the Streamer Awards was that she would remain completely sober the entire time. But that did not end up happening. Hey guys, I'm just gonna take a second and ask you to subscribe. It really helps me out tremendously. Thanks. Back to the video. The actual events of the night are covered in a bit of fog of war. The problem with Twitch streamers is that they're all part of the same community, and speaking out against a popular streamer can get you excommunicated from their group. That's why streamers tend to always have the same opinions, so they don't get kicked out of the cool kids club. It's kind of like a high school clique, but more cutthroat. That being said, a number of the tweets made about the situation, especially by QT Cinderella, have been deleted. So we're going to be digging into some deleted tweets here. That being said, just after the Streamer Awards, Cutie would go on to say that Minx got too drunk at the party, and they had to try to remove her for her own and other people's safety. Allegedly, Minx didn't want to call an Uber and leave on her own, and was eventually taken away by ambulance, but not without more drama. I guess the story was that she had been making a scene out in front of the party location, which got the attention of neighbors, and those neighbors were narcs, who must have contacted whoever owned the location the party was being held at, because a short while later, Cutie had to shut down the party, which according to her, cost over $50,000. The next day, Minx tweeted, "That was 100% the worst seizure I've had since I was 15. I still am struggle regaining memory from even yesterday," which is where it gets really spicy. In a now deleted tweet, Cutie responded to Minx saying, "Minx, you did not have a seizure. I was there the entire time. Also, no one pushed you. You're just lying. This picture is from you getting liquids at the ER," which is absolutely nuclear. This led to a lot of Cutie's fans to start dogpiling onto Minx, who replied to one user that was calling her out for getting drunk, saying, "I assumed getting drunk at the after party would be fine." Clearly, it was not. I guess Cutie had enough at this point because she went off, and 2 now deleted tweets saying, "Oh, go fuck yourself," and "You were drunk before the after party. I almost had you thrown out of the show because you were yelling and making everyone uncomfortable. Completely. I've tried everything with you. Rehab. Everything. I hope this is your rock bottom. Get help." Minx later addressed the claims that she didn't have a seizure in another tweet. For the people commenting that I'm making up my epilepsy for an excuse, I can guarantee that I had a seizure when I was pushed over. I slept all yesterday when I got home from the hospital. It's obviously not an excuse for ruining the party, but I'm not lying about my epilepsy, along with a photo of her in the hospital. So yeah, kind of crazy to be honest. It's weird to me that more streamers weren't outspoken about what happened that night. I did see a streamer named Saikuno disproving an allegation that Minx tried to push him into a pool, instead saying that she was so drunk he was trying to stop her from jumping into the pool. But for the most part, a lot of other streamers have kept quiet, probably the high school clique thing I mentioned earlier. But Minx, despite claiming that she had a seizure, doesn't seem to deny that she got drunk and ruined the party. In fact, she offered to pay for the party, which was allegedly 50 grand, and told Cutie to send an invoice for it. So it seems like most of the facts of the story are agreed upon by both of them, that Minx got drunk after saying she wouldn't, and that her behavior caused the party to come to a premature end. I think at the beginning, Cutie thought that Minx was using the seizure as an excuse to try to make the fact that she had ended the party a little bit less her fault, but I think she might have changed her mind on that, hence the deleted tweets. To be honest, from the outside looking in on this, what I thought was going to be a story about some dumb streamer who got absolutely hammered and ruined a really expensive party turned out to be much sadder. It looks like Minx has serious issues with alcohol, something her friends have been trying to help her with, impeding her life to the point where she wasn't originally invited to the Streamer Awards at all, despite it being an event put on by one of her good friends. Then, it turned out that she couldn't avoid it all night, and she ended up ruining a very expensive party that was put on by her friend, the same one who had finally agreed to let her come under the rule that Minx couldn't drink alcohol, on the eve of what was quite probably one of the most stressful and emotionally charged days of her friend's life. Now don't get me wrong, we're all about some goofs and gaffs here at the Medio channel, but that's just sad. It's a more expensive version of a story that plays out a lot, all over the world, alcoholism. At least that's what it sounds like. I'm not Minx's doctor. There really isn't anything super funny I can say about it, except that this is just one example of how it always ends. To be honest, I think it sounds like Minx is a shit friend who isn't open to getting help from her other friends. But like I said, I don't know firsthand. All I do know is that it is genuinely fucked that she managed to get a $50,000 event canceled by being drunk. That is some shit straight out of The Great Gatsby, and it's even more fucked up that she did it after promising her friend that she wouldn't drink. It looks like, by the final statement made by Cutie about this after deleting all of her tweets, that they've taken this offline. She said, "Sorry, I haven't streamed much. I am still really overwhelmed. One big takeaway from this weekend is, please stop attacking other streamers on my behalf. It's always a mistake to bring things to the public eye. I don't want to make that mistake again. Please do not attack anyone for me, ever," which is probably the most adult statement I've ever seen a Twitch streamer make. She's decided to take it all offline and handle it privately between friends, which, to me, if somebody did that, I wouldn't be so quick to forgive. So I guess they must be really good friends. From the sound of it, she probably lashed out publicly because she'd been dealing with the massive stress of running the Streamer Awards and just couldn't handle keeping it all bottled up, and I can't say that I blame her. So yeah, the whole situation turned out to be a mess, and $50,000 was lost. I'm still not clear on whether Minx had a seizure. It appears that she did, and also alcohol can cause seizures too, so maybe that could have been a contributing factor. But like I said, I'm no doctor, though the seizure obviously wasn't what got the event canceled. So who knows? I guess this is a cautionary tale. Basically, if you can't drink in moderation, don't drink at all. I know that's not a take that's going to be super popular, but there is nothing worse than waking up and not remembering what you did the night before. It's not a cool thing. It should scare you. In moderation, it's fun, but drink too much and you never know. You could be the one ruining an expensive party. It's not often that my videos end with such a serious life lesson, so yeah. That's pretty much all I've got. I really hope you enjoyed the video. Have a great day and God bless you. A YouTuber named Ami in a Hellcat will spend over 5 years in prison and have to pay more than $30 million because of his YouTube channel. How? Well, we're going to talk about that today, and I promise you, it's some detective work right out of a movie. It really goes to show that sometimes YouTube can be the downfall of some pretty powerful people. So who is Ami in a Hellcat? Well, simply put, he's a flexer. You remember Lil Tay throwing around $100 bills like it was nothing and kicking sports cars. She's got nothing on Ami. Rice Gum, who I think is literally only famous because he was able to flex fancy watches and cars, nothing on Ami. Ami in a Hellcat is a flexing channel unlike any other I've seen before. I mean, just look at all these cars. And a quick scroll through his channel shows a lot more of them. All of them, of course, probably worth more than 3 of the car that you're driving. And unlike a lot of people these days, Ami's wealth is real, not fake. Those cars aren't rented, like the one your favorite Instagram model is posing on. He owns those. This guy is rich, like way too rich for a YouTuber. And that's where his problems started. You see, for years now, the IRS and FBI and probably every other 3-letter agency has been watching social media. Of course, you say, they're looking out for crimes, which they are, but being rich isn't a crime. What they're looking for is wealth. Wealth on people who shouldn't be so wealthy. And when they find someone like that, posting videos on YouTube or photos on Instagram with stuff worth way more than their theoretical tax bracket, they start to look a little closer at you. This has led to all sorts of tax evasion charges for people when their dumb kid posts photos with $100 bills or in the Lambo that the government doesn't know you have. Seriously, if you've got ill-gotten gains and you're posting yourself all over the internet, you're self-snitching. Hey guys, just interrupting to ask you to subscribe. It really helps me out a lot, thanks. Now back to the video. Anyway, seeing the wealth that Ami had amassed, one has to wonder how he got it, right? Well, according to the government, Ami was running one of the most brazen and successful cable TV piracy scams ever prosecuted by the US government. That's right, YouTube was a side gig apparently. You see, Ami was, despite his humble upbringing, which by the way sounds crazy according to Inquirer.com, he was one of 38 children and was constantly between foster care and relatives' houses. Ami managed to become one of the richest stealth tech CEOs to ever exist. Now, I don't mean stealth as in tech that hides things, but rather that he hid his business. Granted, not very well considering how much of his wealth he was putting online. The best way I can think of to describe what he was doing is to ask, have you ever seen those Game Boy or DS cartridges for sale? They come with like 1,001 games on them. Not the scam ones either that are full of third-party copyright-free shovelware. I'm talking the real deal, with all sorts of real popular games on it. Well, Ami was doing that, but with TV shows and movies, as far as I can tell. He built a business in something called IPTV services, or Internet Protocol Television, which sounds fine, right? Like just TV, but over the internet, and fairly cheap, I think too. Though, I couldn't find exact prices for this video. Basically, it seems like you bought this little Chromecast-like dongle that you plugged into your TV and used just like a Roku or a Chromecast. Sounds fine, right? I mean, Roku and Google can do it, why can't Ami? Well, it seems like Ami forgot to deal with a little thing called copyright law. He was charged with and convicted of piracy. Basically, he was streaming out hundreds or more live TV channels, movies, TV shows, and even pay-per-view events. All for way cheaper than you could get it from the cable company. And I guess he didn't buy the rights to these things, he just used them. Which is what people in the copyright law field call a big fucky wucky. And that's underplaying it. Copyright lawyers are like the most bloodthirsty lawyers on the planet, and for good reason. They're paid very well. Let's not forget way back in 2010 when a single mother downloaded some music illegally and the music industry went after her for $62,500 per song she downloaded, to a total of $1.5 million. And she wasn't sharing it the way Ami was. Now, of course, Ami argued in court that his business, which went by names like Gears TV and Reloaded TV, operated in a legal gray area, and that nothing he did was illegal, as he had paid for the content that he was then pirating. In one video on his channel, he pretty much said that what he did isn't much different from having people over to watch a pay-per-view MMA fight or something. And well, he's not exactly wrong in my opinion. I can see where he's coming from, but the law does not treat it that way. And that's unfortunate because Ami had a really good business going. Allegedly, one of the lawyers for the Justice Department said that Ami had made more than virtually every other copyright defendant they'd ever seen, which is both high condemnation, but also high praise. I honestly don't know how he got away with it for so long, but hey, the long arm of the law moves slow. What is different about this case though is that this guy seems to be a genuine nice dude. From everything I read about him, he literally came from nothing and pretty much had a classic rags to riches story. Honestly, Ami isn't that much different from Mark Zuckerberg, and I mean that unironically. Had he just put his talent in a different direction, he could have done great things. It seems like the judge thought so as well, since he had been originally facing over 500 years in prison, which was later reduced to a little over 25 years. The judge only sentenced him to 5 years in jail. Well, plus the $30 million in fines, restitution, and unpaid taxes. Which, I mean, come on man, you gotta pay your taxes. Honestly, tax evasion is what brings down all big criminal enterprises. So I mean, if you're doing something bad, you might as well tell the IRS and hope they don't snitch. Cause if there's one thing you really don't want to get in between, it's the government and the percentage of your money they arbitrarily feel entitled to. I joke, but seriously, pay your taxes, kings, and don't end up like Ami. I felt like I had to make this video because I thought it was kind of cool to see someone like Ami built a big criminal enterprise and flexed his wealth on YouTube, and no one really questioned it for way longer than they should have. Being an 800,000 subscriber channel might pay well, but it doesn't pay that well. Even a lot of the other flexing YouTubers rent their watches and their Lambos. Let's not forget Lil Tay flexing on the Lambo of her mom's boss. What do you guys think about this entire situation? I'm glad the dude only got 5 years. On one hand, because he's got kids, and I can't imagine how bad it would be to be away from them for that long. And on the other hand, I really want to see what he does when he gets out. Does he go back to hitting the grind and making some of his fortune back? We'll have to wait and see. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Have a great day, and God bless you. Twitch is having a very bad time lately. They just lost their longtime CEO, Emmett Shear, and now they've announced that they are laying off 400 employees. But how they announced the layoffs is a bit, well, dystopian. So today we're going to talk about that and some other news that I think make it pretty clear that Twitch is at a turning point and honestly might die off in the next year or two as streamers leave the platform in droves for YouTube and Kick. Our story today starts a few days ago when suddenly Emmett Shear, the longtime CEO of Twitch, resigned. He had been with the company since before it was Twitch, back when it was Justin TV. Twitch, which is owned by Amazon, has really struggled to monetize and become profitable under his guidance. Some people attribute that to the fact that from the outside looking in, it didn't seem like Emmett did much for the company. Charlie from Penguin Zero basically said he was surprised that Emmett even knew he was still employed at Twitch, let alone was CEO, since he pretty much never mentioned it anywhere. When you look back at the last few months of his tenure at Twitch, it seems like they were in a mad rush to monetize the platform better. Ad incentives went up, pre-roll ads everywhere, announcing a change to the partner Twitch monetization split. It really looks like the execs there, Emmett included, were trying desperately to make money. Let's just say, I don't think it was much of a coincidence that they announced these layoffs right after he left. It's not really a secret that the economy isn't doing so great, and tech companies are looking to trim the fat, especially after they hired so many people during the pandemic era. So seeing layoffs at Twitch shouldn't be too surprising, but combined with the resignation of their former CEO, it looks to me like there might be something going on under the hood over at Amazon. Hey guys, just jumping in to remind you to subscribe. It really helps me out, thanks. Back to the video. I think that if things were normal, they'd have announced the layoffs right before Emmett left Twitch. I mean, why sully the new CEO, Dan Clancy's, name with the layoffs? I mean, this is his first real act as CEO. Granted, he was president before, but the optics just don't feel right, especially because they've decided to go about the layoffs in the most dystopian manner ever devised. You see, since Twitch is owned by Amazon, and Amazon is a public company, they have to make announcements about major layoffs and other important business events. The problem is that according to people at Twitch, the layoffs don't happen until next week, which means that all the employees are scrambling because layoffs were announced early, and Twitch hasn't told anyone who is going to be on the chopping block next week, leaving them to work frantically for this week in hopes they can avoid it. What makes it so much worse is how public the layoffs are. So now it's not just a personal worry. These layoffs made the news. It's not like you went in one day and the boss said, "Hey, we're not sure who's going yet, but I wanted to warn you that we are doing layoffs next week." It's more like they went in one day and their boss was standing on a box with a megaphone in a crowd consisting of everyone you know, shouting, "Yeah, we're laying off our workers next week." Not fun. Granted, it's not like Twitch can't afford to lose some staff. I mean, what have they actually done to improve the site recently? Like, come on guys, why is your VOD player so awful? There's no discovery, too many ads, and they're only enforcing the rules half of the time. I genuinely wish I knew what they did on the average workday. There's a running joke about how normal software engineers code all day, but Google software engineers debate the ethics of coding certain things and in certain ways all day. I wonder if something like that is going on behind the scenes at Twitch, or more likely, they're just all watching streams all day. I mean, I don't really watch all that much Twitch. I prefer edited, pre-recorded content, but every time I go and watch some Twitch streams for a bit, I see some Twitch staff sitting in the chat during business hours. I don't even know why they distinguish staff most of the time, it just makes them look bad. On top of the layoffs, there are some worrying signs coming from Twitch. Mainly, they've decided to keep moving forward on their change to bring everyone to a 50-50 revenue split model. You might remember a few months back, they announced that they were moving away from offering streamers the 70-30 revenue splits and trying to move everyone back to the 50-50 revenue model, effectively taking away 20% of the top Twitch streamers' revenue. This was met with a lot of backlash at the time, since a lot of smaller streamers had getting the 70-30 split as their goal, and a lot of the big streamers, understandably, didn't want to start suddenly making less money for no reason. The backlash was so huge that they just stopped mentioning it. I haven't heard even the faintest whisper of this in months, but just recently the Twitch execs confirmed in an interview for The Verge that not only are they moving ahead with this, but they're they're going to be looking at other ways to monetize streams as well. Now, in case you don't know why them moving ahead on that is such a big deal, YouTube offers a 70-30 split to everyone. Meanwhile, the newest player in the game, Kick.com, offers a whopping 95-5 split, which is insanely good for the creator. Granted, there are some pitfalls. It's hard to discover live streams on YouTube, and Kick is, well, it's Kick, alright? But if Twitch is going to start going for the wallets of their creators, a lot of them might discover that it's getting to be time for a change of venue, especially where big Twitch streamers like Ludwig have successfully made the move to YouTube and are still doing great. Also, Kick, despite its weirdness, has managed to convince a few big streamers and large swaths of their audience to make the move to Kick. So pretty much, Twitch is handicapping themselves in a race where its two biggest opponents are already nipping at its heels. The fact that they're willing to do that, along with the sudden resignations of their CEO and big layoffs, I think that's not good. One can imagine a scenario where Amazon looks at how much money that Twitch bleeds every year and how little they actually make to show for it and decide to pull the plug on the entire thing. And that might sound far-fetched. I mean, surely that can't happen, right? Well, don't forget Mixer, which was a pretty large competitor to Twitch that was making big deals and signing big talent, not pushing talent away, when Microsoft decided it didn't like the fact that it bled money and killed it off unceremoniously one random day without warning to their streamers. So it's not like it's impossible. And with the way things are going, I think that we are going to see a move away from the free money days of giving tech companies whatever they need to keep running in favor of actual profitable businesses. If that happens, it's hard for me to see how Amazon justifies keeping Twitch around. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think it's going to get shut down tomorrow, but I do think that it's starting to trend in a way where I wouldn't be surprised if in a year or two it's gone completely. I mean, compare what Twitch is doing after having their CEO leave to what YouTube did. Just after the new CEO of YouTube, Neil Mohan, took over, YouTube completely backtracked on an incredibly controversial update they had made to the partner program, which had made it basically completely impossible to swear on YouTube and still be able to make a living. Now you can swear just like before. Companies usually make softball but impactful decisions like that once new leadership takes over in order to reassure everyone that the change is okay. Meanwhile, Twitch is not reassuring anyone. Instead, it seems like Twitch is actively trying to do the opposite. But those are just my 2 cents. What do you guys think? Do you see a world without Twitch in our future? Or do you think that it's too big to fail? Let me know in the comments. I really appreciate you watching. Have a great day, and God bless you. Alright guys, big news late on Wednesday. Justin Roiland is innocent. That's right, Roiland announced on Twitter that all charges against him had been dropped. So today we're going to take a look at the allegations, why they were dropped, and what happened to Justin Roiland, and why some people aren't happy. You might remember when the allegations first dropped, I made a video on them, so I figured I should post an update now that my original video is outdated. If you want to watch that, I'll put a card on screen now, but I'll do a little background in this video. So what exactly was Roiland accused of? Domestic battery and false imprisonment. If you don't know what false imprisonment is, it's basically like the inverse of kidnapping, where instead of taking someone against their will, you are not allowing them to leave against their will. So you can probably tell why people were just a little upset when this all came to light. I mean, don't get me wrong, Roiland has always been known to be kind of eccentric, but domestic battery and false imprisonment, it was kind of hard to really match his public personality. In my original video, I said that he was innocent until proven guilty, and that we shouldn't treat him like he's been convicted if in reality he hadn't, which turned out to be the right take. Hey guys, just interrupting briefly to ask you to subscribe. It really helps me out, thanks. Back to the video. I mean, yes, the charges were serious, but there never really was any evidence that he did anything wrong ever actually put out into the public. In fact, the charges against Roiland had been brewing since August 2020, and he'd had a number of court appearances since then, before anyone even knew. It was kind of sketchy how the charges were found from the beginning, which if I recall correctly, just happened to be because some news reporter just happened to be looking at a docket of upcoming cases and saw Roiland's name and the charges. That's literally all we knew at the time, and people started to treat the guy like he was one of the worst people to ever walk the earth. Even now that he has had the charges dropped, I'm still seeing people, including YouTubers, say that his guilt not being proven in court doesn't matter, and that he needs to prove his innocence to the public, which is just an insane take. There has never actually been any evidence that he did anything wrong made public. So what exactly is he supposed to provide evidence against? In America, we're supposed to have the right to be innocent until proven guilty, and it's kind of sad and disappointing to see so many people shift that to say that you need to prove yourself innocent, or that allegations, even when completely unsubstantiated, are evidence of guilt, as if no one had ever lied to get someone convicted of a crime before. You can try to defend that line of thinking by saying that you don't want to hurt the accuser's feelings in case they aren't lying. But as a country, we've been down that line before. How many men were killed unjustly in the South because of just the accusation of a liar and the color of their skin? It's dangerous. Maybe not as dangerous as that example in this particular case, but you should always look at the ends of your particular slippery slope when you're about to jump down it. And I should clarify that we do know that Roiland is innocent because of the statement made by Kimberly Eds, a spokesperson for the Orange County, California Attorney's Office. She said, "We dismissed the charges today because there was insufficient evidence to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt." Then adding, "Significant additional information came to light." So some new evidence came forward that must have torpedoed the DA's case, and since it's not often they would risk pursuing charges against a prominent person for 3 years, unless they thought they had a pretty good case. It was probably a bombshell. I mean, cases go to trial all the time, even with shaky evidence, so it had to have been something that would have made it really, really hard for them to convince a jury that Roiland had committed a crime. And to his credit, at the time that the charges had first been announced, Roiland's attorney had put out a statement saying that this would happen, and was very correct in his assertion that the charges would be dropped. So what did Roiland say today? Well, he announced his innocence on Twitter with a tweet captioned, "Justice." He said, "I have always known that these claims were false, and I never had any doubt that this day would come. I'm thankful that this case has been dismissed, but at the same time, I'm still deeply shaken by the horrible lies that were reported about me during this process. Most of all, I'm disappointed that so many people were so quick to judge without knowing the facts, solely based on the word of an embittered ex trying to bypass due process and have me cancelled. That it may have succeeded, even partially, is shameful. However, now that the legal case is ended, I'm determined to move forward and focus on my creative projects and restoring my good name." Overall, a good statement, considering the circumstances. I bet he's really angry about the whole thing. It is a little weird and petty that he mentions it was all the fault of his ex, presumably the one who accused him, despite the fact that there really isn't much that I can point to yet that says the ex was involved in the charges becoming public. Like I said earlier, the charges seem to have been brought to light because the reporter was in the right place at the right time and saw his name on a list, which doesn't involve the ex. The case had been going on for 2 years when it was made public, so it might be weird for his ex to stay silent the entire time and only decide to leak it to the press if that is what Roiland is alleging after all that time. Then again, I guess it's possible that the ex knew she would lose and decided to go mask off, but we really don't know, and that would go against all the available reporting on how this came to light. So now it would be wrong of me to talk so much about the court case and not mention the leaked messages that were allegedly from Roiland to multiple women. I didn't spend much time discussing them in my original video because, to be honest, there is not a single shred of evidence that they are real. It's so easy to fake screenshots, and some of the stuff he was saying honestly felt like it was more likely to be stuff made up by someone to hurt his reputation than to be him doing it unironically. I mean, he was allegedly messaging these girls essentially as Morty from Rick and Morty, saying all sorts of ridiculous cringe stuff, to the point that either Roiland based Morty off of himself and the messages are real, or some 13-year-old edgelord faked the DMs after an all-night Rick and Morty binge. So yeah, I don't put much faith in the leaked DMs, but if they ever actually do turn out to be real, he needs psychiatric help. So what's next for Roiland? He's been kicked off Rick and Morty, fired from his games company, his reputation is in the bin. What can he do? When he was originally fired by all these companies, I assumed it was because they must have thought that he was guilty, but maybe they just didn't like him. Roiland is known to be a bit eccentric in a way that occasionally gets on other people's nerves, and some of the staff from Rick and Morty seem to have said that Roiland is barely involved, except for doing all the voices. So maybe they saw the public outrage at his charges as a way to get rid of him easily, and they took it. Or maybe they actually believed he was guilty. Or maybe they just gave in to the cancel culture mob. Who knows? What I do know is that if I was Justin Roiland, I would tell them to stick it where the sun don't shine if they came back and offered to hire him again, which I don't think is going to happen unless Roiland somehow manages to file and win a lawsuit saying they unjustly fired him, which is unlikely since the negative attention he was getting at the time is probably enough for them to argue he was a brand risk. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I do think that it might be good for them to hire him back, at least as the voice actor for Rick and Morty, because I think the show is going to go the way of the dinosaurs once they replace his voices, since the iconic voices are kind of a huge part of the show. Just my 2 cents. It does seem like this is at least a little like what happened between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard last year, where Johnny had been accused of doing horrible things to Amber Heard and was immediately fired from a lot of his movies, only for the courts, and certainly public opinion, to change when he prevailed against Heard's claims. I wonder if Roiland is considering filing a defamation suit against his accuser, because that's really the only way you can punish someone who accuses you of something you didn't do. It's kind of weird in general that in America, you can just make statements about someone completely made up, cause their arrest, make them go through the court system, and when they're cut free because there's not enough evidence that they did anything wrong, you just get to go away scot-free. I think really the most they can get you for is lying to the police or to the court. Just as a general rule, I think that it would be good to make some more laws allowing for some kind of restitution if you're falsely accused of a crime. Might not have been so important in the old days, but now that so many people are willing to condemn you for life, based off of nothing. I think it might be time to think about it. What do you think? Anyway, I'm gonna end up rambling all day, so I'm gonna call it there. I hope you enjoyed. Please let me know what you think about this situation in the comments. Have a great day, and God bless you. I actually am starting to think that Kick.com, despite its many faults, might be starting to shape itself into a real competitor to Twitch. If you saw my video last week on the decline of Twitch with the layoffs and their longtime CEO leaving, you probably know some of it. Basically, I think there are signs that Twitch might not be doing so well on the finance side. Nothing concrete though. But one reason for their downfall I didn't focus on too much was the rise of Kick.com, their newest rival. Today we're going to take a look at Kick and why I think it might actually become a real threat to Twitch in the long term. But first, what is Kick? Well, Kick.com is a live streaming site like Twitch, made by Trainwrecks, a Twitch streamer, and some other partners. There was a lot of drama that led to the site's development, but it boils down to that there had been a lot of Twitch streamers who wanted gambling banned off Twitch.tv. They didn't think it was good to expose young fans, or any fans, to gambling that could end up starting an addiction or causing them to lose money, which are valid concerns, though I don't see those same streamers coming out against the Twitch hot tub meta, which in my opinion is probably bad for young viewers as well. But anyway, there was a dude on Twitch named Slicker. He scammed a lot of big Twitch streamers, and even some fans, out of money, so that he could use that money to gamble, lose money gambling, rinse and repeat. This finally gave the ammo needed to the streamers who wanted gambling banned from Twitch, and they jumped on it like a kangaroo in a bouncy castle, renewing their calls for gambling to be banned. Now, despite the fact that the type of gambling that people wanted banned from Twitch was basically slot machine online gambling, and Slicker was actually doing completely other types of gambling, not really related to Twitch at all, this somehow convinced Twitch that they needed to ban gambling from the site. It was the kind of shaky, knee-jerk reaction that Twitch is famous for. And while a lot of people were very happy that Twitch decided to get rid of gambling, it put a number of creators who were doing gambling streams and may have had gambling sponsorships in a very hard spot. One of these streamers was Trainwrecks, who had been gambling on stream for a while, and I guess he really liked doing it, because after causing drama by accusing one of the anti-gambling streamers of some serious crimes, he went on to take part in the creation of Kick.com. Kick launched with gambling explicitly allowed by the terms of service and is partially funded by the same people who run some of the popular crypto gambling sites. Interestingly, despite being called a co-founder virtually everywhere you look online, and being the face of the site, as well as the one who announces big news about the site, it seems like at least once, Trainwrecks has said that he is a non-owner and non-exclusive broadcaster, which muddies the water a bit. Who really owns the site? It seems like maybe the crypto gambling sites might have a lot more influence than anyone wants to admit. At least that's my opinion. Hey guys, just interrupting quickly to remind you to subscribe. It really helps me out. Thanks. Back to the video. Notwithstanding your possible moral objections to using a site that allegedly seems to be owned at least in part by the same people who own bits of crypto gambling sites, being involved with those groups tends to help a lot with one thing: money. It doesn't seem to be an issue for Kick, at least so far, and that is the biggest factor leading to them quickly becoming a serious rival to Twitch. You see, Kick offers its creators a 95% split of the revenue that they make on the site, a 95-5 deal. Compare that to Twitch's measly 50-50 deal, or YouTube's generous 70-30 deal, and you can easily tell that it's going to be a draw for a lot of creators. You can make way more money, way easier, streaming on Kick, if you have a decent audience, than you can on either YouTube or Twitch. And at a time where Twitch is actively trying to move the few creators they have on a 70-30 deal back down to 50-50, you have to admit that the 95% is going to be a huge draw. Another thing Kick has over Twitch is a much more generous terms of service. Where Twitch's terms of service are arcane at worst and vague at best, that's not super hard to do, especially if Kick is able to avoid falling into the pitfalls Twitch has when it comes to rules enforcement, where gender and favoritism seem to play a big part on how strictly the rules are enforced. Kick does have some rules, mostly obvious ones, but for the most part, it makes Twitch look like an Amish village. In fact, it is so much less restrictive that even some of its biggest streamers were touting the platform as one without rules, where they can do anything, which was a mistake. Turns out that streamers, especially Adin Ross, will want to test that theory, and, well, yeah. It ended up hurting the company's reputation big time. It started with Adin Ross streaming the Super Bowl to his audience on Kick, which, unless he worked out some agreement with the NFL beforehand, is just about the stupidest thing you could possibly do. I'm still amazed he hasn't been sued yet. Then, as if it couldn't get worse, out of nowhere one day, Adin Ross, who probably has a majority young audience, decided to stream himself briefly visiting an adult film website. That went over about as good as you think it did. It was terrible for the Kick brand image, to the point that it seems Trainwrecks had to actually tell Adin Ross claims that he couldn't actually just do anything, and that they did in fact have a terms of service agreement which disallows streaming adult content. But despite the controversy he brought with him, Adin Ross moving over, while at the same time getting himself banned from Twitch, is a major win for Kick. Adin is an incredibly popular streamer, though it seems like the mainstream LA Twitch streamer community doesn't like him or his audience much. So when he moved over, his audience, which did not want to watch the incredibly brand safe mainstream Twitch content from creators that probably disliked them, moved with him. This gave Kick not only a huge name on their roster, but it brought users too. On top of that, according to Adin Ross himself, Kick paid him, quote, the biggest streaming deal ever to stream exclusively over there. Now, of course, the numbers aren't public, but when other streamers hear something like that, you better bet that they're not going to ignore it when Kick comes knocking. Now, it seems that Kick is expanding its list of big name streamers, with Trainwrecks teasing 6 new signings on Twitter, saying, when these next 6 signings are announced, Twitch and all of its puppet fuckfaces will be shook. Now, we don't actually know who they are, but when making a bold claim like that, I don't doubt him. And people have been trying to guess who the streamers are, with everyone from Cenat to Asmongold being mentioned as potential new Kick streamers. With how liberal it's using money, it's really a bad move to not stream on Kick, especially after Twitch relaxed their exclusivity rules last year. This might lead to a slow bleed of users from Twitch to Kick over time, since the more big streamers go over, the less they'll have a reason to go back to Twitch. But it does beg a question, surely they're not making a profit on Kick yet, right? If so, what's going to happen when the money runs dry? Or are they betting on the money never going dry? Which would be a very risky bet to make in this world economy. It's possible Kick runs out of money one day and has to change all of its deals away from the lucrative 95.5 deals that they have now. Heck, it's possible they spend too much and have to shut down. Who knows what the future holds for Kick? All I do know is that if I was Twitch, I'd be watching very closely what they're up to. So what do you guys think? Do you think that Kick, despite its scandals, will eventually shape up to be a real competitor to Twitch? Personally, I think that it will, especially if Train keeps bringing on big streamers. We will have to see who the 6 that he's teasing actually are, because that could make them an overnight competitor if they get the right people. Anyway, thanks for listening to me ramble. Have a great day, and God bless you. Alright, so I think I have to weigh in on this Creator Clash 2 drama, because it's a bit insane. For those of you who don't know, a creator named Froggy Fresh was supposed to fight Chris Ray Gun at the Creator Clash 2 boxing event in a few weeks, but he's just been kicked to the curb for the dumbest possible reason. He joked about iDubbbz's wife's OnlyFans and allegedly got into a fight with iDubbbz's wife's mother on Twitter. Yeah, and I thought iDubbbz was supposed to be a free speech warrior. Guess he's not just lost his edge, but his manhood too. You see, the Creator Clash is a charity boxing event run by iDubbbz and his wife, which launched to great success last year. But this year, well, I think it might end up being the last year. I don't know who would possibly agree to join their event after the completely unprofessional things they've pulled with Froggy Fresh. You see, boxing is a sport where a little bit of rivalry, joking at one another's expense, and, well, fighting is not just encouraged, it's usually expected. So it wasn't that weird when Froggy Fresh posted a Twitter video saying that if he loses, he will subscribe to Anissa's, iDubbbz's wife's, OnlyFans. Honestly, it was kind of a tame comment compared to some of the things that usually come out of the mouths of boxers. So I don't think Froggy Fresh thought anything of it. Who would take a joke like that seriously? Even worse, who would actually get mad at a joke like that? Well, it turns out that the iDubbbz family seems to get extremely offended by it. At least that's the only inference I can draw. You see, after Froggy posted that video where he lightly threw some shade at Anissa, an account that is believed by many to be the account of Anissa's mom started chirping at him on Twitter, even calling Froggy an imp. Froggy joked around about it, basically calling her out and saying stuff like, Anissa, come get your mom. And Anissa's mom got no chill. Again, a funny, certainly not overly offensive response, and certainly something that's not out of the norm for boxing. If a real boxer was as nice as Froggy was in these tweets, they'd be laughed out of the ring. Then, suddenly, 3 weeks before the event that Froggy has been training for months to compete in, the Creator Clash Twitter account sends out a tweet, and of course, comments are off, which is never a good sign. It reads, there has been a change in the lineup, and Froggy Fresh will no longer be fighting against Chris Ray Gun. We will announce his replacement in the coming days. Just 3 weeks left, the countdown to Creator Clash 2 has begun. And a follow-up tweet, Creator Clash's goal is to make an inclusive and fun environment for creators and fans while giving back to charity. That has always been our mission, and Froggy Fresh's recent behavior does not align with that mission. We look forward to sharing this positive experience on April 15th. Everyone disliked that. This move has been criticized by pretty much everyone, from Penguin Zero to Keemstar. Literally no one except the most loyal iDubbbz fanboys is even daring to try and defend it. Froggy had been training for months. By his own admission, he'd personally spent thousands of dollars all for this event, an event that is being put on to raise money for charity. And for one of the tamest Twitter drama we've seen this year, he gets kicked out How is that fair? The answer is that it's not, and the Creator Clash team knows it. That's why they disabled comments on the tweets. Now, of course, there is a little more information that hasn't entered the story yet. It was revealed that Froggy Fresh had been training with Sam Hyde, a very famous, if somewhat controversial, comedian iDubbbz honestly seems to be scared of, for no reason. At the last Creator Clash, iDubbbz had cancelled Sam Hyde's ticket and barred him from the event, owing to a little drama between them when iDubbbz tried to make a documentary about Sam, one that Sam thought was a witch hunt and decided to screw with iDubbbz during the filming of. But as far as I can tell, no one told Froggy that being associated with Sam Hyde would get him in trouble. I mean, Sam Hyde isn't even that offensive, especially when compared to iDubbbz's old videos. If anything, Sam Hyde is actually tamer than iDubbbz, whose main joke for the first several years he was on YouTube was that he would just say slurs, like, all the time. I honestly don't know if it was the training with Sam Hyde or the Twitter beef about Anissa's OnlyFans, allegedly with Anissa's mom, that got him kicked out. But the fact of the matter is that neither of those things, even in combination, should have cost him his slot. I don't think anyone can deny that. The man trained day in, day out for months, and you're gonna take it away for literally the tiniest offense? Does iDubbbz realize he's hosting a boxing event? You know, where people punch each other in the face? He wants that to be an inclusive and fun environment? Like you're running a glorified fight club, dude. Grow some balls. It's my opinion that Froggy might have just pinched the wrong nerve on iDubbbz. He's famously embarrassed about his wife's OnlyFans, in my opinion, despite the fact that he came out and said that he didn't mind it and that he didn't mind people joking about it. On top of that, for whatever reason, iDubbbz seems to be absolutely terrified of the really scary comedian Sam Hyde. All of that is weird though, because iDubbbz was the guy who said that you had to say slurs and other offensive language because it's all okay or none of it is. His entire draw was offensive comedy. I don't understand where that guy went. He used to have seriously thick skin and now he's basically a 5-year-old who can't handle a tiny little bit of roast being thrown in his direction, well, technically his wife's, and throws a temper tantrum the first chance he gets. It's ridiculous, but it's what happens to pretty much any content creator that moves to LA. A lot of people have come out and attacked iDubbbz's wife, saying that she's the one that made him into the child that he is today. I don't know if that's true or not, but he does seem to get very defensive about her. But not in a good way, more of a Will Smith kind of way, IMO. But to be honest, I think it's more that the LA culture got to him. You see, to fit in with the kinds of people that it seems like iDubbbz associates with these days, you have to have certain political views, you have to dislike certain people, and you certainly can't throw slurs around like they are candy. All things that are pretty much the antithesis of old iDubbbz. I think it's just that he's surrounded himself by easily offended people, and now that's turned him easily offended, no matter how ridiculous that is compared to his older self. He recently did an interview with the guy from Smosh, where he basically said that he hates his fans, he hated interacting with them, and then he demeaned them. I think, honestly, that nowadays iDubbbz is a petty person, which perfectly explains his actions here. Despite universal condemnation of his actions by his fans, other creators, and pretty much everyone, neither iDubbbz or his wife have said anything publicly about this situation at the time of recording, which is just insane. People are refunding their tickets, and honestly they should. You can't use the fact that the event is for charity as a shield to protect yourself from all criticism, which is what it seems like he's doing. This whole thing is a mess. And you know what pissed me off the most about this whole thing? You'd think they'd have warned Froggy to stop before taking action, right? Well, according to Froggy, they didn't. And in fact, he said that they only told him, after months of training, that he was being removed from the event 5 minutes before making those pathetic tweets. So yeah, it's scummy. I hope they reverse their decision to remove him. What do you guys think? Thanks for listening to me ramble for so long. Have a great day, and God bless you. So, it looks like last night after I put up my video, Creator Clash put up their own statement about what happened with Froggy Fresh, and it went just about as well as you'd expect. To be honest, I think it was quite possibly the worst statement they could have made, so today we're going to talk about that and Froggy Fresh's response. So without further ado, let's read their statement, which they made on Twitter. They said, "As you may be aware, we recently announced Froggy Fresh would be leaving the Creator Clash 2 ticket. We want to provide some additional information around the rationale for this decision to help clarify some of the online chatter. We have a legally binding code of conduct that each of our Creator Clash 2 fighters are held to, the violation of which is grounds for termination. Unfortunately, there were several violations made by Froggy Fresh during his tenure with the Creator Clash this year. The Creator Clash 2 team, inclusive of the production company, takes violations seriously and made several unsuccessful attempts to address them directly with Froggy Fresh in the hopes we could work together to get things back on track. When it became clear that the exhibited behavior wasn't stopping, at risk to the other fighters, fans, and others involved in the event, the Creator Creator Clash 2 team made the collective decision to move forward without Froggy Fresh on our ticket. Our #1 priority is ensuring Creator Clash 2 is a positive, safe, welcoming space for everyone. We look forward to kicking off an amazing event and raising a lot of money for charity. Creator Clash and iDubbbz have already donated $50,000 to each of Froggy Fresh's supported charities, Kids Cancer Foundation and Nicklaus Children's Hospital, for a total of $100,000. They will also remain beneficiaries of money raised throughout the event itself. The creators have all been working so hard and can't wait to get down into the ring. Let's focus on their fights, not any that may exist online. A statement that honestly reads like it was written by ChatGPT rather than a human being, in my opinion. Now, Froggy did respond to this statement, but before we look at his response, let's take a second to discuss this statement. They start off using language like Froggy Fresh would be leaving the Creator Clash ticket, which, while true, is a bit generous to themselves, and uses clever language to make it almost seem like a mutual decision to the uninformed reader. Then, they promise additional information around their rationale for their decision to help clarify some of the online chatter, which, first, no one uses the term chatter in real life. That's some anime language. Second, they go on to clarify nothing about why Froggy was dropped from the event. They say that he violated their legally binding code of conduct, but they don't actually tell us what the code of conduct is. Seems like something that could be posted publicly if they're serious about clearing up the chatter. And they never explicitly say what Froggy Fresh did that was actually a violation of their code of conduct. Basically, telling us about the code of conduct is a useless attempt to distract us and show us that they have a reason for doing this aside from just having their feelings slightly hurt. But of course, they're not going to come out and tell us what that reason actually is. They go on to say that they made several unsuccessful attempts to address the violations with Froggy, but they said his behavior wasn't stopping. Froggy himself disputes this, but we will get to that later. Then, they go on to say that their #1 priority is ensuring Creator Clash 2 is a positive, safe, and welcoming space for everyone. Which is weird because how can it be positive and welcoming for everyone when they already threw one of their fighters to the wolves? I don't think Froggy Fresh is feeling very positive or welcomed by the event at this point, and neither are his fans. Then, they announced that they donated $100,000 to the 2 charities that Froggy had wanted to support. And while this is a good gesture, it's completely fucking meaningless in the context of what's going on. The only defense I see of Creator Clash at this point is people using the fact that it is for charity to deflect. And here it is again. It's no small sum of money, but it doesn't do anything to explain, address, or fix the issue with Froggy. Just a little bit of charity so people can look at it and go, oh, he donated to charity? He must be a good guy. But that doesn't help the event actually go forward without Froggy. And it doesn't make other creators feel better about working with the event in future, since they can train for months and still get kicked out at the end for a reason that Creator Clash has yet to elaborate on. Finally, the statement ends with, let's focus on their fights, not any that may exist online, which I have a serious problem with. That is so condescending that it's disgusting. This isn't online drama. This fight doesn't only exist online. Creator Clash had this guy train for months, made him waste countless hours of his time, who knows how much of his own money, and more for this event. That's not an online thing. You took this man's time and screwed him over. He's never getting that back. So I don't know if you could tell from that, but I didn't really like their response. Maybe if they added more detail, they might have been able to salvage things, but this just sounded like someone went to ChatGPT and asked it to generate a response that could address things while never actually addressing anything. Anyway, let's look at Froggy's response. He seemed to deny that anyone tried to contact him and asked for the several violations, saying, who tried to reach out to me several times and what are the several violations? He went on to say in another tweet, are you talking about when Ian called me the 3rd time ever, 15 minutes after Sam Hyde retweeted me to investigate my friendship with Sam Hyde, and then asking that I don't release any content with Sam Hyde until the event? Haven't released any Sam Hyde content, still kicked. Then continued, or are you talking about me responding to Justin Tracy every time he reached out to me, and me asking that we keep everything in text and emails so I could have evidence of everything that was communicated? Never received any texts or emails after that. Then he kept going, this time outright denying that Creator Clash ever told him of any violations. I was never given any notice of violations. I got one email minutes before you went public about my termination. Justin Tracy called me while I was in Providence working with Sam. I asked that he could text or email me as I was busy training with Sam. He never texted or emailed. Finally, he ended this burst of tweets with, now I've been threatened with a potential lawsuit if I spoke up about this entire mess, and demanding the $15,000 I used for training, equipment, travel, etc. over the last 5 months. Unbelievable. Is this for charity or what's going on. So it seems like Froggy's position is that no one from Creator Clash reached out to him, and they ghosted him after he asked them to send stuff in text so that he could have a record, which, if true, is shady as fuck. Then he claims the only communication he got from them was an email right before they posted the tweet saying he'd been removed. Basically, he pretty much said that everything Creator Clash claimed in their statement was a lie. They're both telling different stories about what happened. Who do you think is more believable? It seems like so far, public sentiment, other creators, and my own opinion, based on what we've been given so far, is that Froggy is telling the truth. But obviously we can't be sure without knowing everything. And therefore, if Creator Clash was actually in the right, I'd have thought that they would just actually put out the details of what happened. Their snake-like language in the statement that uses a lot of words to say nothing makes me think less of their credibility. Lastly, Froggy confirmed that he's been threatened with a lawsuit. I actually heard this rumor before making my own video yesterday, but didn't include it because I thought that there was no way iDubbbz could possibly be that stupid. Just from banning Froggy, he's pretty much lost all the goodwill that remained for him in the community, and he's also lost the respect of a lot of his fans. But man, if he sues, no matter if he can do so rightfully or not, it will literally ruin his career. I mean, can you think of any faster way to drive your reputation into the ground than throwing around lawsuits at the guy who everyone is already siding with? This would be a massive mistake. Luckily, Mudahar from Some Ordinary Gamers has committed to pay for any legal fees that might arise from Froggy Fresh, in another move that shows exactly where the community stands on this issue. So basically, this entire controversy has been caused, seemingly, because either Froggy Fresh worked out with comedian Sam Hyde, who iDubbbz doesn't like, or because Froggy made a fairly tame joke about iDubbbz's wife's OnlyFans. I wonder if they still think that removing him was the right move. I wonder if they thought the community would agree with them. I wonder why in the world they thought that doubling down was a good idea. Honestly, they could have just apologized and let him come back, and everyone would have applauded them for it, but instead, it seems like they're just addicted to making bad business moves. What do you guys think of this whole situation? Did you like their statement? Or do you agree with me that it was terrible? Do you think that they should just give up and let Froggy box? Or do you think they should keep doubling down? Personally, I think that if they're gonna keep sticking with this decision, they need to release the actual violations they're accusing him of, with proof, as soon as possible. Because to be honest, they're kind of not doing themselves any favors by hiding it, if the violations are actually real at all. Also, and this isn't about the drama, but why does every statement made now come in the form of an image on Twitter? Are they just trying to make it harder to cover by making it so people can't copy and paste the text? I mean, Twitter just expanded how many characters you can use to some ridiculous number, so if we could stop doing the whole putting our statement in a hard to read image thing, I'd appreciate it. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Have a great day, and God bless you. So let's make this short and sweet. Pretty much everyone agrees that we need to ban TikTok. It's too connected to the Chinese government and collects too much data, let alone the severe effects of their algorithm on our mental well-being. But the way that the government is proposing to ban it is, well, really scary. So if you want to avoid going to prison for 20 years once this passes, you better listen up. You see, the government always wants to grow. It's always hungry for more power. And that's not its fault. You put 535 of the most narcissistic people you know in a big room and see how quickly a power struggle starts. That leads to a lot of scummy and sketchy business on both sides of the aisle. But when you see a bill like this one called the Restrict Act, otherwise known as the TikTok ban bill, and it's supported by members of both parties, you better get your magnifying glass out and go through it with a fine-toothed comb. I mean, why would a group of senators from both parties sponsor a bill that will give the government the power to remove their #1 app to reach the young people? Do you know how many congressmen put out horrendous TikToks to try and get young adults to vote? Most of them. But the reason they're willing to pass this, even if it can hurt them politically, is because they see a chance to grab onto more power. So let's dig into the bill and see what we can find. First though, I should mention that the Restrict Act hasn't been passed yet, so there's still a chance this can change if there's enough outrage about it. I don't really do political videos, but this will affect everything so much that I think it's worth it. I'd tell you to call your congressman, but everyone knows that's meaningless these days. The only way we'll get them to change it is if we make it so everyone knows how terrible this bill is, and it becomes too much bad press for them to want to associate with it. So now that I've terrified you, what does it actually say? Well, a lot, but we're gonna focus on this part. The secretary, in consultation with the relevant executive department and agency heads, is authorized to, and shall take action to, identify, deter, disrupt, prevent, prohibit, investigate, or otherwise mitigate, including by negotiating, entering into, or imposing, and enforcing any mitigation measure to address any risk arising from any covered transaction by any person or with respect to any property subject to the jurisdiction of the United States that the Secretary determines. Now I know that sounds like a lot of legalese, so let me rephrase it in a way that isn't designed to obfuscate the true purpose. Basically, what that means is that the executive branch, meaning the president and his cabinet, gets the power to basically say someone or something is a national security risk without congressional oversight, meaning the power is exclusively with the executive branch and that they don't need to ask Congress if it's okay. And then they can investigate, disrupt, or do whatever they want to mitigate the national security threat. I know, you might be saying, well, if it's a risk for only people who are national security threats, then I don't have to worry about it. Well, like I said, there's no oversight of this program by Congress, and they can investigate anyone digging into their lives to get their secrets just by classifying them as a risk. Now imagine how that could go wrong. A president of opposite politics from whatever you believe gets into office, right? He pushes through some laws that you strongly disagree with, so you decide to go out and protest. But the president or someone in his cabinet determines that the laws are of national security importance, unilaterally with no oversight. Well, congrats. By protesting that law, you just became a national security risk, and the government can take any enforcement measure to mitigate the risk that you pose. Basically, this is the Patriot Act, but digital and on a few steroids. And when I say any action, I mean any action. Even if they decide to just investigate you, this bill lets them go full 1984 on you. It lets them investigate your use of pretty much anything electronic. And when I say investigate, I mean spy on you using, and I'll just mention a few from the list, desktop applications, mobile applications, gaming applications, payment applications, web-based applications, any wide area network you connect to, mobile networks, satellite data, your cable, your core networking systems, pretty much everything from your cell phone to your smart Wi-Fi connected coffee machine would be able to be spied on because of this bill. I mean, I don't know why the heck the government would need to investigate someone's gaming applications, though they might be disgusted by how much old school RuneScape I play. But by payment applications, that means anything you use to purchase something without using cash. So Venmo, PayPal, your bank, crypto, anything. Any money you spend, they'll know about it. Now, some people might say that, oh, this is a national security bill, it won't affect US citizens, just foreign agents, right? Well, no. In section 2 of the document, they do list US citizens as appropriate targets, among those other unsavory groups. And don't think that they can only investigate you with this bill. It lets them throw you in prison for 20 years and fine you $1 million. What's something that could put you at risk for that? Well, let's say they ban TikTok and you decide that you're gonna access it anyway using a VPN. That could potentially get you under this law. So yeah, it's bad, like really bad. We joke about having an FBI agent watch us through our webcams now, but this bill would make it legal. It's a shame too, because TikTok really should be banned in my opinion. The amount of data they collect is astounding. Their ties to the Chinese government is concerning, and more than that, they can use their algorithm in such a way that it promotes things to destabilize our country. Case in point, have you heard of TikTok tics? Well, TikTok allegedly caused a large number of teenage girls to develop a massive amount of mental illness. You see, across the country, a ton of teenage girls started getting diagnosed with Tourette's syndrome right after the start of the pandemic, which is weird because Tourette's syndrome is a very rare neurological condition. So a large increase of the diagnosis, especially among one demographic, teenage girls, all at once, drew some eyes. It turned out that these girls did not actually have Tourette's syndrome at all, despite having very real physical and verbal tics. Some of them so severe that these girls' entire lives had been upended. It wasn't fun for them, but it was all in their heads. You see, when doctors took the time to interview them, they found that the girls all had something in common. They were big users of TikTok. Moreover, they were being fed videos of other girls their age who had Tourette's syndrome. They had gotten stuck on Tourette's talk. Basically, the theory is that being constantly exposed to other people who are getting a lot of attention online for having Tourette's syndrome had a mental effect on them. Whether it was that they wanted attention too, or what, I don't know. These girls weren't consciously making the decision. They began to suffer from a type of mass hysteria. Their mind made up the symptoms in a way that it appeared real to them as well. They made themselves have Tourette's syndrome without even knowing it. The doctors began telling parents to take away their kids' access to TikTok, and well, the symptoms faded. So if anyone tries to tell you that TikTok isn't dangerous, they're either misinformed or they just flat out don't know what they're talking about. The constant stream of short videos, it can have effects on people's minds that we don't even understand yet. And we're just gonna let the power to use that stay in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, one of the biggest human rights abusing governments to ever exist? No, I don't think so. But the problem is, quite rightly, the president doesn't really have the power to just ban things willy-nilly. We live in a democratic republic. That means his powers are constrained by the laws passed by the legislative branch and the review of the judicial branch. So technically, Biden could sign an executive order to ban TikTok tomorrow, but it would just be struck down by the courts in a few days. But if the Congress specifically gives him, and by him I mean the executive branch, not actually Biden himself, the power to ban foreign apps or whatever, then he can put whatever he wants into the executive order as long as it follows the powers invested in him by the legislature. The courts can't stop him. So he needs a bill to get a TikTok ban through Congress. It's just, we don't need this bill. Bring back the terrifying implications for our civil liberties and limit the scopes to specifically counter situations like the one we have with TikTok. Don't pass a law giving the president broad powers to spy on all of us under the guise of a bill to ban TikTok. It needs to go, but this isn't the way. So sorry I had to get a little political on you guys, but I do kind of value my rights, and since it's related to the TikTok ban, I figure it wasn't too out of the wheelhouse for me. We'll get back to regular internet drama next video. I hope you enjoyed nonetheless. Please feel free to ask me any questions you have, though I won't guarantee that I'll have a satisfactory answer though. And if we can avoid all the usual fights that come with politics in the comments section, this is a bipartisan bill, which means you can't really blame whichever party you don't like without also blaming your own party. So yeah, I hope this was helpful. Have a great day, and God bless you. MrBeast is one of the biggest creators on YouTube, and he didn't get to that spot by doing nothing. He's done more acts of charity than I think we really expect from a YouTuber, and no one can be mad about charity, right? Wrong. Turns out that a lot of people get really mad when MrBeast does something charitable. Mostly they're ignored, but something about his most recent upload titled 1,000 People See for the First Time really got to people. So today we're gonna dive deep into the Twitter cesspool and address some of the things that people have been saying. So first off, let's talk about the video in question. In the video, MrBeast pays for the surgeries of 1,000 people in order to treat conditions that cause treatable blindness and let them see clearly again. On top of paying for their surgeries, he even gives some of them extra cash on top to boot. In exchange for paying for the surgeries, he films some of their reactions to seeing clearly again for the first time, which to some of them was clearly the first time in years that they'd been able to see decently. One thing I can't get out of my head is this image of these people taking off the post-op blindfold padding and seeing for the first time in years, and it's MrBeast flanked by 2 or 3 cameras in front of them. Certainly a weird first thing to see, but I guess I wouldn't complain too much if I was in their position. I mean, let me be clear, the premise of the video is good. It's really cool to see a YouTuber have such a positive impact, especially since I have to cover so many YouTubers doing bad things. But it does feel kind of weird as a premise, right? Restoring people's sight as a YouTube video? It's weird because we only think of religious figures as being able to do something like that. Of course, within a few seconds of thought and a couple seconds into the video, you know that it's not a false miracle, just a surgery. I don't know how else to describe the weird feeling it gives off. Does it make you guys feel weird too? On top of that weird feeling, the only other real thing I can nitpick about MrBeast's video is that the thumbnail is just really weird. I don't know what it is about it, but it just does not feel right. But other people, well, mainly Twitter users, I don't know if you consider them people or not, they have a lot of issues with the actual content of the video. Which is weird because the content of the video is literally just a string of acts of charity where MrBeast pays for surgeries that will change their lives for the better. There are 3 main arguments that I managed to parse from the infinite sea of sewage that is Twitter, and they are that MrBeast is exploiting these people, that the video is poverty, tourism, and that MrBeast didn't take a direct political position on the state of healthcare. Oh, and I don't know if you can call it an argument, but some people are saying that he might be the Antichrist, so take that as you will. Let's address each of the arguments. But before we get to that, let me just ask you to subscribe. It really helps out the channel and I would appreciate it greatly. Thanks. Firstly, I think that claiming that MrBeast is exploiting the people in the video is just a completely ridiculous idea. It's not like he showed up with a camera and forced them to undergo surgery. The dude literally paid for their surgeries. And if you think that any doctor is going to let a film crew into his office to record his patients without having lots of paperwork explicitly stating that they are okay with it, you're wrong. No way any camera is getting in there without several waivers and HIPAA forms being signed. These people all very clearly had been contacted beforehand and agreed to be part of the video, and as a benefit of that, they got their surgeries for free. It might be a little bit of quid pro quo, but I don't think anyone would say that it was a bad thing. I mean, the people are able to see again, and all they had to do was be on camera for a minute or two. If I was in that spot, I would not be complaining. What about you guys? When I think about exploited people, I think of the kids in Africa who have to spend all day digging in a cobalt mine to get the cobalt that's in your iPhone. I don't think about someone who just got a surgery they needed for free. So I really think that calling this exploitative is a very, very bad argument that can't really be made in good faith. Secondly, people are saying that his video is poverty tourism. I understand the idea of poverty tourism to be going to extremely poor places and viewing them as if they are zoo animals. In the case of YouTubers doing poverty tourism, I'd say there are some real examples, like the guy who put up the video that was about him spending X amount of days in the poorest country on earth. Essentially, I think for a video to be considered a poverty tourism video, it should have a main theme that is like, look at how poor these people are, could you imagine having to live like this? Basically, not really looking at their lives objectively, and instead treating them as props. I don't really think that anyone can really argue that MrBeast's video is in fact poverty tourism, if that's the definition we use though. It's not like MrBeast walked into a doctor's office and set up shop to film those people and say, look at all those poor people who can't afford their surgeries. I think that since MrBeast paid for their surgeries, the real theme of the video was, wow, look at these people who need help, let's help them. Which is fundamentally different from poverty tourism, especially since we only see a handful of people he helped in the video, meaning a lot of people got the surgery for free and didn't have to do anything as far as the video was concerned. I also think there's a different definition of poverty tourism that I'd like to address as well. Basically, people arguing that since he did it for a video, he didn't really mean it, and that he only went to meet these people and to pay for their surgeries for his own financial gain. And I think that's wrong. Mainly because, while I personally think that the best acts of kindness are the ones that we ask nothing in return for, an act of kindness, even if done for one's own gain, is still an act of kindness, and the world is still better off with you having done that. I mean, there are 1,000 people who had their lives improved because of the video. People who without the video may still have impaired vision. I don't think that there's any way you can discount that just by saying that he was doing it for gain. And by the way, MrBeast also put out a tweet saying that they lost on average $1.5 million on each video last year. So I don't think he's really in it for the money. But I guess you could argue that it was bad because he did this because it was good for his brand awareness or something. I think at that point you'd just be grasping at straws. Lastly, let's talk about people being mad that MrBeast didn't take a political stance in the video. This is mainly a point being made by people whose political goals may be furthered by the expression of that opinion by MrBeast, essentially left-wing people who want universal healthcare. Now let's be clear, the situation in this video is really bad. The fact that there are people with treatable blindness that can't afford the treatment and so have to live without seeing is a failure of our system, but I don't think that it's something that has to be made into a political point. I doubt that either side of the political aisle would have an issue with saying that this is a failure and that there's more to be done. I think that in general, the people who want MrBeast to make a political point about this are probably wanting him to stand behind universal healthcare, which however does get into some real political water. And honestly, I think it's very smart for MrBeast to not get involved with politics. I mean, really think about it. We live in polarized times. Taking a political stance favored explicitly by one party, especially one as polarizing as universal healthcare, would alienate half of the potential audience. I know the internet is a bit of an echo chamber, and it could seem like everyone, especially young people, MrBeast's core audience, shares the same ideas, but that's simply not the case. If you want to be able to market yourself and your channel to as many people as possible, the smartest thing you can do is to avoid taking any stances. Don't limit your audience pool artificially. There's really no upside to getting engaged in politics online, but there are a lot of downsides. Especially since MrBeast, living in North Carolina, might not have the same views as some of the people calling him out. Finally, and this is kind of a joke, let's talk about if MrBeast might just be the Antichrist. There's actually a concerning number of things that point to this being the case, if you really look for them. For instance, you could argue that paying for these surgeries and claiming to have cured people's blindness is him doing false miracles and presenting himself as a Christ-like figure. On top of that, he's a very personable guy, and the Antichrist is supposed to be someone who is unnaturally persuasive and personable to the point that he's able to make people trust him. Finally, there's the name, MrBeast, which would be really on brand to the point of making a joke if he was in fact the Antichrist, since the Bible refers to the Antichrist as the Beast quite a bit. It's a little funny and a little disturbing that there's so many obvious parallels, but personally I think it is infinitely more likely that MrBeast is just a normal dude who was doing a bit of charity. I think that it would be quite unlikely that he is in fact the Antichrist. Guess we'll find out for sure in a few years though. So what do you guys think of all these different arguments? Do you think that MrBeast was exploiting these people? Do you think that he was doing poverty tourism? Or do you think that he should have made his video into some kind of explicit political statement? And are you maybe just kind of a tiny bit worried that he might be the Antichrist about to herald in the end of the world? Let me know. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for watching. Have a great day, and God bless you.
I don't know. I got morbidly curious and I clicked something, and I it's just fucking it's gross. It's gross, and I'm sorry.
Yep, that's right. We're gonna dive headlong into the minefield that is the Atrioc deepfake situation. It's a little weird because I actually followed Atrioc's YouTube channel, and the guy is actually really good at what he does, mostly marketing and video game content. But man, I bet he sure wishes that he was only a YouTuber, since his Twitch stream seems to have completely destroyed his career. That's right, Atrioc has gone dark on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. But what happened? Well, every so often a streamer forgets to close a tab and leaves something open that they really don't want leaked. Usually it's stuff like their DMs, email, etc. Stuff that really isn't that big of a deal to leak, but is still a massive inconvenience. Then there's the people who accidentally leave adult content open while they're streaming and leak that. Usually that's just an embarrassing scenario, but there's never really any more to come of it than a Twitch ban. Still, I know that there are streamers who have a completely different PC for when they're looking up anything personal or adult themed. Honestly, a good call. Using a different PC would have saved Atrioc from falling into one of the worst leaks I've ever seen. Nude deepfakes of other streamers. That's right, Atrioc had apparently been looking at nude deepfakes of other streamers, Maya and Pokimane it seems like specifically. He, for whatever reason, forgot to close out of the tab before going live on his Twitch stream, and used an Alt-Tab or whatever to switch windows, pulling up the fairly explicit tab into the stream window for his entire audience. I'm not going to name the site that he was on in this video because I don't really want to spread this degenerate media. But I've seen people claim that the site was paid, meaning Atrioc would have had to have purchased those photos. Now, I'm not going to verify that myself for obvious reasons, and it's still weird even if it wasn't a paid site, so whatever. Now for a second, just think about the scenario he just found himself in. He accidentally showed deepfakes of other streamers, and while the streamer to streamer dynamic isn't exactly like being coworkers, it's pretty close. Not to mention that he actually knows these women in real life. That is fucked on so many levels that I can't even really describe it in words. What's even worse about it is that by leaking the tab, which had the site's name visible, Atrioc accidentally spread the website to people who would not have known it existed before then. So everything about what he did is what I would call literally one of the worst possible things you could have ever done on stream. I mean, if streaming was a real job, he'd have been fired pretty much immediately. However, weirdly, it seems like despite the public anger at this, he didn't even get banned on Twitch. But before we take a look at his apology, let me just ask you to hit that subscribe button if you enjoy my content. It really helps me out. Thank you. So yeah, the situation is so fucked. I bet you think that it can't get any worse, don't you? Well, let me ask you, what would the appropriate response be? Did you answer, do a crying apology stream while your wife sits behind you and cries as well? No? Well, congrats. You would have responded to this better than Atrioc did. To give him credit though, I can't imagine the state of mind that the guy must have been in. He's got to be embarrassed, seems to have ruined friendships, and possibly ended his own career in one simple but stupid mistake. He must have been absolutely panicked. And so, with that in mind, let's take a look at his apology.
You know, I've been watching so much fucking, I've been reading so much fucking AI stuff. I'm reading all this fucking stuff about AI and fucking deepfake music, deepfake art and everything. And I'm in these fucking Discords, and I just feel so embarrassing of me. But I was on fucking Pornhub, dude. I was on a fucking regular ass normal fucking website, and there was an ad. There's an ad on every fucking video for this fucking, so I know other people must be clicking it because it's on every fucking video for fucking deepfake thing. And then I click it and I'm fucking in this fucking rabbit hole, and at 2 a.m. I don't know, I got morbidly curious and I clicked something, and it's just fucking, it's gross. It's gross, and I'm sorry. I really am. I really fucking am. It's not, I don't know, it's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. But I just really want to get across. It's not like a fucking pattern of behavior, and I don't know what I want to say or not. But
honestly, it's almost hard to watch. You almost feel bad for him. Keyword being almost. He's obviously super embarrassed and sorry. But sorry for what? Sorry that he got caught? To be honest, I think that's kind of a cop-out. It's pretty obvious that he knows that he messed up. I mean, look at this face. This is the moment you realize you really messed up bad. But the problem with doing this kind of apology is, number one, the optics are awful. I mean, why is his wife there, just behind him, crying? If she was there for support, she should have been off camera. But the thing that really makes this apology really, really awful is that the apology itself led to the incident actually being noticed. Clips from this stream went viral on Twitter for obvious reasons. A man with his wife sitting behind him with both of them crying while he apologizes for looking at adult images. The apology went so viral that even people who would have never heard of what he had done became aware of it, which inadvertently became essentially a giant billboard telling random internet people that there were deepfakes of their favorite streamers out there. Basically, while he might have been good intentioned with the public apology, it was the worst possible thing he could have done. Some of the women who were featured on the deepfake website got harassed, with at least one, who I won't name out of respect that they don't want to be reminded of it, having people send her the deepfaked photos of herself. Now, to be clear, deepfakes are not real images. It's essentially just slapping someone's face, and sometimes their voice, onto a clip or photo of another person. Sometimes the source image is AI generated, sometimes it's not. And it's not always used for adult media. Sometimes it's used in memes, and sometimes it's used in more serious ways, like a Russian deepfake of the Ukrainian president that told the soldiers to lay down their arms and surrender, which happened last year. Deepfakes are fake. It's in the name, but that doesn't really matter all that much. If nude photos of you are readily available because someone deepfaked you, that can cause career damage, people not wanting to work or hire you, it can cause damage to your personal relationships, and it can cause mental damage as well. I mean, well, there are programs that can detect some deepfakes. It's not like the layman is going to know how to use them, or even want to, once they see what comes up in a Google search of your name. Even if it was detected as a deepfake, some people wouldn't believe you, and that's going to follow you for the rest of your life. It's incredibly messed up. What's worse than those direct consequences of the images being shared is the fact that you now have to live knowing that people might have seen them. Like everyone you meet, for at least a while after they're made public, you're going to question if they saw the pictures. And on top of that, you'll have to worry about whether or not they actually know they are deepfakes on top. Stuff like this can cause serious harm. Honestly, it's got to be some kind of harassment. And now, because Atriok made such a big deal with his apology, it's spread around. And there are lots of streamers and YouTubers who will have to deal with those consequences. I realize Atriok was probably not in the best state of mind at the time, but come on, that's gotta be the obvious result of your actions. Personally, I don't really like the whole idea that when a content creator messes up, they have to apologize to their audience anyway. I think it ends up making everything a bigger deal than it has to be. And this apology is perhaps the best example of that I've seen. With the benefit of hindsight, I think the obvious correct response would be to reach out to the creators who he showed images of in private and apologize to them directly. They're the ones who were actually harmed in this situation. Explain to them that you don't want to do a public apology because you don't want to draw more attention to the fact that the images are out there. Then maybe a quick 1-minute explanation at the start of your next stream saying you apologized in private, and then take a break from streaming for a while. I mean, in that scenario, sure, his reputation still becomes mud, but it saves a lot of female streamers the harm of finding out not only that these images are out there, but also that everyone knows about it now at the same time. The only real good thing to come out of this situation is that the website has been shut down rather quickly. I imagine the dude running it got quite a few cease and desist letters, but this has all started a debate. Should selling deepfake adult photos of people be illegal? I think the answer is quite obviously yes. I think that deepfaked adult photos or videos really should fall under some kind of revenge adult movie law because of the effects that it can have on people both professionally and personally. Now, I do think that there are other legal avenues that someone can already go down to have these kinds of images removed, especially when they're causing harm to their career or to other business deals. Certainly, I'd think you could make the case that it's defamation. I do think that banning deepfaking in general would be a step too far though. To be clear, I mean that it should be illegal to produce, share, sell adult deepfakes of people. However, a lot of the tools that exist, which are able to detect deepfaked images and videos, are open source and developed based on the programs used to develop the deepfakes. Like I said earlier, deepfakes can be very serious, like the one that the Russians used of the Ukrainian president near the beginning of the war, or even something just as simple as a fake voice clip of the president saying something stupid. There's an arms race between developing ways to detect deepfakes and a way to generate them. Bad actors will always keep acting bad, no matter what the law says. So we really need to keep the tools to be able to detect deepfaked images. And the only way to keep those tools available is to keep the deepfake software available. So basically there is no good solution except that we, as a society, become more aware that deepfakes exist and stop believing everything we see and hear on the internet. You've probably heard the quote, "Seeing is believing," right? Well, that actually leaves out half of the original saying by Thomas Fuller, which was, "Seeing is believing, but feeling is the truth." We will need to stop believing what we see and rely on our feelings, the vibes, if you will, to determine whether or not we should actually think what we are seeing is real. It's a dystopian future, but it's coming sooner than any of us will be ready for. At least for most of us, this future hasn't been realized like it was so recently for the girls on that site. I hope they're doing okay. Quickly, before we go, I just wanted to mention that Atrioc did publish a full apology on his Twitter as well, and I'm going to link that in the description if you want to read that. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Remember to like and subscribe. Have a great day, and God bless you. It's an understatement to say that Andrew Tate is a controversial guy. Either you really like him or you hate him with every fiber of your being. There really doesn't seem to be much of an in-between with the people that I've talked to. And yeah, he's currently sitting in a Romanian jail cell. Not exactly a 5-star accommodation. But what happened? Who is Andrew Tate and how did he get arrested? That's what we're going to talk about today. Andrew Tate is an enigma. He started out as a kickboxer, and by all accounts, a really good one. Sadly, once he got a taste of fame and money from his kickboxing career, he decided that he hadn't had enough. He went on to a TV show called Big Brother, but was swiftly kicked off. Then came his rise as a YouTube, well, I'm not really sure what he is. I don't want to call him a philosopher, because nothing he said has been that deep, but I guess he'd probably be considered a philosopher. Now I know, some people will disagree with me calling him a philosopher. After all, no one ever called Socrates the top G. But Tate built an empire on sharing his ideas, his way of approaching life, and his philosophy with literally anyone who would listen. Now, I would be lying to you if I told you that Tate's philosophy and outlook on life weren't controversial. He talked a lot about men and women and how men should approach their relationships with women in their lives. He's a bit of what we in the business would call a red pill guru. He would constantly make comments that were outrageous, shocking, stuff that you have to stop and listen to, which worked well for him. The majority of his points would actually be very plain, boring, self-help advice, delivered in a mildly offensive way, but that one shocking statement that he made, that would draw you in. That's what made him so big. You see, Andrew Tate is a lot of things, but no one can say he isn't a genius at getting online engagement. Minute-long clips of Tate following that formula, shocking statement followed by boring self-help talk, went viral on YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, basically anywhere you can watch short-form videos. You'd find Tate videos there. Part of that came from his strategy of guerrilla marketing, where he encouraged his fans to make those kinds of clips of him and post them everywhere they can. This ended with basically every social media site being flooded with hundreds of accounts, all posting slightly different clips from Tate, growing his name awareness ridiculously quickly. Since it was mostly short form videos going viral of him, his main audience was middle school to high school kids, mainly boys, as his views on women were, well, let's say divisive. This led to a bit of a moral panic among some more reactionary parents, thinking that he was poisoning the minds of the youth, a sentiment that probably led to his mass deplatforming. He was essentially banned from every social media network until returning to Twitter recently after Elon Musk's purchase of the site. Being banned from everything didn't really have that big of an effect on his name recognition though, since his strategy of having random people posting his clips kept him going. But anyway, returning to Twitter would seem to many to be his undoing, despite that not being true. You've probably seen on YouTube and Twitter, maybe even from a corporate news source, that Tate was arrested because of a tweet he made with a pizza box. But it turns out that was just completely made up by a random Twitter blue check journalist. So how did that happen? Well, like everything surrounding Tate, it's all really weird. For no apparent reason, Andrew Tate tweeted at Greta Thunberg about how he has 33 cars and asked her to send him her email address so he could, quote, send a complete list of my car collection and their respected enormous emissions, with a picture of him fueling up one of his cars. Now, Greta Thunberg is a 19-year-old, somewhat controversial climate activist, almost a bit of a climate extremist if you ask me, but she really didn't do anything to provoke this from Tate specifically, which really makes me think that Tate was just sitting at home getting pissed that there exists a teenage girl who doesn't like cars, to the point that he decided to flex on her for no reason. Again, Tate's kind of a weird guy. Now, despite being chirped at out of nowhere, you gotta admit, Greta Thunberg destroyed Andrew Tate by responding with a simple, yes please, do enlighten me, email me at smalldickenergy@getalife.com, to which Tate responded, how dare you? Like, what'd you expect, Tate? Her to respond nicely? I guess he probably didn't think that she'd respond at all. Despite Greta's response being a bit childish, it kinda blew Tate out of the water, and went a bit viral among the type of people who retweet tweets from either Greta Thunberg or Andrew Tate. Anyway, Tate couldn't take Greta's response laying down. He basically had to respond, since people laughing at him for getting ratioed on Twitter by a 19-year-old girl kinda goes against his red pill super masculine philosophy. He decided to respond in a video. The video itself doesn't really matter, but at one point in the video, he gets handed a couple of pizzas from Jerry's Pizza, a Romanian pizza chain. Now fast forward a couple of days, Tate is arrested and detained on charges of human trafficking, among other heinous crimes. Now, I'm not going to talk too much about the charges because it seems like something that YouTube wouldn't like too much, and it's not really that important what he was accused of. It's how they arrested him that interests me. You see, pretty soon after it was announced that Tate was arrested, a journalist named Alejandra Caraballo put out this tweet. Romanian authorities needed proof that Andrew Tate was in the country, so they reportedly used his social media posts. His ridiculous video yesterday featured a pizza from a Romanian pizza chain, Jerry's Pizza, confirming he was in the country. This is absolutely epic. Now that kind of reads like one of those stories on Reddit that ends with, and everybody clapped for a reason. It was just false, like completely false. I honestly don't know how Alejandra can call herself a journalist, because it seems like she's just a purveyor of fake news. And don't take that from me. About 2 hours after putting up that tweet, Alejandra responded to the tweet thread with the following. Update: New York Times asked the Romanian prosecutor, and they denied a connection between the pizza box and the arrest. However, despite the entire story being made up by a random blue checkmark journalist, and being completely false in every way, it still spread like wildfire. This is kind of a pattern with modern day journalism where people will post something viral that gets spread all around social media, only for it to be false and have to issue a correction. Of course, the correction never goes as viral as the original tweet, so people just assume the original story is true, because no one actually looks into anything anymore. Regardless, this story was literally the type of story that a Reddit mod would remove for being unbelievable, and yet, it still spread. All sorts of journalists, YouTubers, streamers, basically everyone with a platform was making fun of Tate for getting arrested over a pizza box. I really don't understand how these people didn't think for a second. Do they think that Romania doesn't have passport control? Like, they do. They know who's coming in and out of their country. Even if he somehow avoided the passport control, he had posted a tweet a few days before with a caption about how he was in Romania. Seems like it would make more sense for that to tip them off than a pizza box. But I guess that's not exactly viral material. Or, you know, you could think for a few more seconds and realize that when the cops are arresting someone like Tate, they almost certainly have people watching him, his home, and everyone's movements. Cops don't typically act based off social media posts like this journalist seems to think. I don't know, maybe I'm just irrationally annoyed by this, but I just can't wrap my head around how so many people fell for such an obvious hoax. What do you guys think? Did you fall for it? If so, why? I'd bet more than a couple of you fell for it because some big influencer had retweeted it without fact checking it. And maybe that's the real issue. No one takes more than 3 seconds to think about anything, since it's easier to just go, "Ah, funny," and hit that retweet button. Anyway, even though Andrew Tate has been occasionally tweeting from his detainment, I don't think we're gonna hear too much from him soon. A judge in Romania ordered that he has to be held for 30 days, so I guess he's not posting bail anytime soon. I predict that in about 35 days, all of our feeds are gonna be filled by Tate telling jail stories. So at least we have that to look forward to / spend time annoyed at the inevitability of his return. I don't know about you guys, but I don't really have that much faith in the justice system in Eastern European countries, like Romania. They tend to be pretty corrupt, so given Tate's apparent wealth, I'd be surprised if they actually managed to get anything to stick to him. What do you guys think? Do you think he's gonna actually be convicted of anything? That's basically it for me. I hope you guys enjoyed. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Have a great day, and God bless you. You guys might remember that towards the end of last year, there was a massive situation involving Mizkif that got him suspended from his org, OTK, or One True King. Well, OTK had to do an investigation into Mizkif, and honestly, I was kind of shocked to see that they cleared him of all wrongdoing. Given some of the statements made by his associates covered in my original video, I'll put a card on the screen now if you want to check that out. But aside from Mizkif being found to have done nothing wrong, a lot of people were not happy with how the announcement was made. So let's talk about that. What happened originally? Let me give you a quick refresher. Mizkif was accused of covering up an alleged SA incident that involved his best friend, Slick, who also goes as Crazy Slick online. He was alleged to have sent 2 of his other friends to the house of the alleged victim in order to get the victim to change her statement before publishing it to make it appear like the incident was less severe than it actually was. Oh, and somehow all of that came to light because Twitch banned gambling, and one of the gambling streamers had been, I guess, just sitting on this info to use as a weapon. So yeah, it was kind of a mess. It certainly wasn't helped by the fact that Mizkif and the people around him really seemed to react to it in the worst way possible. There were hours-long calls between streamers discussing what happened. One of the people who Mizkif allegedly sent to the house had said that it happened, but then I guess recanted his story, so no one knew what was really going on. And still, no one but Mizkif and his friends know exactly what happened. But the botched response to it really made Mizkif look guilty as hell. Now, Mizkif was on the board of, and was a member of of OTK, a streamer network / organization. Credit where credit is due, someone over there at OTK must have some sense because they pretty much immediately suspended Mizkif from the org pending a third-party investigation into his conduct. That investigation just completed, or at least they just announced the results of it. OTK's been kinda busy recently handling another scandal, but we can talk about that some other day. On December 31st, otherwise known as New Year's Eve, at about 8:30 p.m. EST, OTK posted a statement about the investigation to their Twitter. I'll show it on screen now. Note that the actual tweet just says an update to our community, and the actual meat of the announcement is hidden in that really small and hard to read image. It's even hard to read while it's expanded too, probably by design, but we can discuss that in a bit. The text in the image says, on September 20th, OTK began the process of contracting a third-party law firm to investigate the conduct and allegations made against one of our founding members, Mizkif. We proceeded to retain Jackson Walker LLP, one of the largest and most experienced neutral investigative firms in our state. The scope of the investigation was to determine whether or not Mizkif attempted to cover up or minimize a SA allegedly committed by one of his former roommates. Jackson Walker was granted free rein to gather all relevant facts, interview witnesses, and advise OTK as to whether evidence supported the allegations. Mizkif was placed on unpaid leave for the duration of the investigation. According to Jackson Walker's investigation, Investigations Council did not find direct evidence that Mizkif attempted to minimize or cover up SA as was alleged. Nevertheless, OTK believes that Mizkif has shown a callous disregard towards the severity of sexual misconduct and racial prejudice in our space. His statements regarding these matters on his comeback stream on October 11th demonstrated a lack of empathy and ignorance towards the seriousness of the situation and the impact that his conduct has on our community. Due to his actions, the OTK board of directors has suspended Mizkif from his board duties effective immediately, and he will be placed on monitored probation until he demonstrates to the board that he is capable of upholding our organization's values. His status as an OTK member has otherwise been reinstated. OTK stands firmly against sexual harassment, assault, and bigotry of all forms, and is committed to upholding its core values of equality, respect, and inclusivity. We appreciate the support of our community throughout this process, and we will continue working tirelessly to ensure our organization is one you can be proud of. Man, can you tell that was written by a lawyer, or what? Essentially, Mizkif has been reinstated as a member of OTK since they found no direct evidence that Mizkif attempted to cover up an SA. However, he made comments on his comeback stream that they felt showed a lack of empathy and ignorance towards the seriousness of his situation, so they've suspended him from the OTK board for the time being. Now, a lot of people had a lot of problems with this announcement. Let's address some of the ones I saw, and my thoughts as well. Firstly, people were criticizing the investigation, saying stuff like, well, they hired the investigators, so of course they found nothing. Or, breaking news, OTK finds OTK innocent. And well, that's not a very good criticism, to be honest with you. Of course they are the ones who hired the investigators. Who else do you think is going to investigate? The drama channels? Nah, fam. They needed a real investigator, and since there doesn't appear to be a police investigation into this, the best anyone could hope for is a neutral third party, which seems to be what we got. A better criticism of this, in my opinion, is that they were trying to hide the outcome of their investigation so as not to remind people of the entire situation. I think it's pretty clear that this is the case, given the fact that they published it rather late into the night, 8:30 p.m. EST, on a night where most people aren't paying attention, New Year's Eve. When they posted it, the majority of people who would normally have seen it were probably getting their pre-game on for their New Year's Eve parties. But seriously, this is a technique used by news organizations when they're forced to cover something that they don't want getting traction. Make the story go away by posting it at the worst possible time so no one sees it. But when people complain they haven't addressed it, they can point out that they did. It's not their fault no one saw it. To make it worse, in this case, OTK's tweet was vague and didn't really prime anyone to read the full text of the image that needed to be expanded to read, and even then featured what I consider to be small text, to further make it harder to read. Not to mention that it seems like someone at OTK was going around and blocking accounts that were pointing this out. Though them trying to bury the story is kind of expected. OTK is currently in a bit of turmoil with Schlatt leaving and the recent incident involving another one of their members. They probably knew this was going to make people angry and decided to push it at the perfect time so that most people won't see it. Makes sense, don't get me wrong. It's an evil bit of planning, but it does make good business sense. Of course, my biggest criticism isn't really about the publishing time or manner, it's about the lack of details. One of the things that stuck out to me when reading the statement was the use of the term direct evidence, as in, according to Jackson Walker's investigation, Investigations Council did not find direct evidence that Mizkif attempted to minimize or cover up SA as alleged. It just seems weird that they would specify direct evidence instead of saying they found no evidence. The thing is, an investigation like this is essentially useless unless the full report has been released, and they should remove the sensitive info from the report, like addresses, but everything else should be fair game if they want the public to trust the investigation. Because right now, without the full report, we're essentially getting OTK's word that he was found to have done nothing, and not the direct word of the investigators, which would be in the report. Essentially, my concern would be that they had run into roadblocks, like for instance, if a crucial witness refused to talk to the investigators. These guys aren't cops. I don't think anybody would be forced to talk to them. And even then, since these investigators aren't cops, there's no reason someone wouldn't just lie to them. So I think it should be in OTK's priorities to release some form of the report itself. But despite the criticisms, they did find no direct evidence that Mizkif did anything wrong, which is great, because honestly the best case scenario is that none of this ever happened and it was all just a big misunderstanding. Whether or not you believe that is up to you, but we do finally have some info on it. I do think that the other members of OTK probably wouldn't have approved Mizkif's reinstatement if they had issues with the investigation, so at least they trust it. The real question is, do you? Well, that's all I got, folks. I've promised to do a follow-up video when the investigation was done, and here we are. What do you guys think of this whole thing? Do you trust the investigation? What do you think about the fact they posted it at night on a holiday? Let me know below. Remember to like and subscribe. Have a good day, and God bless you. Are you guys ready for Fyre Festival 2.0? Because it seems like we may be getting a rerun of one of the worst events ever held in modern history. You see, our boy, Billy McFarland, is recently out of prison and is back on the streets. And you know what they say, when you're good at something, stick to it. Billy seems to have taken that to heart because he's already thinking of launching a new music festival called Pirate. And in case you think this might be different to last time, let me just tell you that Billy McFarland is the only person I've ever seen described on Wikipedia simply as an American con artist and convicted felon. So today we're going to do a little bit of a dive into the Pirate Festival and why it is literally one of the worst ideas someone has had in the last couple of years. And of course, you can't talk about Billy McFarland without first getting some background info about the original Fyre Festival, which could only be described as a disaster. Imagine you're a young person whose purse strings are about as tight as the Grand Canyon is wide. You want to party, listen to cool music, and maybe see some celebs that you follow. Well, Fyre Festival was supposed to be all of those things. You see, the Fyre Festival was supposed to be the music festival to end all music festivals. It was advertised as being on a private island that Pablo Escobar once owned, with artists like Pusha T, Tyga, Blink-182, Major Lazer, Migos, Lil Yachty, and more being in the lineup. Only problem was that it was not on an island previously owned by Pablo Escobar, having been kicked off the island they originally intended to use, which also was never used by Pablo Escobar, and moved to Great Exuma, which is not even a private island. On top of that, all of the music artists I mentioned earlier pulled out before the festival started, with some acts like Major Lazer never even confirming their act, despite being advertised as going to perform at Fyre Festival. But Billy didn't let a little thing like the fact that everything was crumbling around him slow down his festival. He planned to go on ahead with it anyway. A number of big influencers, including Kendall Jenner, had all been posting promotional material on their social media accounts as part of advertising for Fyre Festival, with a number of influencers potentially making their fans think that they were going to the festival, when in fact they would not be attending. It was basically a perfect storm for those kids with loose purse strings I talked about earlier. Major artists, their favorite influencers, oh, and the entire thing was supposed to be essentially all-inclusive. That's right, you were supposed to show up, have luxury housing, and gourmet food on top of everything else. And guess what? It didn't happen. Instead, the attendees, some of who had spent at least $12,000 on VIP tickets, arrived on the island of Great Exuma in the Bahamas to find no music, no luxury accommodations, no gourmet food. They essentially had just turned up to a badly organized refugee camp, with the tents that were supposed to be luxury places to stay being pretty much emergency tents from FEMA with little in the way of anything resembling luxury. It was a complete and utter shit show. Basically, right when they showed up and saw what was going on, people demanded to leave and go back home. But since McFarland did seemingly not think of anything before sending people to a random island in the Bahamas, there was a regatta going on the island at the same time as Fyre Festival was supposed to happen, which meant that most of the actual hotels on the island were full up, and it took a long time for anyone to actually get a plane back to where they'd come from. This was made worse by the fact that the event had been described as all-inclusive, so people didn't bring much in the way of cash or any other way to pay for anything with them. Like I said before, it was a total mess. Now I know what you're thinking, there's no way he got off scot-free, right? And you would be right. Billy McFarland was charged and pled guilty to wire fraud and had been sentenced to 6 years imprisonment and to pay $26 million in restitution. 4 years after his conviction in 2022, McFarland got an early release from prison to a halfway house, with his house arrest ending in September of that same year. And that, my friends, brings us to Pirate, the new business that he is teasing. Maybe he used his time in the big house to think up a great idea, or maybe it's just that the restitution money is too much. But for whatever reason, Billy decided that he needed to jump back into the spotlight. From what's been announced so far, it seems like he's planning another big party / music festival on an island. You know, because it went so well the last time. He's calling it Pirate this time, since buying a Fire Festival ticket was essentially just lighting your wallet on fire. Maybe calling it Pirate is some kind of subconscious warning that he might take your money and run this time. I have no other idea why he would name his new venture after being convicted of wire fraud after a group of people who are literally only famous for stealing from people. Pirates. Maybe he's just relying on outrage to spread the word so he doesn't have to pay for advertising or something? And he figured it would be controversial to name it after history's most notorious nautical thieves. Who knows? It's also possible he just didn't think about the connotation of pirates being thieves, which would probably be the funniest reason given his history. And honestly, the little we know about Pirate right now is enough to essentially convince me that it's going to be a flop. With the New York Post reporting that McFarland is planning on having virtual, immersive, decentralized reality events, which would be broadcast to everyone in the world, and that people at home would be able to pay to actually change what's happening at the party. Now, if that sounded like nothing but a bunch of gobbledygook to you, it does to me as well, and that's because it's nothing but buzzwords. He can promise virtual, immersive, decentralized reality events, because no one knows what that is even supposed to mean. So it doesn't matter what ends up happening, he can say it was the plan all along. On top of that, buzzwords that have to do with the black box that is modern technology really gets rich people excited for some reason. I mean, just look at NFTs. But there is something that might throw a wrench in his plans. I guess he's been hinting at holding the pirate event in the Bahamas. Except according to the Deputy Prime Minister of the Bahamas, Chester Cooper, Billy McFarland is currently wanted in the Bahamas and is considered a fugitive from the law. Going so far as to tell people that if they know where McFarland is, they should report it to the Royal Bahamas Police Force. So knowing all of that, do you think that there is even the smallest amount of possibility that McFarland has any reasonable chance of making anything good this time? Because I certainly don't think that he does. Honestly, it might be smarter to just go surrender your money to actual pirates than to buy a ticket to whatever this pirate event is going to end up being. But the worst thing is that you just know that there will be people who will go anyway. With everything we've talked about, there will still be people who will go. On the plus side, if we do end up seeing a replay of the mess that was Fire Festival, we'll have something new to talk about and to hold us over until Billy gets another brilliant idea. What do you think? Do you trust Billy? Do you think that Pirate could be successful? Let me know in the comments. Remember to like and subscribe. Have a great day and God bless you. Alright, Rick and Morty fans, get ready to gulp down Szechuan sauce, cause we've got to talk about some really bad news. It seems like Rick and Morty might end, even if Adult Swim says otherwise. You see, one of the creators, Justin Roiland, found himself in a little bit, actually a lot of hot water in the last couple days. And it's gotten to the point that Adult Swim has parted ways with him. And he voices both Rick and Morty, so they're gonna have to recast the voices if they want to continue. Given that I've never once heard a Rick and Morty impression that didn't fill me with intense sadness and also simultaneously caused me to erupt into severe projectile vomiting, I don't see that going so well, but time will tell, I guess. Anyway, let's talk about what happened to Justin Roiland. You see, it recently came to light that Justin Roiland is facing some serious charges, including 1 felony count of domestic battery with corporal injury and 1 felony count of false imprisonment by menace, violence, fraud, and/or deceit, according to NBC News. What makes that even more crazy is apparently he's managed to hide this since it occurred in 2020, literally 3 years ago, when he was charged and pled not guilty. It seems like the only reason we're finding out about it now is that someone realized that Justin Roiland was going to court and told some reporters who dug into what the pre-trial hearing was about, only to find that it was multiple huge felonies. That's just crazy. Now, it's important to note that though Justin Roiland has been charged with the domestic battery and false imprisonment charges, he's not yet had his day in court, with the trial date not being set yet, which means that he's not been convicted of either of those crimes yet. In fact, it seems like his lawyer is confident that the charges will be dropped and that Justin Roiland is innocent. But I mean, that's kind of what a lawyer has to say about their client, right? I think most people know what domestic battery is, but it seems like a lot of people don't really know what false imprisonment is. And well, I'm not a lawyer, so I can only give you guys my understanding. So don't take legal advice from a YouTube channel where the guy has footage of a cat video game on screen. Now, my understanding is that false imprisonment is essentially stopping someone who wants to leave a particular place from leaving it. Given that the actual charge has by menace, violence, fraud, and/or deceit in its description according to NBC News, and he's also charged with domestic battery, I'd guess that the charge is alleging that he used some kind of violence or threat to keep the other person in a certain place But obviously, that's just a guess, and we'll find out for sure what they think he did when it actually goes to trial. Kinda weird that it's been 3 years and there still isn't a trial date set yet. Not sure what happened to that whole 6th Amendment right to a speedy trial. And speaking of a speedy trial, why don't you guys give the like and subscribe button a speedy try? It can't hurt to click them, and it helps me out a ton. Thanks in advance. Now, on top of those charges, there's been some weird screenshots of messages that Justin Roiland allegedly sent to fans going around. Now, it's so easy to fake messages these days that I'm not super sure that I actually believe that they are all real, especially because they read like the most cringe fanfiction I've ever read. Now, I can't exactly read them verbatim on a YouTube video without getting in trouble, but basically, to me, the leaked messages read like Justin Roiland is pretending to be Morty while trying to flirt with the women. Like, I can't read the messages in anything but Morty's voice. It's so bad. Honestly, just look them up. Even the ones where he's not writing like he's a character are literally just unhinged and might actually be worse. Honestly though, being cringe isn't a crime, but what might make it one is that allegedly the girl that he is talking to in the leaked messages is underage. So yeah, even though I need to stress that the leaked messages are not confirmed to be real at this point, if they are, or even if maybe Adult Swim believes that they might be, it probably contributed to his dismissal. Honestly, Adult Swim did not give much in the way of details, instead just putting up a tweet from the Rick and Morty official Twitter account that had an attached image with text that read, "Adult Swim has ended its association with Justin Roiland. Rick and Morty will continue. The talented and dedicated crew are hard at work on season 7. Which doesn't really go into much detail, but I think it's more than fair to assume that even though Rick and Morty is their golden goose, Justin Roiland is a PR disaster right now because of the charges and other allegations. They just can't take the risk to keep him involved. This really is a big move for Adult Swim to make. Rick and Morty is a literal money printing machine. There is no way they can take a chance like this on a whim. I assume they already have someone in mind to replace Justin Roiland as the voices of both Rick and Morty, because if they didn't and they just fired Justin Roiland, that would be insane. So please stop posting your Rick and Morty auditions on Twitter, please. I know you think that it's good, but it's not, and at this rate we're heading towards lethal levels of cringe. I guess this is the risk they took when they decided to put all the eggs in one basket. Changing voice actors has been done before, but honestly I can't think of another show like Rick and Morty where the guy who voices all of the main characters has been recast. It's either going to go so well that nobody even notices, or it's going to cause Rick and Morty to go from a cash cow to a total dumpster fire. Honestly, either way, I'm here for it. At least it'll be interesting. I've already seen reports that Rick and Morty is planned to continue through at least season 10, so I'm guessing those deals were made before the entire controversy. It'll be interesting to see, even if the new voice actors ruin it, if they're obligated to keep putting out a show for even more seasons anyway. Do you guys think it'll still be okay with new voice actors, or do you think that Justin Roiland made the show what it was and is irreplaceable? Oh, and on top of everything, at Adult Swim, it seems like Justin Roiland has also resigned from his games company, Squanch Games, which is kind of wild because I think he actually started that, and I'm not sure that there's anyone who could actually force him to resign, so it kind of seems like it was his own decision. Squanch Games is notable because they just released the game High on Life, which, although divisive, has been comfortably chilling at the top of Steam since its release, and Justin Roiland does voices in that game as well. I guess in future games, he probably won't be making any cameos. The crazy thing is that, like I said earlier, Justin Roiland has not actually been convicted of anything yet, so it's still possible that the entire thing could be a nothing burger, and that he will be found innocent. In that case, what happens? Does he come back? I mean, there's no way that Adult Swim has some magical insight into the sealed court documents that not even the press can get their grimy hands on, right? So though they can talk to him, it sounds like his public answer is that he's innocent, which would really not give them a reason to take the chance and fire him, except for the massive PR storm that the charges and the messages were causing all at once. So I mean, if you are a Rick and Morty fan, there's still hope, little as it might be. Since it doesn't look like a trial date has been set yet, who knows how long it will take, but eventually the details will come out. It could be nothing, or it could be way worse than anyone thinks. Who knows? Personally though, I think Justin Roiland is a bit of a creepy guy, but that doesn't mean he's guilty. I still believe in the idea that everyone accused of a crime is innocent until proven guilty. So as of now, I have hope for him, but that can change in the future. Either way, it'll be interesting to see how Rick and Morty changes, and if the existing team and new talent are able to make it work without Roiland. How do you think it will go? Anyway, that's all I have for today. I hope you enjoyed. Remember to like and subscribe. Have a great day, and God bless you.